Welcome back to the Blast Open London. We are getting closer to seeing which teams might actually make it through to the United Kingdom and to the OVO Arena. But there is still a lot of games to come your way in order to see who might grab one of those spots. And some teams desperately need these spots. And two people who London also needs and Counter-Strike needs is Pimp and Vu. Vu, you keep following me around in the evenings. We're going to the same restaurants without communicating with each other. We've got some like telepathic stuff going on right now, dude.
We both got good taste.
Yeah.
You know, it's the same as CS. When you get to a high enough level, you all make the same decisions. You're all in the same spot. We're going to the right places.
I didn't go to whatever restaurant you guys went to, which make me think I got the good taste. So I feel like I'm winning here.
Where did you go? McDonald's?
Some place I don't want to talk about because I guess then you'll show up and I don't want that. So.
All right, well, on that note, let's have a look at our games we had yesterday. Let's have a look at the schedule that was being played out there because some of the results got closer once again. One was a bit of a surprise in there, but let's start with I think the fairly good game from the beginning of the day was Fnatic versus Ecstatic in the sense that Fnatic showed up better than what we kind of set the tone as.
Sure, I thought that was going to be a close one. I thought that we were about to see two Tier 3 team gatekeepers go toe-to-toe and have some close showings, which has been the case before. But let's be honest, Fnatic were miles ahead.
Yeah, Fnatic was a great team. I mean, when you look at it, Ecstatic had their problems. I think they showed a little bit, but Fnatic really, I mean, you gotta put it on Cypher. Cypher had an incredible series, and then he went online afterwards and had another incredible series against ENCE. Cypher is showing up.
And who also was showing up was M80. They flew the flag for the North American scene in style. Did get a bit of European help with that, but they took down VP. And I'll say this win was great, but not only did they take down VP, they basically eliminated Electronic from the team as well.
That was a wild one. You know, a couple of hours after the game, Electronic was out, but first and foremost, gotta give credit to M80. I think they did a fantastic job winning that game, and they played some solid Counter-Strike so far at this tournament. We saw them take it to Vitality, really make that game competitive, and yesterday taking down and eliminating VP. That's a great feat for a team that doesn't get a lot of chances in European Counter-Strike.
M80 got blown out on their own map pick, and we thought that's NA Counter-Strike. They're done here. They come back, they destroy VP on VP's map pick, they go to map 3, and they look solid. And not only that, but Hex, who was a big question mark, is he that much better than Rec? Closes it out with one of the clips of the year.
Now, what's interesting about Electronic being benched, right, is that there was a trying to save Flit and Fame, make them stay on VP, right? Perfecto comes in, you think this is what they want to go with. Now Electronic's going before the major, right? And they're going to have to bring someone else in. Someone else is going to have to take over leadership roles. They've got some options in here, but I'm just saying, the Holy Jame coming back might be on the cards.
I'm very, very curious to see what's going to happen within the VP team. But I will say for those unaware and those maybe not, you know, looking at the extra layer to this one, they brought in Flammers, very expensive signing. He's now sitting at the bench. You know, they want more than $1 million for him to get out of jail, I guess. You brought in Electronic from Cloud9 as well, of whatever team he was playing for before. That was also a very expensive acquirement, expensive salary, and now you put him on the bench. If you're VP right now, you wasted a ton of money on players you just put to the bench. So either you bring some of those back, that's going to be Flamus, bring back Jane maybe, but otherwise I'm looking at a team right now that where we give credit to G2, we give credit to FaZe in terms of mismanagement. VP up there right now in conversation for the most mismanaged team of 25? I think so.
And a team that spends quite a bit of money, as you're saying, picking up Flamus, but we have to give them some credit because it might be confusing to drop Electronic, but at the same time it's not, because you were hearing rumors recently, earlier this year, Flit and Fame wanted to leave the team, maybe go to Paravision, reunite with Jame, right? So if it comes down to it and it's those two players and they're saying it's us or him, you're picking Flit and Fame 100% of the time, and it would be crazy, but Jame coming back, man, could we do it?
Jame back, Flammers back, Icy out, and you got a sick team.
Okay, I like what you're cooking there. We'll have to see.
Me?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you're both in on this. We'll wait and see what happens. They've got an event in a couple of weeks' time, so they need to be ready for that. But we also need to look at Vitality taking on Gamer Legion, Pimp. And Gamer Legion putting up a fight.
Yeah, like everyone is against Vitality at the moment. Obviously, credit to Gamer Legion for winning a map, but let's be honest, Vitality, the two maps they did win, they were somewhat convincing. I like the way they came out on the third map and making sure that there was no doubt. Vitality is still not the best, but a win is a win, and they get the job done.
It is getting the job done, but I'll say that it got maybe a little bit too close on train. It could have been a 2-0 situation for Game Legion, but that's a positive sign for them. And then on to the last game of yesterday, FaZe versus Na'Vi, and Brokey, he back on his BS again.
It's Elige's fault that Brokey couldn't win 1v3s for 6 months in a row. Elige was in his head in the 1v3s. This is such an incredible game. What was that, 2 or 3 1v3s Brokey won? And not only that, but Jacob over 100 ADR for the series. That's what you wanted to see. That's what nobody expected to see from Jacob. They were questioning the pickup. I don't know if we're questioning it as much anymore.
Just quickly, the player cams right there, the passion coming out of the FaZe players, the body language, something seems to be working within FaZe now. They seem to have a desire to play Counter-Strike again. Everyone was celebrating, everyone was hyped up, even online in their own rooms. That's the energy you want from FaZe.
That is the energy you want to see, and they're back in playoffs where FaZe belong. That is the key story here, but we need to look at the schedule we've got coming for you today, because as always, it's 4 best-of-3, 4 fantastic games. Some teams are going home and others are qualifying. FURIA versus Spirit will be the last game of the day. G2 going up against MOUZ, FlyQuest versus Legacy. But next, it's Imperial versus Liquid, and this is a must-win game for Liquid. This is a must-win game for you guys today. The VRS implications there as well. Is this something that is constantly on everyone's mind?
I mean, let's be honest, James. Let's be honest that it's really important for us to make the major. And right now, it's like on the edge if you're making it or not. We have a few, I would say, few options to make it. Opportunities, but right now, yes, maybe you can feel it, but we are not really talking about it. We know about these possibilities, but we have now this tournament and the next tournament. It will be our RMR if we are gonna make it or not. Of course, there is maybe a little bit extra pressure, but I don't think like it's affecting someone with like in a bad way. We know it. We are professionals. We have the experience to play under pressure. And I don't feel like there is a difference between, even though we know the problem around it, and yeah, we know how to deal with it.
Every game right now is the same for Liquid, and it doesn't matter. We said before, oh, it's when they're playing Vitality. Well, G2 also 2-0'd them, and we had a lot of questions after that.
It's 6 maps in a row that Liquid now have lost, you know, and that's not a nice statistic to put out there. And then people would be like, yeah, but 4 of those maps were against Vitality, and you can't really expect them to win against them. No, but look at what everyone else is doing to Vitality. M80 is stealing a map away. Gamer Legion, you made yourself the case, James. They got a map yesterday, maybe could have gotten 2. So if Liquid are serious about getting better, progressing into a conversation where we counter them as being a team heading into the major, I need to see some wins. I'm tired of the close, almost winning a map, almost winning a game, almost doing something. I'm looking at the results, and the best team they've beaten in the past 11 weeks is FURIA in 1 game. Otherwise, you're beating Ecstatic, and apart from that, you're losing to teams that doesn't even have 1/3 of the budget you're working with. It's unacceptable what we're seeing from Liquid.
Liquid is a team that has had hope. They've looked positive. You keep seeing signs of improvement for like a year, 18 months now. They picked up Shui. We thought that was the moment. They immediately bomb out of a tournament, and now they're looking not much better than they did when they had Twists with all the question marks around his IGLing. Liquid absolutely need a win here, and they need more than just a win. They need to go a little deeper in this tournament, or they're just out of the VRS contention.
The best way to summarize it is Liquid is the epitome of the team that you always describe as you're 1 roster change away from finding a good team, right? But you just keep being 1 roster change away. You change that player, you change that roster, but you're still 1 roster change away from finally making it work.
But let's not talk roster changes. Let's talk about the players they have on this team and start with Twists, because when he was no longer IGLing, I didn't expect him to go back to his absolute best. But I did expect more consistency from a player that's experienced like he is.
Yeah, he's been quite inconsistent, and you can see that on the ratings as per the events right here. Now, the caveat is a lot of these events are only 2 maps, right? So it's series per series where Twist is just inconsistent. When he's at his best, he's one of the best players still out there. He's a guy that can change the tide of the game. He's a guy that can come in with the rifle and dictate it, but we just don't see it often enough. And once he's missing, like we saw in the first game as well, even against some rather low low-tier opponents. It's like Liquid is falling apart. So I do feel a lot of the responsibility is on Twist right now. And in all honesty, I need to see a bit more consistency.
I think for a lot of the first half of the year and Twist's stint as IGL, he was a bit of a band-aid. He was so incredible in the mid-rounds. They would go for execs. He'd run in with a couple of flashes and just hit 2-3 entries. And you don't see him going for too many openings because he left that to Nertz. And Nertz was doing really well.
Yeah.
Now they've switched him up. He's no longer the pack player. He's kind of a half lurk now. I don't like him in those roles. I think that's leading to a lot of this inconsistency. Before Shuhei joined, he had a 1.12 on their T side. Now, since he joined, a 1.03. That's not the twist that we need if we want to see Liquid be a contender.
With what you're saying there, though, right, about the difference, was it maybe because of the way he was calling more for himself and he's maybe not used to the way Shuhei wants it, or it's not suiting him?
I don't even think he was calling for himself. I mean, if you're calling for yourself, you're not saying, guys, upper exec on nuke, I'm running out first. Nertz come in behind me. That's calling for Nertz, and he was just so good at it. I almost think that he was calling away from himself, sacrificing himself a little bit, but accidentally putting himself into these roles where he just performs better than anyone else.
Okay, well, we know the key to success with Twist. It's about unlocking it for that. But on the other side, we've got a little battle here. If we look at Naf, for example, who is getting better. We can be a bit more positive on him. It's still touch and go. And then Skulls, who we were massively positive about coming into Imperial and adding all his experience to this team.
Yeah, it's a fun little head-to-head. Obviously, Skulls being a former Team Liquid player, Naf being a current Team Liquid player, at least for now. Let's see if he can continue his trend upwards, because I agree he's getting better, but he also did set the bar incredible low. However, for Skulls, we haven't seen much of him in Imperial so far, but what we have seen is a player that is thriving. Now, back to speaking his own language in a way, back to his own way of playing Counter-Strike in a scene that he's been part of for a long time. Maybe him moving into Europe wasn't the right timing, but I think in this specific game, I would actually argue that Skulls is a better player than Naf as of right now, and that must hurt Liquid a little bit.
I give Liquid a bit of a break on that one because I think the breakup was mutual. I think Skulls was really struggling in Liquid. If you looked at him play, he just didn't get anything done. Then he leaves, goes to FaZe. He did all right, struggled a little bit, goes to Furia, speaks his native language. That's where he had some pop-off moments. And now he's done great on this team so far. This is the Skulls we want to see. And you have to be unhappy if you're Liquid that you couldn't find a way to slot him in, that he is a good player and you just couldn't give him the space to work with. But I mean, you could say the same about JKS. That seems to be a Liquid problem.
Cadian, Shox, whoever else joined that team.
Yeah, it's not a good look when you look down the previous players of Liquid right now, but we do need to look at Skulls because he's going up into this matchup against Liquid with revenge on his mind. Liquid, they're not in the greatest shape right now. Do you have an idea of how you can take advantage of that, how that can be something you can turn into a positive for you guys?
I think at this moment, like the pressure is all over them. They have this huge pressure to like perform and to get some points because they're not in a very comfortable position in the ranking, especially when it's about like major qualification and everything. So we just need to take advantage of that. Like we don't have any pressure on ourselves. We know that we are a fresh team. We have some really nice ideas inside the team, and we just need to play like with no fear and no respect at all. So we just need to play our game.
I got to ask this for Vinny as an IGL. How would you describe him?
I think Vinny is a mix of Fallen School with a little bit of Furia and a little bit of like freedom in some ways. Like he believes a lot in his team. Like he gives you freedom. He gives one idea to the round, and then like you have the freedom to complement however you feel like. So I believe this style like brings the best of the players that you have, and I also believe that we have like really strong pieces inside the team that can like build on top of any calls. So I think it's going to take a little bit of time for us to like be on our highest level because we didn't have time to practice at all. And I'm just excited to keep practicing and keep like learning from these games that we're playing and building like on a level that we never saw.
And what I love with this, right, is Vinny sometimes gets overlooked when we talk about this. He has been able to develop himself into an in-game leader, and he has seen multiple times now Imperial can have these moments where they start to rise up again, and he seems to make players comfortable.
Yeah, I think he's doing what Cold Zero was trying to do as well, what Fallen now is doing in FURIA as well, to be completely honest. It's like that old iteration of the SK Gaming. They're all transitioning into becoming in-game leaders. I think Vinny's doing a decent job in terms of what he got to work with. It's not the most talented teams he got around him. It's not the most, I guess, money-heavy team in terms of getting the investments in there as well, but he's making a team somewhat competitive, and we get to see them play at the major once in a while. We get to see them now go up against Team Liquid, remaining competitive. It's not too bad after all.
I think putting him in the middle between Cold Zero and Fallen makes the most sense. I think Fallen has done a great job as an IGL after switching to Rifle. Cold Zero, I think he did a pretty bad job of IGLing when we saw him with the IGL role, and Vinny's done a pretty solid job. I don't think you can say he's popped off in any main huge way, but at the same time, you look at this Imperial roster, they've got Try as a star player and nobody else really. They have solid role players. All of these players, you could see them being on a top 5 team, maybe top 10 team as a role player, but not as the star player. And to find solid, consistent results against the opposition they have with that roster, I think speaks to Vinny's success as an IGL.
It really does, but we need to see if they can have success when it comes to the map pool and what they're going to play against Liquid. So it's time for the veto. Now, breaking it down on the veto here, it seems to me whatever map Liquid go into, they struggle against. But against Imperial, should that be a different side of things?
I think it's an issue, because I think the one map where I feel Liquid are playing some decent counters, so I get is Ancient, and that's the instant perma pick coming out of Imperial. No big surprise in that one. We're not going to see overpass either. And for Liquid, I think in this specific matchup, they can't punish Imperial, neither can Imperial punish Liquid, and I think that's a great way of summarizing this game right now. It's two teams who don't have that extra oomph, so to speak, in the veto.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at it, you have Liquid banning overpass, which is where Imperial just beat MOUZ, right? So if Liquid have their best map gone, Imperial have one of their best maps gone. Going to Dust 2, I think, makes a lot of sense. That's the one map where I see Try so often is just he can perform against anyone on that map. So Imperial for Dust 2 makes sense. Liquid, maybe they go Inferno?
Yeah, that's a possibility. Train, there we go. I think that's interesting. I think Train is a cool map pick coming out of Team Liquid, to be completely honest. It is a map that they have played an awful lot as of late. And some of the losses, yes, I know it's losses, but at least they remain competitive, and I feel like they were throwing some of those instant leads they had. So I feel like they feel somewhat comfortable, and against Imperial, maybe not scared of starting on the T side.
Yeah, this is a map where they brought Vitality almost down. They've done quite well on this map. They've been a little inconsistent at times on that T side, but I think they have found success. And we go for a map 3 Nuke, I believe it is. There we go. Nuke. I mean, I think both teams are happy with this map pool, to be honest. There's nothing too crazy coming out. It's generally right up the middle of both teams' maps.
You say it's right up the middle of both teams' maps, right? And okay, we can't look at the numbers with it because obviously it becomes so heavily favored in Imperial's favor with where they're at in all of this, but obviously against lesser competition. My big question is whether Liquid can handle this pressure, because I talked about experience of these players. I talked about them knowing what to do here, but they seem to be fumbling even games that are in their hands.
There's no excuse for Liquid to lose this game. Simple as it is. I know Imperial have impressed so far in the opening game, and I guess it's an interesting team to follow to some degree, but if you're Team Liquid at this point, you're playing for your major, you're playing to take that step up where you're supposed to be. There's no excuse whatsoever for Liquid losing this matchup. Whether you win 2-0 or 2-1 in a pretty or in an ugly fashion, at this point, I don't care as long as you get a win.
Yeah, this is a matchup where Liquid they need to find a way to get the win. You're going to look back at it after, oh, it was 2-1, it was close, Imperial looked good, but if Liquid can win, then we're moving in the right direction. We got to get past the close, nice loss scenario that Liquid is in.
Well, they know the situation they're in. It is certainly not going to be easy for Liquid, no matter which team they go up against, but they need to stand strong in this one. We're going to a break, then the game's coming your way, but first, we've got a few insights from Skulls. Skulls, you went from Liquid to FURIA and now Imperial. How did this move come together for you? Was it an expected one?
For me, yeah. I would say I chose like very challenging projects the last few teams in my career, and I knew that it was going to be pretty hard for me, but at the same time I was going to gain a lot of experience and like put my vision in the game in levels that no other player, like Brazilian player at my age, would have. So it was pretty easy for me to take that decisions. But now I think the time for me is just to put everything I have, like all this experience I have, into like a project that I can feel like people are hearing me and like believe in my ideas. So this is the main reason also like why I choose Imperial.
That's great to hear. And yeah, you've had a different experience going around different teams from around the world, you know, even standing in for FaZe at one point. Did that change your vision a bit on the game, do you think, in comparison to some of the other Brazilian players?
I would say that the FaZe standing moment changed a lot to me, because I was starting to realize that for you to be in a tier 1 team, like things needed to be a little bit different than I was like expecting in some ways. Like more, I don't know, like you need to be more cold as a person, and like don't build this I don't know, relationship with your teammates as I was like used to in my previous Brazilian teams. And in FaZe, I think they just reassured me that a lot of things that I believe still like being used in these tier 1 teams. So kind of it got my hopes back in some ways, and I'm really happy to get back to grinding and go back to the tier 1 scene with Imperial.
And that's a really positive thing for you to learn and experience as well. Like, do you think now coming into Imperial, you can be in a position to be at the best version of yourself again?
Yeah, for sure. This is also why I choose Imperial, because like here I feel I have the space, I have the teammates that they think the same way. They are really easygoing. I have Cello that I'm like also used to playing with him. I have Zach that I had the opportunity of working with him a little bit in the beginning of my career. So yeah, it just feels like I have the right pieces to be the best version of myself, and also be the best version that Imperial ever seen.
Liquid versus Imperial starting off here on Dust 2. It's elimination on the line, and only the beginning of a lower bracket run for both of these squads. For Liquid, it's been a series of, you look at their games and you go, ah, nice try, guys. Yeah. They had us there. They had us going. There was something to look forward to, or at least that's been the case in these Vitality games from Team Liquid. But it's about time for a dub, isn't it, Hugo?
Yeah, I don't even know.
We can't keep celebrating losses.
No, you really can't. And I don't think you can even drop the nice try on the G2 game either as well, because it wasn't particularly close. G2 kind of banged them out, didn't they, in that BO3 series? This is a game where Liquid have every reason to win, right? Not only do you have Imperial, who came through beating MOUZ on Overpass, that's straight up banned in this series. That's Liquid's perma. So we don't even have that excuse levied against Liquid that a new map could be their problem. They don't touch it. They come in confident here to this series. Starting, pushing mid, Twist all the way up top, double lower play as well. Julies are out.
I mean, we're either finally going to get a win for Liquid, or we get the Skulls revenge arc.
Ooh.
I mean, who doesn't love revenge? Famously a cold dish.
Oh, that's freezing, Harry.
And yeah, this double lower push is instantly punished by Imperial. It's Cello and Skulls the ones to do it.
Look how spread they are as well. They're spread across the whole map. They can go wherever they want. It's just important to group up.
And they force Liquid to take a gamble here, right? You've lost 2 players early. You're just kind of reacting to that info now if you're Liquid.
It's a good call.
They're going to group with 3. I wonder if at any point they try and get aggressive with this, just because there is some time left in the round.
Imperial have the manpower to send their long player all the way in before they commit. So don't be sure that Imperial are going to run straight into this bomb site. Look on the long side. No way's taking space. So the danger is they can't get this bomb out in time. Once he clears all of this, though, the alarm will ring. The penny will drop. And maybe the realization sets in for Imperial that, hey, we don't want to walk into this B stack. Got to make up your mind right now, though. So, yeah, a lower run, back up Cat. They're going to win the round off position. That's a really good play for No Way. Without that, they go into the stack. That's the only way you lose a round.
What are you going to do now, Liquid? I want to see Keith start strong. That's Nafly.
Oh, you know him like that?
I know him like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's Keith. Just one. Humble.
Save
Humble
some
king.
for twists.
I like that. You know, making sure his Canadian counterpart in twists also has a free chance at something in this round.
Ooh.
And so there's the pistol for Imperial. I mean, they were left in such a good spot once they dealt with that lower take, and I like the slowdown from Vidi. Calling for the pause in tunnels, lending time to No Way, as you say, that lets them dodge the stack.
Harry, if Imperial win today, what does that mean for Nertz's legacy?
Bloody hell.
Yeah, it's a big question.
Not looking,
Fine.
not
Zoom
looking,
out. Liquid's legacy.
not looking good, is it?
Liquid have certainly been having trouble as of late.
Dude, they just desperately need VRS points, Hugo.
Yeah. I mean, this is a hard event to get them because they're online games, and Liquid would have to get to playoffs.
They weren't even supposed to be here, Huge. You know? Weren't even supposed to be here with Liquid. And so, feels important that they're able to capitalize on opportunities like these while they still get him. Oh, it's Keith again. Just a gem.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah, look at him go. 2 kills.
Bomb as well.
And the bomb dropped over in middle. Round still very much alive here on this eco from Team Liquid. Keith's made it interesting with 2.
Big repause.
But Nerds might just die crunched in mid. It's going to come down to Keith.
Info on both.
There's where they both are. Catches No Way, knife pulled, and now Cello's going to get a move on. Bomb picked up from middle.
Straight to B, it's the right call. It's the path of least resistance. Plant guaranteed, and Nafly 1 shot from death. Cello, this is his round to lose right now. Naf's going to get that upgrade, and he needs an instant headshot in this 1v1. Cello, pick your position and pick it wisely. Back plat, Naf moves in. It's winnable.
He just needs that instant headshot. Naf got to be real clean with it. Cello holds on from the back of the site, and he plays that well. The instant reaction to the info of Naf at long. Sprinting, getting the bomb planted at B, leaving himself with plenty of time to get set up. He posts up on back plat. And that just gives him, you know, some safety from the tunnels. He's allowed to peek on his timings there. And so Naf's heroics ultimately in vain, but still a very expensive round here for Imperial. I mean, that was the full eco from Team Liquid. Getting it down to a 1v1 in the first place is a pretty good job. Now's the time to capitalize, though.
Imperial fast out long. I mean, we were watching VP play this map yesterday. No long control in their game. No real long takes on their T side. Imperial will freeze after getting this space. Liquid with the block, but Imperial don't need to respect it. Boost up. Nice idea. Car is always the fear in this position, but Liquid are not committed. They've got good control. Double cat setup. Shui coming back in spawn. He's got HEs to either break the smoke or harass the site. Vinny and Skull's coming late from B. And a nice re-smoke as well. Couldn't be better timed here, as Liquid seem to know what's going on.
Now he's walked right through, and as Shui tries to block this smoke, he's going to swing. That's the exact reaction they were hoping for. There's still, Shui's done a great job of blocking it. He's headed it up into the site, and so there's no smoke at the cross. That leaves a shooting gallery for the rest of Liquid. And so Shui's death is not for naught. Still a missed shot from the ultimate orb. That's let one man slip on by, but with only 10 seconds, that bomb's got to get retrieved. Tries picked it up. Chance at the bomb plant now. Twist with the tag, and it slowed them down just long enough that this can't be won by Imperial. Shui with a fantastic header.
Yeah, I can't believe that that results in 3 kills for Liquid, even though it's exactly what Imperial wanted, right? They walk through the smoke, knowing that Shui thinks they're behind it. They catch him heading the smoke, but then they still try and cross. I mean, they have to. Liquid more than set up for it. That's why you always want cat control if you don't have long, or vice versa. You need one side or the other. You need an avenue to fight. And so Liquid have good control. They close out the round thanks to a bit of awkward movement at the end. That bomb left over. With no bomb plant, that's problematic for Imperial. Just this one AK saved. And it's always on its own in rounds like this. Irretrievable if Try dies. The rest of Imperial look to pop B into the stack.
Yeah, 3 strong here. Keep to open. Nerds gonna shut down the next 2 in, and this B split gets destroyed. No ground gained for Imperial as they play right into Liquid's hands.
Yeah, Nerds was already pre-anti-flash before they heard a footstep in B. That felt pretty obvious for Liquid, given how low the money was. B pops are so common right now. So good read for Liquid again. 3 strong.
I want to just say, like,
Yeah.
my favorite, I think people are really quite funny. And my favorite meme at the minute, whenever Liquid play,
Yeah.
is the little sloth emoji, obviously meant to represent Keith, aka Nafly.
Yeah.
And then they kind of like type it in his, you know, like how he is perceiving the situation.
Oh, okay.
And dude, they get me every time. And if you're someone doing that, I think you're really actually quite funny. Because it's some like high IQ humor.
Okay.
You're putting yourself in someone else's shoes. You're trying to make it hit like how a sloth / Keith would say and feel about things. You're absolutely crushing it, guys. Keep going.
Oh, God.
Ultimate and Naf try and stop the mid play. But the rest of Liquid swarm over the pistols. It gets a little weird and worrying for a moment. But then Liquid are there to lay it to rest.
No helmet for Nerds. And you feel the punish immediately, but it's okay. Liquid have manpower. Just bombed. Decent eco, 2 kills, bit of chaos. And back into the gun round now. Oh, good tag on the cross. Try hitting Naf down very low.
Worried my compliment sounded facetious. I meant it. Keep going, genuinely. So now the Naf is low. That's going to put this B site under a watchful eye. 27 points of health. Tagged on the cross. But I like the Liquid are keeping a very active mid-hold stance here in these rounds. It's allowed them to have very, very quick reactions. They're keen to go and fight for this control. They've got 2 players pushed up on short. Twist kind of leads the charge on that, and so there's an instant trade available once they lose Nerds over here in middle. And now expect aggression, right? Moving Ultimate around in this position as well makes you 3 strong over towards the catwalk. It's a lot of resources, and with that comes the tendency to want to try and make it worthwhile. So you start to take space back. You start to apply some pressure to Imperial over here in mid. Try looks on with the AWP. Gonna shut down that point of aggression. Twists and Shui found, and Ultimate just gets out of there. A nice idea here for Liquid, but one that Imperial were ready for.
Not an easy hold here on 20 health. 1v3 as they split him. That molly is a problem. Pushes Naf out of position, full blind. Can't get a kill from it. Perfect util here for Imperial. Break them into the B bomb site, and Ultimate, if nothing gets delivered, it might just be the save. So there we go. Liquid playing together, at least in the CT side, right? Doing grouped moves. Yes, the cat push gets denied by a very patient try at top mid with the orb, but at least Liquid are fighting together in this round. Imperial reacting well, really playing a... See, I want to say it's painfully slow, but it's not painful. It's just slow. It's okay. It's punishing.
Yeah, especially when you've
They have map control.
You've seen very, very quick reactions from Liquid, so you know you're going to get them, right? If anything, it's kind of just a reaction to how the game's been playing in the early stages of Dust 2.
And when Imperial have info, they just go, they just act off it, and that is Dust 2, right? Like, it's not always the full rush map, right? But when you know, okay, in a 3v3, there are 2 on this side, 1 on this side, you should just go. You should just find the best way to find that 3v1. And so Imperial do it again. Very strong late round, closing it out.
I like that Flashy's cam says just coach in the bottom left.
Yeah,
and
all the
actually,
coach cams say that.
I know, but for some reason I could see him just being coach. Like, it suits him.
Like a high school basketball coach, kind of.
Flashy rebrand to just coach. He suits him so well.
Yeah.
But no, I'm liking the form that Liquid is showing, at least. I think it's going to be promising that this will be an exciting game. Both teams kind of reacting well in the early stages of this.
I'm not sure if Liquid want it to be exciting. I'm not sure if Liquid need it to be exciting. I think Liquid need a confidence-inspiring, dominant win. I don't think they're going to get it today. I think Imperial are looking good. And I don't want to read too much into the MOUZ game because it was really just a one-map match for Imperial.
Well, no, I mean, it's like, you know, I'm kind of talking Liquid focus because weirdly, I expect Imperial to look decent in this game. Liquid are the ones that have had all the doubts around them.
True, yeah.
And I think, you know, one of the things that stood out a little bit as a difference in like between the Vitality games and when we saw Liquid take on G2 was at times it just kind of felt like they were just going through the motions, a little bit autopilot-y, lacking some of that reactiveness that is kind of demanded of you when you play against Vitality. And so I wonder if this is them trying to get back to that. Trying to force it in, you know, not just about the caliber of team you're against. Try and make this the standard level, regardless of who you're playing. Pressure's being applied to this B site, and Nappa's missed that timing on one player, making it into the doors smoke. Nerds might get hung out to dry here. Vinny doesn't commit to the door fight, instead gonna try and climb up through the window. Naff found. Nerds feeling pressure as they're sandwiching him from all sides. Vinny with 2 openings. But still, this B site's been able to hold its own. It's Try and Vinny in the post plant.
This will be a fun round to see if Liquid can piece this one together because the favor goes to Imperial in this post plant just by nature of position. Oh, that's a big kill from Try as the smoke blooms, catches ultimate, and Liquid's hopes diminishing. This flank could be their way in. Try is not on the right angle right now, and Shui walking in. The timing! Try! It's on rails. It's not meant to be that easy, but he makes it so. He hits the 2 perfect peaks at the right time to win Imperial that round. I felt like Shui had that in the bag, but nothing he can do. And that's just a perfect couple of kills for Try. That's why everyone's been talking about this Argentinian orb. That's why Imperial have been farming back in South America. You want to talk about the difficulties of online games? Not when you're playing them every day. And this is Imperial's first outing since the Austin Major out of their region. With a new roster and with new heights they're trying to hit. Loving what we're getting from Try so far. Undeniable impact. Orb on ultimate. Going to try and meet him in the middle. Any further could have been his demise.
I like they're doing the little decoy gimmick in most of these rounds too.
You can't believe that though, if you're Liquid. You just you refuse to believe that noise.
Maybe they're saying they must have like 4 orbs mid, just spamming.
Spamming, yeah, no reload either.
Yeah, but it's good, even if it works once.
I don't think Liquid should be taking the mid fight with Yorp in this game. It is of little value. Or rather, more risky than it needs to be. Imperial looking like they just want to go through middle. Is that the molly you could path past? Up cat instead. And yeah, it is, but Imperial are in no hurry. Twist call back to mid. Ultimate full flashed. Tries to get that shot off, almost skewers and misses his molly. Imperial don't punish, 35 seconds.
Okay.
That would have been a good
Ultimate
chance
is
to.
really lucky to still be alive, yeah, with the missed Molotov. I mean, even that might not have been enough to stop other squads.
But still Liquid is split up. It's only 2 on this site. Time is the problem. Bombs at long. Go, go, go.
If Shui can even slow this down for a moment, he's hiding all the way down in the pit. Ultimate now is to watch short and long at the same time. And as Shui tries to kind of come back up and help him, it leads to just an awkward timing. There's very little time left in this round. I don't know if the bomb's going to get planted in time. I think Nerds has just won it. Oh, 1v5 for Nerds.
No way.
He's so back.
1v5.
Everyone share this. Nerds 1v5.
No, you're not even happy about that. It was such an ugly round for Liquid, but you win it. Half a second, you win it.
This is what triggered like the Vinny drop down to try and go hunting.
I can't believe they win
Nerds 1v5, man. My goat is back.
Has he ever won a 1v5?
No, I think that's the
his
first
1v5 in his career. Congratulations, Nerds.
Yo! Great time for a first-time thing, man. Nerds with the 1v5 clutch.
Dude, Liquid looks so dissatisfied.
That's his first 1v5
Can I
ever.
flame that round, though? Can I still flame that round? Am I allowed?
Go on.
Because they won it, but it was terrible. Like, Shui baiting ultimate.
I don't know if you can say that.
It was terrible. Apart from everyone but Nerds screwed it up. Shui baiting ultimate. He had to fight. Yes, the time is low, and you want to play clock, but ultimate has been cat exec by 2 smokes. You know there's 2 cat right there. You can, even if you assume 3 long, 2 cat, which was right, ultimate can't watch both things. He's forced to watch long because Shui tucks in. Shui has to fight. He has to fight for ultimate.
No, when you got a star like Nerds who can just 1v5 and he's doing it again.
Any round's winnable when you got
He's doing
Nerds.
it again.
The most impossible clutches. Holding on.
That's for the career first, a milestone. A 1v5 to tie up this game for Team Liquid.
Headlines are often deceiving, Harry. That's what we're learning. And Liquid are back, re-inspired, reinvigorated off the back of a legendary clutch. I can't believe it.
You thought Brokey had kind of done enough yesterday.
Yeah, he had all the style, all the glam, all the glitz, but 1v5?
Just raw numbers.
I won 1v5, guys.
It actually counts.
You won the round?
It counts
Really?
as 1v5.
Guys, call the round, please.
Call the round, please. They're not happy. They're really not happy about that. Just call the round.
Why don't you just call the round? Hit him with the ball and stop blowing my mind line. Ultimate. In the feed to open up some aggression on this AWP early. I mean, Ultimate's been all over the place, but in a good way. He's been super active on this AWP, constantly keeping them guessing as to where he's going to appear next. Had a nice little variety of opening moves. Often does fall into this this catwalk side in the mid-round. But it's a powerful position for the AWP. And having already netted his team an advantage here, the pressure's on Imperial.
But if Imperial go, they've got 2 segmented in this site. If no CT player can assist, this is going to get messy for Liquid. They're trying to drop out of position. Ultimate provides cover through the smoke, and Nafly through the window is proving to be a problem for Imperial. Nerds in the site. 1v2 to save the day, and this is easy business for Nerds. Let's try down to his last legs. 3 kills deep for Try. Looking for the ace
about
clutch.
to have his ace clutch moment of his own.
Why not?
Swing at the door, and Shui gets past him. Bloody good thing he does too, because Twist is in no fighting shape. Shui goes soon, and just leaves it to Skill. Locks Try out of that clutch and denies him the ace. 1v3?
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's got nothing on Nerds. Zilch. All right, Liquid. They've been given a lifeline, and right now they are making the most of it. A good CT side already off of the numbers. And the money for Imperial, worse every time. Another broken buy.
Yeah, putting in enough to make this round interesting. Ooh, Try. That's very saucy. Scout meets ultimate head on through mid.
And that's why you don't pick mid.
That's his turn.
Okay. One-man army.
One man. Oh, dude, we're so in sync.
Come on, you can't say the same thing, Harry.
Shui. Also a bit more aggression here for Liquid as they really try and beat up on Imperial for this mid control.
Oh.
A clear thought process behind fighting for this short control. You've seen them do it time and time again. And they're just trying to lock Imperial out of kind of the staging platform of Dust 2, which is this mid control. No way for him to win that. And so Liquid, at bare minimum, have won out the half here.
Yeah, shrug it off. It's actually a really good TT side for Liquid off the back of that one robbery round for Nerds. My God, Try is just locked in right now, though. Hitting some incredible shots on the AWP and on the Scout. But will they even have the money in this last round? It's going to be a glass orb if Try wants to pull it into play. I say worth it at this point of the game. It's been the standout man for Imperial.
Dude.
Yeah.
HLTV, I love them normally, but they've done Nerds so dirty.
What have they done?
Instead of the headline reading Nerds career first 1v5 seals lead for Liquid,
Yeah.
they've put Imperial run out of time in a 5v1.
Wow, that's not what happened.
That's disingenuous.
That's not what I saw. I saw clutch of the tournament.
Guys, we have to keep the record straight on that one. That's on all of us. Yeah.
That was a legendary pacifist clutch. Brokey could never.
Oh, another tag on the cross.
Just keeps doing it to him.
So consistent. That's even with the nade break to try and kick up Dust and give you that safe passage. Now he's ready for a swing out of ultimate. If he takes even a step further, he'd be a dead man. Ultimate knows his lines, though, and so doesn't commit to a mid-fight here.
Nerds takes the AWP off of Naf. He's waited all half for the second AWP on B, and Nerds goes, well, sorry, buddy. I'm low after all. Spamming. Oh my God, he hit that as well. Just off of Tracers. Through the wall. Try has put 2 players on their last legs, and he doesn't even know for sure. Cello chasing them down. Ultimate tagged as well. This is a very ugly round right now for Liquid, and I don't think Imperial have even realized how much damage they've done. Gonna go back to B. Nerds with a risky move on 7 health. Clear on mid is lazy. Twist. Can he squeeze one more shot out? Naf bails him out on low health. Liquid doing more with less. That molly not gonna stop them though. He's Skulls? He's inside the molly. He's full blind, eating the fire. Smoke lands at the entrance, but this one, despite the low health of Liquid, should not be happening for Imperial. 2v5. Nerds in the smoke.
That was Nerds' 17th AWP kill this year. And now he hides right underneath them to try and close it with the 5-7. His teammates arrive, smoke fades, and there's Nerds all along. A Team Liquid with a dominant start on their CT side of Dust 2.
And how hard are you finding this period of your career right now?
That's funny.
I think it's one of the worst situations for me I've ever been, but I'm not a guy that will give up You know, I will try to give everything, more than 100%, to bounce back. And when we will bounce back, we will be better than ever.
Oh, I know you'll never give up. I've seen that time and time again. Are you seeing some progress as a team that we may not be seeing in terms of the result? Is there something else behind the scenes where it's giving you some extra confidence or belief?
I think yes, because like you're going one step back and you're going two step forward. This is a big part of it. Sometimes you're going two step back and one step forward, but in the end, I can see improvement in our team, even if it's slow. But the thing is that we need to understand what can make us really good, because I feel like we have the pieces, but we are trying to connect, and I feel like slowly when we will be on the same page. Now I'm saying it for the last 3 months, unfortunately, but when we will find it, it will be good.
Do you know what you're trying to find? Do you know what's missing?
No, not really, because every time other things pops. But for me, I feel like we are trying to be better teammates, and with the patient, and try to trust the process. Paco, שקט. Sorry, guys.
No, it's fine. Animals are loved. All right, nerds, lastly, this is a must-win game for you guys today. The VRS implications there as well. Is this something that is constantly on everyone's mind?
I mean, let's be honest, James. Let's be honest that it's really important for us to make the major, and right now it's like on the edge if you're making it or not. We have a few, I would say, few options to make it, opportunities, but right now, yes, maybe you can feel it, but we are not really talking about it. We know about these possibilities, but we have now this tournament, and the next tournament, it will be our RMR, if we are gonna make it or not. Of course, there is maybe a little bit extra pressure, but I don't think like it's affecting someone with like in a bad way. We know it. We are professionals. We have the experience to play under pressure, and I don't feel like there is a difference between, even though we know the problem around it, and yeah, we know how to deal with it.
Liquid running away with Dust 2. It's Imperial's map pick. It's a map Liquid have had their fair share of troubles on, but right now, showing up on the CT side of all places, it is a legendary 1v5 from Nerds that allows Liquid back into this game, but they don't waste that opportunity. They run away with the half.
Wow.
Get blocked.
Jello with a crazy smoke block.
That's why we don't smoke Xbox.
Skull's looking to try and shut down the lower tunnel's aggression.
There we go.
Takes him downtown from the Xbox. Now he's playing at the station. Skull's in with 2.
Nice.
Twist backstab out through mid. Struggling to find something. Will get away with a kill on Cello, and suddenly that's opened up a route into a B play. They know that Skulls is lower, but what if they never go lower? Goodbye, Skulls. He's left here with dual Berettas, looking on at a lost B site and wondering what could have been. His 2 kills might have felt great right off the top of the round. But Liquid have still been able to break on through. Let's see if Try and Skulls can make this one work. Smoke in the tunnels to eliminate some of these angles, but it's not an angle occupied by Team Liquid. It at least means you can just focus forward. Look for these site fights. Info on 2. Ooh. Oh, Skulls clawing it back and on for the ace. Naf will stop him in his tracks.
Sorry, yeah.
These two actually did get on and all. You remember some of the banter between them when Skulls was on Furia.
Nice try for Skulls. That hurts though, doesn't it? Your B player just falls with absolutely nothing, and the whole round is you just trying to claw it back after 2 really nice kills in lower. Twist does a great job with a P250. And you could see the paranoia in that retake. They are not expecting triple sight. They think someone's car, someone's tunnels, and you can't be blamed for thinking that, but Liquid all boxed in side by side, and that's what wastes so much time for Imperial in that post plan. So Force comes out, try. Is he given the gun by Skulls? What a hero. Setting up his AWPer on the best gun in this round. Ooh, yeah, there it is. Blocked. Everyone's blocking smokes, man. It's just a game of footy out here.
And Shui said the one good one, but Cello has been remarkably consistent at doing this. Maybe the GOAT of football.
Brazilians, they love it. Cello with the CZ. Careful, those bullets aren't cheap. Back up catwalk here after Twist gets out middle. Somehow avoids a fight. And now Liquid just look to go for an early execute. This might just be a contact play. They have one Molotov going in on default. It's gonna ruin the view of Try. He's still got the right gun though. 2 kills come through and it's responded by Liquid. That could have gone very wrong. And Molly does them a lot of favors. Bomb planted, upgraded. Don't see a way back in here.
Oh, Keith is in the smoke. His lungs are tickling, but he's been given all the hit he needs. That's a crazy shot for Vinny. I had no idea how he gets away with it.
No.
But with Naf there.
There is no way. And no gun either. They picked it up.
Cursed sound.
Yeah. 10-4 Liquid. I mean, they're just running over this game. It's kind of what we wanted.
Keith, bro.
From Liquid.
Keith.
Yeah?
This is Keith's game. You all just feel a little better when Keith's doing good.
We are through the hardest half, which is the first half of the first map. Let's fucking go, boys.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
It's all uphill from here, Harry. It only gets easier. Train's up next, but yeah.
Oh, top mid aggression for Try. Chance to catch on the Deagle, but Ultimate puts him down.
Bomb going long.
And they are very keen on this pace. Nah, farming ecos, getting them in mid-air even.
Nah. It's a Nafly game.
He wants to go to London.
And look, it's a long road through this lower bracket, but do you want me to sell it to you, Harry? Do you want me to sell you the way?
Yes, please. Yes,
because
please.
the winner of this goes on to face the loser of Spirit Furia. And if I'm going off of the favorite, Spirit should win that. Furia down in the lower bracket. Liquid have beaten Furia with this roster, even lately. Online, caveat, but it was in Bounty. They beat Furia 2-1. Then there's a final game. Okay, I don't know how I'm supposed to sell that one to you, but
I feel like you've only like half sold me on this.
You know, they get revenge on G2.
Okay.
They get revenge on G2, a team who did destroy them, or they beat MOUZ. Okay, that's a harder sell. But let's go for the revenge G2 arc. What I'm saying is it's not impossible here for Liquid. This is a reassuring look. And poor Try. Feeling like he has to get involved, but perfect util combo. Up catwalk. Flash nade. Molly, everything. Liquid throw it all up into his face. And that orb can't even get retrieved by Cello either. It gets mollied out. So Liquid 5v4. The map opened up. Cello with a bit more block in him. But Liquid are fine to wait it out because look at the util left on this Imperial CT side. 2 flashbangs is all they've got. Someone's got to make a play. And with no support at this A site, Cello is operating solo dolo. The reswing from Ultimate, not even needed, as Huey finds a clean headshot. 2 kills for the captain. Liquid, this one is theirs for the taking.
The bomb is in a bit of a weird place out here in middle.
Yeah, 20 seconds. Skulls 1v5?
Oh, it unironically could happen.
Well, it would probably be Try. Oh, no way, sorry. The Skulls have been rushed through the mid smoke.
They're gonna get there in time,
Liquid
surely.
are like, we need the kills. Can you drop the bomb? Can you drop the bomb? Maybe no. Twist has that cover, and Liquid 5 alive round. That was scarily similar to the previous 1v5. But Liquid did have time. Just about.
Ooh.
Bosh.
Like that for Shui. You like the way those ones feel.
Not to be on the receiving end, though. And Imperial, I had some faith in those first couple of rounds early in the game. 6 and 7 picked up, but then Liquid, hot streak, 9 in a row, looking for 10.
Dude, I just think it's a bit wild. Like, you wouldn't have thought this was Imperial's map pick by looking at how both these teams have played. Liquid have hands down been more active, been more mobile, been the ones trying to constantly take map control on either side, right? They've always been the ones,
Just kill
fine,
everyone.
no way is on.
Kill everyone.
3 kills deep, he's bloodlusted.
Right, just don't lose the round now. That would be awkward.
And Nurse is still alive.
Yeah, true.
Molly forces no way out into the open. Nerd's gonna find him. That smoke that was trying to save his life arrives just a little too late. Try isn't able to get it out in time.
I did ask you, Harry, what this game would mean coming into it for Nerds' Legacy. I didn't know what was in store. 2v3, where Nerds looks to close it out with Ultimate on the long side, but there's the scout. A single shot ends him. Ultimate just caught in the smoke, and Try will finish the job. So No Way's Bloodlust is not a problem in the long run. An Imperial break a 9-round streak. That's not even a forgivable team kill. Just shot him in the head. What?
In his defense, it was really tempting.
Yeah, forgot about that.
Your Honor.
Skulls tagged on the cross.
Feels nice for Ultimate to get a bit of a revenge there. So often, it was Try landing those tags through the mid doors in the first half. But I mean, that last round was like the first real time you've seen Liquid go for like that type of a long pop where they insta take the space. They had some good spawns to try and do it. And it represents like a bit of a pace change and just a change overall to how Liquid have largely approached this T side. And so now they just go back to something more standard. You know, you tried to end the game very quickly with kind of an uppercut on a long take. Doesn't work out, doesn't matter. You've got plenty of room before this game gets away from you. Triple setup on shore is dismantled, and fairly cleanly at that. It's still to the advantage of Liquid. Vinny and Cello split up, and Cello's got this bomb. Nertz is gonna spam him. Vinny's getting wrapped. This one's over. Liquid start this series strong. A convincing takedown on Imperial. One of Imperial's map pick of Dust 2.
An all-important win and just the start of what is hopefully a good game from Team Liquid. This was actually far better than what I expected, I'll be honest.
Me too. I don't think anyone have any expectations when it comes to Liquid at the moment. So in terms of over-exceeding expectations, I think the bar was set pretty low. However, you're right, James. Winning 13-4, not leaving any room of doubt whether or not you were the better team on your opponent's map pick. You can't ask for more if you're Team Liquid right now.
Yeah, there's a reason I was kind of thinking for a second Imperial might move away from Dust 2. Liquid know the Dust 2 that Imperial are going to do, and the casters mention it. Imperial a little slow on Dust 2. They like to take their time. I think they looked quite solid for the beginning of the game until things started to turn on their half. Not saying why things turned around, but there is some moments.
Yeah, some moments like B-holes, not supporting each other. Get into it, Vu. Come on, the sun shine.
Yeah, so I got round 7, and I picked this round before Liquid were up 12-4. But this is Liquid just... You're expecting NAF to have struggles. We talked about it in the pregame because Dust 2 is one of his worst maps. They have this B-hold, and they block both sides at the same time, and then they molly window. So they bought a ton of time, but if you look at the mini-map, there's no rotation happening. So after that kill from Naf, great play, they're kind of in this really awkward spot where they couldn't get aggressive outdoor because it was smoked off. They couldn't push tunnels, so they end up in this weird situation, but they still do a solid job. Naf gets the one, Nerds gets the one. They set up into a 3v2 that the rest of Liquid just isn't able to convert. And that's a Naf that's really been struggling. That's a Nerds that's really been struggling. I think you block both sides, you question it for a second, but if Liquid had pivoted a little bit, I think that's the support they were expecting. I understand why they didn't. They got the kill on the player short. They were expecting that type of play, but still, Liquid seemed to be, for the beginning of the game, on slightly different pages.
It comes at the back of Imperial winning the pistol, converting, and then coming into this round, and that does make you think, uh-oh, Liquid, now you're going to lose control over the game again. Now we're going to see more of Struggle City, I guess, which has been the case for Team Liquid for quite some time. I agree with you. The lack of rotation right here is what causes me to puzzle, because they bought so much time for a certain reaction to happen, but nothing came out of Liquid. And I thought to myself, if that's how you play the game for the rest of it, then Imperial may not be the best team out there, but they're still good enough to punish you.
Well, they almost did punish them again and again, but there were some saving moments in here as well, right? Some individual heroics.
Roundswing is going to love this. Roundswing is going to love this 1v5 from Nerds, because I would say this is Liquid falling down. They're stumbling in this one in every way. You see Ultimate here, he's still got a smoke and 2 flashes, 15 seconds on the clock, doesn't have a chance to use them, ends up getting killed by Cello just swinging from long. They lose 4 players. This is not Nerds winning a 1v5. This is Imperial losing a 5v1. And this is, they're about to pick up their 5th round, they don't, and then they only pick up their 5th round on the last round of the half, or do they? This is the 13-4. They don't pick up another round.
Nope. That's just embarrassing for Imperial. That's super, super embarrassing. They got one more round in this game, but from this moment, everything just fell apart for them. It's a massive clutch for Nerds, obviously. Haha, just staying alive, having to do nothing in this instance. Running the clock that low when you have so much map control, when you had the opportunity to go up way, way earlier if you wanted to. I'm curious to what happened within Imperial, because there was no evident reason. It wasn't like Liquid held them back with a ton of utility or pressure on certain aspects of the map that then made you falter into this scenario. It felt like Imperial just completely lost it.
And I think they came into the game with a great game plan. They wanted to attack that B site. They were having a little bit of success, and then they lose this 5v1, and then it must just be a full mental collapse. But they don't look completely lost for the rest of the half. It doesn't look in the server like they've completely collapsed, but they just lost what they had for the first 7-8 rounds of the game.
They lost a golden opportunity. And, well, we're talking about Nerds. Okay, he did nothing in that round, but he did a lot in this game, right? And he continues to be a positive light on Liquid.
Seems to be a trend with Nerds right now, and that is he's getting better and better, more comfortable in this online setting. We saw him doing the Blast Bounty as well in Melter, where online is not necessarily his forte, right? Not what he likes to play the most.
Playing on crazy high ping.
High ping as well, far away from the server, far away from his teammates, not necessarily ideal, but I think he's been trending upwards as of late, and I think it cannot be stressed enough how important Nerds is for Liquid to succeed. Yes. He is the best player together with Twist, there's no doubt about it. He was brought in as a star from ENCE. He was an expensive investment, and I think he's still a great signing. It's just, for me, Nerds needs a little bit of comfortability around him. He needs a team that is actually believing in the project for him to flourish, but right now he's keeping up to himself, and dare I say it, I hope he continues to do that, because he's probably the biggest win condition within Team Liquid together with Twist.
Sometimes Nerds got overused. I think when Twist was in IGL, he was going for something like nearly 40% of openings on the T side for quite a while. I think he might have lost a little bit of confidence while doing that, similar to how Yakindar lost a little bit of confidence when he was going for that many openings. But to see him resurge a little bit, he had a couple of solid B holds with NAF to defend. Again, with no rotations really helping them all that much. They were pivoting into mid. That's what I loved from NAF and Nerds on that side of the map. They were pivoting into mid. You saw so many kills from Nerds in middle, and then he picks up the op as well. That's Nerds. That's what you need for Liquid to succeed.
Now tell me this. Is Nasty Ass NAF back, or is this just his performance against a America's team?
One of the problems with NAF is that if you look at the stats, I mentioned it a while back, he's one of their best gun round players. But if you look at round swing in the last several months, his round swing still hasn't been all that good, because he has a tendency to get a couple of nice kills. But I think almost in lacking the confidence in himself, he makes over pushes, over peaks, and gives something back quite often. You saw it a couple of times in this game, but this is NAF. This is the type of performance he needs if he wants to get that confidence confidence back to start playing like he used to, where he was one of the best anchors in the world, where he was a rock for his team that he just hasn't been for months now.
I hope so. I hope that's Nef, slowly but surely gaining some of that confidence, because that's the frustrating part about Team Liquid. Now, we see them win against Imperial right here, but it's been very negative, the whole conversation around them. But when you look at the player material they have to work with, Nef just has to step it up a little bit. Twist just has to find a little bit of consistency. Nerds getting back to not necessarily 100% of Nerds, but just 80 and 90%. And then Shuhei coming in as an in-game leader who has proven himself within MOUZ. There's so much potential within Team Liquid, which makes it so frustrating when it doesn't work out. So the more we get to see of Nef trending upwards, the more of Nerds trending upwards, I guess the more of Twist, finding some sort of consistency, the better. There's still a couple of question marks within Team Liquid, but it's a good, solid performance and hopefully something that can inspire them for the future.
Well, the dust has settled and Liquid have come out on top. But next, we're going to the train station. This Liquid's pick, let's see if they can close it out here, because we got some happy players that we have not seen in quite some time from the Liquid camp.
Just keep this effort up, really. That's all we need to do. The start was a bit slow, but it's normal. On first officials at 12 in the morning, it's normal. It's full normal.
Yeah, I love when we do normal things.
Yeah, especially when guy says it to do normal thing.
Yeah, I did not
Just
say normal one time this
normal.
Normal things is the bar we're setting to be happy with how things are going. It's a pretty tame mood in the team, but I think that's actually a good thing considering what this game means for Liquid.
Yeah, maybe. We'll have to wait and see. I think it's important, as we stated coming into the game now, that Liquid gets it done. You know, get the W, get a 2-0, get a clean victory, get something where you be like, oh, listen, this is how we're supposed to play Counter-Strike. I know it's Imperial, but we beat them. We didn't work too much of a sweat apart from the first 6 or 7 rounds in Dust 2. And then all of a sudden, maybe we can change the narrative around us. Maybe we are a decent team.
I think there is a reason that needed to be said, that the first slow start is not bad, even though they ended up winning 13-5, because it does feel like it turned on their head because of this crazy 5v1, not necessarily that Liquid just started playing insanely better. They slowly creeped into that game, and I'm happy if they slowly creep into that game, power up, go into Train, and then on Train, they dominate. I think I'm very happy with that with Liquid if that's what we see.
The thing is, that mentality has to be used one more time, because they are starting on the T side on Train, and that has been a rough time for Team Liquid. They do the best work on the CT side, as most teams do on Train. Looking at the players on the T side stats as well, Twist and Ultimate, the 2 highest rated players on the CT side. Ultimate by far, in fact, are the 2 lowest rated players on the T side. So your star players who are thriving the most on the map of Train gets nothing done on the T side, and that's where you look towards your Nafly, your Nerds, to open up the map.
And if you look at the win rate for Liquid on Train, they've got something like a 40% win rate. It looks bad, but if you look at the opposition, they're losing to Vitality, they beat FURIA, they're losing to top teams on this map. And even if you look at the loss they had to G2, 13-8, but if you watch that game, they were coming into it, and then you had some heroics individually from G2 to bail. That could have been a very close game. I think they have a very strong Train. The question is the weaknesses they have on that T side. We saw against G2, they were weak on Ivy, they were weak on Inner. Luckily for them, Imperial, not very aggressive on Inner, not very aggressive on Ivy. I think that's going to give Liquid a lot of space, and they should feel pretty confident in this one.
What is it that you think that gives Liquid the confidence right now to be picking Train and that being their go-to map in here, right? Because obviously we spoke before, they have some other maps that might be more suitable overall, but they're recently leaning into it a lot.
Yeah, I think they have shown decent performances, you know, against Vitality, as for instance. I think the game against G2 as well, had it not been for Mattis in that wonderful Deagle round, maybe that would have been a much closer game as well. So I think they believe they're stronger on the map than the results necessarily are showing. And then if you look towards Imperial as well, it's not likely a map that they play well either. They have played it a lot against the domestic opposition over there, and not even that they dominate, and then have never beaten a European team on Train. In the history of Imperial and Train, they played Nemiga, I believe, and Bedboom as the only 2 European teams, and they lost both of those times. Otherwise, they've only been barely able to beat some domestic teams in Brazil. So if you're Team Liquid, you should be winning any given day.
I think it comes from a trajectory standpoint. I mean, they lose Anubis, which they were one of the best teams in the world on. They have to pick up a map. Are they going to pick up Overpass? They pick up Train. It makes sense for them. And if you look at, I think they're probably looking at scrim results. I'm sure they have good results on scrims, despite they're never thinking about, oh, guys, we lost a few matches. It's, oh, guys, we beat Vitality in a scrim on this map. You know, we're looking so good on this map. I think they have a lot of different looks. They have a lot of options. I think they're really in tune with the meta with some of the utility they're throwing. They're just a solid Train team, regardless of their win rate.
Who can be the difference maker for Imperial to give them a fighting chance? Because it wasn't pretty on Dust 2. Who can be the one where we look at? And I'm not just talking Try here, boys. I need to see someone else.
Yeah, but it's 100% Try, especially on Train. Just looked up the stats as well. I think his CT side rating on the map is 155 on average. Like, he is the big guy. He's the one coming in with the AWP. Now, he hasn't been playing that well so far in this tournament, and that's the conversation we're constantly having. Against domestic opposition in Brazil, he's owning it. He's tearing it up. Can he do it against European or North American opposition? Doesn't look like so.
One of the questions about Try, though, is he's got the great CT side, but he's going to have to pull out the rifle on the T side, most likely. You saw in Dust 2, they gave him the op and they just said, hey, wait for someone to over-aggress into you, and Liquid did over-aggress into him a few times. They gave him a few openings. That's a little harder to come by when you go on Train. You got to go Ivy. You got to hope someone just does something crazy. I don't think Liquid's going to do that, so he's got to pull out the rifle, and he's solid with the rifle for sure, but this is a map where I think Liquid, they have every favor to win this one.
You want to hear something crazy, James?
Okay.
Liquid is going to win 2-0.
Oh, that wasn't that crazy.
It's crazy. When was the last time Liquid won 2-0 in a game of Counter-Strike?
Tell me. You tell me.
I don't know. I can't remember.
It's been a long time.
Losing 0-2 is the most common outcome when Liquid go into a matchup.
Well, let's see if they can make their dreams come true and this all-important game turn into a victory. It's Liquid on Train going up against Imperial with Hugo and Harry.
And if you want an answer to that question, Pimp, if I remember this one, it was 3 weeks ago. Blast Bounty, Hugo ecstatic. Now, technically, even though that was a 2-0, it was like 400 rounds.
Yeah.
So, you know, I don't know if we can count it like that. But yeah, Liquid, they might 2-0 this one as well.
They might. Are you hopeful? Are you confident?
I'm very hopeful.
That felt pretty good, right?
Well, not only I think a Liquid kind of showing up in this game and playing some good CS, which is nice. I think usually I've really enjoyed this Imperial team. Tries hitting. I think Vinny's got some really nice ideas as well. He's someone who we've watched kind of evolve as a leader, as a captain, and he's got some nice pliable pieces. But one of the problems for this Imperial team, and this was something that they spoke about right at the start of the tournament, is just how little time they've had to practice with this 5. And I think if you kind of get thrashed around, you get thrown around, you're not really sure on each other's strengths and weaknesses yet or how you want to play, and then you lose a round to time like they did on Dust 2, that was literally where the game ended for them. They got one more round, I think, past that entire point.
Yeah.
So yeah, you know, it's safe to say that really did suck the wind out of their sails in what was already a pretty, like, slow, but with reason behind it being slow type game. They never went on to recover. And I don't know if that's going to happen here on Train. As the said, they've never beat a European opposition here, an international squad or anything. Only domestic wins. And even then, barely a handful for Imperial on Train. Meanwhile, Liquid, this is a map they've looked to make as one of their home maps, kind of one of their go-to maps with, sure, a mixed bag of results, we'll say, but it's one that they've been keen to play from the moment it was brought in.
That is true. T-sides have been trouble though for Liquid, and that's where they'll be starting coming into their map pick in this series. So I want to see improvements from that G2 game. Liquid kind of getting strung out. They got punished so much by the Heavy God B ramp aggression, if you remember that, on the CT side. So what improvements have Liquid made since that game? They should be feeling pretty confident for once in a while after absolute smashing,
Also,
really, on Dust 2.
Yes, Nigel Thornberry.
Smashing.
Yes, they should. Come on, Keith.
Keith came on, Harry. He came online last game.
Keith is coming on. Let's go.
Keith's back. Liquid attack and straight up Ivy. Around the world. Yup.
Oh, no way. With a great timing. Keith tapped in the back. Oh, come on. Ooh. This is so rough. Twist's trying to recover it. He's got ultimate in the sidecar. They're both going to deal with a player over towards his B site. Are they ready for skulls floating around at the back? That's a dink down range. 2 of these players are low for Twists. Running low on ammo is his problem. Bomb has lost backlines as well, all the way over towards CT spawn. 2 low HP players. 1 low HP player. And a wrap for Cello that Twist seems cognizant of. Now, Cello dies. This round might be cooked. Twist caught looking the wrong way, and Cello finds the gap. Imperial pull up with a pistol round win to open up Train.
Yeah, usually you always want the bomb in the biggest group, right? In the 3 rather than the 2. But I think that's a round where you can justify having it on the 2 because it lets you mid-round if things go wrong. I mean, I don't think Liquid expected things to go that wrong. All 3 players on the CT ramp absolutely turned to dust by Imperial, but it means Twist is in a very difficult clutch to do anything without that bomb. Nice shots for Imperial when it mattered. But Liquid probably scarred somewhat by this B-pop crunch that many teams have successfully run against them.
There's something about the way you say crunch, Hugo. I always love it. It's so visceral. Like
crunch.
Instantly I think of cereal, but like in an advert.
Okay.
I just had to let you know.
No, thanks.
Live on air. Crunch.
I'm not going to change anything.
Well, it's just going to be a little tiptoe out through B upper. Twist Steagle. Only thing worth getting excited about? How excited do we get? It's just the one and done.
Okay, let's go. Full buy here for Team Liquid on the T side. And the perfect round, really, for Imperial to throw something at Liquid, right? You have Cello on front spawn with the MP9. Dare I say push pop or B? I want to see if Imperial choose to get involved here in this bonus round. Would not be a bad time to do it. Aggressive B molly cancelled by Liquid Smoke. They've got the util. Or vice versa, rather. Vinny on upper. 4A. It's very quiet, though. With main control taken, we might need to see some rotates. Vinny's going to need some help here. Twist, that is one way to clear an angle. Oh, but he shot too soon. Shui's doing the stanky leg in this corner right now. Liquid looking to pop out main, Naf with a flash. Or rather, just the smoke, nothing else. We'd love a little bit more util here, but Liquid just going to have to win these fights.
Does he have the moves like Weber? We're about to find out.
Andrew Lloyd. Yeah. Oh.
All right, Nerds and Twist make it a bit more interesting. It's Skulls as the third piece kind of floating around here that looks to complicate matters. They don't have util to flush him out. It's the Canadian duo for Liquid. Oh, that's a hell of a drive-by, but there's Vinny.
Right there is why you would love a flash on Naf in that setup, throwing the smoke. He's always the guy doing the execute on these A hits for Liquid, but there were flashes on his teammates. If he has them, then that can go a lot better for Liquid. You see they trade out those first 2 kills, but would those first 2 kills have come through with a high flash? It's the big question. Liquid will have to answer coming into another gun round. They get all the space they bargained for. But Imperial sell them down the river. 3-0 start on CT side. Liquid broke.
No way. Oh, little ugly there, but he's got support from Cello. Oh, Shui, right out into the open, and that's going to allow the main spillover. Skulls trying to stop it. Keith can't bring himself to deal with an old friend, and then in come the rest of Imperial.
All right, this is a very important gun round for Liquid. You can get swept under on T-side of train so quickly, and losing your first gun round, or second gun round rather, would be a disaster for Liquid at this point in the game. Imperial building up money, building up confidence and momentum. Try's got his AWP. Can Liquid solve their T-side woes? Double nade instead of the molly. And we saw Heavy God, he just ran through the molly to get a kill and then ran back. So nice to see Liquid throwing different utility. Flash avoided, shot not. Honestly, just stay away from Ivy this game, I think.
Yeah, Try's got it on lock. No way in the pistol with the smoke push. Ivy's been closed. And that makes Keith sad as he just has to walk away from his part of the map. Link up with the rest of Liquid. Oh, he's actually running interference here. Trying to feign a main retake. You'll hear that tag in the molly as well. Knows that Imperial were pushed up, lobbing in this solo exec just to keep pressure on, and 3 players over towards that A site. Here's the spot for Vinny though. Strong angle. He's just shooting feet.
Call him Tarantino. And no time to win this, Naf. Two health, get out. Might even get wallbanged if he goes back halls. Oof.
He's thinking, damn, that's pretty good, eh? Like, wouldn't expect it. He kind of was down to force his death. He knew they would come hunting.
Dude, I'm cracked. Imperial very happy with that, though. Vinny on his own on this contact B play after a limp fake on the outside site. Vinny just shooting them, walking down the ramp. No util, nothing for Liquid. And if Vinny's playing your backside, con, oil, any upper, anywhere else, Liquid get the space they wanted. They get the weak B-bomb site. But it couldn't have been a better position. And Liquid have nothing to show for it. Harry, I think we need another Nerds 1v5.
I don't know if we're going to get one. It's way harder on this T side for some reason.
It's just sliding down. Slip and slide. Woo! Nice.
Vinny's playground. Open now.
Liquid are not tall enough to ride.
Vinny is the Verdaddy. Fast to take a pop.
Oof, even with the flashes, they land, but so do the shots. Can Liquid pull back another 3v5 into an even odds battle, even if they do? Rotation through Con coming through. Oh, Twist, one-tapping skulls. The orb is smoked off right now. This is weird. It's fading though. Flick not connecting. Cello trying to make a hero move.
Nav's just shrunk down at the back of the site.
Why?
Sneaking all the way in. He'll be able to stop a spillover through the connector, but these smokes are going to start fading. Cello, they've just replenished the one to keep him locked out. Still an awkward trade of space here. Vinny gaining good ground. Never mind.
Twist a second one-tap. Liquid do it 3v5. Bomb planted. Cello looking already to get out of there with his gun. And Nav's coming for this kill. Oh, timing. Big kill for Cello just to get Trizorp in the next, but you're not winning this one. As tempting as it may seem.
Yeah, he still has that voice in his head telling him, like, you could, though. You could try. And in a way, no one's even alive to stop you.
Dude, I want to see those Twist one-taps.
Yeah,
though.
dude, he had a great round, didn't he? 2 taps back to back. Both times, Nav kind of acting like a roaming camera, so we just got to hear him. Listen to this. Oh, what?
Whoa, through the box. Can't even really see him, and there we go. God damn, Twists.
Don't even spray anymore. After a round like that, I'm tapping every round for the rest of the game.
Wow. It's one way to win the 3v5. Liquid finally do it on this outer site. Imperial get kind of bogged down and connected. They can't get out. They're very heavy B.
I like the pop takes. I felt like Liquid have kind of realized this was a play nice and early on. Up until now, they've kind of been cautious because of these B crunches, right? That you see CT squads bring in, but it's not something Imperial have really shown in their arsenal yet. And so another round where they just try and run back this pop control. They're thinking, look, if you're not going to pressure us at B, we'll gladly take this space and look to do something with it. Skulls overwhelmed. Cello trying to hold on. Just about gets away from Nerds, but only for a moment. Low health on 2 players here. Vinny and Tri well within their right to give this one a go. Especially with Tri hot on the heels with a backstab. If he can find ultimate, that's the one player with HP. This is a very tricky round for Liquid all of a sudden, but he's just missed that timing.
Bomb has been planted.
Tri might be able to catch them on a reposition. Ultimate crossing out. Where does he want to go? Doesn't elect to swing it wide. At this point in the round, you feel like you have to be cognizant that there could be a player in main, regardless of where he's come from. Vinny with a good catch. Nerds picked up, but a lot of time ticking away on this bomb. Util's been heard from the player out of Olaf. Vinny sticking this. Tap on it, and ultimate spam gets him off. There's no winning this round for Vinny. He doesn't have the time. It's a damn good try. Vinny at 10 and 2 was down to Give that one the attempt. It's just the lack of kit coming back to haunt them.
Dude, Liquid are winning some really difficult rounds here, exploding into this yard, going through the Molotov on 2 players tagged up. They find that incredible trade. Ultimate's post-far position is unorthodox, so much so that Imperial have no idea where to look on that retake.
Onus is on Imperial recognizing this pop control being left open and what that's allowing Liquid to do. Right? The only reason they're allowed to come in on these fast A splits is there's never been a convincing challenge for this control.
Yeah, no B pushing, no pop splitting, nothing from Imperial in terms of aggression here, and they keep playing pretty heavy on the B site at the start of the round, and Liquid aren't biting, so do we see some more crunching towards the halls?
Yeah, look, you're going to have to go through the Liquid and E-pop util. That's just a pill you might have to swallow here if that's where you are going to stake your claim. The alternative is maybe you hope for a good spawn for a split peek over towards B to try and wrestle it back that way with the tri-AWP in an eco round. This won't be the time to do it.
No, 3 smokes though, so looking to stall out Liquid perhaps in the pop dog. Let Tri feast on the AWP. Back to Ivy thinking, hey, they're eco, man. Oh, Naf crouches under the shot and takes Tri down. That AWP ruined. And Liquid, they have so much space here on the Ivy side. Wrapping around the spawn. Skulls found as well. Only 1 gun on Vinny, too far out. Man. They're gonna clear Cello as well. Explosive round from Naf again. Finding the one thing that could have won Imperial this round.
Considering as well, up until this point in the game, like, Tries felt flawless over towards Ivy, right? We were saying Ivy's kind of felt closed to Team Liquid. Every time they tried to take it in the early game, Imperial were able to deal with those takes. And so just an unfortunate time for Tri. There's one opportunity to nail it, and it's Naf to secure the opening. And once that AWP falls, the whole round unravels. So this Liquid T side is starting to pick up some serious steam. And Liquid are picking up steam. That means they're hot.
Terrorists win.
Can't ask for more than that. So let's go back to this pop take, this B aggression. Do we get any of it for Imperial? Is that going to be their remedy on this CT side? Because Liquid exploiting A splits right now. Not had any success inside.
I bet it can like feel awkward because the pacing of the rounds feel fast, right? So you're paranoid that if you go and take pop, they just get out main anyway. But the main players are going on the contact of the pop players. And so that's kind of the puzzle that Imperial are trying to piece together right now. You don't want to swing so many resources towards pop and B that you leave the run out open through that main control.
I mean, you wonder if Liquid just changed the game, right, and go back to B. They haven't done a proper execute. They've done these like limp fakes where they walk down ramp twice and it doesn't really work. You know, Liquid surely have a proper execute on this B bomb site with double molly, smoke on con. They have the AWP on ultimate with spawn though, so that changes things here for Liquid. It gives them the chance to find an opening kill. Ultimate's going to take it towards B. 4 strong here. That's not waiting too long either. And look at the pace. Liquid just charged this B bomb site. That's the change. Vinny is a rock though inside of Liquid's mind. He is rent-free. 3 kills. The nade might find a 4th. Ultimate low as hell. And Vinny on his own in the face of the B rush once again puts up a multi-kill. Forget Ivy being closed. B is closed. I don't even know where Imperial were on the rest of the map. They pushed pop pretty quick, though.
They did. Tri posted there with the AWP right off the top of the round, and they went and took that space.
But dude, one-man army, full rush.
I mean, Vinny's just been calling countless 1-4 setups, right? And he has held the most threatening site out of all of them. The one that hasn't faltered yet in this game, and every time Liquid have come here, Vinny has multi-killed.
And this is why, like, okay, yeah, pace change, it's a momentum call, it's trying to read Imperial, and like, they got it. To a degree, they got it. 4-1, no one else B, Vinny on his own. But again, every time Liquid have gone out B, 0 grenades, 0 util, contact, rush, whatever it is. Like, Vinny's just free to get those kills. Sure, great round from him. But, man, Liquid have not flashed a B play yet.
Another one of these pop takes. Try posted on the AWP. Vinny even went aggressive towards the topper ramp right off the top in case the contact came fast into Try.
They're just not making it difficult for him.
Come on. There we go.
Out of the way, buddy. Try's got the scope down, no way can move up. And now Imperial playing from the front. You hear that flash, and it is dodged, no way. With support from the AWP. Oh, Liquid. Oh, they get stuck on the corner. They don't really want to swing despite the flash landing. No way finds 2 kills. They don't even know about Try. Liquid overcooking. This dish is burnt. Oh no.
Oh, Vinny. Twist is twitchy. Stays on the line though and will get rewarded. A 3-on-3. Naf.
Did he make it?
Oh, he's
they
just
score.
made it. Now the spot is there for Cello. It's info still, but will that make dealing with this any easier? You know, there's a man lost behind enemy lines somewhere, and now Naf has info to play with as well. He's made it a fair fight.
Oh, team flash. Oh, smoke on the bomb. Nade on the smoke. Nerd swings, looks for the fight. Leaves it down to RNG. No way he picks it up.
They're going
running
through.
14 seconds. They got to. No way, he's knifing. He's got a knife in the smoke. Twist finds him. There is time to plant. Can Cello stop this? He's running away. He thinks he's won to the clock. He has not. Liquid get that bomb down. Disaster in Pop Dog. What the hell is going on?
Oh, okay. That's a fun round.
Yeah. Naf. Another multi-kill.
I mean, he'd been tracking Cello down like he's a detective, man. He'd been following him all the way from the Ivy days. Bear in mind, this started 5-on-3 for Imperial.
Yeah. Just what a mess here. Got a stab as well. Then got lost. I don't know what to say. Liquid looking for 6. Imperial not yet satisfied with their half.
The thing that's kind of even madder is I feel like No Way could have done more just slowing them down with his body.
Yeah, true.
Than if he was knifing.
True.
Like literally 1 more second of them being stuck on him. They win the round.
Yeah.
But obviously that's hindsight. No one's thinking of that in the moment.
Kind of hard. It's out of your hands is what you're in the smoke. You can't see.
You don't know you're blocking him. Naf.
He's up ahead of that smoke. They should be ready for it though. Jiggle on
Skulls
alongside.
is jiggling with a knife out.
Beery.
Oh, and there's even a little window where they've given up the angle.
Well, you know the timing is open, but Naf doesn't. Backside, No Way holds strong. He is found by Naf. That gives away Ivy. Naf tries to get out. His teammate in the bomb site right now. This con smoke has been a problem for Try. He's really been trapped on the wrong side of it more than once on these A plants. Naf dancing with death behind the smoke. Just needs to live here, but he gets away with another kill. 2v4 now. Feels impossible for Imperial. Vinny's had a great game, but it's all been on this B bomb site. He's going to give it a go. Holds his own, but time is ticking, and Vinny has that only kit. Is it time to run away? Twist knows it is. See ya.
Dude, Vinny's so sharp right now.
Yeah, 15-3, monstrous half, but
That's the thing that's felt so mad. It's like the way in is the quad stack, right? Playing into the 4-man hold. Every time you've got into the solo hold of Vinny, you've lost the round.
Yes, but also I'm not going to say that Liquid's B hits have looked good in this game, right? Like they haven't done a B execute, and we're coming into the last round of the half now, and I almost don't want them to ever look at that site.
Holy shit. If I got knifed, ooh.
Would have been a tilter indeed. Back to Ivy, try no warp.
More of this pop control from Imperial.
Nice change. But Liquid aren't here. They need to be pretty quick in moving.
Oh, dude, the other thing that's kind of nice here, right, is you've spent all game largely seeing Nafly lurking solo out through Ivy. And so now they put a bit more stock on it. This is a similar vibe to the pistol with a triple Ivy side take out of Liquid.
Harry, they're going into Vinny.
They are going into Vinny. Deletes the first. Quick trade for Nafly. Try doesn't know where to look, and so he just meanders out into the ultimate orb. They're ready for this backstab as well. These are the players from that pop push, only just arriving and getting cut down straight away. Liquid look to level out with a 6-all half. Just cello between them and that goal. And this would be a well-recovered T-side from Team Liquid. 5-0 to open for Imperial. Only one round past that point as the Liquid T-side shows up on train.
This is Pot Noodle Instant Recall. I've got the fastest man in the world, Torshi, alongside me from MOUZ. We're gonna be making a little pot noodle treat. While the kettle boils, I have a clip loaded up and ready to go. We're gonna watch that, and then during the 2 minutes that we're making this steamed perfection of noodles, I'm gonna ask you questions about it. Is that good, Torshi?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right then, play the clip, I'll boil the kettle, let's go.
ZywOo missed chance. Apex drawn out, in with another kill. ZywOo traded back. Cadian, the one-man army. 2 kills already to his name. 3 kills already claimed. And a 4th could be had. Okay. Oh my God! Cadian from start to finish with bomb. But here comes Debris. Quietly, creeping, lurking. And Cadian saw a sliver. Oh my God! Oh.
Bam. So we're gonna come in with our water. Okay, Torshi, the pot noodles are on. You have 2 minutes to get through these questions from the clip we just watched. What map was it on?
New B-side.
Yeah, there you go, we're starting strong. What was the score at the beginning of the clip?
9-12.
Oh, he nailed it, okay. Who was Cadian's first kill on?
ZywOo.
Who was his last kill on?
Dupree.
Oh my God, dude. What orb skin did he have?
Asimov.
Oh, you're off on that. You're off. Off? Yeah, not the Asimov. What year was that highlight from?
2023.
Yeah, you know that because Sphinx was still there.
Sphinx invited you, yeah.
How much time was left when he planted the bomb?
It was like 6 or 7 seconds.
What was the heroic roster at the time of that clip?
Shush, Stun, Cadian, Yabi.
It's always the 5th one. Come on. Tezes, yes, he's done it, he's done it. Yeah. Who won that series?
I guess Heroic won after that 1-on-5.
Nah, it's Vitality.
Vitality won?
How many 1v5s has Cadian had in his career?
I know 2.
Yeah, you nailed it, 2. What alt skin did he have? Come on.
It was something
kind of orange looking. There's the
it's the Hydra.
Yes, bro. Yeah. Desert Hydra. There you go, bro. That feels like long enough for these pot noodles to be about done. That's what good noodles sound like right there. Give this a nice little mix. Dude, we're watching Torshi get defeated by the sauce, man. This can't be
No, the sauce.
You want to cheers them? Can you cheers noodles?
Cheers.
Like, yeah. Thank you. This was Pot Noodle Instant Recall, and we just had a great time, and now we're gonna have some great noodles.
Team Liquid looking for a quick day in the office here, leveling out for an even scoreline on Train. That's on T-side, Hugo, that when we came into this map, you said have been a little strugglesome for this Liquid squad. On the back of that, do you think 6 is enough?
It surely should be, especially in the fashion they did it. 5-0 down, like you said, and Liquid pull it back, so they got momentum, wind in their sails as Imperial try a fast one. Try and pull a quick A-pop here in this pistol. One flash and still Liquid sit 5-on-4, but Ultimate not lasting long. Tucked in behind the box. Backside Sui traded as well. Through the smoke comes Naf. He's got some gumption today, and Liquid are just flooding this site with kills aplenty. They're going to win it out. Pistol on top of the comeback for Liquid. I'd say 6 was fine.
Yes, that's what you're supposed to say. 6 is more than enough.
More
Hugo.
than enough, Harry. Sorry,
more
there's a lot
enough.
going on. I don't want to say more than. I want to say it was enough, you know?
I know, I think it's pretty darn good.
Oh, it's a
T-side.
good, yeah.
Exactly. So under that metric, I'd say it qualifies as more than enough.
Fine. Maybe it's the way you said it. I don't want to be like, oh, what? Liquid are in a winning position? That means they can't lose this game.
That's how we should feel,
First time as a Liquid fan,
No.
Harry?
Look, I'm a huge Liquid fan.
Wow.
Water,
Yeah?
arguably the GOAT.
Yeah? Any other Liquids?
The water that remains in a pot noodle.
Nice, that's good. Any fermented liquids?
In those like hot noodle shoots,
Yeah.
I had to eat so many
How
hot
many pot
noodles.
noodles? Hundreds?
Dude, what I'll say is like they do just hit, don't they? Like it's such a fond memory.
Yeah.
Used to eat them all the time,
Ah,
if you can believe it.
what's your favorite?
In like university.
Yeah. You have an education?
Well, no, I dropped out. I'll say that proudly. Can you believe it? Yes.
Yes. Counter-Strike for
Bombay
life.
Bad Boy, that's the GOAT.
Okay.
Which one do you like, Hugo? You seem like an original curry guy to me.
It's not a bad choice. Liquid are in an original hurry to end this game. 2-0. They used to 0-2, Harry. What a day it would be for Liquid. Now, it's not exactly the world beaters taking down Imperial, but it is a nice, confidence-inspiring win.
Yeah, and I think also just to do it in a clean fashion. Like, because I said their last 2-0 was over ecstatic, right?
Yeah.
And that game was not clean, if
No.
you remember. That game was, quite frankly, dirty.
Ooh.
Whereas this one, you know, you can say you pulled up, Dust 2, smacked them around, it was
Clean.
nice, it was
Yeah.
easy. Never really felt too stressed. Ned said that crazy 1v5.
Yeah, I remember that.
And then you come to Train, and everything lines up. You deal with them confidently, calmly, no issues.
Well, they're not done yet, because Imperial have more to show on this T side. Another map where they've been playing domestically, but to be fair, it's not been great results. Got a quick relog here for an Imperial player. You mentioned VRS implications. Just the fact that this is online means that even if Liquid win this, they don't even go up a place. There's a team sitting at number 25 right now. Fallen far for sure.
But every little counts when you're Liquid. Every
True.
little nudge, every little
point.
push, every point. And it's the doorway being opened to potentially earn more, Hugo. All right, that little tech timeout is done. And we're ready to head back in. Pistol round win for Team Liquid, who managed to tie us up at 6-all after coming back from a 0-5 start on the T side. So winning their sails now on the back of winning this pistol. And an eco for Imperial. Things should get sweeter here for the Team Liquid squad. before they're challenged.
Imperial hoping Liquid get over eager and go into this Deagle.
Yeah, going slow here's nice. Lets you talk about the next round. Gives Vinny some time to think.
Vinny, dude, 17 and 5.
Dude, yeah, he's been great. And I think that's going to be like the big tragedy of this game is Vinny playing so well, but the other side of the map just unable to withstand the Liquid T-half.
Yeah, he didn't let them into B one round of the game. He came, what, 3 times? He multi-killed every single time.
And so a couple of players who you think you're going to need some good mileage from here in this second half, because Vinny is giving it all he's got. You want to see more from Try on the AWP. Many a chance to bring them out. And so has to start hitting hard with that straight away as soon as he gets access to one. And I'm hoping you can see the likes of this kind of rifle trio look to...
Bruh.
All right, hang on.
Bruh.
It's fine.
It's fine.
There we go.
It almost wasn't fine, but it's fine. All right, you've had plenty of time to talk it over, Imperial. What have you got? A weak util buy, perhaps, on a few players, but all the rifles you need.
I was kind of doubting if these numbers are even right, but thinking about it, Liquid did win a lot of their rounds from man disadvantages.
Yeah.
Imperial stormed the board in terms of openings. It's not even close.
Liquid have 3 openings.
Yeah. And that makes a lot of sense when you think about it, right? Like their early rounds, they won a bunch of 3v5s to get on the board.
That is crazy, actually. 3 opening kills.
And so it's like, to that metric, you're wondering what more did Imperial need? Let's see if that can follow them at least into this T side. That would make things a lot easier if they're still able to get a similar output of openers. But it's a very different task. They're looking for twists early. Trying to spot him out at upper, but Twist never hangs around long enough to give anything away. And everyone's waiting for the other team to be the ones to play first. The problem is, Imperial are on the clock here. There's only so long they can do that.
Ooh, wallbang on the top, but careful with a player top red. Very susceptible to the spam. Nuts does a little back. Vinny's just trying to squeeze any advantage out to let No Way get pop.
I mean,
25 seconds.
I would say, unironically, this is a horrible position. You've just been remollied at main.
20 seconds.
I don't even think
left.
Can you even win this?
Yep.
15?
You just have to go and kill everyone right now. It's in great position. You can just buy time. 14 seconds. They've lost the round. Surely. Oh, there's the entry. That's what they needed. Behind the site. Ultimate found as well. Is there time to plant the bot? They're going for it. 4. He's got it.
Gets it.
He's got it. Not a second to spare. No way Imperial win that round.
Oh, it comes so late.
No room.
Everything had to go perfectly. They needed all the openings. And if Liquid were even able to buy themselves just one more second.
Whoa.
This is crazy. I had no idea.
J-Raz always finds places you didn't think existed.
Dude, like, you just never look here. You never think about it.
There's stairs there? Apparently so. Dude, I mean, you can look on a micro level. You can go like, why did Chewy peek? Why did Ultimate, you know, oh, why did the player behind the new box peek? I'm not sure that was Ultimate. But, man, 1 second, one more kill on anyone. Yeah, nerds. Oh, Molly didn't land. Yeah, like, I guess the move from Ultimate forward through the smoke, but if he drops the bomb, he wins the round, so it's really unlucky round loss for Liquid, who I feel like did everything right until the chaos. And now they pay the price, Harry. Now Imperial are back in the game.
Yeah, in a very big way.
Where'd that smoke come from? Liquid threw it from the window, through the window, into Pop. Very cool. Need that lineup.
Was it Twists who lobbed that in through the window?
Wait, they're not broken. Hang on. All right, someone's on it, surely. Whoa, that's one way to jump check. Vinny, 19-6. 19-7. Shuey double kill off the 5-7. Make it a third, but no. Way gets the trade. A reblock on Pop. Liquid 40 seconds. They are really squeezing Imperial in these rounds. It's only twist to be.
I mean, look, you saw what a good B anchor can do in that first half. Vinny, constant source of output in these B hits, never let Liquid in once. Let's see how Twists is able to stack up. Might be able to stop this bomb plant. That's going down whether Liquid like it or not, but Twist is here playing cleanup on the rest of Imperial. It's only Skulls playing around this smoke out in heaven.
Oh, what? What?
All right,
No.
Keith.
No.
You mad lad? He's just fire. He's holding it sideways.
Dude, from Connector.
Firing no scopes downrange. Why not? Keith, go buy a lottery ticket.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, a lot to unpack. Shuey, bottom of the server, double with a 5-7. Twist playing super late as well. Love that. They get this false sense of security in the bomb site. And then Naf does that. Liquid winning a very important low buy round. That was the way that Imperial to get back in the game. There were only a couple of M4s, limited util, and still they get squeezed on the clock with those 2 pop smokes that buy so much time for Liquid. And Imperial just forced into that B bomb site. Getting way too comfortable, but no info that Twist was upper. And so Liquid breaking them yet again. This buy is ugly, 1 AK.
Liquid hate watchers are starving right now.
I mean, the buffet's been open for years. Yeah. They can do with a day off. Oh, that's the window, huh? Thank you, Jay. Is it?
Would have been
done
cool
again?
to see the lineup. Just saying. K-Rez.
Rub it in. We did it once more, but this time Imperial just run through. They beat it.
Jay's phenomenal. I can't believe I just did that.
Yeah, it's kind of...
He is the GOAT.
Well, they missed that one. You know, sometimes they land.
Oh, they're going to come through this.
Pop,
They're
pop.
going to explode through this.
Ultimate great position.
Small choke point. Going to go on Skull's flashbangs, which are coming out now. He's lobbed in this supporting util. The smokes, here's the flashes. And on the fade of that pop smoke, Imperial play their hand. They leave a mark early. Nerds feeling a lot of pressure here. Run out from all sides.
God.
Able to hold on for the time being. Low on ammo. Nerds overran as No Way breaks through on the Tech 9 and goes on a tear. Imperial with an uppercut round. Just a brawl out through Pop Dog.
Yeah, Nerd can't do more. You can't expect him to. He's got only 1 mag. His whole team crumble there. Those 2 close Pop players fully blinded and just run down by Tech 9s. Nerd gets 3 kills and still he's getting desperate behind the pillar. Imperial, Pop, with pistols and win a T-side round. Cheeky way to open up. Liquid concede B.
Liquid are going to feel like they dropped the ball in a big way in that last round, and so here, trying to be very active off the rip, right? They're working within some limitations. They went and took main space early. Trying to be smart with how they use the util there. It's kind of a slow bleed from Shui. Only going to look to throw it in when he feels pressure, and with Imperial directing a lot of focus down towards Ivy, guys. They're like moving in tandem with each other. And it's allowed Skulls this gap, who could just end this all right now with 2 clean kills.
No way.
Finds it through the smoke. The backlines have been corrupted. Twist starts to feel very open here. Tries to shrink back, but Try finds him before that point. Snaps in the trees. He's got a natural buff here. And so he will find Vinny. But he's not winning this round. Naf looking to save.
Skulls through the smoke, walking like ships in the night, and they're both looking the wrong way. That is a disastrous moment for Liquid, who won a low econ round of their own, but now Imperial back to back and have broken the money at 9-9. This is why I said, Harry, that it wasn't done off of a 6th round CT side.
Let's see what coach has to say. Yeah, Shui's not had a nice time, it's safe to say, in these last couple of rounds, from giving it up against the Force to now having this awkward smoke timing. Players blocking each other over in Ivy.
Now the full eco. Imperial gonna get gifted double digits.
On the upside, Vinny's efforts might not be in vain here. He's kept Imperial in this game long enough for them to save themselves, and with a reactivation from Cello and No Way really starting to find their form on the rifles, Imperial still have a lot of fight left in them. Only intriguing part of this round is the backstab for Nerds, but he's going to struggle to get here in time to actually do anything.
Good anti-eco call for Imperial, just going 5 players side by side and throwing on-the-fly utility, not like overdoing it with an execute. They clear like 3-4 positions with Molotovs they throw on the fly. They're all guns out. They're all next to each other. There's nothing Liquid can do on a full eco to beat that. Unless they nade stack.
Is Keith going to another tree? No. Kind of. Yeah. Return to nature. And here we see the sloth in its natural habitat.
Slow moving. Almost no moving. This one endangered. And now extinct.
As it crosses into the open, its vulnerabilities seem clear.
Fast-moving vehicles are a threat. Anyway, 4-buy for Liquid. Don't look at me like that. You started it.
I did start it.
Man, where's the third-person perfecto? That's all I want.
Oh, Vinny spam.
No, not onto Shui. Not with the game he's having.
Vinny spam.
Not with the game Shui's
Do
having.
it. Vinny!
Oh, it's gonna kill him.
Push the button, no. Vinny! There's 2 of them there! It's nearly the lineup.
He could have killed both. Woo!
And they go right back to it.
Why learn?
Padlock jump.
Padlocked in is Shui. Who showed us this the other day? It was in the G2 game. It was in G2 Liquor. It was maybe some Pious? Or was it Ultimate? It was an AWP. One of them. Some Pious wouldn't be here, would he? Flash is good. Just got to shoot through it. Oh dear, 2 for 1. Imperial gifted an advantage with that setup from Liquid. You'd think the flash would land shallower. That's why you expect that play to be good from Shui. But it goes so deep, which is not typical of the pop flashes. Imperial, what a play.
Oh, this is a bit of a gamble being set up here. Liquid were trying to prematurely rotate both players over. End up having to run through the util. It's got to be Twist. He's in this all alone. They're out through upper. Quick flick back up, and now Twist gives chase. Up for something here. It's the clash of the B players. Vinny versus Twists. As Russell tries to stake his claim to this B site.
What a hell of a plant.
Vinny, ring around the roses, out towards A. Nade on this smoke, gonna blow it wide open, and Vinny's got on in time. Twist gets repelled, one short of something for Liquid. Imperial keep the streak up, looking to recover on their T side of train.
Oh god, and you see the inexperience from, you know, Skull's not playing with his team where they don't have a comm, maybe, or he doesn't know the comm for this position. He's looking at back sight. Maybe they're just calling sight, right? But it's Twist up close. That needs a comm for that position. It's very common. And Twist gets away with multiple kills, catching Skulls looking too far. And still Vinny escapes with the round and the clutch. Trust in Vinny.
Aye, coach.
Don't know what you're supposed to say here. A nice try from Twists again.
A Liquid left for dead on train.
I like that plant as well for Vinny because Twist is only going to spam or pre-aim the ground when he sees that smoke. He's never going to think about top sight. So bold, so brazen. Imperial with the lead. Here's the smoke. Very nice. That's going to land in the pop side, but Imperial have been disrespecting it. Not going to now. Very cool.
The buffet has reopened. The hate watchers are eating real good, as it turns out.
Oh no.
Maybe even a 3-course meal.
Oh yes, that third map. It is Nuke. The dessert. This Liquid dessert, this A site, they might have a nice stack here. Imperial expecting a proper execute. But is the power of friendship enough for Team Liquid?
Do they even have that? Cello up close.
Oh.
Ultimate with a bit of resistance, but they made it out upper. No way. Clean entries. It's left on a Shui with this scout. Couple of tags down range, 2 low players here. The bomb trapped over at ramp's gonna get out of there. Shui tries to get ahead of this. Still, he's gonna need some clean headshots here. Shui 2K on the smoke push. Dead to Skulls, who provides cover. Imperial rounds away from making it happen now. So close to crossing over, just 1 left in this, and then got 3 chances to walk it over the line, brushing aside that partial investment. These are the guns that Liquid have been waiting for. But this would be the first time this Imperial squad have taken down an international roster here on Train. Mixed results domestically, far from a strong map for this Imperial squad, and one of Liquid's go-tos, a map they've tried to make a fixture of their team. Might let them down again.
5 rounds in a row for Imperial on both bomb sites, all over the place. Gonna have Liquid try to initiate, but full blind try, sprays and takes down Shui. He's had a rough game here, and it's not gonna get better. It might just go to a third. Or missed shot, Ultimate recovers, but he needs to be the one-man army in this site, and Cello says goodnight. Twist 1v2, he's been so close, but it won't cut it. Imperial come through 6 rounds in a row to win out on the T side of Train.
Liquid fumble train once again. It may be their pick. It may be what they want to say is the map they have the most confidence in. You guys on the desk told me, okay, look at the results they put up. Look at how they can play this map. But this time around, I don't know what to make of it. That's what you guys would have to explain to me right now, because it felt like it was in their hands, even when they were on the back foot at times in rounds.
It's just a very disappointing way for Team Liquid to lose train. I think they completely fall apart on that CT side after, as you said, James, struggling a bit in the first half, then finding their way back into it, finishing on a 6-6 scoreline. You think to yourself, that's up for the grabs, Team Liquid. Now go into the CT side, show that you can play that to a relatively high level, which we've seen before, and then for some reason win the pistol, convert, and then nothing to show for on that CT side.
I mean, Liquid reminding us why they had their 7,000 round banger against Ecstatic not too long ago. They just can't convert enough. They can't close these rounds out. And you got to give credit to Imperial. They had some great execs. They had some great plays in the back foot or in their backpack. But at the same time, Liquid, you just got to find a way to close it out when you get 6 rounds on T side in the current economy.
Hey, Pim, how you doing?
Good.
Have a look at this.
You want to hear something crazy, James?
Okay.
Liquid is going to win 2-0.
Oh, that wasn't that crazy.
It's crazy. When was the last time Liquid won 2-0 in a game of Counter-Strike?
Tell me. You tell me.
I don't know. I can't remember.
And you won't remember because it's not happening this time.
I told you it was crazy. What on earth made me believe that Team Liquid would play a good game of Counter-Strike 2 maps in a row? I think I got caught by the moment. I think the first performance on the first map, that was good. They were looking somewhat decent up until the point of, was it 8-6 for Team Liquid or 8-7? And then, yeah, as much I want to give credit to Imperial for playing some okay Counter-Strike, some relatively well-structured Counter-Strike on the T side, didn't really put a foot wrong. You're Liquid, man. Come on. Like, if you can't convert an 8-7 lead CT side train where you have economy, the one round you win is Shuhei getting a double with a 5-7 pushing in towards Pop Dog. Apart from that, you never came close winning a round on the CT side. Yes, it was crazy believing that Liquid would win 2-0. I'm back to not believing in this team ever again.
When you look at the individuals on Liquid, CT side train, that's where they're supposed to pop off. That's where you're supposed to see them. It doesn't matter if Imperial have a great execute. They're gonna find a way to get the frags. They couldn't. And that's individuals from Liquid playing a little too far apart, not playing in good positions together the way we saw Imperial play on their CT side. I think that's great from Imperial. I can say Liquid made a lot of mistakes, but I do want to give credit to Imperial. I think they played such a good T side and managed to close it out.
If we look at the first half, though, and we'll start back at the beginning of this, right, is there were some rounds where Liquid were in a dire situation. They're down 3v5, for example, but can still fight their way into it.
There were multiple rounds where they were down 3v5 to start things out. Round 6 is the one we have queued up because they go for the outer exec. This is kind of the inverse of what you'll see when we show Imperial's execs. They go for the play. Imperial are in this setup. They were in almost the entire half. They got one E-box, and then they've got Skulls on the new box. He actually helps out and basically completely shuts down the pop execute. But it's Liquid. This is why we're talking about the individuals. From 3v5, Twists pulls off that one tap. He pulls off another one tap, I think, in the same round. It's unbelievable individual prowess that gets them that round. They lose 10-2 in opening duels on that T side. On train, you're expected to lose, but 10-2 when Imperial gave you lots of map control. They gave up ladder. They let you go for the execs, and they just shut down the execs from the beginning. But then again, it's the individuals, Liquid. That's why we're so unhappy they couldn't close it out.
Yeah, relied a lot on the individuals in the first half to keep the game alive and come back into it. And then in the second half, when the individuals were needed to close out the game, they were nowhere to be found.
Should we get into some of the second half madness and the B side as well, Vu?
Yeah, I mean, I think you've got a round from the first half still?
I still got a round from the first half you want to see, because I think that's part of the big reason as to why Vinny and Furia were able to win this game. He had a fantastic showing. And when Liquid were running away with this first half where they fight their way into it, a ballsy calls coming in from Shuhei, just a straight up inner rush. Vinny is ready for it. He's not attested by a smoke, a flash, or anything else. He just has to stand on top of the train, get a triple kill, and do some damage to the fourth guy, and the round is pretty much all over. Now, I like when a team is changing up the pace. I love the call coming out from Shuhei, but I hate when it's get down to a point where it's simplified, where you don't even do anything in terms of making the play conditions for Vinny just a little bit harder. What would a flash done, you know, that Vinny would have looked at for the first guy to jump down so you can at least guarantee yourself a trade if he's standing on top of the train? What would a smoke have done? Maybe a secondary flash coming in above the roof or something like that, but at this point, it's just Liquid playing face it and losing.
at least make the job of that inner hold harder. You throw a flash, maybe he dodges it. Maybe he can turn, maybe he can unpeek for a second, peek back out and get 2 kills, but you make it tough for him. You make him hit a hard shot. When you're jumping down lower ramp like that, he just has to hold his crosshair in place, no utility coming over, spray you down, and he does it once. I think he does it a second time in the same half, and then they have no pressure to not just stay 4-outer the rest of the rounds.
And we were also seeing, though, some credit to Imperial in terms of great teamwork, great trading.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to show to contrast the Liquid execute, where they go down 3v5 to start things out. This is Imperial, late round, you have 0 utility on Liquid, and they're just a little bit spread out. They have Shuhei here trying to go for the play up towards T-Con. He's not going to be able to get one. You have trades coming out back and forth. There's 10 seconds on the clock, and unlike Long A on Dust 2, the bomb plant is a little bit closer on this map, and that's just, it's getting low. It's getting to the point where you're questioning, do they have the ability? And Liquid are they're just a little too spread out. They just don't have players playing off of each other to stop what is a fairly light utility exec.
Isn't it crazy though, right, when we're talking about this? Skulls has just come into Imperial, and Imperial have the better teamwork than Liquid, who have now had a good enough amount of time to be together.
Yeah, it does feel like, I mean, win condition for Imperial is to have great teamwork. They are fully aware that what you described before as well, from an individual standpoint, can't really match Team Liquid, can't really match any team within the top 15. They are a team of dare I say, misfits, you know, that couldn't make it to the top echelon of Brazilian Counter-Strike. So their win condition is to have good team play and have a team where everyone is buying into the system of Vinny. Where I do feel that within Team Liquid, there's been certain rumors of maybe Twist wanting to leave. There's been certain rumors of, obviously, Nerd saying that it's one of the toughest moments of his career right now. Yeah. When you don't have everyone buying into the same project, when all the players maybe feel a little bit uneasy of what their role is and what they're supposed to do, then in terms of being the better players, that kind of gets equaled out across the line. The team play will always win against the better individuals, at least on a consistent basis.
When you had Flashy coming in, one of the things the players said was, we needed someone to be the final say. We needed someone to have to be the iron fist when we're having disagreements. And I want to give credit to Flashy because I think Liquid have started to look a little better since he's joined, but at the same time, that's why they needed him, because they do play, they love the individual plays. We want to give those individuals a little bit of space to work with, but at the same time, you have to find it within a system, and Liquid don't have the system there at the moment.
I'll tell you what the issue is then, because if you don't have all 5 players 100% buying into it, if one player is maybe a little bit on the fence, that could be Twist, who's maybe getting offers from better teams. That could be Nerds, who's maybe not sure he made the right call, or Shuhei, who's regretting the fact that he joined Team Liquid. Who knows? I'm just speculating. But as soon as you feel 1 or 2 players are not there 100% on the same page, working towards the same goal, it spreads like cancer within a team like that. So I think that's part of the issue right now for Liquid. Not all 5 players have 100% bought into this lineup being the lineup that can take them to success. Nafly is a great example. Do you think that all the players within Team Liquid thought that was a great idea to keep Nafly? I'm pretty sure Liquid were like, we can't afford a new player. We can't sign another one. Let's try again one more time with Naf, despite having him been at his absolute worst in his career, and then hopefully he comes back, and all credit to Naf, he's doing better, but as a player, you just hate to see that.
I'm just waiting for the Twist tweet after this. If they lose, we are not a team version 2. Are we getting that one? Is that
something like that? That's the greatest example of a team that hasn't bought into the project.
Yeah, and that's not what you want to see when you're supposed to be fighting for not just here, but it's also a major spot on the line as well. It's rough right now, but they still do have another map. But before we get there, we need to talk a bit about Vinny, because he was exact opposite of everything that Liquid had to show, and he was the star of the show.
He's been fantastic so far. I think this matchup in particular, Vinny did a great job. Had a great impact from start to finish, CT side as well, and you praised his calling on the T side. I think Vinny is having quietly a very successful tournament from an individual standpoint, and potentially even with his team.
I mean, he's playing inner in a way that is extremely tough. You see Heavy God on G2 get aggressive in towards the halls, and that gives you some room to work with. It forces out utility from the Ts. It makes them delay, waste time. Vinny's just playing back on the site. He's not getting many resources. He's not really having support there. He's solo holding inner. Liquid go inner. He's demolishing them. I think we saw it against G2. He played quite well at times, and here he's just dominant. He gave his team so many opportunities to win this game.
Well, let's find out what will happen on the deciding map. We're going to take a quick break, and then we are going to Nuke. That is where this will end. And Imperial, well, they're looking to end the chances of Liquid's major dream.
Hello and welcome to the Culture Clubhouse. We like to discuss the cultural implications of Counter-Strike plays.
It's 2018. Cloud9 had to grind all the way from the first stage and stage 2 to get into the playoffs. They managed to battle all the way into the final. And then at 15-14, Stewie 2K pulls off the clip of Counter-Strike.
28 seconds now, and Olaf Meister might try to pull rotation.
So much pressure on A.
Looking towards the apps position, the Molotov comes in, but so does the rotation. Olaf Meister, though, has been taken out towards the B bomb site.
It's the Olaf death, man, and they feel cooked now. The Olaf kill is huge, and then he does this.
But look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds to blow the bomb!
Thank you
That's
very
the
much.
bomb, tumbles away, so much chaos.
They're trying to build pyramid!
Insane shot on Nico, and then the follow-up rain trying to plant. Dude, it's the perfect clip.
I mean, they're out of their chairs, America.
America is losing their minds in this moment. There are no pyramids, there is no clay. Stewie just won them the round to lock in overtime, and from this, springboard NA to its first major win.
If FaZe managed to reset mentally, would we remember Stewie's play? Probably not in the same way.
Probably not in the same way, but that's where the cultural impact comes from. When you look at the names on that FaZe squad, this was also like the beginning of the downfall of that FaZe squad with Carrigan at the helm, the big split between him and Nico. So much stuff like echoed from this one play. That's like what it meant to FaZe and how crushing it was to them.
The only man that could!
He does seem to have cultural riz. Dare I even say he mogged them?
I don't quite know that one, but perhaps he did.
Okay.
Perhaps he did, and I appreciate, it's always important to kind of establish the vernacular of the youth so as one can continue to relay the culture.
That is the most insane way to win a major.
And so there it is, the tale of Stewie 2K in Boston. A pretty good time. And that's why we give it a 9 out of 10 on the culture scale and a 6 out of 10 on the individual brilliance.
Liquid believed they had that one in the bag, but the disappointment is real and the frustrations must be starting to sink in. But they need to push that away, they need to get back on their game and find a way to ignore what happened on Train and deliver on Nuke. But I'm gonna be honest here, the kind of style that Imperial like to play on Nuke might be a problem for Liquid in their current mental capacity of dealing with all of this, because you had this.
Yeah, you kind of had it, Liquid, CT side Train, they should have closed out the map. Now we're heading into Nuke that can be a bit of everything. Of course, Liquid are still the favorites. Let's not kid around, They still have the better players. They are still supposedly the better team. But Imperial had a period just 4 months ago where they won the map 9 times in a row. And I know that was against domestic opponents within South American Counter-Strike. But when you win a map 9 times in a row, that's a clear sign that you love how to play the map. You know how to play the map. And definitely makes this a competitive game on paper.
Yeah, this is one of the maps that I thought SHR played his best CS on. And when you change him out for Skulls played different positions on his previous teams. You bring him back to ramp. I question if that was going to work out. He goes against MOUZ. Skulls was their best player on the CT side. They had a solid half. Only really thanks to Skulls. He was not only in ramp, he was rotating into upper, he was all over the map, having impact, but then they struggled on the T side. They got 8-0'd on T side against MOUZ. So when I look at that, I kind of think the knife round does actually matter because Liquid are going to get a little confidence back if they start on the CT side.
We're talking about confidence though right now. If the Liquid that shows up from Train comes into this Nuke, do you really say that Liquid are the favorites, Pim?
They are the favorites. Like regardless of how you want to point this and regardless of how you want to frame it, yes, Liquids are the favorites every single time they play Imperial. Even if they lost to Imperial 3 games in a row, I'd say it the 4th time as well. Liquid have so much individual quality that at any given day they should be able. But as I said, when you have 5 players on a team who's not necessarily buying into the same project, a team like Imperial who all fight for the same cause will have the ability to make that upset. I do think Liquid play Nuke at a decent level. I also do think that when I said Imperial winning 9 times in a row, it's against teams where half of them we don't know who they are, right? They're playing domestic Counter-Strike. So how much stock do you put into that? Let's see. I would be severely disappointed if Liquid doesn't win this game, but I also do expect it to be competitive because Liquid is not a good team right now and Imperial have impressed.
In Liquid's defense as well, this is a map where it's not known for your ability to show your individual prowess on the T side, but maybe a little bit more than Nuke. You can actually have something working it out, or you can have players, you do a mini drop, you have some ability of skill expression for the players on Liquid that are supposed to just be better individually. You're supposed to have twists, nerds, they're supposed to win those gunfights. You can give them a little more space instead of running down the blender into Vinny inner on train.
Now, we haven't spoke about Ultimate in this, but he is having a rough series despite them having a map in here. On a game when it comes like this and the pressure and also now playing Nuke, surely this is where they must have him at his best. Otherwise, Tri is going to have a field day.
It'd be nice to see Ultimate have a great game, yeah. And I can't really say that Ultimate should be affected by the pressure. I think he's the one player that has stepped up the most. We saw it at the major against MOUZ elimination game. He had a fantastic showing. In Cologne, he had a map where he popped off as well when they needed him the most. But for Ultimate, it's almost like the better the opposition, the better he plays. Whenever he's playing against teams like Imperial or playing some of that domestic NACS that he's forced to do, he doesn't really stand out to be a great player. And that is an issue when you're playing them and you're not winning.
I would like to see Tri have a field day. He's statistically, I think he's their 2nd or 3rd player on this map on this series so far. He hasn't had those pop-off moments we've wanted him to have. He hasn't had a 3K with the op. He hasn't really done what you want to see him do. And he played Dust 2 and he played Train. Those are 2 of his best maps, most consistent maps. You bring him onto Nuke. This is where he struggled a little bit against MOUZ. And in Ultimate's defense, I do think when you saw those outer hits on Train, he was the first guy out. He was the second guy out. He was the guy getting destroyed because the flashes weren't there. I think on Nuke, he might have a little more space to work with.
They're going to need to hope so for it as well, because guess what's also happening? CT side start Imperial.
That's
so
good.
Exactly what Imperial need to get going. And could that be a problem?
It can be a problem for Team Liquid, especially if they get off to a slow start. I think right now the way you'd phrase Liquid is that they're fragile. I don't think they can afford to go down 5-0. I think mentally the team is at a weak point right now where, as you described as well in your interview with Nerds, he doesn't really feel confident. So yeah, I think it's important from a standpoint of, I guess, feeling that you're in control of the game. The other way around though, Liquid wins the pistol, they convert, they win the first buy round, all of a sudden you get an easy day.
I've always thought that the starting side, I know I said I think it matters a little bit. I do think it matters a little bit. I think it's a little overblown how much people want to say it does matter until a moment like this, until a moment where Liquid did have that game in the palm of their hands. They did have the rounds. They should have won that map. You go into map 3, you need the mental reset, and sometimes you go down, if we're saying if they start out 5-0, they've got the mental reset, you go down 3-0, you lose the first gun round, and that's where everyone starts to check out. If you're already kind of on the edge with how much you trust the system, that's where you start to check out completely.
Well, the players are playing at home online, right? So there is a little bit of a PC problem. A restart is coming in, so we've got some more time to dive into all of this. But I'll say this then. So you're still super positive that Liquid should win this. They're still the favorites, 100%. But if they still win it and it's 2-1, are you still disappointed from the level they've shown? Are you still not happy with that? Or is it just a win? It's just a good thing at this point?
Said it coming into the game. The most important thing for Team Liquid is to get the win, but nothing in this game so far showed me that they're trending upwards in terms of the level of gameplay. It's not like the next game Liquid is playing in this tournament, I have higher expectations or I believe they're a better team than they were 2 days ago. That's an issue on my behalf. You know, that's something that I care about because I want to see Liquid play well. But in terms of just surviving in the tournaments, I don't care if you win 13-11, 13-0, just get the goddamn W. It's Imperial, for God's sake.
Oh, it's Imperial, for God's sake. Pimp is fired up and ready, and I'm sure our commentators are fired up and ready. The real big question, though, is Liquid.
Yeah, and as we head on a Nuke, things might get worse, you know? That's always an option.
Yeah.
Liquid felt like they had this series in the palm of their hand. It all falls apart on Train. And now that we head to Nuke, we actually saw a pretty good-looking CT side here from the Imperial guys in that MOUZ game. It was the T-half that let them down, but they get that CT side start, as the desk was saying.
I think it's especially important considering, well, you say it let them down. They got 0 rounds on the T side, Harry. So it's, yeah, it's very important for Imperial. They're not starting there. They can use momentum to their favor. They came off the back of a map that they were down and maybe even out on, and they pull a huge streak of 6 in a row to close out that game. No business winning it. But Imperial don't care what you want. They're here for the upset. Looking to eliminate Liquid at the bottom of the bracket. It's one thing for Liquid to lose to G2, but right now this would be a new low.
Well,
this would be another low.
Yeah, that's better. Let us not forget, Hugo, it wasn't even a month ago the VP Prodigy loss.
Or the Sashi.
The Sashi won him before that.
I guess we just thought that Liquid were trending upwards from those Vitality games, right? But we were celebrating 0-2 losses, albeit to the world #1.
Here's the thing. If you're a team that love punching up, if you're a team that really like when you play, you know, you're the underdog playing versus like a heavy favorite like a Vitality, that's where you play your best, that's fine. I would even go as far as say that's good. Where it's not fine is if you're in danger of dropping down kind of into irrelevancy and you're going to end up in these types of games more and more often, and that's the type of team you are.
And they're only going to get worse, right? If you keep losing these kind of matches, and Liquid have found a way to do so time and time again. 2v4 here, Imperial. They know this rotate's come through. They've even set Cello up on the ramp, so retake can come in pretty quick. That's early for Try. Great shot for Ultimate, but no trade out, and Ultimate's allowed to pick them apart. Him and Naf find 3 kills in a second. Cello has good timing here, but Naf turns around on a dime and saves this with Ultimate in the 2v4. That's something out of nowhere.
Yeah. Promising start for Ultimate as well. You know, they're going to need him here. He's been quiet all series. Shui, a captain who quite frequently, I would say, finishes far down the leaderboard and lags behind the rest of the team. The fact that Ultimate is kind of down there with him, putting up Shui numbers, is not a good sign for Liquid's Star Orb. So need more mileage out of this guy. 2 clean kills in the pistol to turn around and recover a 2v4 alongside Keith. That's a nice push in the right direction. That's Keith, by the way.
Crash from the captain of Liquid. Suboptimal. As was Train for Shui. Really having some trouble as an individual. And yeah, I mean, Ultimate is usually the guy that we look to bailing them out, or sadly, putting up great numbers in lost games. Being the only guy.
Well, look, if he's someone who kind of plays better with the pressure, whether that's coming from a top team, whether that's coming from backs against the wall, that's where they are now, right? This is now a high-pressure third map, and so hopefully that spurs Ultimate on to give his heart to this series. And yeah, you know, for Shui on Train, he's had some like really rough appearances on that map. And he plays some pretty pivotal positions too. Feels like one of the reasons they might be having a hard time on it.
Listen, let's forget about Train. This is our time to shine, okay? Let's fucking show them how we got stronger against Vitality and fucking pulled us up to the fucking top, okay? Let's fucking show our nuke is strong, okay? Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit of morale lifting, referencing the close Vitality games as a metric for how far Liquid have grown. See, look, we don't just talk rubbish. Let's get it. Try with the Deagle out in the yard, roaming. And this force buy. But all of Liquid looking to make it down. Now leave Naf.
Healthy gamble. 2 players in secret here. Side by side, but they're going to be committed. Fighting to the death. Skulls or life. Gets a double kill. They see Cello as well. Liquid, this has gone very wrong. Naf needs this kill right now. Vinny just turned around. Oh, that nade gives it away entirely, and Naf only just squeezes out the shot to find the kill. No way, dropping off the hut with the trade. Back up top, but they've lost Naf. No way, needs to take space and tries Deagle, still rains down damage, finishing off Nerds. Twist now, 1v3. Don't call it off straight away. He's got time to get interesting here. But even if he roots the long way to heaven, that won't leave him with room to dilly-dally. He's going to have to plant pretty quick. No way closing the gap. Twists. Is he going ramp to B? Cello's here behind the door. Is this just a convoluted route to save? It is. Imperial win their force buy.
Oh dear.
Uh-oh.
That's not good. That's not good for Liquid. One thing they kind of had to look forward to is a provable bit of worry around a new-look Imperial squad that haven't had a lot of time to practice, that have had their T-side called into question in that MOUZ game. And so, you know, you were very, very happy that on your T-half you stood to get off to a good start, but it's instantly been thwarted and disrupted with this force buy win.
And, you know, while you look at domestic games very differently to top-tier opposition, I mean, Imperial have had the prac on this map, right? Like, even just coming into this season, playing it on a big streak, 8-win streak after the Austin Major, and a lot of reps in what is one of their most played maps this year. For Liquid, it's been a sea of red. It's been a series of disappointing finishes, a loss to VP Prodigy here, a loss to Sashi, their lowest lows. And yeah, sure, those Vitality games, one of which on this map went to overtime. But again, there's only so long you can hold on to a close loss. Liquid need a victory, and Imperial are here to deny this eco round, getting robbed away one by one. The kills come through, leaving only that AK spam through the smoke. 5 alive for Imperial. Oh, you can feel it brewing, Harry.
Well, the other thing I'll say is Imperial are not Vitality. They do not play the same. They do not subscribe to the same ways of thinking. Things can feel looser at times with these roaming band of Imperial players where they'll just group and come up with aggression. So the fights are going to feel very, very different. You're going to be on different timings and such to what you're used to as of late for Liquid.
It's the underdog effect, you know? You're underdog winning, especially if you've got a map in your pocket, you just come back on track. You've got a lot of confidence.
Especially
ballsy CS.
Especially in a squad that have made changes super recently, right? Where everything's a bit up in the air. It's all about being adaptable and accommodating, and so you'll try new things. There's less of a script to follow here.
And this CT side was impressive against MOUZ, so 7 rounds for Imperial in the third map of the series, coming off the back of a 13-4 loss on Mirage. They started CT, they got 7 rounds. I think that's an admirable
Well, if you remember,
defense.
they had a chance to really win out in that first half. It was because of some clutches in the final 2 rounds. I think it was Exertion coming alive as well. He had that one, like, 19 health 1v2 in there. You know, these were some hard-fought, hard-earned rounds for MOUZ to come back and make that a prettier scoreline. But there's like a very real world where Imperial ran away with that 9-3 in the first half.
Ooh.
It was more so down to brilliance from a few MOUZ players, not a slip in the defense from Imperial.
2 5 alive rounds for Imperial. In terms of staging in the CT side, they are set up very well with a lot of money. And with that force buy victory, Liquid only now getting a full rifle round. It's not quite 5-0 down, but it's also not much better. As the desk discussed, a mandatory strong start for Liquid. Maybe this is where it could kick off, but full smokes outside. And Imperial just come in confident. Swing to the lobby with a flash, finding Naf. Liquid may make it down secret, but that bomb is still stuck in spawn. And if you don't have lobby, Where's that bomb gonna go? And Liquid don't have lobby. Let that be known. Shallows pushed all the way in. We're gonna have rotates out and down, as that's where Liquid surely are gonna have to go in a round like this, into secret. So a couple of players positioned well to stop this play. And that jump spot makes his teammate try even more lethal. You think that's the B player. There's one more. This bomb is only now coming down the stairs. Twist. Scared someone heard that, and fair enough, but no one did. No one's nearby. You have no reason to believe that if you're Liquid. Bomb coming back. Good move. They have no lobby control. So this is a high-risk heaven take, but far safer than going into the depths below. They've got time for this. An underguarded A site. We're looking at a likely retake here for Imperial.
Oh! Skulls a second off of finding that timing. Good check for Twist. Bruh. Still the round far from safe. Twist's low. He was the guy supposed to be entrusted with the post plant, but now at 10 HP. And players still to be uncovered here for Team Liquid. Oh, Twist is dead. That's the route opened up to a retake. Pressure on now. Shui didn't hear the scale. Vinny just flies up the ladder.
With the molly, I guess.
And so no reaction. The retake found for Imperial. Convincing stuff, yeah. Very well handled. Even their positioning on the map was fantastic, right? You had Skulls kind of playing it super safe, caring for a wrap into hell. His teammates had already taken lobby right off the top of the round, so they were in their kind of end stage positions. And up until then, you're just buying time for these rotates. That's why Twist getting found here feels so awkward.
There's just no pizzazz in Liquid, right? There's no punch. There's no... You just feel like there's so little time you can believe in them. For someone to come through and save the round and get a crazy multi-kill. It's just not really been the Liquid we've had, at least today.
No, or for a while.
Yeah, but you know, you get times where you believe, you get moments of brilliance, but today it's felt like, you know, kind of a team game for Liquid. More than, you know, a hero bailing this squad out. Apart from that Nerds 1v5, obviously, I mean, that's... Oh, long time ago now. 4-1 here for Imperial. 4 Tech-9s and fast out ramp. Liquid playing quick, but it's all heard by this ramp player who's already dropped lower. Skulls has early warning. Not a great shot, but he recovers it well with 2 kills. That's decent. It has armed Liquid, but the rotates are coming in, and they're coming in quick. What a spray for Cello. 5-1. Liquid thrown around in this map right now. And that was Skulls choosing to start B. That wasn't him reacting to steps. So he's already in a really powerful position.
I mean, this is a map that Imperial like, that shows they're one of these teams that are down to be quite overzealous on rotates, right? They don't mind getting kind of tricky with it. You'll see them start with B players a lot. Oftentimes, they're not afraid to kind of make a play over on the top side of the map and then instantly go down and reinforce lower. So quickly, it feels like they're playing both sides, essentially, so that they never lose. And if you always feel like you're running into resistance and that there's no path you can take for free, the map really starts to shrink for Team Liquid.
Gotta wait for that break, but secret wall down, Liquid will cross. Nerds makes it. Naf actually has the lobby this time, hasn't been pressured.
I also feel like a lot of these rounds feel kind of the same. It's oftentimes like get a man across the secret, sometimes multiple players, then go back, go and explore this yard control. This is something that Imperial have largely been ready for, largely been expecting. Here, the difference is both players that were supposed to deal with it have been cleaned up.
Twist's playing like he's got that dog in him, though. Dropping on Vinny, spraying him through this smoke. Insta-scale heaven. And the bomb, just before the smoke fades, makes it up. Skulls can read this, but he can't know for sure. 2 players above him. Nerds, position spotted. Ultimate bails him out. 5v2. Seems simple enough for Liquid. Just don't lose the bomb in heaven. 20 seconds. No way, look at the wrong way. And he's traded as well, so that was perfect for Liquid. Bomb gets planted. Cello, nothing to do. So second wall of smokes there for Liquid. It's 2xx outside. And then they take that deep control. Imperial been very quick on these lower rotates, so I wouldn't say they fall for it. Cello's just down B as a precaution, but they don't expect Liquid to wrap around the world.
I mean, I think they did expect it.
Yeah?
Yeah, they had 3 players essentially in position to deal with that exact move. The problem was, I think it's like that smoke in main. It's one of those situations where it's like, if it feels too good to be true, it probably is, right?
Well,
like
it was
they,
good and
they
it
hard,
bloomed at the end.
They hard cleared Vinny, I think it is, in this corner. Like that is the one angle being checked on the drop down by Twists. So one of those smokes to kind of bait a purposeful reaction out of your opponent.
But I mean, they only have Skulls in Hell. They have no one watching the wrap. Vinny's in main anyway.
No, they had try there too. He's dead first out in the yard, trying to make a play, pushing out to the red box. That AWP looked to get involved early. The secret cross again for Liquid. Here's the reaction. Lobby take out of Imperial.
They've been good at this, though. Getting it for free a lot of these rounds. Naf is on the roof, remaining aware, but Liquid walk down secret. There's the punish. Naf's patience pays off, and Skulls, who has been part of this early B rotation, is in a very strong position, so Imperial will gamble. Seeing Naf on roof makes them think it's B. 2 players in lower. Getting fully committed. Like, it's still a 2v5, but if you were ever going to do it, this would be how. 2 doors open and the window. That's info on 3.
That's the bomb spotted. Only know about Skulls right now, Liquid, but that bomb starting to have second thoughts. Shui takes it back to the vent side. Vinny denies the climb up, and so now they do have to commit down into no way. They're suspicious of this. The spam, it keeps connecting. They've actually brought the bomb back up the vent. Vinny backstab now in. Oh my God, Vinny! Try to steal this one. Just put down. Twists has saved them. And no way he wins this. 1 point of health left at lower after all that spam connecting. That's a damn good try from Imperial.
Is he going to be cheeky? Because they saw him leave ramp. I don't know how, like, right now he's not in a position to save. So as you start exiting CT right now, is he trying to... Oh no, if he sees Nerds here, he could hold the shot. Oh, it was an opportunity, but hey, get that AWP, get out of there. This is not the route to go, though. Twist will hear this. And so this AWP is done for. Well, either way, Bomb's got it. Twist knows that. AWP thrown out. You're not getting it either. Oh, it's a scary rotate with Vinny in main, but Liquid, they knew about the stack. No way smoked himself on B. So Liquid rotate up into 1 man. It's only 1 man, but he puts on another multi-kill. Vinny has had a great series. Thank goodness Twist is able to stop him. But a competitive game now approaching as Liquid find a couple of rounds down the stretch. Trying a safer position. Vinny stopping that main split. Ramp again open, Skulls on B. No smoke on lockers this time. And it cost them.
I mean, you see tries AWP here. I think you expect Vinny even less as a result. Who is in this swing position at the back of Garage. They could have left options open with Nerds down at B, but it feels like they want this to end in the A split. Trying to carve out a path for him to come up the vent. It's gone disastrously for Team Liquid. Shui and Naf both fed to the defense. Ultimate, aware there could be this back Garage player, but he's the last guy standing. No Way makes quick work over that attempt at the split.
Yeah, wherever they go, they're dead. It feels like for Liquid without more utility, and they used it all. Vinny, he's been in main so many rounds catching Liquid that they have to clear it, and that opens them up back Garage. That's a shame because Liquid have been throwing the locker smoke every time they've done this second wave, but the time they don't, the AWP is there on the angle. Imperial just fluid here, very mobile, barely playing ramp, barely needing to. Even Skull starts heaven this time, expecting maybe an A-pop, putting try on ramp with AWP. They shift down vent. The Liquid just want an A contact. Because Nerds is very close. There's nades on roof. No Way's position, potent. 3 rifles in the sight.
Round 10, first departure in these rifle rounds from the outside take. They're going to try something more explosive here. The push is a little split. The Heart players arriving later. But they will get through. A man down, and Cello trying to use this to make a play. Creeps through the door smoke. And now the net is really tightening on Team Liquid, who just feel like they have no space to work with. Ultimate looks to the heavens, but split upon through main. Naf unable to deal with that double swing, and Imperial just keep racking up these rounds. For a squad that have been dealt nothing but these outside takes, they do a very good job of clamping down on that sight hit. Maybe due to the lack of the outside smokes for the first time in a long time. And that's the telegraph that something different must be happening in this round.
Imperial just had great reads though, because it's one thing to get everyone there in time. It's another thing to be starting with a triple stack with your ramp rifle in heaven helping and the AWP on ramp. So positions are perfect. Unburdened by the Molotov is No Way. And Imperial are just in their head right now. They've had all the right reads. They've had all the right moves. Rarely being caught out of position.
This was the exact point Imperial were at in that MOUZ game, right? They were sat there real pretty, 7-3, chance to dominate the half. They let them in that one round. He had a big round from Exertion, well actually 2 of them. He popped off back-to-back. And that ended up closing the half up, making it a far more doable game, and that was a game that Imperial went on to lose. This time, let's see if they can stay in control. They've got an easy time of it in theory here, as it is a low econ round for Liquid.
Now it's outside for lobby, looking for ramp. Skull's playing to concede this position. This could leave Imperial in a weird spot if they lose ramp control with nothing. That AWP trades out. But he's got to be very careful because Liquid hear this. They're going to pounce. It's a free AWP here. Take it off him. Trying to fight for it.
No way.
Skull's assisting. He gets out towards B. No right to be alive in the B site. Try has one more shot. He won't connect it. Twist finding that finisher. Down the vent goes Vinny. Nerds is also here. Vinny cognizant, yes he is, opens the door and goes back to clear out the flank. What a read for Vinny.
Dude, his brain is just huge. Like, he's aware of so many options, so many things that could have happened in this round. They know that Nerds likes these lurk plays down towards B, and so he baits him on the vent side.
Shui's got an AWP. He hasn't had a kill since the pistol.
Twist's committed to these fights. Won't get a lot of support, and so Shui has to do this alone. Orb connects for Shui as he tries to offer up a clutch here. Defuse being held, but Shui's collecting them all. Still, it's the stick on that bomb as Shui gets all the kills in the 1v4. Imperial still make out like bandits with the round.
Oh, that's Liquid. That's Liquid right there. A beautiful sequence of frags for Shui. Nailing every single one with the AWP. Even spams him on the smoke. But it is a second's difference. He can't be quicker in this clutch. What an unfortunate way to lose that 1v4. And Imperial keep rolling.
I mean, he's thinking when he's 3 kills deep there on that retake, they're gonna get off the bomb, they're gonna try and trade him. And I think it's when he sees the smoke on a slightly wider jiggle, that's when he realizes, wait, they've got no reason to. And that's when it dawns on him, I think, that he's missed his window. He's missed the chance, it's all for naught.
What an unfortunate way to lose a 1v4. A weird sentence, but he did everything else right. Imperial just did it righter. Shui, though, activated after that round, comes in, storming with an entry.
I like that. It's actually like the first proper adaptation around the outside smokes that we've seen all game, and that's the peek ahead of the timing, right? Imperial have certain expectations for the pace and the time at which they're going to get those fights in the yard, and Liquid use that against them. This one disappears so quickly, and so Liquid at least scrape by with a 4th round on the half. Will that be enough, as their route to London is currently in jeopardy? Imperial continue to impress on their CT sides of Nuke. They erect one hell of a defense versus Team Liquid. 8-4 up on that first half. And looking to eliminate them here and now. Been another strong showing from Vinny. Vinny fans eating good right now.
Yeah, and Try finally showing up with the AWP in a way that we needed in this series, because he's had 2 iffy maps here for Imperial. 12 and 5. Not show-stopping, but just solid, consistent output across the half. Now Imperial T side, it fell apart against MOUZ. They got 0 rounds. What have they got today?
Well, already from the Imperial T side, I'm expecting a good chunk more variety than what Liquid showed us in that first half, but will variety help them? In this pistol, maybe not. Can Cello turn the tide? 2 kills very quickly adds intrigue to this round.
Need good cover.
The rest of Liquid is super slow at arriving.
He has the kit, so he can't die in heaven. He has to die on the site if he's to die. They need that.
Waiting in lobby, hoping that he could catch someone on a slink back in, but now they know Cello is that last player left. Back sight. And there's this late retake with Liquid giving themselves lots of time to get set up and in position. Finding success. It's composed from Team Liquid.
Yeah, nice double on top for Twists. Been the standout player for Liquid in this series. Was the only guy trying to save them on train. And so the comeback has begun here, or so Liquid hope.
We got this, guys. We just need to play confident and we need to connect the ideas, okay?
Yeah, we're good.
Eco round now. Not a force buy here for Imperial. Looking to get more gun rounds out of this T side. No, it's 4 and 10 in a pivotal position on this CT side.
One flash for Vinny.
Oh no, Naf committing.
Oh, his teammates just left as well. Ultimate's gonna try and get back in time, and Naf buys them a couple of seconds. And looking to get laid to rest here. It's just Vinny left in this. Ultimate with a swing on the pistol, able to whip him down. So gap starts to close. Wow. That was the eco round out of Imperial. This is where the guns come into play. The true test for Liquid, whether or not they can make this comeback happen.
The score to beat on the T side for Imperial is 0. You'd like to think that's doable.
Weren't able to beat MOUZ, but maybe you can take a piece of MOUZ down here on Nuke.
An advantage taken for Liquid though. Now it's with an important kill to potentially get him back in this game. Imperial slink back to the lobby. Inside this twist. Oh my god. Skulls steals it away. Double entry for Skulls, opening up this A site. Imperial just need to trade out now. The flank is very fast. It's announced, and it might nail something. Naf getting himself a kill. Tucking in as Imperial didn't jump off of that entry. What are they waiting for? There's still a player on the roof. Naf's allowed to escape. This feels like it's run out of steam here for Imperial. They could have just gone straight outdoor, at least into A, if not down vent. And they slow down. The kills gets picked up by Liquid. And now Imperial are just trying to find another way in. 20 seconds. It's
problem
allowed
is
repositions.
all the info, yeah, right? Everything's kind of fallen to the wayside here for Imperial. Whatever edge they had, knocked out from under them. Gonna try this clutch, but Ultimate ready at ramp. Brings him down low enough. Still the bomb plant, little extra cash injection here.
I don't know why they wouldn't go there. Maybe they just feel like, okay, wait, I'm making this lineup happen. I'm on roof. I've got nades. They're overcooking. Double entry like that, at least just take the space. You've got the manpower, 3 players in lobby to trade out whatever you see on top side. 2 kills, and then they just start fumbling. And like I said, that allows repositions. It allows a lobby flank. So much movement. And it's not like they freeze to hold the lobby flank or to hold for the rotate. They just freeze. Dear Imperial. Not like this.
Fake cross into secret. In reality, it's a topside hit, and Shui falls into the mouth of Heart, but his teammates are here to clean up and regain control over the round. Crunch in the lobby as well. Liquid staying active on the CT side.
Yeah, very aggressive NAF on this CT half, coming in with back-to-back lobby backstabs, and Nerds back-to-back double kills as well. So reassuring, if you're believing in the Liquid comeback, that Nerds is playing this much or finding this much impact.
I mean, one of the positive things I have enjoyed about Liquid as of late is that NAF is more active in his pushes, in CT positions. I feel like that's actually when Liquid look their best, is when he's given the freedom, the space to kind of make plays like that happen. That's twice in a row now. He's been a bit of a saving grace for Team Liquid because he's so hot on the heels of this lobby aggro. In that round, even at support, he had a second player with him.
Oh dear, Imperial. It just feels a little bit musty.
Well, you know, I think also T-side nuke, it's obviously going to be a hard place when you've had like max a week of practice on the run up to this event with this 5.
Yeah, it's just they're getting advantages. Need to start capitalizing on them.
And I think at times you sometimes see where they get stuck with between 2 mines. The lobby flank round from NAF seeming like a good example, where it felt like one half of the team wanted to speed up, the other half wanted to go back and fight that lobby lurk. It's cost them this lead, as now we enter a tie game. But will it cost them this series? That's what we have to see. Can they lock back in as the guns come out again for Imperial?
5-round streak here for Team Liquid. NAF in secret coming up.
More of this active CS from Nafly.
Yeah, ramp's left entirely open, but Nert is playing an active rotation role, moving back in. There's Ultimate Orbs on A. Unorthodox here for Liquid. Don't usually see the Orb committed this early in the round to the site, but this could work wonders. Nerds can't block ramp, and NAF is pushing outside to flank, so Ultimate justified in this position. It's either ramp or A right now. Liquid know that. The smokes fade outside. They group for this top hit. And Ultimate just needs to hit his shots.
There's the jiggle. Skulls tries to bait the shot out, but Ultimate delivers an opener for Liquid. Twists shutting down the door play. And it all grinds to an awkward halt that Vinny is unable to carve a path back into.
Hey, just as how Imperial made a great read by putting 3 on the top site in a crucial gun round when Liquid just went for an AXX out of spawn. That's a similar vein. they don't know where it's ending up until Naf confirms it, but a very different setup where the AWP is on top. Naf clears all of Secret and Yard. He doesn't stop on his push the whole way in. And as a result, Liquid have players in the rafters who are anti-flash, looking into the wall. They are prepared. They know it's coming through. Ultimate hits his shots. Liquid take the lead. A fast, boots on the ground, top sight hit. And it goes nowhere fast. Liquid dash him. Nothing to see here. Except a bomb plant on the B site.
Oh, it would be so Liquid to fumble the bag here, wouldn't it?
Don't you dare.
They've been denied the vent rotate by Cello. They've got one guy in the site.
They're running.
They're saying, Keith, bro, hang in there. And he is a sloth. He's good at that. So he'll wait. Cello.
What could go
Is
wrong?
it his time for a 1v5? No, Naf puts him down and Liquid lock in double digits.
I do like the ramp rotate there. It is the right call. It feels crazy to make when you're 3 top vent, but the only way you lose that is you feed him multiple kills on the ladder. And that's so doable once he gets that AK. So a good call for Liquid to rotate out in a round that shouldn't even be talked about, but is. And Liquid just keeps streaking. This is 7 rounds in a row.
Sloths have 30% less muscle mass than similar sized mammals, but are 3 times stronger than your average human being.
Wow.
Hugo.
3 times stronger?
So he is able to carry the weight of Liquid.
Okay.
They also only poo once a week. And always in the same place. I don't know if that part's true for Keith, but the rest of it is. He is the reason they're still in Nuke.
Well, Imperial have funded another full buy. They've lent away from this AWP on the T side. Try who is 12 and 5 coming into the half is 14 and 11. We need rifles to step up to match the output here. As Liquid are winning fights all over the map in every position. We have another pop. Vinny catches them by surprise. That's a follow-up for Vinny. If you want it done right, do it yourself, says Imperial's captain. Double entry. And Liquid forced to save.
Vinny's had enough. This is fine then, I'll do it myself. And a charge out into the top site. Naf hoping to get out with this AK. He's been hitting hard, so you really want him on this rifle, but brought down low now.
Does he live, yes or no?
No. I think it's front sight plant.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, just barely.
Squeeze.
Nafly gets out with that gun. Will it be enough to make a difference? Great stuff here for Vinny, who you can tell in these rounds where he's been like the 3rd or 4th guy in. He's feeling really good, and oftentimes, like, will take down a couple of players in what amounts to a lost round, where he's like the last guy standing in these top A hits. This time he says, guys, just put me in position. I've been able to get multi-kills in these rounds, and he makes it happen with flashes there to tee him up.
Really good flashes and just way quicker than Liquid were bargaining for on that top site. But it's only a gimmick round. Imperial still need depth on this T side. Breaking the streak is good. But they are far from through this series. Back to Yard. Wide wall. Skulls on main roof.
This is shaping up to be a modern-day monster movie. The battle of the sausage shark versus the sloth.
Skulls round the world, but barely alive. Twist spam through the main smoke. Ultimate and Nafly respond, and Ultimate's AWP is kicking up a gear. on this CT side. Naf's pushed his ramp smoke. Lobby to be cleared. Imperial need that pick really badly, and they might find it from behind. 2 kills on the plate for Cello. He only takes 1. That's when the orb follows up. And bit by bit, Imperial drag their way back from a 2v4. Shui had a hard series, drops the bomb, chooses to disengage. Naf is creeping in all the meantime in this 1v2. He's got it. Walking through his own ramp smoke and flanking all the way around the world.
First and last of his kind, the roaming sloth. Shitting on them wherever he pleases.
Big round for Ultimate as well.
And this was nice, right? A round that started to spiral, started to get real scary, that you're able to recover. For Liquid, it's a very positive sign. These are rounds that Liquid usually give away. They usually are game-defining. Hell, in those Vitality matches, you can think of many times over where rounds like that were given away and it proved to make all the difference. Here, they're at least holding on. Not giving up the Liquid rounds. Cross out in the yard. This time it's quiet and no info on the smoke break. That's already down here as a precaution. Skulls fed first to Nerds, who hides out in the vent. They're going to try and wrap him on both sides, so going to struggle to get out of this with too much. There's the bait. And Nerds falls for it, hook, line, and sinker. Naf already down here in at lower, offering up more resistance. That's his 20th kill of this game on No Way. Very quickly, he's left as the sole defender over this lower site, but his teammates on upper can't leave position yet. Vinny waiting for a late lurk to open the back door, open this vent rotate. Tries made noise. Vinny's creeping out. Shui's been spotted here, now boxed in, but it's Twists with the cover, with the chance to stop this. Isn't able to do so. Bomb will make it in. And so Naf and Twists have to combine for a retake. Naf still late from this. He was down at lower, has to take a lengthy reposition up into heaven. Gonna be one of these late retakes for Liquid again.
They got to play it isolated. Vinny's not got the way to stop the defuse. Back sight in this position. He has to kill Twist on this cross. And even then, the real fight is Nafly v Cello. Cover is great. Naf follows up, but he is dead. And now Cello hounded down by Twist inside of the site. He needs his instant kill, and Cello's got it. Good for the round, keeping Imperial in the series and keeping this game going down the stretch. An important 1v2 clutch for Cello to stop a devastating loss from Imperial.
Oh, Flashy's stressed out by that one.
Who's Flashy? I only know Coach.
I know. The rebrand's working so well. Coach wants to weigh in. Cello's kept the dream alive for Imperial. Wonder if Liquid divert anything to try and deal with some of these Vinny lurks. That's what kept the back door open. That's what allowed the vent rotate in the first place. If they did want to try it, Naf would be one of the candidates to go hunting for him. Largely a fake on these outside smokes, right? Lobbing them in time after time. Liquid don't have the util to break them, so they don't know how many players have made it down. They're flying blind in this round, and that's going to trigger some re-aggression again. It's Naf and Ultimate moving in on the ramp side. and right into Vinny. He's also kind of the expected player, right? The one that you'd be used to seeing here, so it doesn't tell you a hell of a lot for that death.
NAF full rotates out here. They've got a path to B right now. To Imperial just want to take it. NAF's now rescope back up with the orb. They molly themselves off. Felt like they were hoping that would bounce a bit further so they could catch an AWP up close, but NAF playing range. Cello's still down secret. Back to upper. Do they want to go down the vent? They already have Cello in position, so it's a perfect rotate down. Sneaking into lower. Twist needs everything here on his own. Trying to block this single door. They're coming from the other side as well. Cello really taking his time in this round. He can still clutch it out with seconds to spare, and there's only nerds on that top side.
Again for the vent rotate. This time no safety net of a lurker though to apply pressure. And Nerd's able to stop it. The vent rotate denied. Liquid on map and series point.
Dude, these rotates up, down, up, down. At least Liquid always leave the back door open, the porch light on, keeping Nerds in that top site. Twist doing a great job of surviving. If he dies there, that is surely the round teed up for Imperial. But Liquid on this comeback from 7 or 8, 3 down. Match point first. Imperial's elimination facing them. 2 chances for Liquid to do it. Closing was never their strong suit.
No, I mean, it's here as well on this T side that you're seeing the rough performance from Skulls, right? A tricky T side to slot into. He's not had an easy time of it. Bottom of the board, and so often it's in these T halves. He's actually been able to have good output for Imperial. So you're seeing some of that unfamiliarity, some of these teething problems for Imperial's latest edition, rearing their head at a very awkward time. They're going to try and go ramp here. That leaves them moving in to Nafly, who has been the big threat here in map 3. So keen, he tries to fight through the molly. He still wants to hold a line here. Really not looking to relinquish this space. He's unable to stop the spillover. Imperial make it down ramp, but they're going in to the Liquid rotates.
Oh, Twist beats the Molotov as well, and he won't tick on it. He's hiding inside the smoke. The bomb is in the window. Skulls throws it out, but they've got to pick that up and put that down before Liquid get too close for comfort. Cover from Nerds. Door swung open. They do find Twist, and Nerds turns back for his. 4 on 3, and they never got this plant. Imperial are in a tailspin right now, just looking to win this game on fights. 2v3, Liquid hold on. The kills come to them. Only try left up. A great third map, but too late to activate as Liquid come running him down. 13 rounds found off the back of a comeback. Liquid shut it out. Imperial eliminated down the end of Nuke. It seems like the only Imperial we'll be seeing in London are the Pints.
Liquid solidify themselves an important win here against Imperial, but they weren't easy in any way at all. They had to fight their way back into that. They played a good CT side. Imperial's, I guess, cracks started to show a little bit towards the end there as well, because there was rounds where they had chances in it. They had Liquid on the edge.
Yeah, I think Imperial deserves some credit for putting up a good fight against Team Liquid right here. Obviously, had to go down all the way to the very end of Nuke, where it did feel like it could tip both ways. I think coming into this game, we both agreed that we can't really expect too much for Team Liquid right now. All they had to do was find a way to win and stay alive in the tournament, and I guess so they did.
We said it. I don't feel it. When I'm thinking about that game, I don't feel like I'm super happy with Liquid. If they win the next series, though, this will be immediately forgotten. We'll say, oh, it was a 2-1 win, and it'll just be nerds like me and you. Well, actually, the way they lost, but when you actually, if they go into the next game and they win, it doesn't matter. This wasn't the greatest Liquid we could have seen. It wasn't what we want to see from Liquid, but we did see NAF doing pretty well, and I think that is what we wanted to see from Liquid, to be fair. Yeah,
it is what we wanted to see from them. On the side of Imperial, though, right? Expectations were lower considering what they had a few days of practice coming in with Skulls and to get things ready. This is a showing that I guess you can be learning from.
there's plenty of learning for Imperial right here, and I think they should be somewhat proud of how they played so far in this tournament. Yeah, obviously not up to par yet with a team like Liquid, but not too far off either.
I think when you look at Imperial, they have room to grow. The reason we're harsh on Liquid is because they've had this roster for a little while and they're failing to grow.
Yeah, that's the difference with it. But we do have Vinny joining us for an interview, and I know Vinny right now, it sucks to go down like this, but just give me your initial thoughts on how you guys played out that series, because it was a tough start on Dust 2, but you were able to bounce back. Oh, he don't hear me. There's no reaction. We'll wait to get it fixed. There we go. We'll wait. He can't hear us.
No.
He's just savoring the moment.
I think Vinny should be proud of his own individual display throughout this game. I think Imperial overall as well. It's hard to say that you should be satisfied when you're losing a game against Team Liquid. Of course, you shouldn't be satisfied losing, but I think when you look at the game, the way they conducted themselves, the way they play Counter-Strike, especially on Train T side, I think we saw a lot of good things. Try didn't have a pop-off game. Skulls struggled massively throughout this game as well. Both players that I expect to do better in the future as well. So I think they can be optimistic, if anything.
I think they can go into that. They had a good Train T side. They had another great nuke CT side. They just struggled on the T side the same way they did against MOUZ, and you can chalk that up maybe a little bit to the individual star power out of Liquid, but there is something for them to learn from, improve on, go back to the drawing board a little bit, improve those T sides on nuke, and if they just were just a tiny bit better, maybe one more swing round, that goes into OT and we see a totally different story.
It is a totally different story, but that's not the case this time around for him. I want to also just look at Skulls. We spoke positively about how he performed on Nuke in the first time we saw them. This time, wasn't quite there, Vu.
I was optimistic with Skulls. He is playing a different position. He's not a ramp player generally, and when he comes into ramp, I like the activity. He was moving around the map. He was trying to bring things back. Part of the problem is they started a lot of these rounds in really uncomfortable spots as well, and I want to point out Try. As much as I want to talk about Skulls, we talked about Try. He wasn't the best player on his team on against MOUZ, and you look at him in this series, he started out this map 9-1 in the first 4 rounds. He ended the half 12-5. And when your Opper is just not getting the picks, and Liquid were giving him opportunities. That's why I'm a little negative on Liquid. They were giving him opportunities. Try just wasn't hitting the shots. It wasn't that he was necessarily flashed off of every angle. I wish we saw a bit more from Try.
I think that's the player that can unlock Imperial to the next level. Skulls doesn't have to be a star. He has to have a better game than he had right here. I think he finishes with 27 kills over the course of 3 maps. That's not good enough if you're Skulls, regardless of new roles and whatnot. But Try is the talisman. He's the catalyst. He's the guy that can bring you to the next level, and he's done that domestically. It's time to show you can do it internationally as well.
Well, we couldn't get Vinny, sadly. We couldn't get things working. There are technical problems that can hit us, but we can take a look at where we're at with the group, as we do see Imperial get their way to home.
And that's my issue with this win for Team Liquid. They stayed alive, that's great, but you are going to face most likely a G2, you're going to face a FURIA in that lower bracket, you're maybe even duking it out versus MOUZ if G2 is making that surprise. Do we really believe with the level of gameplay we saw from Liquid that they can beat G2, FURIA and MOUZ? I don't at the moment.
No. We don't think they can beat them. If they could beat them, it would be a welcome surprise, and that's where you forget about this loss. But if they go on and they do what we expect, they lose to the next team, then you're looking at this as a very worrying sign.
Well, if it wasn't worrying enough, it sounds like it could only get worse for them, but they have it in their hands to turn things around. We're going to a break, and then we're moving into our next game, and we get to hear from both Inns and Demau. Today, you play against FlyQuest. In your opinion, do you feel like you are the favorites in this matchup?
No. I think it will be a great game, because FlyQuest, they're a good team. And in the game you never know what's gonna happen, but we are ready to give our best, and we just want to not leave here with regrets. We just want to play our game in the best way possible, and I think both teams can win. But we are very confident in our game. We just want to play and have fun at this time, and to see how what the things that we practice in this time, to see how they're gonna be. So it's basically like a playground, to see how it is.
And 4th event now with JKS on the team. Would you say he's fully integrated into the lineup now?
I wouldn't say fully. I would say we're getting there. It's still just like little things. We're just making mistakes, and that's costing us like rounds, and especially important rounds where we're money broken the next round, and then we have a shitty buy the round after, and then but we're still working on it. We have a lot to improve on, and we're just focused on like improving both T and CT because they haven't been acceptable as lately.
And when you say it hasn't been acceptable lately, I'm guessing when you added JKS, you expected it to be going better. You expect to see an improvement from you guys. So has it been disappointing with what you've shown in your eyes?
I mean, it's been a little disappointing, but it's still, for us, we've only had maybe 3 to 4 weeks practice. And we're working on different things each time we get together. So it's hard to because we're not always practicing, because obviously we have 2 Europeans now, or 2 people living in Europe, and 3 Australians, so it's hard to find the time, but we're trying to slowly work. It's not as efficient as we probably want, but it's just like these things that are happening in these officials, they don't really happen as much in practice, or at least they go unnoticed in practice. So that's the main thing.
Okay, and how much is JKS able to help you guys, outside of the official games, outside of practice? Like, what kind of difference is he able to make for you?
I mean, he just brings a bigger voice, which helps me a lot. So that's the main thing, and he's kind of like, I wouldn't say harsh. Harsh is probably not the right word, but he's like very vocal in terms of people making mistakes and pointing them out, and trying to help everyone improve. So I think that's like the main thing, and obviously brings a wealth of experience as well, which is very important for us.
Probably a welcoming thing though, right? In terms of how you can learn and how you can grow from moments like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. I'm learning personally. I kind of felt like I stagnated for a bit there, and I wasn't really learning, but I'm still actually learning. Obviously not playing how I would like to play individually, but I think I'm learning, and I think most people are welcoming the advice and just taking it on board and trying to improve one step at a time. It'd be nicer if the progress was a bit faster, but that's CS at the end of the day.
That is CS at the end of the day, and that's what we are all here for. But for FlyQuest, things are not as pretty as it may look. We think JKS coming to the team, it's such a positive situation right now, but they're still struggling against teams here, Vu.
I think FlyQuest have zigged and zagged in the right places, but they're still not able to make themselves just an actual competitive team against top opposition. I looked it up. They're 8-22 against top 50 this year. That's not what you'd expect for a team.
You've expanded that nicely for them.
You have to put it in the top 50 to include FlyQuest, because they're not a top 20 team themselves in the ranking.
It's rough for FlyQuest, and I thought I thought bringing in JKS from Liquid was going to help them a little bit more than I've seen so far. Regali is an interesting prospect, JKS an interesting prospect, but I think you're right. They can win against teams slightly below their own level, but beating some of the ones above them have been very hard for them. And they've had a lot of opportunities. Not like a team like Imperial we rarely see. We see them in Cologne, we see them in some of the bigger tournaments. They just can't seem to get it done.
I think JKS was a great pickup for them. I think he's done really solid things since he's been on the team, but it's still, they're capped a little bit. They have Regali, he's a solid opper. They've got JKS, but the team hasn't come together individually. They don't have that star power to push them to the next level, and they don't yet, we heard in the interview a little bit, they don't yet have the teamwork and calling to push them from a team perspective.
How much time do you give them to get ready with JKS now, right? Because I imagine he probably wanted to change a lot of things and help with a lot of things because his experience is so vast compared to everyone else.
Well, it depends on what your expectations are for FlyQuest. Currently, they're ranked 27th as per HLTV's world rankings. That's not good enough. You'd expect it to be slightly higher, but do we really consider FlyQuest to be more than a top 15, top 17 team? I don't with the player material. I think there's other teams out there who have better players, maybe a bigger budget as well, and should be doing better. So right now, they're performing slightly below where they're supposed to be, but it's not off the mark completely.
I think FlyQuest, with the roster they have, they could push to the top 15. I think that's kind of where you're thinking that would be a FlyQuest performing well, that would be JKS integrating well, but they don't have the individuals to get into the top 10, I don't think. And you think the greatest Australian roster, what did they do? They went major semi-final. I don't know if FlyQuest is quite there without another change ahead of them.
Yeah, we're a long way from them reaching a semi-finals of a major once again. But looking at Legacy, right now, they had the Austin major pop-off moment. We were all hyped up and looking at them. But since then, you know, it's still kind of waiting to see if they can be more than that.
The thing is, they've had opportunities, right? Doing so well in Austin also gave them invites, gave them VIS points, gave them a great opportunity to showcase they could do it again. Cologne was a great example where they couldn't quite get it done. And it's not that they're not competitive in the games. It's just that they're not winning games as they were during Austin. So I don't want to call it a fluke per se, but I think they overachieved a lot in Austin. And I think we're seeing the real level of Legacy right now, which is also around top 20.
I think it's fair to say they overperformed, but I'm still hopeful for Legacy. I like the way they play. I think they've got so many great pieces. Dumao, Lotto, Lux, they're all incredible pieces. I think they have a lot of potential upside, and you still catch them against European opposition that seem to think to themselves, wow, this team, they can't certainly play this aggressive against us. And then they do, and they find so much success doing so. Now, they haven't pushed to the top levels. They haven't pushed the ceiling quite yet where we hope it goes, but there's so little, there's nothing to hate about this team. They're just an entertaining team that I hope does well.
Yeah, they got some very exciting players on their hand and some exciting Counter-Strike, and I spoke to Dumao about that in an interview. Today, you play against FlyQuest. In your opinion, do you feel like you are the favorites in this matchup?
No. I think it will be a great game because FlyQuest, they're a good team. And in the game, you never know what's gonna happen. But we are ready to give our best, and we just want to not leave here with regrets. You know, we just want to play our game in the best way possible, and I think both teams can win. But we are very confident in our game. You know, we just want to play and have fun at this time, and to see how things, what the things that we practice in this time, to see how they're gonna be. So it's basically like a playground, you know, to see how it is. Looks always give me another perspective to look things. So whenever I want to do something, sometimes it's by feeling, you know. I'm feeling how they are playing, what time should I go, and then I have some micro things that let me go, you know. And then Lux, he understands these timings, and he always give me some different starts, like of the rounds, you know. Okay, we should start like this, like that, and then after I can get use it to what I'm thinking about the game, you know.
And we see this explosiveness and this craziness come out from them that's working out, and you can kind of understand what they're doing now.
Reminds me a bit of Yakindar when he was on VP, where the IGL actually knew how to utilize him, but he had to call his own shot a little bit at the same time. When you look at them, it's Dumao and Lux. They combined for, on gun rounds, almost 65% of the T-side openings for that team. This team runs through Dumao. As much as Lotto's their highest rated player, it runs through Dumao.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Dumao was one of the positive impacts players during the major. I think he's fantastic, and I think he's ready to take the next step as well. If Legacy is not going to find more success, I am damn sure there's other teams, even international speaking teams, that would love the services of Dumao.
Now we got the veto up here. We see Mirage and Nuke coming in, and the decider being a handshake on Inferno. I felt though, you know, with the bans and how this works out, that it's quite an advantage here, considering that Dust 2, best map for FlyQuest, gets banned out on the other side.
You could say so.
I was questioning who was going to ban Train because they both like to ban Train. FlyQuest did the honors, which puts them a little bit behind in the veto, and that puts Legacy, who, even if Dumao doesn't want to say it, they're the favorites here. They're the favorites in this game.
They are the favorites.
It gives them a leg up.
They are the favorites, and people need to remind themselves that, yes, Legacy, they may not be ready to take the step into top 15 and replicate the performance we saw during the Austin Major, but against FlyQuest, who is struggling massively as well, I would agree with that sentiment. They're the favorites heading into this matchup.
Well, let's see if they can prove it when they get themselves inside the server. Hugo and Harry, take it away.
Yes, FlyQuest ready to take on Legacy in this bout. And dude, I want to kind of talk a little on Legacy, because I think for this team, something that's been really, really sick to follow is obviously them getting to Austin, to the major, was marred in controversy, but it represented a huge opportunity for this team. And not only did they realize that opportunity, and they went on to have a very impressive run. I think they generated a lot of hype and fanfare for themselves, but I'll go as far as say they've kept that pressure up. This team is consistently kind of punching up. Even back at Bounty, where they picked to go into the rematch versus Vitality, sure, they lost that, but it was a pretty close series, if you recall. OT map 1, fairly close affair on Dust 2. This is a team that has kind of seized every single chance they've been given and are on an upswing.
Yeah, and this is only their 4th international match since the major, so I don't think we can even shut the door on to say Legacy can't keep up good form into this season. They've been playing domestically and doing well, so let's see as they face a team in a similar position to them on this BO3. Elimination on the line as they look to run for London. FlyQuest popping into this B bomb site, met with many players, and Lux puts on a 3K. Captain holds strong as Legacy take that pistol.
And I actually think that's one of the differences in these games. Like Legacy, a team punching up, trying to move through the rankings. For FlyQuest, they have the same goal, but still don't have a lot to celebrate. You have this on-paper idea that JKS moving into the roster is supposed to uplift this team, but we kind of have yet to see that realized by the FlyQuest squad.
Yeah, they had a pretty rough draw in that opening game, playing Spirit in a BO3. Well, they got donked yesterday, Harry. No ifs, ands, or buts. Absolutely donked. 2.05 rating. Had an unreal few rounds in there. Pistol ace on 19 health. And a bunch of other highlights for Donk. Even Zwei played great. So it's a brutal entrance here for FlyQuest. And yeah, I agree. Legacy, without a doubt, favorites off of recent form. Because I feel like we're still talking about this team like, oh yeah, well, they had a great major, but you know, it's been downhill since then. I don't think we've seen them since then. Like I said, 4th international match. First one against Fnatic, they won it. Then against Vitality, like you said, they lost, but they made it interesting on one of the maps.
Dude, they made it interesting, and like just the balls to pick.
But they didn't pick. Sorry to interrupt. They didn't pick. They were the last team, so they got forced to play Vitality. So minus the plus aura you gave them.
Forget that.
But they did play Vitality. They made it close, and then they lost to FURIA yesterday. Or the other, I keep saying yesterday, 2 days ago. So, you know, that's a fair loss again. They got a map off FURIA. So right now, I think Legacy still feel like they have a lot to prove. And Nuke was a map where they won in that series, which will be making an appearance here as well. JKS wants to die and they're not giving it to him. They're running away. They are full running away. He's going to keep his Glock. Legacy trolling him. Oof. Chad is somewhere in a room screaming at the walls as Legacy laugh their way to the bank.
Dude, I love that Legacy do that. So many teams don't.
Yeah.
Like, they'll just go and take the kill, $600 or whatever on an SMG. It's like, yeah.
That's mental warfare, Harry.
Yeah, it's also just a really good move. Like, Juzzy's broke. The guy that's like generated all the hype again around FlyQuest, the star, has no gun to play with in the first gun round.
No one goes, all right, mate, here, take this AK, I'll play the Tech 9. They just, yeah, well, it's your problem, mate. Should have died.
Should have bloody died like the rest of us. We all knew what we were doing.
That's really unlucky. I love that for Legacy. So cool that they can make plays like that. Now JKS just has to kind of feed out Palace and get traded.
They should add a Daisy-esque like button where you can just put the Glock in your own mouth and end it.
No loss bonus, of course. This is a crazy flank. This is an insane flank. He's going to kill everyone.
He's got all three on a platter.
MOUZ walk down ramp into Palace.
There's the lineup. Third guy, JKS on the Tech 9.
Can he find a gun?
He can't immediately come back to haunt them, surely. No, he will. Dodge death at the hands of MOUZ.
Unreal.
But look at all the control they have, bro. There's a minute left to play with. They have multiple players in spawn. Oh my God, they both missed each other for so long. Ins will be able to catch him at least, and so a 2-on-5 maybe takes shape here. Maybe. You've at least given yourself a fighting chance, but you don't have a lot of time. Nissim hears these footsteps, and the rotate is called immediately for Legacy. Both additional players starting to try and link up with Nissim in defensive B. Lux gets here first. able to catch the bomb, and that's the round away from FlyQuest. There's no winning this for Inns. He would need both kills right now, and they're not going to give it to him. Legacy with a lot of conviction, a lot of aggression in that first rifle round.
Loving what we're getting. I mean, that was just such a decisive move, pushing 2 down the ramp, big flanking, getting DUMAO back through the Palace, so they don't go, oh, maybe they're Palace. No, but they find out the easy way, backstab on 2. Legacy just making plays off the rip, not sitting back in this game.
Bro, they're like so fucking disciplined. It's crazy.
Yeah, these ain't...
Oh.
You know, they might play fast and loose at times, but there's always a big picture behind the aggression. And of course, there he's talking about them denying his death in the eco round. So, discipline the ends of rounds when it counts to do damage, and aggression off the rip. That's what you can expect. Lato farming here versus the Pistols. By the way, DUMAO's behind them again.
Oh, well, he was. Got one deed, of course, but it's cosmetic here for Regali. 20 health. Running back around the world, and they're here to cut him off very quick. Assad's made it to top middle. He's going to hear these steps as well. Bosh, 4-0 for Legacy. Clean rounds all the way.
Just think it would have been so easy for, like, Legacy to fully fade into obscurity, leave us unimpressed with anything after Austin. But that's very much not the vibe of this team. They've gone from, or trying to go from strength to strength, still posting some good numbers, like back at Bounty. Being a formidable match for Vitality in that BO3.
FlyQuest, maybe a faster round here, just letting the AWP lead, look for an entry before they pop this B-bomb site. There was a chance there, but miss him with a deep Molotov. Oh, he did miss the jump. Would like to get back up on balcony. FlyQuest aren't committing anymore. They were relying on that first kill. Back to middle, minute on the clock, boost is good, and that molly doesn't bloom. So Vexite gets on the window ledge. So Regali looks for the con pick, it's not given away. Back up on stairs, Lato, gotta be careful. Straight up cat, 30 seconds to go, and the bomb spotted. Nice kill.
Something brewing here. But DUMAO, he's always behind you. He's fast lurking in through the apartments. Vexite here trying to waste some time. Nissim will feed him, and so the round rests on the DUMAO flank. Satin doesn't look terribly interested in giving this one a go with map control lost over here. Vexite still keeping pressure on in at the jungle. And so we won't get to see what the DUMAO flank was capable of as this round is cooled off.
It's a scary round, but FlyQuest able to mid-round their way out of it. Despite Legacy trying to put a lot of pressure on that mid-split. FlyQuest still make it out with 4 alive.
Terrorists win.
So they're on the board.
I also think map pool-wise, this is like a bit of a hellish matchup for FlyQuest. I know nowhere's felt particularly safe, but You know, right at the top of the edition of JKS, we've seen them lean onto maps like Inferno, but they also were picking Nuke a bunch in Cologne, which I didn't love. But in this game, really on all available metrics, anywhere they would want to face Legacy, Legacy have a better track record to go off of. Even Mirage here. It's the FlyQuest pick, one that they're looking to bring in more and more so. Been a sea of red as of late. Nuke up next, as mentioned. Picked into that a couple of times at Cologne, always kind of came to regret it. Well, that's a great map for the Legacy squad. And then Inferno as the decider, what would usually look to be one of the go-tos for FlyQuest. Well, famously, that was the site of the Legacy Vitality BO1 beatdown from the major.
Late A play here for FlyQuest, 45 on the clock. Sadzin sees the smokes coming over, can call to watch out. There is one mid lurker, but Sadzin, he really needed that. He's not going to get many more chances behind triple. They do line up, but only one taken. Lato tucked in. There's a team nade in there, but Vexite checks his corners. 2v3, still a scary round for FlyQuest, but shifting through the smoke. Inns makes it through. Dumao not realizing how much danger he's actually in. He does hold the smoke. Good adjustment in time. 2v2, this retake is on. Molly's going to push player back, but Vexite able to stay on site. JKS could get spammed as Vexite already is. Dumao has that kit, but he is one shot from
death.
Look
at this boost they've thrown in.
My God.
A little gimmick to try and launch this retake. JKS gonna take Nissim down a peg, and now Dumao has to just get out of there. A reluctant save again from Dumao. FlyQuest start to collect. Also, yeah, I want to say that TK. Sadzin kills Regali as Regali's trying to throw a nade. And so he dies with the nade pin pulled. So actually, Sadzin did get 2 kills from this. There's the death.
Oh, wow.
Nade trickles down. Bang!
That's unlucky. That's so unlucky. Like the boost as well, but good that JKS swings rather than just stays immobile in the post plant. You feel like he's going to get spammed out from that position.
It's like the Martyrdom perk in hardcore. If you remember Hugo from the old Call of Duty days.
I do. Good days. They are, again, going back for this B contact, but no AWP to force an opener, so it's just an execute. Ins out under, making it look like a more typical round here. Trying to draw the short player out of B. Here they go. Oof. Oof.
Double block. Slows this down. Buys time for Lux's rotate. Now they're 3 strong.
Good luck.
Into the meat grinder. Go FlyQuest.
Third molly. Oh, God.
Still trying to follow through with this. They will get past Dumao as the window of opportunity opens. It's equally fast to close. JKS has to clutch up big, and the spam comes through from that third man arriving late. Lux gets there with time to spare thanks to all the util out of Legacy.
Dude, I mean, they know the FlyQuest aren't going to be throwing B rushes at them, so they just hold all their Molotovs on B. When the anchor's dropping it at first spot, and then that buys rotate time for Lux to get his in as well. I mean, FlyQuest just gets squeezed in the apartment. Nowhere to go. One player jumps out. The rest are trapped behind util. Couldn't be an easier hold if Legacy tried. 5-2 up. Looking good for Legacy. Looking scary for FlyQuest. Not even really seen this Sadzin AWP come into play, but back in the major, that was a delight to watch. He was a real rock. Young player at his first major. Making a name for himself. Block smoke allows Lux to stand on the edge, but doesn't seem like he can find the info, so mid control is taken by FlyQuest.
Legacy Util has been fantastic.
Yeah.
They're so good at just taking the pace out of these FlyQuest rounds.
Oh.
That's mad for Dumao and
team kill.
Lux. It's fine. Now it's one for both sides.
True, yeah. Lux is making a play as Dumao tries to help, I guess. Throws in the molly.
I got you, bro. Oh no, wait, what's happening?
Didn't know you were gonna do that. Oh. Nice kill. Sadzin found top mid pick with the AWP. Back to B goes Dumao. Hearing this jump for JKS, it's a good Molotov, but Dumao still has room to hide. Doesn't need to fight. He slips below JKS into the site. JKS gets a kill. Cross shot for Sadzin.
There's a second player can be in. He hears JKS drop down now, so Sadzin with a tiny bit more room creeps up. Lato's still a ways away, and Sadzin had to stay alive, falling at the hands of JKS, who's brute forced this B play. Lato tries to run him down, but Netic, long time off that bomb, gun at the ready, and support from JKS. FlyQuest starting to find their footing on this T half.
Yeah, it just comes off of JKS, making a hero play, walking through the B apps, finding that timing when the info comes from middle, too short, and he's able to sneak right past. Good check below. Teammate flushes out that last play with a Molotov. And B is theirs for the taking. FlyQuest all over this B-bomb site. Now they go for an exec on A. And that's as Legacy stack the wrong side of the map.
No, they ain't stacking, bro. They're getting aggressive. Gonna be another one of these flank rounds. Look at all them SMGs in the apartments.
Yeah, but still, if FlyQuest goes soon, they'll beat it to the punch.
The one thing we've been crediting Legacy for is good util to slow down these hits, right? And you kind of want to respect that knowing they're on a low buy. And so for now, that util buys a bit more time.
Yeah, okay.
Nissan does want to activate.
There's no flank from Nissan, but there is a four-man hold. It's just more about getting these SMGs in prime positions up close in the site. Re-smoking the palace again. Not making it easy for you. FlyQuest, despite that, are still choosing to go. Triple molly fails. SMGs start to pinch. Okay.
That's BS for Lato, but it climbed down the ladder and found him underneath. Tag for Sadzin Scout as he tries to bait them in to Lux at Sandwich.
They're gonna lose
You
this.
feel how claustrophobic and small the site is feeling. Inns is trying to open it up.
Nice.
Make it feel a little bigger, a little braver. Dumao's backstab will get that trade. Sadzin still painting up damage. They're all low. Couple of shots from Dumao and he pulls off a crazy 1v3 clutch. Creeping on in. We'll try and capitalize on all this scout damage. They've spotted him now. First shot lands. Dumao dancing. There's a second. Just JKS left to beat. This is where he's going to earn his strength. But no, Dumao's ripped him off of him. 1 versus 3 for Dumao. The Sadzin Scout is not in vain.
Oh my goodness, Dumao, what a read. And JKS tries to jump the gun. He doesn't even tap the bomb. He just tries to peek while the last player is looking down to tap it. And Dumao reads it perfectly. Firepower piece of this Legacy team punches a hole in FlyQuest's face. That will leave a mark. Low econ SMG buy, round win. And it's that triple Molotov thrown from ramp that didn't land. It exploded midair. That would have pushed Sadzin off of triple and maybe would have led to the round win. He hit 3 scout tags on triple.
Yeah, it's a Dumao clutch who had to deliver, had to actually complete all the kills, but my word,
wouldn't have happened without
teeing
that.
him up. Yeah. Layup of the century, bro. That's crazy.
Knocks it out of the park. Home run here for Legacy. FlyQuest gets stuffed. And Legacy are beating the sweets out of them like a piñata. Another B-pop.
Now he gets the big scout. What's he capable of on the AWP?
Oh, not these mollies. Not again. That's the last one. I lied. Lux is holding on to one far away, though. Yeah, they're not going to go. FlyQuest realized sitting outside of a bomb site for a minute does allow Legacy to gather info to stack, as they did last round. Those constant palace smokes that FlyQuest eventually pushed through, realizing that, hey, we've just sat ramp for a minute. Do you think they know?
I mean, you feel like you're getting outread, man. Everywhere you go, you're getting blocked at the exact moment you're arriving.
Timing.
Plateau. There will be a timing open for JKS to smoke walk. But he doesn't look like he's moving a muscle, instead waiting for the fade.
What?
Kills come in over towards Con. It's a Glock. It puts a bit of fear in you, but now that this crossfire is established between Lato and Sadzin, it feels very, very safe. Regali. Oh, quick flick back. Sadzin had to take matters into his own hands. He will. Matters not.
Was that Regali off the Glock? I don't know who got it, but he got 3 kills in the round. Up connector. That is a scary round for Legacy, but again, they keep it under the thumb. Regali Deagle into 2 more. Sadzin some nice flicks and doesn't give it up entirely. Able to trade his teammate after a nice flick from Regali.
Listen to the default, guys. Come on. The energy is so bad and we are on the game. We're losing to ourselves. Let's focus.
It's not the best
like
energy.
A piston decompressed in the room.
Energy's so bad.
Yeah.
Well,
you got to expel the demons, I guess.
Yeah, breathe out. Breathe in.
Where's someone that offers some like witty millennial comedy about playing Doom out? He's right behind me, isn't he?
That's good. That's good.
Bro, Doom out has started. He's
levitating.
He's become what they all feared, his terrifying form now known.
God, that is crazy. He's floating. This was a DreamHack Winter. He'd get banned.
After they win, too.
Oh, yeah. Don't do it till you lose.
He's right behind me, isn't he? I think that would cut the tension like a knife, bro. Everyone would be having a good time. Doom out.
Oh.
He's no longer behind you.
He's right above me, isn't he? It's a big kill for Regali. Can they make anything of this? Vexite's been finding entries here and there and everywhere. Regali jumping with the AWP connects that shot. Careful, Sadzin's still alive and he has been locked in. All
Regali,
CT
can he
side.
deal with him? AWP up close, AWP on AWP violence. Oh, baits the shot out. Sadzin's time to shine now as this AWP doing damage.
It's all Sadzin.
Sadzin on a scout, set up Doom out for one hell of a clutch. Now with the big green. Meant to be his time in the limelight. Inns cuts him down. And so Nissim heads for the hills. FlyQuest, battered and bruised, break through again as they try to stumble back to their feet on this T side.
Probably been a pretty sad half for FlyQuest, but it is recoverable, Harry, now. The money is broke. This is all that Nissim is saving, so FlyQuest have the chance to find a 5-round T side. It's not great, it's enough. It's right there for the taking. Key entries from Regali and Vexite. And that important cover kill from Inns to stop Sadzin from picking up another multi-kill, or multi-tag. salvageable here. It's a nice boost, but he's missed Regali crossing.
Something that is always a treat about Legacy, though, they pull out gimmicks like this so often, right? Like little ways to try and force these openers. Especially in a cash-strapped round like this one. But a contact play out the ramp side. 1 kill to the good already, and these players lost to the hands of mid. Unless Nissim can put the hero gun to work. He's got Regali boxed into a corner.
Just committing.
One health on Regali. They're wasting all this time chasing the kill in top mid. It's not wasting time, but they need this kill. At least leaves them even in a 3-on-3. If you let Regali stay alive, you've got to deal with this later, and so Sadzin eventually gets it.
Okay, kit on Nissim, it's winnable.
Eagle of Dumau moves in. That's a bunch of dinks on the spam. Dumau on the dig! Delivers 2! Vexite can't clutch up!
What?
And Legacy, a brutal round to close this half. Low by, the dig cares not on Dumau.
17 seconds left, so this is going to be just an all-out stomp to the bomb side. No slowing it down. They just have to rush him in, get the kill instantly, get the bomb planted. Frozen is dropped, and that's the bomb on the ground. Oh my God! It's Brolin with an insane transfer. He keeps it going. It's a quad kill. He saved his team.
Vice. I don't know, the bell is ringing, might be the train bell, but certainly ringing for Astralis right here. 1 versus 4, and he's gonna get a headshot follow. Oh, what? No way! He actually makes it work. That has to be just pure out, just divine intervention. Shut up. I can't. I've never seen anything like that ever before.
If they're gonna get a 5th in this first 15, this could be the round he offers it. At the helm of that monster hit, Apex comes around the corner, back of Electronic turned. A double man advantage that feels like surely Vitality have already got enough. But what about that flash from SDY? How about this hold from Perfecto? Incendiary to the right, Sumdai Young turns his attention. Oh! All 3! Sumdai Young and Sumdai again and again and again. 11-4, 11 rounds straight, and a dominant overpass CT side.
Yeah, you see, definitely a big gap providing itself. They're going to come through this.
They're on their way. Setups here. Good flashes. Rops, he is supposed to be the way in, but he's escorted out off the premises. Shush! This is his site, and he continues to lay down more and more from Shush. Oh, 5 from the Dane.
Sometimes these work.
See if they eat the flashes or not. They do.
Oh no!
Oh, that's
Zywo's blind as well.
Oh, Rain the double deagle. You're not gonna. Oh! When it rains, it pours. And then Rain adds in that extra secret spice. Gives you a round like this. A 4th! Everybody falls at the hands of Rain.
Legacy leaving us with a lot to be excited about here as they lead the charge. FlyQuest, they got to remind themselves this is their map pick. They're trying to be on this uptick. This is where they've got to turn things around and uplift the vibe and energy.
But Legacy, they're feeling great, Harry.
Yeah.
They're feeling great. Big Dumau D-ground to close out the half. Legacy looking good, and FlyQuest, yeah. It's been a bit of a slow start. Will it be a slow finish? Or is there more in store for the plucky Australians? Haystack in the right place. Bit of a, oh my god, through the smoke for JKS. Just gets beamed. Regali behind triple, putting up a fight. 3-4 from Regali. Blink and you miss it, they're all dead.
Don't let this be in vain.
On.
Don't let this be in vain. Regali nearly bails out FlyQuest single-handedly in this pistol. Just Sadzin left to beat, but he's hop, skipped, and jumped out of there. Bomb on his back as well. Minute left to play with. The round resets. What's Sadzin gonna do? All the way back through spawn. Right now, FlyQuest try and hedge their bets. They keep both players over here towards A. Sadzin has an open route to a bomb plant at B. And he's given us the nod. He's letting us know this site is empty, this site is barren. He's gonna have a bomb plant and a chance to ruin the day of FlyQuest. This is after a crazy pistol round from Regali. 4 kills from out behind triple. Any other day of the week, this should be enough to win you the round. Can Sadzin ruin it all?
Smoke creates a lot of problems. Put that on the bomb. And Sadzin has to spam. He has to put pressure on. Can't trust that they're not sticking with a kit. It's only a tap. Sadzin pushed off. Sees they're faking. Now the 10 second. Sadzin just tries to make it into the site and they're not going to let him. A nice try. A bomb plant in a round they had no business. But it's Regali's 4K that tees him up for a pistol. And it bloody better have after a round like that.
If that don't get the blood pumping, nothing will. Let's see if Regali can have a bit of an uptick here. Because you know what he's capable of when he's hitting. And Regali looks good. FlyQuest level shoots up dramatically. Prior to the joining of JKS, he kind of was one of the big draws of this team. And so let's see if that gives him a nudge in the right direction.
Legacy don't do all that just to eco. Force comes in. Just double molly. They make it out under without a tick. Walking on fire. Legacy sneaks through the connector smoke. No info. Netic's gonna grab it. That's a dink down range, but one that Netic lives through. Stops MOUZ slipping behind enemy lines, and Lux won't make it further in window either off the boost, so FlyQuest holding strong all over the map.
Okay. And Unison was here. And in spite of being low, he still chipped one away. Now that was the low health Netic who got dinked by the Tech 9 earlier on. Still a ways away from clawing a path back into this round. With only 30 seconds left, it doesn't seem like this boost in mid is going to get rewarded with a kill. They're going to have to go and earn the space, and it's in that window that Regali finds Nissim. Very slow on this creep out, but Sadzin finding some comfort in the tail end of this round timer. They've only got JKS left to worry about. That plant needs to be covered. Lato not able to hold on, and so plant denied. JKS puts a stop to it and keeps that in check for FlyQuest.
Got messy, but didn't lose sight of the objective. No bomb plot, no money for Legacy as JKS finds the final pair to win a must-win anti-eco here for FlyQuest. And even that gets a little bit scary down the tail end. This Legacy will have to take one breather. The Eagles. Golly, just hit a farm. Boom.
MOUZ, the Eagles proved to be a nuisance before. JKS doesn't even let him fire a bullet. And so you'd like to say this one unlosable. There's the cleanup. 5 alive versus the full eco. FlyQuest carving a bit of a path back into this game.
Yeah, but nothing matters until you start winning gun rounds. So now's the time to prove it. 5 alive, we're not going to get that AWP.
I mean, the main thing is you've kept the game open. You've given yourself enough runway, right? You do good on Regali's great pistol round. You don't let Sadson clutch up. You put a stop to their force buy, even though it got a little weird and wonderful in there. And you don't lose anyone versus the eco. This is all the makings of what FlyQuest need if they want to turn Mirage around.
I feel like that flash didn't work. JKS didn't look blind in the slightest, able to win that first fight out to Nissim. So the idea was there. Execution, not as much. Advantage taken by FlyQuest in this inaugural gun round. FlyQuest lose eyes on middle. Netic patrolling with a lot of responsibility, considering the lack of information. FlyQuest double up towards the B apartments. Legacy only now taking that mid control for real. Setting their sights on the A split. JKS got to be very careful, jiggling ramp on 10 health, but he gets that smoke down. Something Legacy gonna have to push through.
Dumau obliges. Tries to lead the charge out through connector. Regali with an important multi-kill. But the only guy left in the site is JKS, low on health. Brings Sadsin down low.
Cover.
Vexite arriving. Wanted to play in quickly while that bomb was getting planted. He's going to follow up with the kill to Lato, and he knows there's only so many places Sadsin can be. Expects him close with the info coming in from Inns. FlyQuest bring us to a tie game.
Yeah, would have liked him help on ramp. I think it was Lato there who just stayed behind the smoke. He saw JKS close, and the call should be he's low from earlier, so would like to just see a risky play when his team are running through the connector utility and splitting A. It's worth the risk to come through that util rather than rely on his team. It's essentially not playing into the round there. And so sure, still Legacy get a bomb plant out of it, but Sadsin far too low to clutch that up. And so FlyQuest start believing. Multiple rounds strung together on this CT side. Pistol and the 4x. Legacy, go again. Looking like a speedier approach though, just walking the valley into connector. This is so early with so little warning. FlyQuest have no idea.
It's the rare crossover of quick and quiet. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Vexite plucks MOUZ out of the round. Lux also whittled down low, hiding in this smoke, is living on borrowed time. Time that Vexite decides is up.
Even though he dies, doesn't matter. There's only a B player. Regali's still there. FlyQuest have a stack in this bomb site now. They've been given time to move in. And In's only now revealing his position. Does get flushed out. There's no more util. They've got to win some heads-up duels here. And that cross in was an opportunity. JKS stops it right then and there. And Sadin, on the back of a great game, looks for a clutch here. 1v3. Don't give him the easy ones. JKS dead first.
That's a really clean shot too. Cleaner than it even needed to be. That's the type of one that gives you hot hands. You start to have some faith now in this ability, and he just shrinks down, hoping that the silence causes a bit of a panic. FlyQuest don't really have any reason to be panicked, though. With the time left, it's not like he could go anywhere else.
The AWP is alive, so you feel like he's CT right now. Will Sadin even believe he can plant default? I doubt it.
Oh, smoke here. That's to give him a route to the plant, but a swing out from Netic never lets it get that far. That's the one downside to the slowdown. Leave yourself with so little time, you have to commit to planting. And that's when Netic strikes.
Yeah, he's not to know, really, that Regali is short. He only rotated back B because Vexite came off Cat and died. That's how they started the round, with Regali AWPing App. So just not info he had on that 2v1, or he might have just stuck the plant and had a chance to 1v2. Well contained by FlyQuest, who are coming back into this game, who are now holding the lead. It's Legacy who have burned their timeouts now. Pistols and an A execute on the cards here for Legacy.
Regali with a quick rotate into CT.
It's a double pump. Go again.
Is that second wave of util? Regali has a decision to make. Does he want to go up and over this smoke? No path to do so, and so just going to leave this one onto the retake off FlyQuest. 5v5 post plant. That helps a hell of a lot from JKS. Chance spam. And now Legacy come to try and take space. That's a move that FlyQuest weren't entirely expecting. And Netic's caught on a reposition. That's given away jungle. This makes life really hard to get out through connector. Whoa, more aggression. Big trade for JKS, but he himself is getting pincered. Lato on the window. Run out is also cancelled. JKS with some very important kills here. Finally brought down. And the spam's connecting for Lux, but Regali's able to get there in time. FlyQuest continue building on this lead. The CT side looking leaps and bounds better from them.
Yeah,
it was just about staying alive in that first half. They're thriving here in the second.
Really calm here for FlyQuest. They are not panicking even on that initial execute. They don't burn all their util. They save smokes. They save HEs to break. The bomb gets spammed. That's unfortunate. But Legacy still have an idea in mind. A lot of space taken. Still not enough to stop that defuse in the smoke. FlyQuest, hot streak here. 6 straight. Finally, Legacy just try and brawl in middle. They've been very exec heavy. Get shut out. Even Inns escapes danger. And a block on the B bomb side. There's just no way in. I say that, that was close.
Just as we were crediting Legacy's util to kind of shut down these B reactions in that first half, FlyQuest do much the same here, right? Holding onto their smokes, their nades, their mollies. And so when Legacy do try and pick up the pace, the wins just sucked out of their round.
We've really just seen FlyQuest struggling on T-sides in these recent tournaments. Cologne winning only a few T-side gun rounds. Can't lie, I didn't expect them to come back this cleanly. But those T-sides definitely have been their main issue.
And also, I mean, what one round can do to an MF, Regali, he's been very involved since the pistol. Might get timings here by Nissim. That's a huge catch. Regali in transition back from CT onto triple. JKS has just been a continued pillar in this CT half.
Wow.
And now with a bit of help from Netic on the con side, teed up for even more success are FlyQuest. 20 seconds. And Nissim commits to the save. Yet to drop around since getting onto the CT side. Flawless since the pistol.
Yeah, JKS has been a rock on CT side. Couple of scary moments, but for the most part, delivering multi-kills. Nice to see Netic join the fray with an uncleared positioning connector late in the round here. Get to double kill. FlyQuest just unstoppable out of nowhere. They looked down, they looked out, they looked defeated on that T side. Even the voice comms sounding shattered. Full B rush.
This time no util to slow it down. The Vexite, it's very well handled here. Ints hasn't even had to play yet. Vexite lays waste to the Legacy B hit. And Inns finally gets his. That's huge for Vexite. Gets set up on short just in time. Here's the footsteps, the rush coming his way. And it's the sequencing on these kills. First stopping the spillover and then dealing with the reinforcements. Every move, picture perfect for Vexite there on the B hold.
Strong mechanics, super clean. 3-4 bullet bursts with the A4. Ending Legacy's round, and there's just been nothing on this T side to talk about for Legacy. Not even getting really close. Put into winnable clutches, yes, but not making anything out of them.
I see it clearly now. They're not going A, they're not going B, they're going home.
Or are they? Because JKS just got picked for the first time on the ramp. Vexite in defense, Netic trying to hold up. It's Vexite in the right place at the right time with the right result. Another triple kill.
Shooting himself up to top of the board. 8 kills over the last 2 rounds from Vexite. Will that be enough to get this over the line here and now? Regali holds from afar. So tunnel vision on this kill, he can't get it. FlyQuest complete the comeback with a flawless CT side.
Well, after that shambles of a T side, FlyQuest managed to grab hold of the game, get back control, and get an important victory for this series. That was an impressive switch up in a half, man.
That was a very, very impressive turnaround from FlyQuest, especially when you consider in some of the fashions they lost the rounds in the first half. Required Dumao with a ridiculous SMG clutch, required some other rounds that didn't really go their way. They probably should have won. So the mental resilience coming into the second half, still believing you could get the job done. That's impressive from FlyQuest. I did not see that coming, to be honest.
I think when you come into this game and the very first gun round, what happens? Dumao pushes through A ramp. 3 players from Legacy push A ramp, flank Palace, kill 2 players sitting in Palace looking the wrong direction. You can recover from that, make it a solid T half. They had a pretty solid showing after going down 4-5-0, then come back into it and then go into the CT side and actually just shut them out entirely. Incredibly impressive.
And it wasn't just about like the individual skill, it was also the clutch factor coming in there as well, right, Pim?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you had MOUZ clutching. You speak of a clutch in that first half. I think that was essential for Legacy to get off to a good start. Overall, it felt like for FlyQuest, it was just all the players stepping up. I think the MOUZ clutch that we are witnessing right here, to me, I thought that was sort of the end for FlyQuest in that first half. This is a round you're supposed to win. They get into the bomb side. The spacing is good. You lose one player, that's fine. You end up in a 1v3, and that's winnable. The thing is, the scout tacks up 2 players, and MOUZ has an SMG at hand. And at this point, FlyQuest maybe gets a little bit too ahead of themselves. They're actually offering a lot of space. He gets to move in right here. They're all afraid because they're all low HP. Instead of all swinging together, he isolates one duel at a time, right? One towards side, one towards ramp, and all of a sudden he has a 1v1 to the guy in Palace. All of them down to 20 or 12 HP, and he ends up winning it. I don't want to take anything away from MOUZ right here. That's a beautiful play, but FlyQuest, given the HP on the players, played it way too scared.
The thing is, if they double peak and they die, that's great from MOUZ. Good job. You did it. You did a great play, right? But Regali is just playing too scared from Tetris. He lets him get to triple. You know that. You can't let a guy get there, especially when you're all lit. And then the fake, the jump, and then he waits a second for JKS, because that's a JKS where the bomb has so much time left on it. He has to peek out. He's got 10 health. He wants to catch him looking down at the bomb. That is such a smart play from MOUZ. That is incredible.
And we'll keep singing MOUZ's praises, because I thought, honestly, on this round, or the very last round and a half, I was like, there's no way FlyQuest come back from this, allowing this to happen.
That's what it felt like. I think round 12 as well, and FlyQuest first half as well. That's what I said. It felt like they lost a lot of rounds they were supposed to win.
Yeah.
And when you have that mental resilience to come back from that, that's a sign of class. You know, this is some of the best Counter-Strike I've seen FlyQuest play ever since JKS coming into the round. That CT side half was beautiful, especially when you consider how it went down in round 12 and in round 9 as well.
I think what you have to give them credit for is, despite losing the T half 8-4, I think FlyQuest played a great T half. They understood the way Legacy liked to play on this map. They played quite aggressive. And the fact that you need MOUZ with a UMP clutch, with a Deagle pulling off rounds like these to get them to this scoreline says FlyQuest were putting themselves in great spots.
Now, it's not only that, though. I'm going to bring up a bit of a meme coming in here. You know the one where they say, like, they had us in the first half, yeah, and then they come back into it? Well, have a listen to this.
Yeah, let's just lock in and listen to each other. Lock in, listen to each other, okay? Like, we're really stressed. I want this, like, light mood. It's okay. We are on the easy side of the map now. Watch the paper, see what we need to do, what we need to achieve to win versus them. Just take a good breath and come back to the game, okay? Yeah. Good comms, good trades, react together.
And you see, look, this is at the half. They look down and out. The coach is trying to remind them what they're supposed to do, remind them what needs to happen there, and bloody hell, it worked.
I like how calm he's delivering that message.
Yeah.
I like the reaction from JKS as well, in a sense. I think that's not JKS reacting to the coach, but more so JKS reacting to what we described as well. A half where he felt we should have had 6, 7, maybe even 8 rounds. There were so many opportunities, they let go of them, that he's probably still feeling the frustrations, and I guess working with the fact that he felt that 4 rounds, that's not enough for how well we actually played.
Yeah, that's not how many they should have got if they had just closed out a couple of different rounds, and then they go into the CT side and they just absolutely lock it down, and they do it through plays that I think when you're down that much, someone wants to make a play and kind of just push your team over the edge. They want to make some crazy hero play. I think they played it as a team. They let Legacy kind of move forward and give them openings. Every gun round, I believe every gun round of that second half, Legacy started out 4v5. That's FlyQuest knowing the game plan, playing it to a T. Such great play.
I also want to give it up to Regali, you know, for that second half. He started off with that pistol 4K in the very first round. I think you need certain players, as you said, you need someone to show the way. Regali with a 4K in that round, that helped out massively. His second half performance was absolutely beautiful. And for Regali to step up, you know, that's what we want him to be. You said it yourself coming into this game. He's a great AWPer. He's a great prospect. Slowly but surely growing. He's almost been like a forever talent in the world of Counter-Strike. He's been around for quite some time.
From the Academy Leagues to now.
The Academy Leagues to now, and he still hasn't had that breakthrough, but I feel like over time he's maturing a lot as a player, and let's be honest, he's probably never going to be a star player. He's never going to be part of a top 5 team where he's the deciding factor. At least there's nothing that suggests that, but he's a solid player, and I think he's growing into it, and in this game he was very instrumental in the comeback.
I think for so long in FlyQuest, Regali has just been better than the team. He's been a player that you don't really talk about too much because he's never a problem, but he plays for the team. He plays a bit into the system, throwing utility, throwing support utility for his team on T side. CT side, he's able to lock down bomb sites, get openings, do everything you need from an opper, but you forget about him because he's in FlyQuest. However, you look at the team now, they pick up JKS. If they're going to keep looking like this, then maybe you start to remember FlyQuest and you remember Regali's name.
And you just mentioned it, right? JKS, he may look down and out at some moments, but individually in the game, he's always on.
He's stable, especially on the CT side. I feel like that's where he gets the best job done. I can always count on JKS to be good for 2 kills, and that's my favorite phrase when it comes to Counter-Strike. When you describe certain players, they're always good for 2 kills. And it felt like JKS in this second half in particular, he was always good for 2 kills. And when you have a player that is just always showing up and always getting the kill you're supposed to, and sometimes even going above and beyond that, then that's a nice feeling. I also will say that I think not only from JKS and his individual output, it's a player you're looking towards if you're FlyQuest, and it installs the rest of the players with a bit of confidence. If you're Regali, you're thinking, if I step up my game a little bit, I know what I'm gonna get from JKS. If you're Ins, if I step up my game a little bit, I know JKS will do his part. So he gives a bit of comfortability within that lineup, and I think he makes the other players around him play better as well.
On Liquid in 2025, JKS had a 0.97 rating. He was a problem. He comes into FlyQuest so far, 1.09 on FlyQuest, and he's playing a lot of the same spots. It's not like he's changed his spots on every map. He's still the same player, but he's playing with confidence. He's able to make plays, and I think you saw the entry on B. That's a kill he's not supposed to be getting. Just hits an insane shot. He gets the kills in these swing rounds that you need. The kill on A ramp as well. That's the first gun round on CT side. That set them up for success. JKS is just playing so incredible. Who could have said this was going to happen based on the beginning of 2025?
Yeah, not many would have said that. Maybe only Sponge in there as well. Got to back his boy across all of this. But we do have to touch on some of the legacy players in this, right? And DeMau has been obviously the shining factor. Maybe he doesn't end the scores the highest, but he had the most impact by far.
He did have a lot of impact. I think DeMau played a decent game of Counter-Strike, especially in the first half. We saw the clutch 1v3. We saw the Deagle round as well in round 12. That is instant impact where you're single-handedly winning your teams what's worth 2 rounds in itself, but also dealing very big damage to the economy of FlyQuest. So well done to DeMau. You're going to see the 1v3 right here with the SMG. That's a massive moment. I bet you the next highlight is going to be the Deagle round. If not, then you saw it in the game. I'm disappointed still, though, because I expect DeMau to continue that trend. I'd expect him to continue to find impact. Same could be said for Lux. At one point in the game, I think he was 11-3, and then he turns out to be 11-8, completely stopped playing, and that's what it felt like for Legacy. As much as I want to praise FlyQuest for a fantastic CT side defense, nothing really came from DeMau, nothing really came from Lux, nothing really came from Lado as well, for that matter. And that was an issue in that second half.
That UMP round from DeMau was supposed to be the nail in the coffin. That was supposed to be a swing round. DeMau won it for his team, and they were supposed to take that and run away with the game. But then they go into T side, and they kind of just walk in. They don't have great execs. They don't stress the utility, the counter flashes, the rotates from FlyQuest. They just lose a player early every round, and then they kind of try to trade out from there. But if you're trading out from a 4v5, you're losing the round. And that's just how every round seemed to play out when the guns were there.
But am I wrong in saying that normally we would expect a much better T-side coming out from Legacy, especially on a map like Mirage, looking at the players they have?
I'd say so. You know, you'd expect DeMau to pop off at some point. You'd expect Satsin, who also had a great game, to do something at a certain point in the game. But I also do think that it's showing the limitations of Legacy. We said it coming into the game. They do rely a lot on the individuals. They do force a lot of gunfights. And when they're not winning those fights, when the individuals are not necessarily better than the opposition, you are limited in how much you can do. And I think that's part of the reason why we see Legacy do well. But right now, after the Austin Major, they've struggled to beat teams above them. They can beat domestic lineups because they're better, but FlyQuest, they're on their level, right? And I think that's a bit of an issue right now.
Live by the sword, die by the sword. This is a team where if they can out-rifle your riflers, if you have DeMau, Lux, Lotto, if they can move in and find that opening kill, they'll trade out, they'll win the round. But surprisingly, you're not expecting this with FlyQuest. You're expecting they can do that. They can win those gunfights. But when you can aim back and you can have your anchor pick up one and then survive, their T-sides often crumble. That's not what I was expecting in this series against this team, but that's just the reality of the way they play.
Well, they've probably been hit with a stark reality of what they expected in this matchup, but we'll have to see how they can do going into the second map. We're moving on to Nuke and FlyQuest. Well, they solved things when it came to that opening map pick. Let's see if they can close it on the second map. Legacy find their way now at Nuke. It's their map pick, but things look so bad on Mirage that it could start to get worrying for them. This is a game where we expected them to be able to fight, that there'll be some middle ground here, that this is a game where they can maybe conquer and dominate. But so far, that has not been the case. And Pimp, at least for FlyQuest, we're very positive. We were glazing them a lot on Mirage. But Nuke, help me.
I'll set the scene for you. When it comes to Nuke and FlyQuest, FlyQuest in the entire history of the lineup have played the map 9 times, and they have lost it 8 times. Right? They only won once, and that was actually the debut. Last time they won the map of Nuke was 228 days ago at the Blast Bounty, which is crazy. Since they lost it 8 times in a row, and in 7 of those games, they only got to single digits. You know, a lot of 13-5s, a lot of 13-6. They're not even competitive when they play Nuke. So if I'm Legacy, and I'm not going in with full confidence against FlyQuest and Nuke, then you're never going to feel confident ever in your life.
This is why I wanted to FlyQuest to float train. Even though Legacy's played it a couple of times, their Nuke just does not look very good. And if we want to point out a player that I want to play well, if FlyQuest are going to win this, it's Netic. He plays Yard on CT side. He plays Yard on T side. He's struggled on this team. He's supposed to be the next up-and-coming Australian player. If he has a good game, they have a chance. If he doesn't, I think they're screwed.
Well, thank you very much for your thought, guys. It's time for us to try and get into Nuke. We've got Hugo and Harry standing by. But guys, does FlyQuest stand a chance here?
Well, the numbers certainly aren't looking great, are they?
228 days, Harry, since their last Nuke win. That is a bit of a shock for FlyQuest versus a team that play it all the damn time. 30 games logged this year alone for Legacy, if you count this one. And they have 2-1 on every single time they've played it. So it's looking good for Legacy. That being said, it kind of fell apart towards the end there. T-side looked lacking for Legacy. And considering Vu setting up Netic as the guy to watch in this game, he was a little bit quiet until the last few rounds of that CT side, so gonna need a lot from him out of the gate here on Nuke.
This is a map that FlyQuest have to have been putting attention and time into. Said it earlier on, but even back in Cologne, we actually saw them pick this map. Which, considering their track record, considering their kind of, not even love-hate, just hate relationship with Nuke, was a notable departure from the norm, and that to me suggests they're putting some time and energy into fixing this.
They want to love it, Harry. They want to be a fan. Maybe today they can break in. Or maybe not. Let's find out.
Not the start you want for Netic. Here's the fast little lobby lurking for FlyQuest. 2 players committed to this. It's Regali and Inns, the only 2 with health. Oh, miss him.
Oh, cheeky.
Oh, see, he can open the door too. Not just a closer. JKS claws one back, but it's starting to get away from FlyQuest here in the pistol. JKS 1 point of health. A dead man to Lux as the pistol round is picked up
by Legacy.
That's the one. Why did I forget the name? Why'd I forget the name, bro? I've only been talking about him all day. What just happened?
Well, brain moment.
Everywhere I looked, there was no help. Top of the screen's pitches. On my monitor, for some reason, I had FlyQuest Liquid game from Cologne.
Well, Liquid won on Nuke already. Maybe Legacy can meet them there. Would only be prolonging the series.
Let's just factory reset the cast, bro. Shut it down, boot it back up. Prolonging the suffering.
The map Inferno.
Which is a good map for both of these teams. So it's actually a great place to end.
What are you saying there? Hey, you've got
I'm dropping some hints here that we might get there.
FlyQuest may have other ideas, but Legacy are running over this force buy. To the top side they go. Smoked off. Part of the major run for Legacy included this map, winning it for the, well, 5 times 4 times in a row. And then the 5th time, if you remember, Harry, for playoffs, they were 9-3 up against MOUZ in the 3rd map. Winner of that map goes to playoffs. They lost 10-1 from 9-3 up, and they lost the series. I think the Legacy were just a couple of rounds from the major playoffs. That one hurt, but they beat Chinggis Warriors, Wildcard, MIBR, and Linvision here. And I'd say FlyQuest kind of fall into a similar category.
We're going to keep our eyes peeled on this CT side, because this is where FlyQuest have to do like their best job. In the 2 times they've played this map since JKS joined, they've got 4 T rounds total. 2
rounds.
in each game. Yes.
4 rounds in 2 games.
On the T half, yes.
Total.
It's been hard. It's
only
been,
4.
It's been rough, man. It's been rough out here.
They just look so good on Mirage, but it was really a one-half game, wasn't it? A flawless CT side. Bit of a tech factory reset on this round. Prolonging. God, they've got admins. Quick off and on.
I wish I just had someone to help me with tech problems. Instead, I am that guy whenever I'm home.
You fix them great, though.
Yeah, it's fun. I like fixing it, actually. Now that I think about it, I don't think I would want someone else to do it. You know what I mean? Like when you get a PC issue and you know, you're deep in the research hole.
Okay, yeah.
You've watched like 40 tutorials. They're all from 10 years ago. Some of them are text on screen. Some of them are like $4 microphone.
Not even text on screen. He's opening Notepad
no, exactly.
writing the
Text
words
on screen. That's what I'm saying, right?
Sorry,
Notepad open, just typing away.
So today you need to.
Oh, I love that. I live for that. Sometimes you have to create like a new, more solvable problem to fix the original problem. Oh, it's so much fun. I just delete system files
until it
to
works.
feel the rush when it eventually causes an issue.
How do you restore?
What, like?
How do you
bring
fix
them,
that?
You know, you'll figure it out. Everyone's different, bro. Get on the tutorials. Get on the grind.
Get on the YouTube videos from 10 years ago.
Dude, honestly, if it wasn't for some like random 14-year-old 100 years in the past having outlined how to fix every PC issue ever, we'd all be screwed. You know, where are they today, Hugo? Probably the CEOs, leaders, big thinkers.
Philosophers.
Also, Legacy.
Yeah.
Streak breakers. That's what they are.
Ooh.
And they could break FlyQuest's streak right now.
By losing.
By losing this game.
Okay, it's an 8-loss streak on Nuke for FlyQuest in this year, only winning their first at the very top of the year against MIBR. Spells pretty bad time. But everything comes to an end, Harry, including loss streaks. You just got to keep playing.
That's your advice.
Yeah.
Just keep going.
Improve as well, you know, that helps.
Just
plan, prepare.
endlessly taking L's. I think that just push you over the edge.
Q. Eventually you'll win. Mathematically.
Well, you know, talked about Netic on the desk, someone that's going to have to step up and deliver here. He's had some very shaky games on Nuke and is in some very high impact positions. So you want him kind of starting strong. There was some nice, you know, resurgences for FlyQuest on that opening map. Whether it was Regali with an inspiring pistol round, JKS is just a rock in terms of anchoring down A, and then Vexite with those phenomenal back-to-back 4Ks where he shot himself up towards top of the board. Hey, we're back. That's nice. Little tech pause over. And an eco round for FlyQuest.
Legacy just keep the pace rambunctious. Straight out the door down the vent. And Lux, no secret of it. Into the ramp pistol, 5-7 up close. JKS takes the first. Regali has no right to follow up. 2 kills off the USP.
Bro, just use USP at this point. He's been so good with it.
They forgot the bomb. He's got to go back there. All here. Fight your way out of this one. A bit of a scrap for Sadsin. He falls short. Bomb control and Lux. They know he was down vent. He goes back up.
I mean, he's made this decision so quickly. I don't know if you're going to be ready for it. Vexite is. He instantly went back from the ramp side, climbs the vent, hoping that speed and pace are enough here. No head armor for Vexite, no armor for Netic.
You could get the bomb right now.
Lux has snuck right past them. Oh, Vexite just gets on the line in time. And so FlyQuest on an eco round, 2 off of the Regali USP.
Insane. Show me these. That first one's a robbery. The second one, double headshot. And I love how FlyQuest all just rush through lobby to A, get that quick flank, get the guns up. And that is one way to win an early round here in this game. Legacy don't get their fall buy. This is their fall buy. Galil 4 pistols. Broken early in this map. Legacy just gonna pop top. Good flash. That's the one Galil gone after one. The pistols need to carry them through.
Nade finds a bit of chip damage. JKS hears them running out underneath him. Looking for Dumao, who's found his way onto a gun. These weapons have been recovered here by Legacy. They get a bit more threatening now. Still pressure applied. Nissim knocks the AWP out from heaven, and that plant coming through. FlyQuest, a man down in this retake. Flashes for JKS, but it's going to be hard to have them have much impact. Inns has got to go ahead and try and break some contact in the way of FlyQuest, and he can't do it. 2 players just homed in on that main swing. That AWP is what Jazzy wants to hold on to. And he will get out with it. Something for FlyQuest, but when all is said and done, that's going to be remembered as a good round for Legacy and a potential turning point in the early stages of this map.
Can't believe they're given so much time in that top site. No one's ever able to come in and offer anything. I think if the Heaven players flood out there before Legacy go and pick up guns, they probably just sweep that one aside. They slow it down, try and play the retake. Legacy able to arm themselves, put the bomb in the smoke, take favorable positions. It's a whole 20 or so seconds where FlyQuest had little opposition. And so, yeah, FlyQuest win a crazy full eco, and then Legacy respond just the same, forced by Dex FlyQuest. They can still buy full. Orb saved, and a couple M4s behind it.
Regali with aggression. Standing on business out in the yard.
Is it clocking? Yes, it is. He's clocked outside. Time up.
mean, those are the types of moves that MOUZ would like to do. And so able to flush out Regali on his aggressive pathing. Removing that AWP from play as well. That's the one that was saved forward, now lost for FlyQuest. JKS in with a chance here. Might just have to fight and die for this lower control. Gets out with a double, and Inns has been able to remove the Lux AWP out in the yard. Reason to give this one a go if you're FlyQuest. Little out of position, sure. It's a terrifying prospect of going down the vent as your point to rotate here.
Oh yeah, it can't go yet. Got to wait for his teammate to at least kick up a stink here and lower. At least try and draw Lato out of this position. And Inns is too early. Lato waits till he has guarantee of the kill. Doesn't shoot the toes. And Vexite, he's got smoke kits. Who says this is impossible?
Sadzin says.
Does. He said, he did say it. He does says it.
He did says he's.
And Legacy break the money once and for all. I feel like he had time to just run hell and in that 2v2. No surprise Legacy have a guy dedicated to vent. Would have been nice to see them group up and play that together.
So just as a reminder, this CT side is where FlyQuest have to do their best work. And it's already off to a pretty horrible start. It was their CT side that ran flawless on Mirage to turn that game around. And on Nuke, a map that they've had long-time struggles on. Last 2 times they've played it since JKS joined, they've managed just 4 T rounds total.
Nothing in this one. Quick and easy for Legacy. All over the map. And it feels like a dominant game is brewing here for Legacy. FlyQuest can't get the grips with Nuke yet again.
Yeah, like, make sure we are listening to each other, okay? We know nothing cross secret. We are rotating. Just need to focus on each other, build setups together. The game is going well to us. We won a really important round. Just focus on each other, communication, okay?
By here for FlyQuest, no kit. Legacy a lot of early util to keep FlyQuest guessing, but it's this outside wall you got to worry about as they split behind the smokes. Oh, a second layer as well.
2
Crossing
corridors,
into garage.
2 avenues, but Inns in the place to stop this yard control. They see his feet.
Really panicked there. He's tried to run away after 1 kill. Oh, disaster. And they're just gonna go. Good flash, makes him turn, but it also catches Lux. Netic holding strong for 1 more. But 2v2 and Legacy have won all of these so far. They take that top site. This time it's JKS stuck down under.
Bomb has been planted.
Gotta be a little circus trick. The amazing Juzzy flying up the vent at the contact of Regali. He's got to be slick with it if he wants to survive. Regali's at least forced them off the line. Yeah, JKS delivered right in into the maws of Lato.
I mean, you're not ready for Lato in the open standing there, but even the way FlyQuest pieced that together is really ugly. They both have flashes. Regali doesn't use his. JKS just limps one up the ladder, gets stuck on it. Just looks a bit ugly when all is said and done. Would like Regali to use his flash or peek first. It's getting ugly. It's getting stressful, and considering FlyQuest's tendency to disappear on the T side doesn't spell a good game.
Mag 7, I like that. JKS with a bit of aggression into the lobby. Doesn't want to fall here. That opens up the route into ramp. So been able to dodge the trade at least for now. Mag 7 might actually play into this in a big way. Double drop down the vent. Sound like they were trying to break the glass on the top site. In time with that. Has it worked? JKS doesn't look aware. Just gonna tuck in time. Tries to dodge the wrap up from lower. Meanwhile, Vexite's giving chase. Dude, we need the Benny Hill music. Flanks on flanks. Vexite in a great position. They've got no idea he could be here. Lets them get very close. Low on ammo. TK in the mix, and the Mag 7 still in the right place. This kitten's got claws. Come on, Netic. Let's see what he can do. Long range on the Mag 7. Oh my god, he's made it work. Luck's dead. With the repause and Sadzin locks in the clutch. Crazy. We all saw what happened.
Did we?
Come to your own conclusions there.
Topsy-turvy, inside out. And that zoo in Denmark claims yet another victim.
No, we can't bring back the zoo in Denmark.
Okay, that's my only one. Just
because we're also in Denmark.
You called him Kitten.
Seeing a lot of discord around Kitten. I think I'm reading this right. Legacy with a timeout. Maybe didn't like just how close that anti-eco got.
Yeah, I mean, the two low economy rounds have been the more interesting ones in this game for FlyQuest, winning a FlyQuest and, you know, that one. Doing more with less. Legacy 7-1 up, though. Kind of getting to do whatever they want on this T side. Maybe they feel like they've cleared outside smoke. Some nades go in. They don't hear anything. Does that ring alarms here for FlyQuest? It's about to be the topside exec. Lux on silo. Lots of flashes. Lux can drop main as well. They come in storming into this top site. Mollies are so strong. There's no one inside the site. Lux falls in and hits that headshot on the drop. He has no business winning that engagement, but 4-on-3 nonetheless. Here we are. FlyQuest locked out. And I mean, you gotta save, right? What can you do? Such a strong topside execute and only one player committed. Everyone else locked out. Netic behind the main smoke. JKS downstairs, In's outside. They didn't see it coming.
It's also just like a bit of a weird setup from the get-go. In's back garage, kind of the best position about, sorry, the best thing about that position is you can catch players on a main wrap. In spite of that, there's still a main player in Netic. JKS starts lower, that leaves ramp open. Regali is also out in the yard with his orb.
Netic probably gets flashed out, and that's why he goes back through the smoke. But yeah, it felt like an A-pop just off of them clearing outside, hearing nothing behind the smokes. The whole map's quiet. Penny doesn't drop for FlyQuest. Now Legacy is just calling for the front. They rush ramp. Oh, FlyQuest. They can't catch a break. They stack 4A, and Legacy run into an empty ramp room. Yeah, you get lobby, you get the flank, but Legacy are going B, and you can't stop that. I love they go all the way down. They don't just shrug off the ramp. They go, we have ramp for free? Okay, we'll take B. Clearing everything. Netic ahead of the Molotov. Wanting to play with his team, but he could have stopped that bomb. Now they have to play retake 5v3. No excuses. FlyQuest need this.
Carly even blocked their util with the swing of the door. And so finally something for FlyQuest here, surely.
Surely.
5 on 2, but time is ticking away from you. They wait to build into this. It's locks to B, and they will overrun him. Overwhelmed. Finally, something for FlyQuest. A concise reaction after the ramp take. They go, they take lobby, they force Legacy into the lower hit. And they keep the rotates pretty safe as well. Direct on the approach.
Calling lobby crunch on a full gun round like that is fun. It's something different. It's FlyQuest taking matters into their own hands.
Very rare that you get like such an asymmetric matchup like this as well in current day. One team is just so clearly favored on a map. Like for FlyQuest, this has just been a real disaster class map for them.
8 loss streak.
And to see them now with just 2 CT rounds, shooting for 4 on the half, it's nowhere near enough for him. Really, you know, if we're going off of just, if you're just a stats guy, it's like even 10 wouldn't have sealed the deal on this.
Well, yeah, there's just no history or evidence to suggest that their T-side is going to be enough. And when you combine the fact that they're getting wrecked on their better half, it doesn't fill you with confidence. Legacy, though, great return to form on the T side after 0 rounds back on last map. On the second half, that was. They were 8-4 up. They lose 13-8. Nissim just bursted Vexite backside from Hut. He just whomped him. And so Legacy now tempted to hit that top site, which has been relatively under-defended. There are 2 players here. That tag lands, but In still gets a kill off the flash. Netic holding strong still. J2 is also in the rafters, so A is not as weak as Legacy may feel. They have time to spread out a little bit. Get that bomb up heaven.
I don't think Juzzy meant to fall in there.
Too late.
Maybe he did, and they want to go take lobby, but he was scaling back towards heaven. Now he's having to hold it from the ground.
Oh dear. 20 seconds though. Big molly. It didn't stop Modesty. It won't stop Lato. He runs through on 2 health. Don't crate it now, Lato. You need to plant that bomb. Netic here to find a multi-kill. Second of the round. Where is that bomb? Is it going down finally? Backside allowed. Regali has an HE that could kill Lato straight up. And the molly heaven misses, putting more fear in this top site. Lato putting distance.
No one's moving a muscle yet. They're going to let the rifle try and close the gap here. It's the cross out from Lato that holds some promise. He's had this whole round in his hands at 2 health. He goes on to close it with a hat trick. Lato storms the board to make that one happen, and he does it all 1 shot from death.
Crikey. And FlyQuest kicking themselves, can't catch a break. Even though they know what's coming, they can't stop it. J2 missing a shot. And a retake that is so slow, waiting for a mistake that doesn't get given. Legacy just seems so comfortable in every moment on this map, every mid-round. Knowing the perfect reaction. And it's not even been a super tactical, fakey game. It's been pretty direct. Smoke walls to Secret, smoke walls to AXEC, running ramp. It's not been the most convoluted game, but they've just been calling ahead of FlyQuest, who can't get a read on it. Ramp stack now. Legacy looking like they're going to walk into it for once. J2 supported by the orb.
Might something going their way.
Oh.
Even a TK thrown into the mix.
That helps.
And with lobby control taken, it's far from an easy 2 versus 3 here for Legacy.
B's open, by the way.
That has opened up the path into B. And Lux has nailed the other. Vexite with a vent drop. A 3 versus 2 dissipates before FlyQuest's eyes.
Bruh.
And now it's just Netic trying to deny double digits to Legacy in a nuke that FlyQuest have had no bearings in, no control. It's been all Legacy on this second map. And Netic has no info. He's flying fully blind. He doesn't have a full belt util. No kit either, though. It's all rough. Sadzin will get mobbed up. It's the 10-second stick. Nade on the smoke. Netic with the kills. Down to the wire, looks for the kit, but he's running away. He had time with the kit, no? I don't know.
Close.
Legacy, double digits secured, and a rough way to give it up. 10-2 on the half.
Correct.
He's one shot, he's one shot. How are we losing that? 1v4. How? Where are my bullets going?
Well, well, well. Looks like another victim of a crappy chair. If you're like this guy, performance isn't your problem. Your chair is.
How are you in my...
Shh. See, here at Blacklight, we know what the key to victory is. It's comfort. And you're looking at it. Dynamic, adjustable lumbar support, specifically designed to benefit users of all heights. Loosen up, we've got you back with just the right amount of support. Racing-inspired Embrace design. Feel the grip of pure victory embracing your body, keeping you at the apex of the action. The magnetic head pillow, because why should you ever have to fumble with straps? Dual roller PU silent wheels. Stay both silent and deadly in and out of the server. Integrated condensed foam technology for that floating on a cloud experience. It's superior comfort for extended seating.
I'm gonna rank up.
You win. Come on!
My chair's just better.
And that is the power of the Kraken. Let us carry you while you carry your team.
Terms and conditions apply. Sitting required. Chair will not function properly if you refuse to sit. No rage quits. Chair is not responsible for damage caused by flipping, throwing, or aggressive reclining. May increase gaming skills, or at least make you feel like a pro. No refunds if you still lose. Zero gravity not included. Chair may feel like a spaceship, but won't actually fly. Cup holders not included. Your energy drink is your own responsibility. Spills are on you. Literally. Assembly required. Allen key provided. Sanity not. Comfort levels may vary, especially if used as a cap throne. Do not attempt 360 spins unless prepared for consequences. Nausea, dizziness, or unexpected skill boosts. Warranty void if used as a ladder, weapon, or dance partner. Game on responsibly. Chair does not guarantee wins, but it does guarantee style.
It's all Legacy, always has been. Right now, they're running away with Nuke. It's not even close here. And for FlyQuest, had a chance for a couple more rounds than they were able to put together on this CT half. The one that sticks out is that final little Netic. I just wanted to see him go for it, man. Just wanted to see him go for it. Production told us he had 7 seconds when he picked up the kit.
Okay.
7 seconds.
I mean,
had to run for the bomb.
I never get the saves. Bomb death doesn't count on the stats anyway, but none of this matters when Legacy bash you at ramp and the pistol round decides the game. 10 round, T side, throw a pistol on it, and you're done. Let's talk Inferno. And Legacy just dragging us there. Quick and easy.
Shout out Legacy, they're showing us how it's done.
Yeah. They had them in both halves, not gonna lie. $228 days since FlyQuest won a game of Nuke. Maybe 229 by the end of it.
It's not strictly how days work,
Yeah,
but
well, tomorrow. By the end of the day, tomorrow will be 229.
And then it'll just keep going up.
Yeah, exactly. That's how numbers work.
Yeah.
Look, all I'm saying is they ain't winning this.
No, and I think even the most die-hard FlyQuest fan agrees with you.
I think, yeah. 18-6 on Lato. What a beast.
Inferno, in theory, should be a way better time. Both teams like that map. There's been promising signs. But a big question for FlyQuest is like brushing off this.
Mentally, it's going to be a hard one. Reset tested in that third map as Legacy just laugh their way to the bank. A map they won all throughout their Austin run.
Because I'm seeing a lot of frustration.
Yeah. What would you say to JKS if you could talk to him right now?
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Not like this, man. Not like this, bro. Just one more round, man.
Think that would help?
I don't know. Probably not.
No.
I'd say, you want to play DayZ later? Take your mind off it.
It's got a third map, Harry.
Australian Oppenheimer be like, oh, we don't even need to do this. It's fine. I'm become chill. Ready for Inferno.
Legacy. That's the tweet. 5v4 outside entry for Netic. They get down Secret, but it costs them 2 men. And that is too many. Lato waiting as they jump through the smoke. There is a trade for Netic. He's on for another. But his teammate's on top.
I mean, Netic's been like arguably the one little ray of light in this game, looking better. Good for multi-kills, but yeah, it's been a absolutely one-sided game. Just kind of gross for FlyQuest here on Nuke. Nothing's hit, nothing's worked out. Legacy have ran the board throughout the entire game. It's been so one-sided. The scoreline painting a very accurate picture of just how rough this one was for FlyQuest. Legacy powering up after their winless T-side on Mirage. They go on to make quite the statement on Nuke.
Counter-Strike, like a fine wine, has aged well. As have you, Mr. Bloom. And that's why I bring you today into the Counter-Strike Clubhouse. I've heard through the grapevine that you've brought the Paris Major. Mr. Bloom, please talk me through your decision to present this to the council.
Well, how right you are. I went down to the Clubhouse archives and I happened upon this one. This is at the Paris Major Grand Final, the last round. We're talking overtime, on Nuke, home crowd. Everything is on the line right here.
Apex and ZywOo in the Accor Arena, as French as it gets. I think it's poetic as well that all 5 kills in the final round are from the 2 French players.
Yes.
This was supported by Dupree and by Magisk and Spinks.
This moment is everything. Like, this round would have been so different if ZywOo doesn't hit that shot. You can really taste the fear in Gamer Legion when they run from the ZywOo AWP.
In fear, you know, you see ZywOo shoot 1 bullet.
But they turn back because they're so afraid, and then they walk into Apex.
And here it is, that final shot, ZywOo to close it all.
Everything on him. Vitality.
No holds back, no surrender.
No holds back.
Some would say. Almost destiny that all 5 players are killed by the 2 Frenchmen on French soil.
There's so much rich history to be built on this moment alone.
And the fact that those 2 legends continue to improve. Legendary moment for the Vitality org.
Quite possibly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for ZywOo to win on, in Paris like that, and for Apex too.
That's why we have culture clubhouses. It's so that we can thrive in the finest environments, and if this isn't Counter-Strike in its finest environment, then I don't know what is.
Now we must find a reasonable score, both in terms of mechanics and cultural impact for this clip. And of course, starting with the mechanics, it is a bit on the low end. I would give this maybe a 5 out of 10.
Of course.
But on the cultural side, this is as big as it gets. ZywOo and Apex in France, in Paris, after the fall of French Counter-Strike. Your first cast, it's Dupree's 5th major. I don't think it gets much bigger. I would say this is about an 8.5 out of 10 for me.
Mechanically speaking, I'll raise it just to the 6. But culture, this was a CSGO major for ZywOo. Now ZywOo, they call him the CS GOAT, but if he never had his CSGO major, then that argument is absolutely blown out of the water. But this was a crowning jewel in terms of his accomplishments. At the tail end of a game, he thrust himself into the pantheon of greats. And for that reason, I'll take your 8 and I'll crank it to a 10. Bottle it and keep it on the Culture Club's top shelf.
Delicious.
The pain of Nuke is real for FlyQuest. It is not meant to be a win for this team despite their best efforts. They were manhandled by Legacy, and Legacy took full advantage of that. Loud, in charge, and ready for every fight that came their way. Maybe FlyQuest should start insta-banning Nuke.
I honestly, yes. As we spoke about coming into this game, the numbers are not looking great for FlyQuest whatsoever. Having lost 8 in a row, make that 9 now. In 8 of the 9 losses, Vu, they haven't gotten more than 6 or 7 rounds. Single digits, not even making it remotely close. So yeah, I think we get to a point where I would never advocate for that. I would never say a team. I would never be here from the outside being like, not knowing what's going on in practice, etc. You should probably permaban this one and never touch Nuke again. But looking at these results, looking at the history, you only ever won Nuke once in your entire time as a team under FlyQuest. That was in the very first game, and it was 228 days ago. And since you can't even get double digits against anyone, regardless of the level of opposition, maybe you should permaban it and move somewhere else.
I'm not going to say maybe. I'm going to say they definitely should, because even when they could find openings on CT Nuke, it's not a 10-2 opening kill half where you just had Legacy running them over. This is, they could find openings, they couldn't hold on to them, they couldn't convert the rounds. They just, as a team completely on Nuke, I just don't think they have it. They ain't got it.
Well, a little bit of what they did have started very early on, right? We see them manage to get around, even with some USPs in play.
Well, that's my issue, right? You look at Nuke, you get 2 rounds over the course of the entirety of the map, and your first one, and one of the only ones, is this one. A full pistol fight coming in. JK is doing a decent job, dealing some damage, regardless with the USPs, somehow, some way gets a double kill. It's not too well played by Legacy, but again, I want to give credit to FlyQuest. They're making the most out of it. They lose the bomb right here. The player is not aware, goes back for it, gets traded. Again, by FlyQuest, it's all good. You end up winning this round, and I think to myself, okay, that's how you knock your way into Nuke. That's how you get off to a good start on the CT side. The following round, look at the buy right here. Tech9's pistols, a single Galil, and they still find a way in towards this bomb site. They still find a way to win this one. JK is fighting alone from heaven. You still have a bit of utility. You still have 2 teammates. There's an AWP being brought by Regali as well, knowing that you're most likely going to face Tech9s, etc., etc. I would have loved for him to wait with that buy, and they lose the round. It's not often I say this, but 4 rounds into the game, I knew FlyQuest were going to lose, and I knew they were going to lose bad, and this round was the example of exactly why I had that feeling.
You see JKS coming in through heaven. He was one of the bright spots for them on this map. Problem is, he plays ramp, not upper. And when you look at where Legacy was going, when the key rounds came in, they went upper hit, upper hit, upper hit. They did it 3 or 4 times throughout the half, set the tone that you have to overstack upper, and then they would go for the outer plays. They would find the trades. They would turn it into a 4v4 or a 5v4 for themselves, and then they would convert those rounds. I think that half was built around those upper hits, starting with round 4, and the round 4 one, kind of inexcusable. You have to win it against that type of buy.
You really do. And FlyQuest are trying to change things up at least, right, Vu? They're trying to different positions, different opportunities for them to try and win.
This is where I will give them a little bit of credit for losing to upper hits, because Netic, I mentioned before the game, he's the router player.
Yeah.
He is no longer the router player, and I respect that they switched with him and INS for INS to go outer. He was getting a little bit done. This round he gets the opening, but as I said, they can't hold on to the opening. He tries to swing out. You could tell he wasn't perfectly comfortable as an outer player, even though he does go there as a door player previously. He's not completely foreign to him. He wasn't fully comfortable. Netic did some nice plays there from door, but you could tell he wasn't comfortable against the rushes either. So some growing pains, but 9 losses in a row. It's tough to go through some growing pains.
Yeah, it might be the time to call it quits on that, but it's all up to them what they want to do with it. One player we were talking about a bit is kind of the second part of DeMao, right? We were talking so positively about DeMao and what he can offer, but Lato, here, he came through in a good way.
Had a fantastic showing on Nuke, and of course, we got to give a bit of credit to Legacy for playing well and never leaving it in doubt whatsoever, but it's also a bit of one where you just found some confidence. If you're Lato and you're playing against an uncomfortable team where they don't really have the rotations in place, none of the players feel necessarily too comfortable making the rotations. You see a lot of easy kills right in this package as well, where it's all about trading, it's all about catching people off guard. This is a map where Lato is just gonna farm confidence. He's gonna feel like he's the best player on the server, and hopefully he will carry that momentum heading into the 3rd map. I don't want to say it's on a cheap basis, but it's one of those where Lato, I knew he had the abilities to do it, and I'm just glad he did it.
Yeah, Lato is that player that he is statistically their best player. I just look at DeMao as their most impressive player, the most explosive player, because Lato plays in those mid rounds. He gets an opening from DeMao or Lux, or they don't get the opening and he's there to get the trade, bring it back in their favor, and that's exactly what he did in this game, and he found a few openings along the way too.
And the other member of the Legacy team that you guys all touched on was Lux, and how important he is, not just as a leader, but also with being a fragger in the team at the same time. He's another one that stepped up here, was able to farm.
Yeah, it felt like all of the Legacy players had a good showing right here. Lux is another one we can obviously highlight, winning a clutch in the pistol round, and I guess the 3rd rifling star within this lineup. You have a trio of riflers who all do a decent job. Is Lux underrated? I don't know. Sometimes I feel like DeMao and Lato are taking a lot of the space away from him, and maybe also a bit of the shine, but I think Lux overall is a solid rifler and a solid player, and I can't really say anything bad about this performance.
This was a team effort through and through. You had great plays from Lato, great plays from Lux, and we can highlight them specifically, but I don't think you had any really obviously bad plays throughout the team. They had different players finding openings at different times, different players converting rounds. You even had Sadzin in there, who is probably the one that's drawn the most criticism, as he's not the most flashy opper. He was finding some plays as well. That was just Legacy, top to bottom. Great game.
Well, let's see what happens when it comes to Inferno, because that's the deciding map here. And can you tell me now, do we at least meet in a middle ground where we see FlyQuest actually play some Counter-Strike?
It's a map they play a lot, and it's a map they have better success on than Nuke. So yeah, it's a middle ground for both. But again, I'm looking at the results, and it does feel like a trend for FlyQuest. As we also spoke about coming into the game, whenever they face a good team, whenever they face a proper team, they seem to edge out losses. They can't really get it over the finish line. Some of the wins are against weaker opponents where you're like, yeah, you should be winning against them, but taking down the likes of Aurora, taking down European top opposition, or even taking down teams like Legacy, who have shown that they can definitely play Inferno. Let's not forget what happened during the Major against Vitality.
Yeah.
It's going to be super, super tough for FlyQuest. And it's tough for me making the case that they're the favorites against Inferno. I think Legacy are favorites by quite some margin, even on Inferno.
If you look at the team, FlyQuest, this is likely a map that they like to first pick, but so do Legacy. So you let it go through to map 3. That's why they're both comfortable on it. But you look at the gameplay from these teams, there's a reason Legacy was capable of beating a Vitality on this map. Dumao in towards Banana. He's going to be facing off against Netic on the other side, and Netic has had a tough series so far. He's going to need to step up, and that's unfortunate reality for FlyQuest. Netic has needed to step up quite often, and he's failed quite often so far.
Real quick, guys, you got to give me the lowdown on this. Is this where Legacy take it? Can they pull this one over the line?
I think Legacy are my favorites for the same reason you're touching upon right here. The banana aggression is very much in your face, and I'm having a tough time seeing FlyQuest dealing with that. I would love FlyQuest to try on the bigger bomb side first, so you can divert some people away from banana, and then maybe later on go in and take those fights. But I've seen enough from Dumao and Lado to say they're going to shut that down, and I have Legacy winning this one by not a big margin, but I don't think it's going to be super, super close.
If I say there's a chance for FlyQuest, I think Legacy sometimes struggle a little bit against the aggression back at them. They're great when they play against teams that are kind of semi-aggressive, trying to hold that top banana control. If teams go push down mid, they push down banana, sometimes they can falter in their trading. Sometimes they're not quite set up for it. So if you see that from FlyQuest, I think that's maybe where they have their best shot, but I'm not sure I'd put them as the favorite in this one.
All right, well, the favorites in your eyes certainly seem to be Legacy, but it'll all come down to what happens on the Flames of Inferno. It's our deciding map between FlyQuest and Legacy, and FlyQuest, they might need that motivational talk one more time to help them boost themselves into a possible win.
Well, for fans of Nuke, I'm so sorry about what you just had to witness. But good news, it should get way better now, Hugo. We're going to Inferno, a map that both teams like to play, and both teams have had some good results on.
Yeah, you know, some better than others, I guess you could say.
I'm very optimistic, Hugo, is the point I'm trying to put across.
For who?
This is going to be a far more competitive game. I just don't want another one-sided beat down.
That would be the hope, but I still think it's pretty one-sided, Harry. I still think Legacy have a proven track record on this map. They took down Vitality on their run at Austin. I don't need to remind you how dominant that game was, but it was 13-3. So let's see what FlyQuest have got if they're able to brush themselves off and reset after a dismal showing on Nuke. Big question of their map pool really drawn into the conversation, given the consistency to lose Nuke in one-sided games.
Yeah, say what you will, but they are consistent.
Always find the bright side, Harry.
Let's see how these killers get on. Boost up and towards Banana.
I think it's time for Legacy to call a cab. It's not just in their head. This stack is wrong.
Doom out, all alone. And a 5v5 retake in the pistol. Flashes for Sadzin. Push through on the back of the flash, right in a Regali. 2 kills from him, and now the rest of FlyQuest start pulling their weight. They're looking for a dominant win in the pistol. More heroics in that regard from Regali, as he's been full of this series.
Some sharp shots coming out from a couple on the FlyQuest side, and it's a more reassuring look at things coming through with the pistol round, much needed in this series. And just making the right read. Trusting themselves on the B execute. No one here to stop them. And playing for the 4-5-man retake. Not going to happen. Certainly not on a pistol.
Yeah, guys. Focus, okay? BO1 now. Like Major. We always win.
F your pick'ems. But Legacy know a thing or two about that. FlyQuest trying to reset. Rush down Banana out of nowhere. Luckily, FlyQuest have the util to dispel. Legacy gamble. They've rotated a player off the bomb site, thinking there's no way FlyQuest will commit. Well, there is a way. That's the way we're going. I'm getting retrieved. Legacy shuffling over.
Seconds. Might just have to play through this, FlyQuest.
Oh, no.
Into a litany of guns. Locks Sadzin. Kills a piece.
Oh, dear.
And it's just Regali. 2 players here to deal with, and that's before he even thinks about planting that bomb. There just isn't time.
There's a team kill, and they... Whoa, there's a team kill, and they still win it out as clean as that.
Legacy done more to F Pick'ems over time than FlyQuest.
Well, no, FlyQuest have done it for longer.
They've done the bit for longer.
The bit for longer, yeah. But that means they've... I mean, are you saying is that one Vitality win bigger than all of FlyQuest going 1-3 for many majors?
Legacy also did it over multiple stages. Maybe you were one of the truly unlucky ones like me who had faith that they were going to go through. You put them through, but then they went 3-0. Which, by the way, was like the whole reason I couldn't get diamonds. So yeah, they really did F my pick'ems.
Okay. I'd say when I think F your pick'ems, I think of FlyQuest.
No, that's fair.
I think of
I'm
Alistair.
not debating that. Alistair, I wonder how he's getting on.
He's in Semper Fi. We'll never forget Atlanta. Slow and presumably steady, but FlyQuest look to pop mid here. Lux headshot, that's a gun gifted, but his Ins want to hunt with the bomb. Oh, the gun, so worth it. Up he goes. Back to short side, 30 seconds, only Nissim here, Mac 10. Dare I say not the gun for the job. But the job's so important.
Let's see, maybe Nissim's able to make it work. No, he goes out on a wide swing with the flash. And so this is FlyQuest trying to answer with a force buy win of their own.
Legacy get paranoid there. They want to initiate with the flash peek, but FlyQuest, I can't believe, are just standing there on short. Everyone in the server knows where they are. And still, it's the patience for FlyQuest that actually pays off. Legacy feed the Tech 9s. And FlyQuest win a force right back. Trading rounds. Oh, how many? All three.
Whose house? MOUZ's house.
They've got to exit, so this is really nice. Just trap them in here.
Oh, maximum damage from MOUZ. And money made, it's all on a Mac 10.
And considering it's super early game here, where they're trading rounds, those kills and gun grab and 600 times 3, this all matters here. This allows Legacy to keep the pressure on and to keep buying. So FlyQuest are not in a comfortable position where they are suddenly favored to put Legacy on eco. Legacy will buy again and again and again. So this is an exciting way to start a game.
It's also why they call in this pause, you imagine, right? You got a lot to figure out now with a pretty decent response to these force buy wars. You're coming out with 2 rifles in play, or 3 rifles in play.
Ooh la la.
4 rifles. I nearly said 5. I was thinking, how on earth did they get 5, bro? Where are they just printing money now? Nah. 4 rifles, though, that's really good. Like, this is one of the best force buy kind of back and forth situations you're going to see.
With
Legacy have an AK as well, saved by MOUZ. Their buy is better than FlyQuest's. So I have to take this one very seriously. Top mid take for FlyQuest. They once again set their sights on an A play. Ouchie. Oh, there's just a variety of bait and switches here. Up in the graveyard, Lux plays in tandem with his pit players, and it's a clean mowdown of FlyQuest, who just never get the room. Walk in at a crossfire, one that Legacy had set up from the get-go, and it turns them to mulch.
Yeah, they were really tucked in there so much. Assassin never even got seen until the final fight. This is him just baiting them into the graveyard, and then he strikes with a huge multi-kill off the FAMAS of all guns. So FlyQuest, I mean, the writing was on the wall that they were going to run into some serious resistance after those exits from MOUZ. But that is a clinically clean round from Legacy. FlyQuest now $1,400. Scattered. Doesn't really get worse than that. I feel like you have to buy here. You have to buy and accept that Legacy will be starting this map strong. Even your buy is going to look tragic. That was a nice idea from an insta smoke, but not quite landing. What did smoke ramp it look like?
Oh, backside. Ooh. Lovely shot to find Lux. A quick trade from Sadzin keeps it even.
They're full rotating. Chill, boys.
MOUZ asks for a smoke and moves back over.
Oh no.
But arriving a little too late, and with that CT smoke already in, there's a limit to what DUMAU can hope to do. He's just playing a contain. Don't have an exact idea on numbers yet either. So Legacy really flying blind. This is going to help a long way. DUMAU gets the spot. They now know that both players are here. Oh, the Regali Dig! Brought to its knees. It's JKS now. He's got to clutch up. Nissim's running low on ammo. 5 shots left in the M4. JKS gives chase. And him and Regali answer back for FlyQuest.
How are they still in this? How are they still trading rounds right now? That FlyQuest kind of accepted their fate with that 4-buy, but it's the rotate out of the bomb site to shuffle a smoke. Screw it. Make the A player come to you. You don't want to give up an entire site for free. DUMAU does. He still gets a double. Regali's dig, undeniable. And JKS comes through that smoke. What? How do they win that? They have no right to win that round, FlyQuest. A shocking victory.
Also, Regali, play pistol only.
Honestly, yeah.
He's so good with it.
Save money for AWP. Just Deagle AWP. Nothing else.
Netic, 0-5. But in a forward position up here at Banana. Why does the UMP just look so gross, the way you hold it?
I get what you mean.
On the X-ray, it just looks wrong. But let's see.
Yeah.
Netic, can he make the UMP work? Nope. And so the B play denied, an attempt to just contact in from FlyQuest. Door's been closed. And they don't really have map control over towards A to explore other avenues. They're kind of shoehorned into this B play. And Nissim's figuring this out now.
Starting to flank, freeing up a rotate as well. Not that they really need it. That Molly going in deep. Might force FlyQuest forward, but they were coming in anyway. 30 seconds, trying to bait in this spawn for the boost.
Right behind me, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
From that wraparound, huge pickup for Ins. But there's still layers to this defense left in the site. Lato with the perfect bait sets DUMAU up to succeed. And JKS just doesn't have time nor the room for this clutch. Tap on the bomb, they'll swing him together. Back and forth we go.
What is happening? 6 rounds deep, no 2 in a row. Trade after trade and not even a plant this time. So again, FlyQuest back to another horrific buy, but they've done it before, time after time.
JKS on a hero gun. Limited util here for FlyQuest. There's not a lot of room in this round for trickery.
They keep missing this.
Oh, but that's a horrible start. Aggression for Legacy as they finally look to be the team landing 2 in a row.
About time to make a play because FlyQuest just don't have the guns to stop this. You're letting them run executes, but you can just win off of gunfights. So forcing 3 kills, certainly a means to an end. We might have back-to-back rounds finally coming through unless Inns has anything to say about it. Regali Deeg. Regali Deeg.
The Regali Deagle, it always hits. It always finds a way.
2v5 down to a 2v2.
And Inns takes space on long. This kill's free. He's done a lot of damage. MOUZ now the one feeling the pressure.
No way.
No, this isn't how it was supposed to go. A 5v2 for Legacy. Inns brought down low. If he gives this kill away, that's a huge way in. And a way in that he feels like he doesn't have to give away. Inns dead out in library. It's got to be this Regali Deagle. Ah, but he's traded out onto the rifle. AK in the hands of Regali. What's he made of? Here's Lato closing the distance out on long, and there's the clear. Regali brushed aside as Legacy finally give us 2 rounds back-to-back.
Oh.
A nail-biter off of the Regali Deeg.
Such a nice try for Regali and Inns. I mean, this second shot, no right winning that fight. Not ready in the slightest, shifting into an angle.
Just calm down, don't be nervous, breathe, play our own game and you'll win naturally, okay? Just offer utility for each other, help your teammate to play.
Finally, broken now, FlyQuest. The first eco of the game.
I see Regali Deagle, I see hope. Literally, he should just play Deeg Orb, you're right. Deeg Orb. If you can't afford the Orb, you're playing the Deeg, because they're basically the same.
Bro.
Oh, he's so good, man.
Stop.
I love him. I love this. I'm just loving this
One
right
more?
now.
One more, give me
Go
one
on.
more. Oh.
Inns takes the page out of his book. Drive-by with the burst Glock. Brap. And so somehow there's still intrigue on this. Nissim is feeling very, very scared. Doesn't know where they're coming from, but his teammate's about to alleviate some of the pressure. Oh, Regali! Lopping heads off with this Deagle!
One more. And then one more after that.
It's the same two, Lato and MOUZ.
It's just meant to be easy.
Oh, Regali resists the temptation. He's picked up an M4.
Stay on the Deeg, my son. Stay on the Deeg. You can't one-shot with this weapon. You need 2 bullets.
Feeling the pressure now as they're closing in the short and long wrap.
Oh.
Regali dead as he pokes his head round the corner. Over encumbered with responsibility and he can't carry anymore.
Don't give this guy a goddamn gun. Give him the Deagle. Another double entry from Regali. Where is the limit? Where is his team? A one-man army. Right now, making any round winnable. And yet win them they won't. Legacy up to 5, finding a string of rounds now, 3 in a row. Regali Orb. He's earned this one. I'll allow it. Nissim in apps. It's a bit of a poke. He is traded after 1, forcing Sadsin to consider. Swallbang ain't what it used to be. Lato alongside had a phenomenal nuke. Regali Orb. One shot's all he needs. Flash goes high, and that's when Lato is caught by surprise. But Sadzin has something to say. Regali follows up.
Regali
It is
1v9.
the one-man army of Regali. AWP to try and deny. Sadzin can't connect. The bomb makes it in.
Still with Sadzin here. Wonder if you're interested in giving this a go.
Just save Regali's alive.
Pain's footsteps away. And it looks like it will just be a save call here. Regali, my God. Really pushing the limit on what one player can look to do, but he's making it happen. Another round for FlyQuest on the behest of Regali.
Begrudgingly finding entries. Netic 0-8. Pit is closed. Regali putting in a shift.
Like, you always want to play with the rifle whenever you can.
Obviously.
Right?
But
I sometimes wish there's just times where, like, the Deeg is really hitting. Just acknowledge that. Just acknowledge that. You know, if they get their money broken again and he can get a Galil, don't get the Galil. Don't go work at the Galil farm. All right? Buy the Deagle. Do the damage. Regali Orp stands out as well. As soon as it's brought to the field, he knows that in this game, he has to be the difference maker, and he's playing like it. Very aggressive starts to the rounds on this AWP.
Oh,
he's not sitting back. He's not waiting for the fights to come to him. Regali trying to be the space creator on the AWP.
They're just going to pop here. They're already deep apps. There's a double pit setup with balcony for Lux. Careful. Nissim has the cover. Flash does nothing. Vexite's got a decision to make. The molly forces him back. Sadzin open moto. Regali just holding, not getting given much right now. That smoke forces Sadzin into the site. And that's what Inz was waiting for. Regali or balcony peek is perfect. They've got the info, they just need to go together.
There's the flash they're waiting for, and letting Vexite get a little bit closer so they can commit in as a pack. Oh, man, Lux just allowed to stay alive down here, and that's while the rest of his team start putting the squeeze on. Important trade for Vexite. Netic with the bomb plant. Vexite providing cover. Both players low, not out of the realm of possibility for Lato here. Baits the reaction, and there's Netic. They're taking on the swing, far from comfortable, but a round is a round. 5-5 as FlyQuest tie this up.
Nice to know there are more players on this FlyQuest roster right now. Inz and Vexite getting a couple apiece in a very scary round, but arguably too passive from Legacy, who had the crossfire. They let FlyQuest walk into the bomb site. And then it's very comfortable. FlyQuest get to choose their fights. Legacy uncrouch into headshots. Even game now. Finally, Legacy have to eco.
I don't see a Deagle. And without that, I don't see a hope.
Yeah, they're just walking in B anyway. They smoke too late. Oh, no chance. Inz at the front of the pack has been putting on a couple of entries here for FlyQuest. Leading them to victory in what is now turning out to be a decent T-side.
Yeah, I mean, a chance to win out the half now, which, considering the freaky nature of this game, the back and forth start for the first 6 rounds, no one able to win 2 in a row, you'll feel good that you've broken through here and set yourselves up with a chance of winning out this first half. Only you had a Deeg. 5-7 players. Oh, yeah, there's the P2.
Pretty good,
Respect Doom out for that.
Original. That's a classy pistol right there.
P250 Deagle, only 2 real pistols.
5.7's just a, yeah, cheap. You don't feel good.
No, it is one where, like, even when you do well with it, you're like, oh, it just feels wrong. It's like reminiscent of the Krieg. Back when that was strong, it's like you're just
morally opposed.
Yeah, you kind of feel like you have to use it because it's good, but yuck. All right, chance for FlyQuest to 7-5 this T side. And that's with one hell of a game leveled against Legacy by Regali. You want to do good on that. You want to do good on him having a red-hot start to this map. Flash in a banana, Doom out. Maybe a chunky nade on Netic.
Don't really know what this B-side's got in store because there's just been so many mid-takes here from FlyQuest, but they finally run into the nades and find out the hard way. Bit more util to block on this B-bomb site. Got some nades, friends, maybe? Got anything else? He's just perched up here, left for later. Passive mid setup now. Again, Sad's in, long side AWP. Molly falls short. Boring B site here for Legacy this game. It's all up to this A-hold again.
Next man in is Netic, just getting fed to the Sads in AWP. They bring in their own heavy hitter. Regali now tries to take this line, but Sad's in, still evading capture, and he's got riflers here to support him. Regali will get that trade. It's just how much more can he really be expected to do? Knockdown, Legacy tie us up at 6-all in map 3.
Welcome to Masterclass. We're here with Sarah, and we're going to be going over Overpass. You have become the A rifler for Astralis on Overpass. First of all, thanks for joining me, Sarah.
Of course, of course. What do you want to see? Let me hear.
So let's hear the starting utility here.
What we do a lot, it's me as a rifler. I will do this combo, where we do a mid-smoke, and then you do the molly playground. Hitting the first molly, good, so Teeth cannot run past it, actually very hard, and it's very inconsistent, I would say. That's why you use the smoke more, and actually it blocks a lot of vision through mid, so you have to be aware of balloons and fountain and whatever, right? All the aggro plays.
And what kind of counters do you normally see? How do you interact with those?
The fast way is the Teeth doing 2 flashes behind playground here, and then 2 Teeth strafing through it, because any CT is trying to do a peek with AWP here where they will get fully blind, and it's back flashes, so the Teeth doesn't have to dodge. And then they'll get the space fast, but of course the Teeth never cross here if they don't have a smoke here, because the AWP can also play this angle, right?
Yeah. Let's say they take fountain from you. What are your typical second stage spots?
As a CT, you can play solo, aggressive, like you can even play like, close long with an M4, you can play under the tree, you can play bathrooms, but like, there's also no problem in just playing side as a CT, because this map is so big, so when you see them like banana here, the rotation from B will be so fast, because you'll have a rotation play around here, that you can instantly be 3A if there's an execute.
Okay, so when do you decide to go for a re-aggress to bathrooms or through banana or through long?
It depends how you play the round, but let's say you play a round where you want 4 monster smokes, then you kind of want to have re-aggress before the last smoke fades, because if the smoke on B fades on monster, then it's very hard to win the round, because T's have like, they can just go through with no block red.
One of the most contentious spots in terms of how you should play it is connector. What about your philosophy with handling the spot early round, mid round?
I think there's a lot of good stuff you can do in connector. Like your rotation should always nade this door, or your short player doesn't matter. Which means if the T's don't smoke the door, you actually have this line, which means every single T going at short cannot cross into this area, which makes your short player's life so much easier knowing they cannot be on his right side because the connector guy has it, and they can only be on the left, and then it's easier to clear and even get a flash play and just have short.
Okay, how about this? Last thing we do, you are forced all the way back onto the A-bomb site. What kind of spots are you going to play to try to just defend against the site exec?
I feel like you can't really play like just site. Let's say you don't have a smoke, then you have to play like a rifle long and then the AWP on side, so that when they take A, the rifle can come back and kind of help. But you can't really just play, let's say, AWP here and one truck, because on a normal XX, stairs will get smoked, maybe bank, and then this broken new molly where it pops up here, and it takes shadow, truck, and behind the truck.
Oh, wow.
A lot of different possibilities. Just don't go too passive side, then you will lose the round, that's for sure.
Okay, hopefully you never lose the round stare. All right, thanks so much for providing us with such great insight here on another episode of Masterclass.
A rollercoaster game of back and forth force buys sees us to the second half on a third map between FlyQuest and Legacy. Elimination on the line as these teams try to run through to London.
Be calm. Don't rush things. Every time we were calm and we finished the round, we won. Every time we were messy, we were over speaking, we messed up, okay?
Inspiring words from the interim FlyQuest coach. Why are you laughing?
Nothing.
Be calm, Harry.
I am calm.
Calm down. It's a lot of, apparently they're not very calm today. It's a lot of be calms on these comms. So be calm in this second half, FlyQuest. And buy Regalia Deagle.
I don't mind him on the USP in this round. He's going to be fine. But they might go B and dodge him altogether.
Not a bad move. As long as they do it calmly.
Let's all just take a moment. Nice sounds of Counter-Strike. That's the smokes being lined up. And the B hit has been called into question. Oh, it's getting a lot less calm. You hear the mollies raining in. Nissim and Lux managed to pull through with entries, and Farins doesn't want to dart through that smoke, give up the man advantage, because this will end up in a retake. Regali and JKS only just arriving now.
Dude, Netic got his second kill of the game, and then he got one tapped through a smoke, fully through the smoke. JKS will respond. Bit of vengeance. As Legacy try to hold on to this backside post plant. Lato, he's had a strong game, but he's been stuck on the B site all map. So finally going to get to fight here for a chance, for a change on his own. Kind of lets his teammate die. Needs to make up for it, but he can't. Regali puts together a pistol round, and FlyQuest pick it up. Oh, Lato took a little too long to peek there, as his teammate kind of got bogged down on the pillar. And so FlyQuest, I'm not holding my breath after those force buys, both pistol rounds, but it was Legacy to win 2 in a row first. Nice smoke break, actually. That's how he catches Netic. That one's just pure luck.
Are we going to get more force by wars? I hope yes. But I guess no.
You would be correct.
I just want to see Regali put down a Deagle, which is so cooked because he has
Come
an
on.
M4, which like in theory should be great, but watch him get wrecked here. Ooh, chance for Sadzin.
He's playing great, like regardless.
No, it's Regali.
Sorry, Regali.
If they were regardless, they would be losing this map hard. 18-9 though, yeah, he is having a fantastic showing.
Sends his regals.
Team out, Eagle also pretty good.
Looking for some disruption.
Go on then, good luck. What's this one?
Pink. Dead. Ooh, Lato. Hypnotic Deeg. Coming back, he's gone as well, and it's all safeguarded here by FlyQuest.
Back turn on the mid walkout. This should be something phonetic. A nice little free one. to try and bring him back into the fold.
Full buy time. Let's see if we get that pace that took down Vitality, the major. Is it the aggressive banana takes that Legacy are so on top of on this T side?
Doom out. Kind of just harassing the top of Banana, keeping some pressure on and wasting util on this side of the map, but the rest of Legacy have gained great ground out here towards the apartments. And this feels like a bit of a gift. They try and keep high pace on it, walking on in, contact till they meet JKS from the pit. And he does well, damaging two, allowing Ins to steal this advantage away. Here's Regali laying down more pain on the short side. And that is very quickly and convincingly laid to rest by FlyQuest. That first gun round for Legacy does not leave much of an impression.
Yeah, Ins' his best map, yeah, really showing up here. He had some important T-side entries down the stretch. You know, the anti-ecos were a bit shaky. But 6 rounds is nothing to turn your nose up at. And FlyQuest now lead by 3, so broken bye for Legacy. Have they run out of steam at the end of this one? They came in as favorites to the series. They had the strongest first half, but then a T-side on Mirage that was atrocious. Oh my god, MOUZ full rush to Molly. They're just gonna go off that kill.
Netic has been really uncomfortable in this game, but if he can withstand this and just stop the pistols, buying time for his teammates to move in, would have proved valuable. Instead, overran right as the cavalry arrived. Double up from Lato, Regali Banana side. Claws back ground for FlyQuest. And so just Sadzin. Steals himself away.
It's a good position.
Might come down to a trade here for FlyQuest. Swing out on Sadzin, and he can't finish his meal. So the pistol rush gets put down. Double digits for FlyQuest secured as they withstand that up-tempo B hit from Legacy. That's in spite of openers going their way. Those rounds can sometimes be very tricky to put a stop to once you don't contain the spillover. And I mean, Regali deserves some huge props as he's continuing his great game here on Inferno. 22 kills, head and shoulders above anyone else in the server.
Very impressive. Triple B. We've not seen much banana fighting in this game so far. MOUZ wants to send it home. Again, going quick pace up as his team fake out middle. Bomb is in banana. Regali, trust in him. He will deliver another kill down middle, and he might get aggressive, but got to watch out for Nissim in boiler. Regali just gets out safely. Full
run and gun.
Next site.
Drive by. And Nissim, the lurk, dead back in apartments. That was kind of the only fail-safe option here for Legacy, was that they could go back, they could change their mind, and now they're committed. Forced to play into the FlyQuest stack.
Seeing a very confident FlyQuest, though, making aggressive moves. Regali, of course, trusting in his aim. Re-clearing positions. Flashing for each other. It just looks like a way better FlyQuest than what we've seen in this series so far. And what a time to show up at the final hour in the 6th half of play. Execute on this B-bomb site. Desperation in a 2v3 just for the control. Both players fully flashed from coffins, and Sadzin nowhere to go but the graveyard.
Just a lot to feel good about here in this second half of FlyQuest. Everything Legacy have lobbed at them, they've been able to deal with. They've had good util as well, even here in the 5v2. Don't get me wrong, it's a round they're supposed to win decisively from that position, but both players, when they try to move in for Legacy, are left full blind and bottlenecked in at the top of Banana. This is looking far better, and with Regali feeling confident, down a fight early, this B hold starting to find its footing too. I think it would have been so easy with the game that Nesic's having for him to just get exploited over here at B. And it feels like that's what Legacy have been chasing in the early stages of this game. But FlyQuest have been there to offer him support. He still only has 5 kills. Now, I'm not trying to make out he's like the hero of this game, but he's just not giving away these deaths over towards B. And
Regali is keen to clean up.
He's saying, like, I'm just going to peek at mid.
Look, they can't win on B if I just kill them before they get there.
Yeah. To go B, for a moment, they have to be open to me in middle.
No, it's good to see for Regali. He's just been reliable the whole map. Only reason we had that back and forth early on. Legacy and another T-side, second in this series where they just give us nothing. Very strange. They won 10 rounds on Nuke T-side, but Mirage 0 from an 8-4 lead. And 6-6 here feels akin to Mirage, and the FlyQuest might just run away with the CT side. Look at that nade. 120 plus damage. And they just go running.
Blind, but still good for one. Vexite gonna play ahead of all this util. They've stripped a couple. Maybe a bit of an overcommit there from Vexite. Bloodlusting after the first. Could have had the 5-on-3 retake. Instead now there's an AK's picked up for Legacy. Easing into a post plant. In's late lurk up through Banana. He's coming in quietly. Might make it easier for Sadzin to deal with. He's just hoping that eventually they discount this. That's why he's hiding in the close corner. Sadzin goes for a swing down Banana, sees it's clear, but no. Due diligence clears the corner, and Inz's flank gets denied. Regali might have to do even more heavy lifting here. He's the guy getting on the bomb, and in that moment, Lato shuts them all down. A breakthrough round for Legacy. On low economy, they find success in at B.
Just hiding in the pool, swimming with the fishes. His teammate dies for him, and no one checks it. They think surely double Banana after clearing Dark. Lato pops his head up and wins the round on his own. Beautiful spray. And yeah, you are kicking yourself a little bit if you're Vexite for going through that smoke. He had the chance to get out of there after one, and that would have been a 5v3 safe. Playing retake with your team. But a bit too much eagerness.
And that and the AK that was gifted over, multi-killed to close the round.
Yeah.
So it had massive implications in more ways than one.
Flash over grave, Gava.
Nice!
Boys. Good shit, good job.
Sick. Nice,
Good
nice
comms,
first skill, bro. Good comms.
Really good comms.
Oh, really good.
That definitely wasn't that round.
No.
So Legacy get their first T-side on the board. Can this lead to much? Regali, go on. Absolutely worth taking this fight with the game he's had. Hoping someone makes the step into his crosshair.
I mean, I also just think though, like it's great. He is having, you know, one of those games where you just feel untouchable.
Full spam.
But like, if he even starts to encounter a tiny bit more resistance, right? If suddenly he's not multi-killing these rounds, that's where the rest of FlyQuest are under the microscope. And their attempt to retake top Banana, Vexite fell to a spam here.
Don't worry, Regali's here. Flash Fnatic, big kill to equalize and retake control back of top B. That should send the alarm off though, because JKS is on his
Yeah,
own.
look, they're telling him reinforcements are on their way. We're coming as quick as we can, but for now, you are all alone at JKS. You've got to buy us some time. Out with a swing, he slowed the approach, and they come barreling through this Moto smoke. Just Regali on this AWP.
Just.
gonna have to be the savior. Regali with a rare miss, and Lux puts him down.
You'll take that every time Regali misses. You will take that if you're Legacy. It gifts you that closer. That could have been a shot and a disappearance back through the smoke with a bomb not planted, but instead, Legacy find back-to-back, avoiding that stack. Huge entry for Dumao. Luck going far. And Legacy have got more fight in them here. Seeing the energy come back up as a final lifeline,
Regali
dangling.
Deagle.
Regali Deagle.
We get to see it again.
My old friend.
He's pushed all the way through the apartments with it. Oh, there's the spot.
Surely not.
Oh, God. Now's not the time to start realizing where the limits lay, Regali. This is the worry, man. He's nearly 30 kills deep. But he's been such a requirement in these rounds that even something as small as like a 10% drop-off, that'll feel notable for FlyQuest.
Got the right stack. 5-7's up close, Harry. I've seen crazier rounds.
Legacy are gonna just come through as well. No need to break. They try and move through quickly, and they get all the kills. Stack or not, it's brushed aside.
It's the kind of round you need that first entry, or you need that first kill in the hold for it to ever materialize, but even though the flashes are dodged, Legacy going wide and offsetting aim puts them back on this board 3 in a row. Believing in the comeback from 11-6 down. Charlie would love to grab a gun out of this. They're not going to let him. Legacy building back into the match right when you thought you had them dead.
It's worst case scenario. They're having a second wind, right? And we know Inferno, one of the only maps where T-sides are still finding great impact. What is becoming a CT-sided meta. This one remains the anomaly, and now with Legacy, a bit of wind in their sails, some money getting built up.
This is just how quick CS2 MR12 can disappear, right? You go 6-6 on the half, FlyQuest run a streak of 5, 11-6, that feels done. And now Legacy are very much in the conversation, and one more gun round draws this game up.
The other thing that's going to feel rough is, like, in a way, twice over, you actually got to pretty good positions if you're FlyQuest, or you have man advantages. You actually had your chance to kind of get onto map point and lay this game to rest up against a low buy in what was a 5v3. Next round, even with the rotates in a 4 versus 3, where they're all swinging to try and help JKS. They've had man advantage in 2 of the last 3 that they've given over.
Look, you live and die on the Dumao aggression, but in this round, there's no one to help you. When he falls first, a reflash is audacious on low health from Vexite, and it will be punished. Netic is not living much better. 33 has to get out. And again, you ask the question, did FlyQuest need to go for one more swing? 4v4, and the round freezes. Legacy could just execute. They don't have enough to stop this forever. Smoke comes down, and Regali puts himself at the back of the bomb site. He's got the nades, but I don't think he'll be pulling them. And this might just be the gamble for FlyQuest, where they have to trust in their top performer to hold the line. But is it even B? This reads like a fake. One man throwing the execute. JKS and Netic pit side. In's floating.
I mean, like, this comes from the idea of, you know, Regali knows he has to be the difference maker, so they're always trying to maneuver him to the right place. In doing so,
oh no,
they end up playing into the hands of Legacy a couple of times over here. Once more, he's going to be on the wrong side of the map with this AWP.
Gotta go.
And so this is where the pit hold of Netic and JKS, 1 kill on the right player, wins this round. Bombs crossing in, and there's Netic. From 0 to hero, that double kill finally gets the elusive map point round for FlyQuest.
And that's because he's a B player in the pit. It's the last thing you expect. They get the one kill they think is enough after that fake on B. They find JKS, and Netic, who has had a horrendous map, pops his head up last second and finds a double kill that could very well win FlyQuest this game. The comeback was coming in, and Netic says not today. A risky gamble for FlyQuest, a trust in Regali's AWP on B, and it is well founded. 3 chances to close. Tentative at banana, grenades, not gunfire, but no kill found. FlyQuest play inside of B. Vexite and Netic still, as we have a more standard A setup. Legacy gifted mid-control. Regali's AWP awaits.
Didn't get to play into that last round, didn't have to, but Regali is in the right place this time. Forced back by the flash. Maintains a position out here on long, holding onto the library smoke push. There's still a world where these A players can get wrapped, so it starts to feel very claustrophobic. Regali gets his, In's in the feed. Lato trying to dig deep and clutch, but chased down. FlyQuest with the close. The Legacy run ends in the lower bracket, but FlyQuest greater challenges in front of them, but a hell of a game from Regali. If he can keep this up, things could get interesting still for FlyQuest on this route to London.
It certainly could, and the strength they showed to bounce back from a 13-2 deficit, like struggling like crazy on Nuke, and then coming into this Inferno looking like a team who understood how to play is very impressive. This is one FlyQuest can be proud of.
That's a good win. That's a good, solid win for FlyQuest against a team that they're measuring themselves against. Legacy obviously being high on the world ranking. Legacy, as of recently, having had a decent amount of success. For Legacy to lose this game to a well-playing FlyQuest, I did not have it on my bingo cards, but I think you're right, James. FlyQuest played good on Inferno, and Regali finally showed up to be that prospect, I guess, that star player that he was signed to be. It's been a little bit hit and miss for him as of late. He's a good player, he's a decent player, but we don't see him pop off like this often.
You know what Legacy was saying in their team speak? I'm sure they went, Vitality didn't play like this. This isn't how we play. This isn't how Vitality was playing this map. I mean, when you look at the way FlyQuest went into it, they just avoided the B site entirely. I thought that Netic MOUZ duo on that T side for FlyQuest would be a little troublesome, but they just went the other direction. Netic starts out 0-8, doesn't even matter. They went towards A, and then they just were kind of waiting for Legacy to give them opportunities, give them picks, and Legacy obliged time and time again. They couldn't just sit back in a setup, play a crossfire. They just let FlyQuest up lane. FlyQuest sat there, and then Regali delivered with the op anytime anyone peeked out. The great game from Regali, great game from FlyQuest.
Is this something we want to see, obviously, and hopefully he can do it, Regali replicate, right? This seems to be like the Regali we've been asking to see for a long time.
Yeah, I think so. And as I said, I don't think Regali by any means have been bad in FlyQuest. I think he's been one of the best performers, but I think there's more to him. And I think that's the standard we try to keep him up to, and I think that's the bar we're trying to raise for him, that we feel that he can do more than he has been doing within FlyQuest. And as I said, it feels like he's slowly but surely maturing into a player that is taking on a little bit more responsibility and a player that you can count on. It's not often we get to see him pop off like this, where he's the deciding factor, where he's the one dictating the game, as you said, both with the Deagle and the Force Spies, but also with the AWP, T-side, CT side. He was impactful all over the map, so to speak. It's not that often we get to see it from Regali. So a bit more, I guess, in the pop-off department, and then keep your consistency and keep your base level, and then we can have a conversation about how good you are.
T-side Inferno, not exactly known as the favorite map for oppers in general. And when you look at Regali and his T-side stats, he goes for a ludicrously low amount of opening kill attempts because he plays a more supportive style. He's there throwing flashes for his teammate. He's holding the angles for people to peek out. He's not trying to make the play, and they're not playing around him for him necessarily to be that guy. And I like to see they get him in the good position. They wait for him to find a pick. He finds the pick. He can convert it. And I want to see them do this a little more where you play against a different team and you do set Regali up for success, because you show it here. He's capable of delivering in those moments.
Now, you both had, when we came onto this deciding map, the Legacy would be the favorites in this, right? And rightly so from what we'd seen from them. But you also mentioned that they can be countered a bit with having some more of this aggression thrown at them. Do you think this is a problem, that they're not able to adapt in these mid parts of the game and change things up?
I think that's part of it. I've been vocal about the fact that I think they overachieved during the major, and I don't think Legacy is as good as people make them to be, so to speak. Obviously, I have the uttermost respect for what they did during the major, but now we've seen a couple of tournaments where they've gotten chances to replicate that kind of performance. Cologne wasn't it, this tournament wasn't it, and as of late, it just seems like it works when Dumao and Lado are playing and all cylinders. You know, it's very aggressive, very much in your face, but to me, it's almost too one-sided. You know, if that doesn't work out, if plan A is not successful, plan B doesn't exist, and plan C has probably never been discussed within that lineup. And to me, in modern day and age Counter-Strike 2025, you can't rely on a single game plan every single game.
I think this series, and especially this map, is a great example of the problems that Legacy have, because it's not that FlyQuest did anything groundbreaking. They actually went back to something quite simple with just aggressive plays in mid. They didn't waste a ton of utility. They were willing to duel out, trade out, and they were waiting for Legacy to lack a trade or to overstay their welcome and give up a free kill or give up something they shouldn't be giving up. And Legacy obliged time and time again. Throughout that half, they never really fixed that problem. And you need to be able to adjust to that type of play. Something as simple as what FlyQuest was doing, which was a great idea, but eventually it's supposed to get countered, and then you come in with idea number 2 for FlyQuest. But they were never tested to come in with idea number 2.
And it didn't work out no matter what ideas they had in this one. Only Nuke was the bright spot for him. And that does see Legacy get eliminated here. No chance of them going through to London. But we'll take a look at the group overview and show you exactly how this is looking right now. And Liquid, FlyQuest, waiting for the next opponent to this. Does either of those two teams honestly have a chance of making London?
It's going to be very tough for FlyQuest, and so equally tough for Team Liquid with the way they're playing right now. Obviously, the 4 teams you have in the upper bracket, MOUZ, G2, Spirit, and FURIA, they will be the favorites. Whoever go down to that lower bracket, playing Liquid, playing FlyQuest, I wouldn't be too scared saying they're the favorites.
Absolutely. I mean, you could see maybe a chance for Liquid, but based on how they played today, not looking favorable. And FlyQuest, they had a great showing, but at the same time, when they play a more complete team, they play a FURIA, they play a MOUZ, that's really going to be a struggle for them as well.
Well, we're done for our first part of the day. Thank you very much for joining me, guys. We're moving into a break, but before that, we need to talk about what's going to be happening. These teams need to fight their way to London, and that's a spot that's up for grabs next. It's MOUZ going up against G2.
G2.
This is London!
Well, you now are just one win away from guaranteeing yourselves a spot in the London playoffs, and you'll obviously be facing G2. What do you think of how they've been performing since the rebuild and since Hunter taking up the role of in-game leader?
I think they've been pretty okay. They sometimes they lose to the big dogs, I would say, but it's also normal. I think they have a decent lineup at the moment, in my opinion. I really like So, the coach, and I also know Heavy God, which is an amazing player, and I think all 5 of them. I think G2 are building right now something pretty good, and I think we will see them more and more in the future in the playoffs and important games in a way.
Would you consider yourselves as a big dog?
Yeah, definitely. Maybe we don't win tournaments yet, but we are making it playoffs. We are a contender and all this stuff. So yeah, still a big dog.
How would you describe Hunter's leadership style now he's been in that role for a couple of events?
I mean, he has insane experience when it comes to he knew what kind of IHLs we had before, I would say. So he knew most likely how he is as a person, and he combined the knowledge, I think, and experience he has to be in IHL. I think he's doing extremely well, and we will get better and better as a team, and him especially as a unit. And from individual point of view, is also very insane and sharp. So we will try to, look at that also towards that point of view.
I think one of the most exciting changes that we saw in the off-season was we actually saw being added to G2. From your perspective, what's his best quality as a coach?
I would say reading opponent and when exactly to do stuff. Like if we should show right now more to like play more mid-round, or especially right now make some calls like with ballsy, but at the same time what makes sense together as a team and make it with confidence. So I would say, as I said, balancing between structure and how to make stuff basically and connect it.
Now you are just one win away from making it to the London playoffs. You got to take down MOUZ though. How strong do you view them as an opponent currently?
We know they are one of the best teams in the world. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit more tough compared to Liquid game, but I think we are very confident that we know we can make it out for sure.
MOUZ will be answering tonight. Another spot in the playoffs is up for grabs, and if history is anything to go by, MOUZ should be feeling pretty confident, having already beaten G2 twice this year. But there is an asterisk to that, because it's quite a different roster that G2 arrived with in the second part of the season here, and it's one that has been sparking our interest. By our, I mean myself, Freya Spears, Maui, and Dupree, because Peter, it's no small task to lose Nico, to lose m0NESY, and still remain somewhat competitive within the ecosystem.
I think that was the biggest task for G2 coming into the new season, is to actually find themselves in a position where they had a roster they were comfortable around when they lose such big superstars in the likes of Nico and m0NESY. And I think they've assembled a roster that is interesting to watch. I think they have specific individuals that can actually step up and also can play some really good Counter-Strike. And then the funny aspect, obviously, to me as well, is also seeing Hunter picking up the in-game leading reigns. And that is something we've seen from players that's happened before, where they maybe lose a little bit of their stocks, and then they need to kind of have to find themselves in a new position. I think that is what Hunter's trying, because I would not put Hunter in specific star roles, because I don't think he has what it takes anymore to do those kind of things. So if he could transition himself into becoming an agile that can actually do a good kind of work, I think he could actually set him up for success for the future as well.
This was a long time coming for Hunter to become the in-game leader. If he's already calling the CT sides, and he's already calling the pistols, what do you have to call? 5 more gun rounds? I mean, come on, that's not too much, I feel like. But it is a mentality shift to actually go from being a player that you are calling your own number more often than not. You're more controlling the micro around you, versus then thinking by looking at the radar for 60% of the rounds at times. Hunter's obviously going to see a dip in performance. But you're right, Freya. It feels like Hunter and G2 are still fairly competitive versus teams of similar stature to them. They're not world beaters. They're not contenders, but they're a team that's definitely hovering around the top 10.
I feel like for Hunter, it's super impressive because let's be real, there's been a handful of players that have actually been able to make that transition. Apex is obviously one of them, but I'm thinking of recent history, the likes of Device, Twists, that obviously hasn't paid off. They've had to just revert back to their original role. So I'm hoping that this is something that Hunter can be keeping up for the future.
For sure, and I think so far he has made a point where it actually looks quite okay. I think the eye test has been good in that department. I think he's done better than I expected. And it is a role change that we've seen with the quite high rate of failure. So it is something that is very risky to do, because he could have just gone into a point where he wouldn't be able to make these mid-round calls and just look stupid, and then maybe that would actually have cost him the spot inside G2.
There's obviously a lot of things that he has to be considering within this particular role, namely is how to get the best out of your players. And I guess that's still a question we have when we look at the AWPer on the squad as well.
Without a doubt. I mean, I feel like Sunpius has not been really living up to the billing when he was brought onto this team. I mean, we saw him on Falcons, where it didn't really feel like he was the problem, but he definitely wasn't lifting them up to being a true contender, or really even a team that made it to the major. So you'd love to see him find some form, but there's a guy that's actually going to help him quite a bit. I mean, Hunter's going to do his best, but I like that he was brought on with Saw.
Yes.
Saw's a guy that knows how to use Sunpius. He's a guy that has given game plans specifically to Sunpius in the past. And there's sometimes you watch games for Sunpius, and it's drastically different than the last game that he played. I mean, they oftentimes move his positions around so that he can tailor his defense to whatever the opposing team is likely to do. And oftentimes, even on the T side, he'll sometimes decide, do I want to rifle a lot here, or is he going to actually post up on some angles that are likely to be aggressed by the opposing team on the T side? So I think that Saw will eventually catch catch Sunpius up to speed there.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like the more kind of stable sides of both equations here is when we're looking at the riflers, right? Because Heavy God, he's still been delivering, still in contention for, you know, being one of the top players within his role. For you, Maui, and then Spinks on the other side of things as well, a player that you've played quite a lot with, Dupree.
Yeah, I love to play alongside Spinks, you know, and he's been criticized maybe to have been put in the bracket of being a little bit of a baiter. You know, I personally have not seen too much of it. I mean, he has sort of a passive playstyle, and he does like to take fights that's a lot more in his favor. He's not the guy that would actually go for maybe the 70-30 duel. He would always try and find duels that actually favors him the most, and that was a bit of an issue sometimes in Vitality. It was something that he was told off because it could actually hinder him and also the team's progress. And the thing I like about Spinks coming into the team is obviously the experience he brings to the squad. It's a young Mouseport squad that has seen an uprise in the sense of where they were before Spinks. And I think it's interesting also that he comes in with the mentality of just allowing players to go for plays multiple times without saying you shouldn't be doing that. Go for it because that's what makes you comfortable.
I'm just going to ask about one thing for clarification regarding what you said about Spinks. I mean, taking his fights with the 70-30 thing. I mean, we've talked about that before, but how would you explain that in your terms for what that means for advantage, disadvantage?
I think it's more about the fact that if he's in a position where he has to take a duel, where he, let's say to put it like this, if he's in a position where he has to take a duel against a guy and he doesn't feel like he's in a favorite situation, he will most likely go in and not feel the confidence that will make him have a very bad outcome of that round. He's more in a position where if he can actually stand back, play the passive role, decide when to peak, that's where I believe he excelled, and that's what he excelled at back then. It's more of a case of that his confidence goes down if he doesn't feel like he's actually in the favorable position in that given duel.
And it was pretty mad looking at what Spinks did manage to deliver when he joined this MOUZ Sports roster, right? Because we look back at the beginning of the year, shock removal of Shuei, Spinks added into the mix, Brolin now the in-game leader, but it's never quite been enough. I don't want to use the cliche phrase of always the bridesmaid, ever the bride, but that is kind of the situation for MOUZ, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we have seen an uprise in MOUZ Sports, and there is this case that is MOUZ Sports the second best team in the world of this season, and I think that we can see on the line here, like it's been very flat. They've kind of flatlined, but they have actually not made it above that. They have not been considered being the best team in the world. They've always flustered in the likes of Vitality. Now we also see Falcons coming into the fray, Spirit coming back at the winning ways, and we've seen a small dip in MOUZ Sports' performance. And to me, that kind of paints a picture of a team that is lacking that extra bit of firepower, the consistency we've talked about, and that puts them in a position where, when is it enough for MOUZ? Like, what do they actually have to do to move above this? I think they've had their shot at actually being the best team in the world, and now I think they're just moving into very dangerous territory.
We do see the map videos rolling in. We had a conversation about this, Mary. I'm not going to lie. We do know the map's coming into the fray, but bit of a surprise for you to see G2 going with Ancient here?
They've really been loving picking Inferno. So I'm a little bit surprised, actually, that it gets the decider that MOUZ let them get that, because I thought MOUZ actually themselves could pick Train. It's not something that maybe they feel as comfortable with on the T side. I mean, it's very famously right now extremely CT-sided, so you just don't want to start on that weaker side. But for G2 to pick Ancient, I am a little bit surprised, just because I'd say it's maybe their second or third best map, yes, but I would have wanted to see Inferno out the gates. I feel like that's the one map where Hunter's shown the most comfort for me in terms of mid-rounding, using the most of the map. As for Ancient, on the other hand, when I watch them play that map, like, they barely use window. They barely use top mid. They're going to do way more side hits. Maybe they take mid and go through donut to A, but don't expect them to ever really go all the way through top mid and flank that A bomb site. That has actually literally never happened this entire season.
I think it's more about the raw numbers, looking at like coming into this game. You know, MOUZ Sports has only, I think it was like a 14% win rate in the last 7 maps or something when I looked at it, and it's like they have had very close games, that's for sure, and it is against the best teams in the world. So it is, we know that MOUZ Sports can play it, but it's obviously by the numbers not a map that they've been looking great on, and I think that is just what G2 has been going for.
Just some final thoughts about the individuals on the side of MOUZ. Where is Torzy sitting in terms of that stability situation? Because obviously Austin wasn't as great a showing, kind of comes out a little bit more in Cologne, but how would you place him right now?
Torzy is around the 5th best opper in the world right now, but when you're fighting the best opposition who have the top 3 oppers, it's not enough. However, in this kind of matchup, this is where Torzy, I find, does some of his best work. When he can read what's going on in terms of the opposing offense, when he can put himself in the right positions, he has just enough flair that he can actually make something happen, even if there's utility in his face, but he has the consistency to read what's going on so well that he's always going to put up a really solid defense on the CT side especially.
And also, I think Torzy is probably the one that
Electronic gets closer to somewhat of a star inside of this, maybe alongside Exertion, but I do think Torzy does have a little bit more of a star power, a guy that can turn the games around by his own. And if we look on the other side of bracket of G2, we have Sunpias that is at the moment, you know, not really playing his greatest. So it is also a duel where we get to maybe see some face-to-face things where we need Torzy to see just be the better guy.
How much like head-to-head action are we going to see with Yorpers on this particular selection of maps? Like, let's look at Ancient first of all. What are we going to see here?
Probably not in the first half. I don't see Sunpias pick up the op too much here, so I expect really Torzy is going to have free reign. If he sees any hole in what's going on with G2, I want to see Torzy impose himself here.
Well, we are ready to be getting this matchup. Sorry,
No
Peter.
worries.
Underway. A spot at London up for grabs between G2 and MOUZ.
An upset that could be. I actually flagged this game as a pretty exciting moment here for the G2 camp to put themselves back in the spotlight. If you could take down MOUZ, then we're going to have to talk about it going into the playoffs.
I really love the characterization from Dupree about MOUZ at the moment. To be honest, I was just talking to Maui about this in the green room about Aurora. It kind of feels like in the first season, they had a tournament window, they made deep runs, they didn't win, and now they're farther than ever from winning. Same thing could be said for MOUZ. Everyone was trying to activate the same tournament window as Vitality. Vitality are already suffering from all the deep runs they made, except they won every grand finals.
Yeah.
They played just as much. MOUZ played just as much.
Just as much.
Just as deep in all the events.
A couple days difference.
A couple days difference, but all the same amount of effort, really. Except
Grinding.
they don't have the trophies to show for it. So now we come into season 2. I like where Dupree's coming from. Maybe MOUZ has to be concerned that they've missed a window.
Well, no missed window smoke. Blocked off. Torzy has to let them cross over. This is a Hunter classic. They're going to end A. He's going to charge on through. Take it to CT spawn. And through the smoke come 3. Hunter classic. Late A main play, eventually for Heavy God. He's taking his sweet time. And also, they've cleared out middle here to the favor of MOUZ. Now, last time I saw this pistol from Hunter, what got weird is that they didn't really have a good post plant. It felt like they throw this Red Room Hail Mary just to get bomb down. So let's keep a close eye to the details. As bomb ticks on, Mattis makes it over to the sign, and him and Malbs go for a donut cross, but Malbs kind of peeks in a little bit before the jump, and all of a sudden MOUZ come flying out through donut on top of having that A main control. Hunter's not able to peel anybody off immediately while Jimpat sticks that 10-second defuse. So again, it's a successful plant, but I do think it leaves a lot to be desired in terms of actually closing out this pistol.
I mean, they didn't hit any shots. It's not like... The thing is, they come from CT spawn, but there's a point in the round where they don't actually know if MOUZ are going to be retaken from CT spawn. They just kind of avoid it. They just go, okay, let's go to the site now. Let's lead towards A main. And they don't make a full commitment. They don't take advantage of this like kind of cool post-plant position that they found for themselves. And, you know, typically you want to plant for the place you entered from because that's where you might be able to, you know, pull something interesting off, like flanking donut or playing from window itself and then just coming in late. And this is a spot where MOUZ didn't have much utility, but you got to give them credit too. They came in, they cleared everything really well.
Yeah.
They're such a reliable team when it comes to retake positions. And they're a team that even though maybe they did or didn't miss their tournament window, it was pretty much only because of Vitality. You know, it seemed like Aurora, there was multiple teams that could beat them.
This mid-site smoke doing very well to get G2 into sight, but once they get to the pillar, that's where they find resistance. Only Hunter in all of that to find a kill to the favor of G2. Bomb was dropped in the process as well, so we're gonna get a late cave play from Sunpias. 4 players to deal with, and his MAC-10 was already half empty. Sunpias, I think, just way too late to the party. Famas to be grabbed at least. It's gotta be reloaded though, 3 bullets. So you have to give away the audio. Again, bomb's on site.
They're protecting the low players. They have a watch on the walkout, but not technically all over the bombs. And Bias just knows there's 4 up, so...
If he makes it back down to the bottom of ramp, that's when he gets the reload in. Yep. Now you come at this. You've got a straight-up duel versus Jimmy, 100 health. Then 2 very low players after that. There's a ton of damage that can be done. I'm not saying Sunpias wins this. I'm saying Sunpias could get a lot more out of it. And there's that duel that opens the door, because the next 2, incredibly low, unless Xerxin comes up short. And that's the right way to do it. Let him take that, make sure majority stays alive. Very nice protective elements there. Brothers in arms. Keep keeping each other alive, as 2 more players could have easily been dropped by this Unpious clutch attempt.
Yeah, 2 players that don't need to fight, don't need to die. And, you know, there are teams that would have just not really thought about that and taken the duels with whoever. So smart here from MOUZ. Very clean stuff so far. These first couple. We have seen G2 go for a lot of rush plays. That's something that every time we watch G2, we know they like to explode like they always do. Every iteration of G2. This one's got a lot of different bones in it, but still the same heart.
Some kind of Frankenstein project, this G2, because we're used to seeing superstars. Which is why if they find success here for London, opens up the 2nd season of the year for them. AK-47 on MOUZ, supposed to go hero mode. Ooh, great dink onto Xerxin. Just enough cover and space created inside sight for this post plant. Hunter gets that gun, falls back, and it looks like they're going to try to take some kind of a fight towards spawn. This could damn well catch MOUZ off guard.
They know they're here.
But it's a Glock in the corner. Will they expect that? No, absolutely not. It's not the kill, though, unfortunately, here for G2. Hunter catches a headshot on Brolin, at least. Remember, Xerxin low because of an earlier dink out of MOUZ. Oh, set himself up nicely, but yet again, they send forward the fully health players, and that's why, once again, MOUZ maintain majority alive and convert this for the 3-0 start.
You will always see the good teams get into spots where they can be patient because they have enough map control. Like, in this spot, even though there's a, I mean, also, if there were better guns here for G2, maybe there's a chance. Heavy God sitting there with a Glock in the corner, but at that point, they kind of caution taped off everything. CT spawn, they had more player in Donut. They don't really care what's happening in A main. So they know there's only a default box player, maybe 2 guys on default if they're really wasting space, and then the rest is Temple. And yeah, MOUZ, once they have all that information, they play it really cool. Come in slowly, trust their aim. Spinx is up 7-0 so far. I think what'll be interesting is because we see G2 actually be very successful off a lot of their rush plays, but is that going to work versus MOUZ?
MOUZ thinks so. Torzi missed shot. Jimmy in through Donut. Shaves one off the mid play.
Yeah, he actually hit Hunter in the leg, and then he was finished off.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, just blasted through him. Nut.
Oh, I thought Jimmy finished off.
Oh, damn. I
Sorry.
thought it was
I was giving you credit.
Joke. I thought it was layers.
We get this rotation back to B, so Heavy God sticking around in middle. And this slight lean coming out of MOUZ at the moment. You see it indicated by Torji back towards CT spawn. Utility gonna confirm it, so it feels. Bomb gets picked up. It's gonna have to exit through cave. Does Heavy God make a move as they hit or after they hit? Because right now Torji still holding this angle, is given a chance.
Not easy shot, actually.
Heavy God goes down. It's going to be a difficult cross. Opper missing means pressure on the long players. And Mattis has the trade frag, but that third element of this deep positioning. Sunpius fakes the plant. Money would be huge here. Gets the utility out of them, but now you've got a player already breathing down his neck. And no bomb plant here for Sunpius. No injection of money, and so MOUZ keep it moving forward again and again. It is majority alive.
They're looking pretty indomitable. At the moment, I think we'll see sometimes, I think G2 at their worst, it looks like, okay, some of their set tactics or rush plays don't work, and then I find that sometimes it feels like if MOUZ has spawn, they're gonna call off that, they get a little bit desperate and go for individual stuff. And with a team like they have, even with Mattis coming in, like, I can understand why. They have a lot of firepower, actually. Kind of like really underrated in terms of firepower is where G2's at. But again, the depth, I don't know if that's going to be there if MOUZ are as on point as they are right now, to keep it that simple. Eyes wide open, but Torzi's actually totally alone. No donut player either.
Pressure on the op soon.
A little smoke over here to freak him out.
Ooh, yeah.
And it pulled Torji, man.
Yes, sir, look at that.
Actually solid.
He gets a glimpse of them. Weird thing is bomb on the guy with the rifle. luckily for them, there's no fights coming down just yet. Oh, Mattis goes with a late reposition. Does that affect timing? Not too much. But we do already start to have a temple retake put in place, AWP and M4. Pistols on the brink of this, and an instant kill here for MOUZ. Now suddenly Torzy's job is going to be all the harder, and as he misses, it's a double out of MOUZ. That Galil's still yet to get into the action. Triple from MOUZ, and now Hunter goes down, so he gets his paws on the M4. They still don't know about this Galil on Mattis back towards main. A real chance for G2 to get onto the board. The rifle could catch them. Jimmy goes down, cross to the big box, and he almost gets in with enough damage, but at least he does get Spinks away with time. It's all MOUZ at the end of the day on this one.
Absolutely is. It's him with his deagle sitting on the inside of the molly, and they still came to clear it, but maybe they weren't super prepared. Xertion, he walked right by. I think there was a nice bait here. There was a couple of good baits. One, the smoke in the beginning of the round from G2. $300 in a round where they don't have much invested. Just that little bit to pull Torzy out of the sight. That was perfect. You know, just enough. Not overdoing it in a round where you don't have much to invest. And then MOUZ, what can you say? 3K with the deagle from that spot. They could not trade him.
Wait, run boost in. MOUZ whips that AK back at him. Good on Xertion for the trade. We get the Brolin front cave 2K.
Oh, man. It was one player alive on that last round. Now they come into this, get decimated instantly, down to 2 players. MOUZ even kicked off with a 5v4. This one's going to be expensive. Heavy God yet to frag.
MOUZ just flying at them with that run boost towards middle with Brolin. We don't really get to see his sequence of decisions. We do see the 2 corpses as the fire's burning him. Curious how badly he kind of caught G2 off guard.
That's actually not a small kill.
Spinks in cave throws smoke down. Feels like this is easy to disrespect. Yeah, big gap for Heavy God to at least get some kind of an angle.
I kind of want to wait because if this smoke is trusted, they could just walk into it. Yeah, and Xertion will.
Oh, great
cover
cover
from behind. Nice, Unpious.
Bunch of damage though. And with a bunch of damage comes what should be an easy pushover. Sunpius still doesn't know necessarily about Spinks. Tries to get him to come out. Oh, now he knows. But he's still worried about Torzy being on this backline. I mean, this is an open road towards A side if Sunpius figures it out.
It's actually smart for Torzy.
Sits around and Spinks is done playing games, not going to give you that chance. Spinks is currently, dare I say it, dude, 12-1. When did that happen?
Just now. He's been farming all the way from the first couple of rounds. Multi-kills every single round. He has just been a rock here for MOUZ. Such a good try from Sunpius.
Oh, it's team damage. I think.
What do you mean?
That op shot looked like it hit the butt of his teammate to kill the guy. Heavy God got dropped down to 20. Yeah, it doesn't matter if it was team damage or not. It was in that fight.
Yeah.
Is this team damage?
I think it's just getting shot, no? Yeah, he's just getting shot.
Okay. That's close call, buddy. Close call.
Yeah. Said what in my butt.
What in my... It's insane to me that Jimmy has gone from playing in front of a small crowd to playing inside of a sauna. But on par. Put him where he's comfortable, I guess.
And turn up the heat.
That's what we're asking of G2. Because right now, 5-1 lead. Back to the upgraded pistols for G2. You know, MOUZ was able to do it with the triple deagle. He does come in with the AK-47 Kevlar. It's actually a pretty heavy investment from Heavy God to try to set him up. And good on Heavy God. You're 0-6. You chuck that AK over, and we'll see what comes of it. Putting the Tech 9 in front.
Oh, holding for it. Timing, amazing.
He showed a shoulder ever so slightly.
Oh, okay.
Torzy gets the chance to react.
Damn.
Got to be careful when you go for those jump ups because the whole play is all about MOUZ catching you off guard, and instead MOUZ lets you know he's coming.
A lot of wandering going on here.
Wandering to the right direction, though, mostly over towards A. Jimmy could shut it all down himself, but he falls back, throws a nade. That's the audio Sunpius needs to hone in on you and win the duel.
There you go, no kill, and now they have donut control in the same breath. Oh, there is a molly available here for Heavy God.
Wow, that pistol dink. Unbelievable. Flashbang. Oh, another! Dude, twice now. Matt is coming through with that P250. I mean, a good amount of damage. Is damage enough, though?
No smoke here for the CTs.
Bomb's also not really planted for Donut.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
It's going to be tough for Heavy God to get into the action. Hunter's also taking this massive road around through CT spawn. Done. He is way too late to the party. And unfortunately there, Hunter, if he's able to scramble the player's sight, maybe the rifle can swing wide. That one, unfortunately, in the post plant. If it's not Mattis with a double P250 dink, it looks even more flat.
They're pretty happy, I think, to get Jimmy dead with no kill on the defense. Or then I think the plan is like, maybe we can delay for time long enough that that's a problem, but on guns alone, we don't really have a case for ourselves. This one's coming up pretty flat for G2, but how can we sit here and not be impressed by what MOUZ are bringing? I feel like Mattis is in a different room every single game.
Gotta make use of the mansion, you know?
It's just got different sets.
It's got that G2 salary now. It's all the money he saved on not buying mouse pads for 12 years.
Yo. Yeah, I'd be rich too, actually. Why did I buy all those mouse pads in my life?
Ooh, Xertion on Mobs in mid again. Brolin happy to get out from cave. I mean, you hear all these players jostling outside of the B site. MOUZer's starting to take the gloves off. Starting to get real disrespectful in the aggressions. And Xertion, the visualization is perfection and impressive. Not bad. 3K on this one. Torsy's got a deep angle into Swamp.
Yeah, at least they've got a secret agent here ready to lurk.
Well, 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 G2. This ancient pick kind of getting used against you. Everybody in the MOUZ squad looking sharp, but...
There he is, on the board.
There we go. Now you grab the bomb.
One exit to go.
Or keep crawling through the swamp.
They're kind of just getting outdone on multiple fronts here. Every time they go for mid control, you know, Mobs has even picked up a 5v4 for them when they've come out for mid, but the immediately trade backs are happening for MOUZ. Like, they're not letting go of mid for more than a second.
No.
So they haven't actually lost it at any point unless they've given it up or not played towards elbow. Xertion having a 3K this round sort of explains how that's worked out. He went and got that kill in mid, jumped up as well. It's been incredibly sharp.
G2 probably starting to get into that very desperate mind state where it feels like you can't do anything right.
Yeah.
At best, you've put yourself into a post plant, but I find even those post plants have been kind of uninspiring. So it's like, all right, we got the first step down, but what came of it? Not much.
Yeah, their post plants are coming with a lot of map control. They're not really taking any risks when they don't have it.
Yep.
So, all right. Well,
but alas, the half goes on.
It does.
4 rounds to play out. Aggression again from Brolin. First time he's actually come at this from ramp instead of cave. And you can see the attention set towards the cave push, but MOUZ just keeping it fresh enough.
Oh, so disheartening.
It's like a farmer's market on this B site.
Fresh veggies.
And the lead continues to grow. G2 getting turned into fertilizer every single round. Pushing flowers outside of this B site. Sunpius on the chase with some kind of an answer, but you get that answer when you're already in a 2v5 and both of you are at half health.
And now
Good
your
luck.
positions are both known.
Have fun. You've got another minute where you need to squirm. It's in the contract that you've got to try.
Plus, it's like you kind of want to try this because this half has already just evaporated. So Mission Impossible starts now.
You're looking for that one-off round win. Squeeze out a third if you're lucky. Slam it home on a CT side perhaps. But Heavy God going down with nothing. Sunpius, same boat. 8-1. And we've got G2 in a tailspin tonight.
Yeah, I mean, if this is not a 1v1 win, no, sorry. The only round they won, they didn't even have a single player alive.
Correct.
So it's just been a very expensive half, very close calls.
And it took a triple deagle from MOUZ. You know, like it's the biggest heroic moment from a G2 player, and nobody survived.
A player that couldn't move.
Good luck.
Hitting 3 great shots.
Good luck doing that again.
This is almost a spiritual 13-0 at this rate. They're actually running out of plays. They're going to do the same thing again.
I think if you want to be a critic of this G2 for the time being, that is sort of something that can occur on the T sides. Repetition.
I mean, they haven't been super repetitive. Like, I can't blame them for trying mid 4 times and a half, but it's just not good enough.
Nobody's holding back Sershin, nor Jimpat at this moment. I mean, nobody on MOUZ has felt held back anywhere on the map. It is pressure on pressure, success after success. We've got a team that's looking to lock themselves into that top echelon of play. Season 2 in 2025, if we go back to what the desk were discussing before this map started, when we thought maybe things could get competitive, is all about MOUZ making certain to the world that they are of that caliber to lift trophies. And dismantling a G2 in this fashion, I think that does put you in a conversation where you get to swing versus Vitality.
Kind of, but we're kind of like also G2 are just not good enough consistently to like be a, like in this game, this is going to really shine a light on Hunter and his calling and how much Shaw needs to step in as well. So here come the rush plays. And they sometimes win, man.
There we go. Flying through it. Protocols are good. Team play's looking nice. Spinks letting Sunpius move forward just enough to rope him in for the trade frags. Again, nobody's going down for free. If there's any deaths on the MOUZ squad, the trade frags come right with it. And you are right. It is a G2 whose T-sides may be struggling, but I'll just say in the same week where Vitality are losing maps to M80 and to
Gamer Legion.
Yes.
This tournament's under threat.
This
from
is
MOUZ.
nice to see, you know?
Sure.
This is a MOUZ that's going into London with more confidence than Vitality. If both of them qualified yesterday and today, who's feeling better about their game?
I mean, right now you set it up, Connor, that FaZe will beat them, MOUZ will beat them. I honestly don't even think you're wrong. I think that both those things are probably true right now.
You know what, Chief? Put me in the server.
Yeah. But it's true. This could be a tournament win, potentially, for MOUZ. Absolutely.
Because I think if ever the tournament does come for MOUZ, it's going to be one of these ones where they don't have a rocky start. And they do feel, for once, invincible. Let's see how they scurry back into an A site that they left empty. Jimmy's going to keep some control inside of the donut. Utility trying to open a line for Spinks, and he finds it. Not just a bit of damage on that. It's the headshot on Mattis as he tries to run away. Sershin gets popped by Hunter at the very least, so we're gunning for a second G2 round win. Sunpius in the same corner, MOUZ thrived within. MOUZ gets them as he falls back out of Brokey. 1v1 for the close, Hunter. And it's a smoke on top of bomb from Jimmy as he swings wide. Instant kill, dude. The time to kill, the headshots, it's succulent. It's superb. It's MOUZ dominating G2 tonight.
We're here with the famed Team Vitality Brit, and you're going to be taking us through your settings. We're also using the brand new Asus ROG 600Hz monitor, 0.1 millisecond response time, so let's check it out. What's the first thing you do when you sit down at a PC?
First thing is probably the NVIDIA. Like always put full screen here, keep the Hertz 600, whatever it's set. And then color settings, I never change the brightness and the contrast, keep the same and change everything else, like the brightness and the feeling on the monitor afterwards. Digital vibrance, I usually put around 75%.
Orange boy.
Yeah, I like it pretty colourful, so sometimes like even put it up to 100 and then all this kind of stuff. This is out of my realm. I kind of keep the 3D settings the same, and then for the monitor settings, like I say, the brightness is like, I try and keep it quite low. Like I keep this around 65 and the contrast the same. I will change the blue light filter 0, and then the colour 5000, and then saturation I'll put up a little bit as well to like 60, and then the gamma I think is 1.8, so it like brings the brightness up a little bit as well. Shadow boost, actually keep it level 1, and then we're good to go for the monitor settings. And then I'll usually go in game now and then just see like how it kind of feels.
Yeah, you've got some binds, I've heard.
Yeah, so I can change it. Sensitivity I use 2.2.
400 DPI? 400
DPI, 2.2.
Have you gone up or have you gone down?
Yeah, I was at 1.8.
It's hard to do on CS2. I feel like you need higher sense.
Yeah, I think I felt like if I could get used to a bit of a higher sense, then it would just benefit me.
Okay, let's go video settings then.
Of course, always full screen, 4:3, 1280, 960.
Classic.
Feels good, even though it's fast. Always stretch. Sometimes black bars for a couple practice games or a deathmatch session. It feels a bit different, and then after that, like go back to stretching, it just feels like I'm playing a new game. And all of a sudden you feel so fast, like your aim feels crisp, and I don't know, like for me, just a huge refresh in the game.
And look at those hertz.
Yeah, 600 hertz.
More hertz better, right?
Yeah, you always got to max it out. Brightness stays at 93% for me.
All right, let's take us into the advanced video settings. This one is always debated.
Yeah.
Do you have anything special? Any tips here for getting the most out of it?
I always put it like at maximum FPS 0, just try and get the most, especially when you're using like the 600 hertz, nice to just max out the FPS. Keep 4x high, like the top I keep all default, and then the texture filtering I max out to 16. I think this one you've always got to keep high. Like
shadows,
in CSGO you could still have them like medium or low and still see shadows pretty well, but in CS2 like you clearly see the difference. Got to still make the game look good, especially playing 1280, 960 SA.
Get the wins where you can.
Yeah.
This was the CS setup brought to you by Asus, so thank you very much, Mezzy, and best of luck in Blast Bounty.
Thank you.
Spiritually, we said 13-0, but it's not quite there yet. G2, with 0 players alive in the one round that they were able to push over the line, had MOUZ at least piece together a big 3K.
This is crazy, Alf. It's crazy. How I die.
Don't worry about the half. Like, they played a fine half. They had economy for all the shit nades. They blocked us everywhere. It's fine. Whatever. Don't even think about it.
You know, I like that.
Don't even think about it.
Don't even think about it. It is over. I will say it's funny every time you listen to G2 listen in, it sounds like they just went for a run. Whoever just spoke.
Guys, don't think about it.
Yeah, forget about it. Well, that's what Saw says.
Unfortunately for them, every time you look at the top of the screen, you're going to be reminded to the reality that was a smashing 11-1 half.
Smashing for London.
Smashing.
I mean, Spinks is in donk form literally right now, so
17-3.
Don't think about it.
You know what the worst part is now MOUZ are going to play an incredibly slow pistol, and it's just going to give G2 another minute to think about it. Oh, that helps.
That helps.
That'll help you. That's got to feel better. Nice little smoke in front of Donut, too. Sunpius, because of the lack of Donut, we're going Red Room on the MOUZ side of things.
Let them cross. Got to be careful. Oh, nice.
Good shot, Sunpius.
Oh, he's not done yet.
That's what we're looking for from
Sun's
G2.
out. Guns out.
Triple kill from the Red Room on the fallback with the bomb possession. Sunpius.
There's only one guy who could pull this 1v5 off today, and you're looking at him.
Mm-hmm. 17-3, 100 health still.
This is more I mean, it's 20 times more impossible than the Brokies 1v3s, even all of them combined.
20 times. How'd you calculate that?
Because the amount of time left over, the players, and the bomb location.
Right. Scientific.
Yeah, I was right.
Hunter puts 2 bullets downrange, gets 2 kills for his efforts. And we get a little bit of a lifeline here for G2. That's what pistols are. They're lifelines. Whether that means you can have a lifeline back into the game or just sometimes a lifeline away from the embarrassment. Because 13-1...
It's a vacation from the embarrassment.
Would have been an embarrassment.
Yeah.
And you can forget about it all you want, but none of us are going to. So good on G2. Pick up a pistol. Not going to lose this round because they are up against Glocks. I'll say that with my chest. G2 will win this round.
That's always a crazy statement to make. We know that in the history of G2.
Was I convincing?
It was.
Yeah.
This is also G2's map pick. That's the other part.
Ooh.
They do have to think about that part.
And it's looking great as well. This is the first time I've seen Ancient, because we haven't cast it yet at this event, with the new post-processing. That's why all the lighting is a little bit different. This was the same update that introduced Nighttime Ancient. The water effects are a little sharper, the lighting shadows, you know? CS2.
I feel like we haven't seen enough Ancient recently.
Yeah, and way too much Inferno.
Yeah. Just Glocks. Nothing to be worried about.
No problems. No problems. Nice 180 there from MOUZ, trying to keep himself alive. MOUZ did a very effective job of both winning the pistol and then converting with 3 members alive each time after that. Again, until that miraculous MOUZ 3 dig. So I think G2, let's just set the same standard. You got to do exactly what MOUZ did if you're going to have such a dominating half. And that starts with everybody alive. Congratulations, you beat 5 Glocks and a flashbang. Now, win a gun round, why don't you? Yet to do that in this map.
You know, I will say, I think G2 tried a lot of different things on that T side. I think they just all failed so much, it felt like it was very flat. But it's because mostly, like, a lot of the rounds were lost in the first phase of their attacks.
Oh, yeah,
they were
so
lost
much.
trying to get mid control. They were lost trying to get outside of B, as Saw pointed out in that tack pause.
No, there's a lot of truth to that, listen in. MOUZ's utility was just so suffocating.
And also just their starting positions, which some of that is luck. You know, how are you starting out this round based on what read you have? They were kind of hitting hot in terms of their reads, so...
You know, if you can somehow muster up the confidence to play aggressively yourself here with the B control, maybe the G2 CT side will at least earn back a bit of respect. But right now, a lot of mid control for MOUZ.
Yeah, this is actually bad because CTs are rotating the perimeter without pushing B, and they don't have Donut. That makes this very tenuous.
Ooh, smoke's gonna fall on MOUZ.
This is
he
calling
is
it a
now
spot.
forced to play in front of it.
Yeah, that's
certainly not what he wanted to do, but what he had to do. And now this A-site compromise from behind. Incendiary, at least here for Hunter, trying to keep himself up. But the A-main player comes wide in Jimmy. And despite Sunpius's best efforts, Jimmy is given an avenue of tack that didn't have any kind of resistance. Not like Donut, not like CT lane, where the nades were down, where the bodies were. Jimmy's allowed to just slice through 2 players not looking at him.
This is like ideal spacing. Like there is actually a chance there for G2 to stop this. 3 different players get kills. Like, they all can find a good fight, but every timing is closed off. Like, when MOUZ pushes through that smoke, he thinks they're going to throw the smoke down, then I have a second to get comfortable, and then they'll peek. No, MOUZ are ready. As that went down to exec, Jimmy was right there at the top of A main without exposing himself, ready to fight as they're coming out from CT spawn. And it's really hard to control spacing and to space properly when a split is that far apart. You're coming in from window and A main at the same time. If you're coming in from Donut, you can kind of like look to the side of your screen, look to the mini-map and see it really easily. But yeah, this is just exemplary from MOUZ essentially. In a spot where you do have 3 A players. Like, that's actually enough players to hold versus a split, even if it's from that many choke points. So MOUZ are just the truth right now. It could have been remedied by holding on to Donut, maybe not giving up mid, but that's about all I can assume.
Ooh, slide out for MOUZ, but Brolin whips it around.
Oh, he's not done.
A triple kill for MOUZ's in-game leader. An act of desperation here to come because Sunpius isn't getting out of this corner without a fight.
Yeah, that was ludicrous.
They find Heavy God isolated between grenades, but able to still find 2 on the cave hold. Now, Sunpius could damn well catch Jimmy off guard. He hasn't moved. He hasn't moved a muscle, man. Just still stuck in that corner.
Yeah, man.
The bomb pushes beyond the site.
Rice and peas.
Sunpius could climb up and chase this, and they're going to hear it. So it's cave control, and MOUZ know about it. Sunpius does eventually get into the action. Heavy God got his kills from inside cave. They know that's both players. And so, Torzy, to close this 1v2, 12-6 would be his final score. He'd put himself right up there with his compadres because it's all of MOUZ playing so well at the moment. And there's spacing here between G2 that lets Torzy get both frags. Wow. He does get dinked, but a headshot is what he needed. And Sunpius makes sure that even though he slow burns both those moments, it's a little bit more for G2.
It's pretty awesome for Heavy God to get a dink there. Also, his 2K inside a cave, like the game rested on his shoulders there for a moment. And for a guy who started off 0-7, it's a lot to ask. Look at this moment from Brolin. There should just be like no way to come back into a round after that, but they do. Look at this play.
2 separate 180s as well. Mid-kill, cave stoppage, mid-insta headshot. Yeah. Some more of that from Brolin, please. It's actually been Brolin with quite a few opening kills. A lot of that thanks to his early cave presence on the CT side. You know, he kind of just kept setting up the springboard. But not supposed to lose this. G2, you're up against the Galil and an AK, and you've given them the 5v4. Xerxin wants a bit more. And then Torzy effectively trades through as they force their way up that ramp. Now, Mattis, hot on the flank. They'll know all about it.
Oh, so smart from Torzy. He can actually flank because they've got to slow down to wait for Hunter to get into position.
Yep. And this smoke sits here, but he doesn't go...
No, he's waiting to see if he's waiting to see if Mattis came back. Now he knows he's not going to.
It's a nice slow burn, like a romantic candle on a Saturday evening with Counter-Strike on the TV. Yeah, we've all seen this before. Torzy's got backs turned to him. They're going to be thinking cave. He jumps the gun and whiffs. So date night ruined. G2 take a 5th round win.
Stick to hopping. Just kidding. It's Torzy. We could do that. He's been amazing. Just an unlucky spray right there. Nice kill from Mattis. And I think the speed at which they actually went for that retake surprised me personally. That utility still fresh in the site. Hunter not totally in position yet, but that could have been just a 1 game as well.
Trying to come through. CT's regained vision. And with it, 4 kills inside of this massive bloodlust from both ends to attack Brolin in the end of it. 30 health in the 1v2.
What's so ludicrous is like looking at who's fragging is, oh my gosh, okay. Chance for something crazy, but again, what's so ludicrous? Heavy God, 4 kills in this game, 3K on that last round to stay alive from that, 2 frags in cave. Final kill as well. Unlikely heroes here.
He really only has kills in 2 rounds.
Yeah. He had 1 exit kill and 1 3K.
In 18 rounds of play.
In 18 rounds of play, and it's 1 to keep them in the game.
Just double checking, we're talking about Heavy God, right?
Yeah.
That's not the Heavy God I know.
No. Right now, Heavy Cheeks.
Same Heavy God that dropped 24 kills versus Team Liquid.
Yeah, he giveth and taketh away, that's for sure.
22 kills versus Spirit.
Yeah, sometimes Heavy God does go crazy. And sometimes he just goes crazy style.
47 kills versus the Mongols. That game was very long.
OT's not included.
Well, surely G2, as an organization, would never lose a round like this. especially with a 4v5 established so early.
That much we know.
Oof.
Nade's awesome.
Very good damage
just
for
don't die
Hunter.
without a kill, that's the only thing.
Well, Sunbias is here for a helping hand. And enough utility to keep the pressure on. Donut player still smoked out for the time being. Galil and M4 on Jimmy, but Heavy God makes quick work with the tempo push, gets the angle onto Torji, finds himself a 5th kill in this game.
Marginally annoying CT smoke.
But with this bit of space, slowly, MOUZ do lean back, get a bit of a main control. If Jimmy can hold on to tempo, if only he could have somehow found both those duels, then all be good. But then you see with the frag, everybody just starts swinging. And so Hunter's frag grenade ends up helping out from beyond the grave, a couple of assists. I mean, slowly this is getting respectable. We are, 7 rounds into the CT side from G2, only 1 win for MOUZ.
I mean, MOUZ haven't been very clutch. If they had been, they would have won this game already. Torji had a chance. They had many close calls. Spinks gets that trade on Heavy God, who got his 2nd, 3rd, and 4th kill in 1 round. They close it. They're moments. This is starting to turn into Navi versus FaZe now with the way that they're coming back into this game. It's not exactly worrying just yet for MOUZ, but they're allowing G2 to get dignity, which seemed like impossible. We were talking about a spiritual 13-0 at one point here.
And who the hell even knows what that means?
Yeah, we made that up.
It's kind of our specialty. Just kind of making it up as I go.
How can we make this sound bad?
How can I make this about me?
I wonder if you ask MOUZ if they're worried. I mean, they would lie and say no. I think they're just in a disappointed face.
Yeah, of course.
Not worried.
Yeah, MOUZ would have loved to stomp, I'm talking about going into London with great form, etc. And that conversation is slightly less impressive by letting G2 have some moves on the CT side. It's going to put this T-half under a microscope moving forward. But we've seen moments where MOUZ fly out middle to a massive defense. 3, 4 players ready to sign up for that fight. This time it's completely empty, so into the climb up, going for the cave play next, where we'll find Mattis and MOUZ.
I'm definitely not in love with the way that G2 keep leaving Donut open, leaving mid control wide open.
Wow.
Tag for 12. That was a sharp eye, Torzi. Molly will be kind of annoying too.
Yeah, Mattis gonna die.
Mattis dies.
Doesn't even try to get out of there.
I mean, the nade combo is perfect as well. Yeah, he had to start running right away.
And that's going to force Hunter's hand to get active. Does he go big flank or mid?
Yeah, I don't know. The B play is going to happen. There might not be a flank watcher for a little bit, but he's coming to elbow first.
Yep, for all Hunter knows, there's somebody still sitting on the climb up watching for his peak. That's why he's cautious in this moment, but they're already inside. Woo, never mind. I was going to say cave belonged to MOUZ. Gets taken back. MOUZ and Heavy got inside of that flashbang. Find a kill apiece. Hunter will be critical to keep them corralled on lane. And there's no time to escape to the A site. So effectively, G2 just holding the line. Kerneling up inside of that bomb site, ready to receive MOUZ's attack.
I mean, whoever had that late smoke wins, right? Like they blocked at 30 seconds. That's really awesome. MOUZ wanted that idea to work right there. They got that opening kill as well. So it's a great answer back from Sunbias. It's a round where the only thing that works for them in terms of information is that Hunter push. Yeah, he really didn't even... That is what happens in Molly's.
Was he expecting somebody else to smoke it?
Not sure.
I wish I had noticed the utility left on MOUZ. Okay, here we go. Gonna test it with the rush. Tempo could be the solution. Heavy got from the corner. From what was once the bottom of the board, at least a single kill. We've got Mattis on the approach, ahead of the smoke of Jimmy, cuts off bomb. If he wins the fight, which he will, at half his health, It falls on Brolin. Everybody from G2 is getting into this game. It's going to be 12-9 off this round win.
Yeah, what's actually happened here? Palms all the way back as they're execing on this rush. CT's cut him off. Great opening kill for Sunpius, too.
Turning into a great map from Sunpius, even. 21 frags to his name. Hunter and Heavy God, who are also down in the depths, are slowly crawling their way out of those caves. And we could be going from hyping up MOUZ as a London contender to kind of laughing them into overtime.
Boys, let's listen to each other better. We are standing there for 15 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know what he said, but I'd be pissed too.
He said, boys, listen to each other better. Yeah. We stood there for 15 seconds.
Well, that's what IGLs are for.
Yeah, I didn't hear Brolin on that one.
It's just got to take the reins.
That was Torzi. So, fire him up, Torzi. Turning into the hype man since Austin. Xertion's Deagle goes down with nothing, and Brolin, meant to be the hero rifle, also afforded 0 free space. Good on Mattis. Kind of finding his groove inside of the cave play when he doesn't die to a Molotov. Torzi, hands on that picked up AK. Not going to be able to do it all. Hunter's got his number. MOUZ holds it back. 2 rounds from overtime.
It's kind of crazy when you think about it, how good Torzi is, how important his role is, how much comms we get from Torzi, how much he hypes them up on LAN. It's pretty much doing every single thing on the team, as well as top fragging with an op. Of course, he's got Spinks here today, but in terms of overall performance, I don't think there's anyone more impressive than him right now.
You know, not to sound too traditional, man, but he's just turning into quite a man. He's the man of the match. In my mind, when it comes to MOUZ stepping up into the interviews, you know, wearing his heart on his sleeve and whatnot, like he's becoming a pillar for this team that everybody else can lean on. And when we talked about a roster that came together as teenagers through NXT, you know, where was the evolution on a personal level meant to come from? I didn't really have Torzi painted as that guy. And it's helped him take MOUZ.
There's a lot of room for it on this
top
roster. There's no one competing really for that space.
Yep. Sunpius flying into lane control. Oh yeah, takes a bunch of damage in response. That's ambitious, MOUZ.
Wow.
Tries to get away with the elbow push, and instead you give MOUZ 5v4 on the brink of victory here for G2's map pick.
Well, I wonder if that's a mistake they'll regret. How many 5v4s can they get away with? Takes the freedom a little bit away from Hunter, who pushes himself into a more aggro spot. The T's are not getting organized behind this really quickly. They seem like they still want to end B, which is, as we can see, not the optimal play. They haven't really done much in the way of trying to draw out utility. Heavy God still has a molly and a smoke. Feels like the calling's actually falling apart a little bit on MOUZ. One more kill, and okay, they won't have to think about it at least.
A round where you get nothing out of Sunpius, nothing out of MOUZ. This is the support system of G2 left in a 3v5. And unfortunately for Hunter, peeking into 2. It's gonna need to be Mattis to go God mode. No help really. Heavy God late to the party, but Mattis has just enough of a position now. And it's gonna slow down MOUZ on the swing. He steps into it. Heavy God arrives to the scene. 10 seconds left. Brolin's hands busy, op in the background, slides through, gets 2, and the planter pushes it just over the line. A 3v5 down to the 1v1. I bet anything MOUZ regrets that smoke push.
You had me in the second half, G2, I'm not gonna lie, but ultimately, as our good friend Pimp would say, a cosmetic comeback indeed. And yeah, it's always a mammoth task when you get one T-sided round in the first half to actually be reversing anything, Peter.
I think the T side of G2 showcased a team that still lacks a lot of protocols, and also Hunter being in a position where he could not find the answer. And that is obviously, since he's only been enrolled for a couple of weeks, then he still needs to figure out how to deal with these kind of pressure, because it's always easy to go into a game and win T rounds if your individuals are winning and you're actually getting the opening. Then you can call your things around. But he didn't get any space to work with. He didn't get any kills, so he just found himself constantly trying to find a solution, and that just didn't really pay off for them.
That's why in the pregame I was a little bit surprised that they went for Ancient instead of Inferno. I feel like Inferno's the one map where I've seen Hunter make mid rounds where I was like, okay, that makes sense. You're avoiding wherever the stack is on the map. You're taking space in multiple areas and you're using it to the fullest effect. Whereas here on Ancient, they were just getting slaughtered in the same ways repeatedly. Never really had a great answer other than the last couple rounds where it was like, okay, we can rush, but that's still not going to work either.
Yeah, should we dive into the only round that G2 did manage to win in that first half? And it's a round where nobody even escapes the G2 side alive. Like, they win it by the skin of their teeth.
The funny thing about round 5 is that I feel like that they put themselves in this situation because of a mistake that Torchy does. The only thing that happens here is Hunter's actually torches B bombs, and he does one smoke to just try and cause some kind of distraction. And that actually just pulls Torchy off of his position, and then he falls back to CT, and then all of a sudden G2 has just scaled onto the A bomb site, and the molly doesn't catch the corner, they don't clear it. It's a little bit, I mean, I wouldn't say lazy because they expect it to spread. We see mobs get some really good kills here, and from this one on, it's just G2 winning out the trades, and this just shows that they were gifted a situation that they shouldn't have been gifted because of one smoke. I think it's a clear mistake from Torchy to rotate, and to only get this one round from G2 when they're gonna go back and look at it, they're thinking we should probably have done something better.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes in these kinds of situations, people might overcalm and say a lot's happening, but I can't imagine people on MOUZ were saying, it's a rush, it's 5 guys, you need to rotate. If anything, it's just the single smoke. Either way, I mean, for that to be the only round that G2 gets on their T side when they pick this map, sort of shows how shallow the playbook actually is regarding Ancient right now. I'd say that CT side is a little bit buff, but I'm not going to give that all of the credit that, oh, they have a few more nades. That's not why G2 had such a difficult time here.
No, certainly not. I think something that really did test them and came out on top time and time again for MOUZ was just the aggression that they were putting forward every single round on that CT side.
I think there was a clear game plan from both sides. The one thing from MOUZ was that they wanted to be sitting on middle. We can see in the beginning of the match, they actually want to cement their power in middle and actually just go out and brawl it out. And that just continued. We also saw Brawlham being very proactive towards Cave. And this just set it up constantly for MOUZ that they just kept this aggression going towards B. They wanted to squeeze and make sure that they had no sprays to work with. They won the round with such a favorable manpower that they got a lot of economy. They could just constantly bombard them with utility, block them out with smokes. And the response from G2 was that they just kept going for the same and the same and the same once again. They kept going for this where they want to go 4B guys towards B to actually contest this area, but they just constantly got squeezed and never found anything. And at this moment, this is where I want Hunter or Saw or whatever to buy in and say that we need to try something different because we've lost 3 power runs doing this. I wanted to try and go for a different play, maybe a rush, and that is what they actually decided to go coming out of these very disastrous runs.
I'd say what's the most surprising is that for a team that picks Ancient, that you don't really have more ideas in the first phase of the round. I feel like I've seen a lot of teams nowadays actually throw their own bottom mid smoke on the T side to try to block the Molotov that kind of blocks the elbow guy. And I feel like G2 were just kind of letting themselves get stopped by that Molotov repeatedly. So inability to figure out the key pieces of utility to try to counter what is creating this extra space that MOUZ is taking, and they're just holding on to it. So yeah, I mean, I feel like most of these rounds were non-starters completely for G2.
Yeah, it was pretty heartbreaking to say the least. We did obviously go into that second half, and fair play to G2. They tried to give some aggression of their own, and it really did start to pay off versus MOUZ. And then, not to throw MOUZ under the bus, but there's aggression, then there's maybe just a tad bit too much, right?
Yeah. I mean, you take them out of an NA team, but can you really take the mindset away? No, I mean, I can't justify it. I just can't justify it. I mean, you're making this incredible comeback right now. You're one of the big reasons that it's going your way, and I would like to know exactly the reasoning behind it. It's not going to be the right answer, but I'm curious because I see sometimes top teams do that to like, I mean, sometimes you do see a pretty early push through your own elbow smoke, but you got to be certain
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely about having this very high-risk, high-reward kind of place, and obviously Melp's going through this one. The one that bothers me about this is that up until this, the story has been that G2 had found a lot of openings. They've gotten a lot of advantageous situations by just playing the way they did. Why would he decide to go through that smoke in that given round? Because why would they have to try and do something extra for what they were already doing? They were in a prime position.
Yeah.
MOUZ were the one to actually go out and find an answer. And he just delivers that answer, specifically to Exertion when he walks through that smoke. They have the advantage. They have no info. He just dies straight up. He doesn't know if there's like 3 guys towards A, if there's 3 guys towards B. That he get nothing out of it. The only reason why I see him doing this is because the game at this point has scaled out into dimension where he's kind of thinking they are not going to expect this type of play at this moment. And if he would have walked through the smoke, killed 3 guys in the back, he would have been the hero. But
yeah, maybe just getting a little bit too overconfident in that one. Speaking of confidence, Spinks, we were talking about him coming into this very head-to-head. Obviously, second half wasn't the greatest showing from him. Nobody on MOUZ was really showing up there, but the first half, he was starting off incredibly strong.
It's something I've seen from Spinks so many times, is that when he gets off to a really good start, he just keeps snowballing. I mean, the beginning of games, if we can get multiple kills in the piss round and the buy round, he just scales up in confidence and just keeps moving. And obviously the game plan from the side of MOUZ was also to fight B constantly, so he was also put in positions where he could actually multi-frag. And he's always been a really good multi-fragger. He's really good at holding angles. He's good at putting himself in a position where, okay, if I'm confident in this angle, I don't care if what they're gonna throw at me. I will do my best to get these 2 kills, and that is just what he did at a very high level this one.
I mean, on the CT side, there's no fault of his whatsoever. T side wasn't quite his strong suit. However, I would actually say that's more to do with the fact that the calling wasn't really doing him too many favors there.
Yeah.
I feel like their default also wasn't really slowed down enough to try to let the superior players work. Like, I'm kind of surprised throughout the entire series here, or entire map so far, how little there was in terms of 3v3 mid rounds or changing up from going to lane all the way to mid or anything like that. I didn't really see too many just like last second calls all too much.
No, it just seemed like it ended too fast, because every time both teams decided to go for B, one side of the team would just demolish the other one, and then when they went for the middle one, it was just like constant brawl. We all had maybe 2 rounds where they actually managed to do it, and they split onto the A bomb side, and that is what also paid off for winning. So, I mean, it was a clear sign for me that both teams had game plans on their T side that just didn't work out, and then they had to come up with a solution.
Of course, it's a different iteration of Counter-Strike to when you were playing with Spinks back on Vitality. But how have you seen him, like, level up, grow as a player since you were alongside him as a teammate?
I remember when we picked him up in the first place, he was a player that we didn't know too much about. Obviously, the fact that he had been inside of ENCE and we had been showing really great effort. He was still relatively new when he came into the team. And at that point, he just wanted to soak up as much experience he got. And the likes of him playing with ZywOo really elevated him to understand the game at a higher level. And I think the thing that I like the most about him is I've never seen him tilt. I've never seen him be frustrated about himself, but also when it comes to his teammates, he's always backing up whatever play you want to go for. And I think it's very necessary to have in today's Counter-Strike, where it is very based on what kind of plays you're actually going for. So he would never go to the side like, you shouldn't have done this. I think it was okay you did this, but occasionally he would be like, maybe we should do this differently in another time.
Does that surprise you to hear, Maui? Does that make sense from what we see on the server?
I would even say from the player cams, you never really see Spinks raging. I've never seen him do this. Like, what's going on? What's going on? That's not him. So yeah, I'm glad that it actually matches, and that I guess I can use body language to actually make all of my assumptions.
The eye test, it really does check out, Maui.
It checked out.
Either way, the eye test looking good for MOUZ as we do head forward to their map pick. That's going to be Mirage going down after this short break. Where do you feel MOUZ are at right now as a team?
We are not in our peak. I think we played better in the past. We are not making it to the grand final every time now. Sometimes we lose in the quarters or in the semis, and the games are really close. So yeah, we are not in the peak, but it's the cliché, but we are working on it and trying to be better.
I think it was Torzi I was chatting to about, you know, the two sides of MOUZ. One, which is more like individual focused, and then the other side, which is much more based on teamwork and communication. Which area, rather, do you feel MOUZ is stronger in right now, the individuals or kind of the teamwork side?
I think as individual, we are all good. We can all shoot good. We are all good in our own area. I think we are struggling in connecting the dots, I would say, between everyone. So this is what I would say we are lacking of right now compared to maybe the top teams. But in the same time, it's not like we are shit on it, you know? It's just this 5-10% better, and you are top level again.
They did manage to connect the dots, however, on their opponent's map pick of Ancient, and I'm sure G2 probably left a little bit frustrated after letting that one slip away. It was a dire first half, if we're going to be honest, and now it's going to be a task to turn this one around. Mirage, how are we looking at G2 stacking up versus MOUZ as we move on to this one, with G2 obviously starting on the CT side of things?
Well, what I'm most interested in is that MOUZ are the favorites in this. There's no way I'm going to find any way to give any other angle there. But I just want to see, is the Mattis, Malbs, Double M, Eminem, MOUZ duo, is it actually going to be able to lock down middle, maybe triple M? No, I mean, I feel like those two are still learning the ropes with playing with each other. They've only played a couple of maps together now as the mid tandem, the connector in Malbs, the cat player in Matisse. So I want to just see, are they actually swinging at the same time? Are they taking fights that are off of each other? Or are they just really just playing for themselves?
Still a lot to learn. That's also, I think, what we saw in Ancient, that it's a team that has a lot of things that still needs to be set in stone, and that's going to be difficult, specifically going up against mousesports, and I think Exertion is going to be a pain in the ass for them, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a certainty as we move into this one. Time to see if G2 can change the fate on their opponent's pick of Mirage.
If MOUZ were able to close Ancient any quicker, I think we'd have that much more confidence in them and their ability to just smoke them on Mirage, because there is already so much confidence in this map pick for them. But G2 put up a fight, you know? It wasn't across the board.
Yeah.
You make a face at that. Would you not have considered that a fight?
I guess so, but look, I'm going to be honest, it looked kind of lucky. Like,
okay,
you had Heavy God who came 0-7. One of the savior rounds, he gets a 3K, 2K hold after he gets zoned inside of Temple. The last round, he gets 2 kills randomly, and that 1v3 makes it close. Like, Mattis gets that spin around kill on Torzi with the weirdest bad Galil spray you would never see normally.
Right. Okay.
Just a series of Deus Ex Machina moments, I think, that allowed G2 to keep telling their story. But as soon as there was one moment where they made a single mistake, which is Malt pushing through that elbow smoke, immediately mousesports win.
GG.
A series of 5v4s they set up for themselves in that game too, so wasn't convincing enough for me to feel great about G2. More so, I think I felt what mousesports probably felt about themselves, which was just disappointment. I think they can right that wrong here on Mirage. It wasn't even their map.
Right. Yeah, the fact you just bodied them in the first half and gave yourself so much leeway. You know, you walk away, job done.
I mean, it's possible the series just ends up being like brilliant CT sides, and that's partially why. But I don't think that's an excuse for a team of MOUZ's caliber. G2 are a lot newer in many ways.
Looking to dominate the B site. Berettas get boosted. And Hunter could cut it all off with this smoke. That'd make things real awkward at a minute. Sees him. Drops that smoke. Beretta's ready. Tries to play in front of it. Eats the flash. And Mattis a little delayed, but making up for it. Goes into the cover. Sunpius is also here. And so the recovery in full effect, but Brolin slipping the net elsewhere has led MOUZ to now rock that boat back.
He got away. He got away.
The bomb is gone. 35 seconds for MOUZ to hit another site.
Such a key move from Brolin. Would have been scary to think to go out of the window, knowing that the B players are going to come looking for him. But now that he's back in window, he controls the A site rotations. CTs have to worry about crossing murder hole in his direction. He's taking a risk towards window, but it's the correct one. Now, there's no lean here for Heavy God. It's got to be all him.
All right. Beretta's ready. Hits the headshot on Torzi, and Jimmy's got the trade. Brolin is still, unbeknownst to G2, spam on the smoke's not going to cut it. And as Sunpius comes forward, Brolin seems wary. Pops the vent. Brolin used that as a trigger to go towards Ticket. Okay, he's playing some cerebral Counter-Strike.
Yeah, this is so smart by him. I mean, it's going to be basically impossible, right, for Mattis to come and find this flank. He's got to worry about Jimmy, too. But there is a smoke at least.
Uh-oh. Spam into it if you can. It's a 10-second stick halfway there. Brolin still the element of surprise.
Oh, so good.
And he gets it. Dude, between Brolin and Jimmy.
That's a million IQ.
Yeah, a bunch. At any point, you could have panicked. But no, nice and slow. I like that he doesn't just immediately start spamming off the tap. You know, at worst, it's a 5-second defuse. At worst. And so he uses those first 2-3 to find the other player, cut him down, and then him and Jimmy just unload on the smoke to finish it off.
Everyone thinks entry fraggers are dumb. Look at Brolin. He's a genius and an entry fragger at the same time. Apex as well. There are a lot of great examples out there these days. I've always identified with entry fraggers, man. They just get impulsive and you just want to get the round done.
Get it on.
And you kind of want to just like help everybody make the round easier. Just like more fun, it's faster.
Yes, help everyone by
least hateable role.
You know, by being the first guy in.
Exactly.
It's for you, but it's about me.
You gotta run through all that utility. I mean, it's a thankless job.
Speaking of which, Hunter gets pummeled by it. Little flash out from the market, but Xerxin is already jumping on top of the exit, so MOUZ are going to have a field day inside of the B site this round. Hunter, I think there's a world where Hunter has a really rough go of it on B tonight. I don't know, it's just, I can feel it.
They want to lean B.
It's in the air, you know what I mean? I think MOUZ are kind of pent up coming into this T side because of the amount of the game that they let G2 take back. And so, quick release on the pressure for the B site.
That's brought up Xerxin, you know.
Yep.
His T sides from MOUZ. I think this is the map. It's honestly this map and Ancient that are the two standout maps when I think Xerxin was as consistent and in some ways even more impressive than Torzi, considering his roles for a long time on MOUZ, and then Torzi became more consistent. Now he's clearly sort of the best player, but when it came to these two maps specifically, that's when it was like, whoa, are more players in Tier 1 going to play like Xerxin does? You know, because the style of entry fragging seemed to be so consistent. In the very, very beginning, it was he would have like, you know, he would go 15 and 25 and create like 10 opening kills and still have a worthwhile score line. Now he's just got a lot of kills, not dying quite as much, still having the same impact.
Yeah, he's always made space, but now he's just making sure he's alive when the dust settles. Not the easiest thing to do, but he makes it look easier than most. There's that MP9 at the moment. Heavy God sitting on stairs behind MOUZ, who's inside connector. Might not be for long. We see this utility pressure coming his way. Is that, yeah, it's a big enough a gap for Xerxin to take a look. But he backs up and didn't anticipate MOUZ having pushed through the front connector smoke. All right.
Here's that MOUZ deagle. Nico.
We've seen it rock MOUZ's world back on Ancient, that 3K that gave them the one round of the first half.
They need some snappy calling here, man. Don't go silent on the comms like Torzi accused him of last time. All right.
Work their way through. Brolin. Ouch.
Yeah.
Everybody's taking damage. Okay, okay. 80 damage on the Flames.
Oh, he didn't peek.
With the flash, 5-7 comes swinging. Torzi's got good cover, though. Brolin slides back in. Oh, MOUZ.
Oh, and if those kills happen?
Then this Jimmy frag that could and will come together then makes things sketchy. Spinks is the insurance over towards ramp. Actually gets out towards Tetris. Torzi keeps these kills coming through. And it's an act of desperation from Heavy God. Finally, Spinks has to get into the fray. And MOUZ continue to just show that they've got that trade train ability, right? No death is in vain for MOUZ because somebody's always there to trade it out.
One thing I love about, like, we'll switch over to CT side and see it, but you'll always see MOUZ doubled and triple up on spots, ready to flow, and they have an idea what to do. Someone dies, someone gets a kill, whether they're going to go for information. It makes it very hard because they're on off angles that are supported. I think that's what makes them stand out for me when it comes to them versus a lot of other teams. They don't just rely on the good angles the maps give you.
Nade deep. Pressure on. MOUZ again. Just trying to stomp their way through a Mirage T side. Now meeting resistance. MOUZ gets one, but sitting on stairs, 10 health. I mean, if Spinks can find that kill, if anybody from MOUZ can find that kill, then it's an all-in from Ticket instead. And MOUZ is kind of announcing himself. Is that to deter them from swinging his way?
Good amount of util here.
Roland burned out.
And
Down to 9 health.
Somehow.
They let him escape, and Spinks ultimately dies instead. So now Brolin from Tetris, very low. Underhanding those flashbangs as smoke is on bomb. We've got Jimmy and Torji finding one apiece. And a tap onto the defuse is going to force Jimmy's hands, but there's no defuse behind it. Now they can't even win. Hunter is the kid. Sunpius in the background can do nothing here.
Yeah.
This retake has nothing to actually stand on. Sure, you'll clear MOUZ out, but it's still their 4th consecutive round win.
Might be worth it with all those kills, if anything, but there maybe was a non-zero chance that stick works. Hard to say in that spot, obviously. I think MOUZ play it pretty damn well, all things considered. They somehow were able to evacuate Brolin from the back of Missiles all the way to Tetris. He got a flash off, he delayed a lot of time. Yeah, he went to sandwich first, actually, then got mollied. He had quite a journey in that round. So no surprise it eventually comes down to time. Sunpius has been great, but that one kill in CT, that really could have made a big difference. Well, this is a little bit interesting. Mattis above, they've got a double underpass setup. Very heavy on mid, but to be honest, MOUZ are being pretty precarious about this. They've come to look at it. They're sensing something's up. They're not testing it too hard. Yeah, Torzi sits on this nade, but honestly, I feel like this start could have been a lot worse if they had fought. What are G2 gonna do with all this mid control is the question. They could be fast rotations again, but we saw what happened last round. When they lose CT control versus these A-site hits, yeah, I mean, maybe if they are gonna spend this time learning how to juggle, it's gonna be easier.
Bunch of clowns.
Yeah, I mean, the CTs are now gonna start coming over. Are there some clowns on the A ramp? We've got this B-site push as well. It's genuinely actually changed timing. All right, lots of CTs here.
Ooh, blind CTs though. Blind T's as well. Heavy God's gun's empty. Oh man, he
no kills. That's brutal, man. Those flashes are so good.
Hell yeah, MOUZ. That is an execute and a half. They don't lose a body on the approach. I mean, that's the kind of takeover of an A site where you think, damn, it's a shame G2's players weren't in the right positions. But that's not the case.
No, they had mobs walking the B flank. They knew it was the A site. They literally knew.
It just looks so easy for MOUZ. I mean, Heavy God gets to the end of that spray. You know, maybe in hindsight, he wishes he hadn't just rattled off the entire magazine.
Didn't hit a damn thing. But
switches to the USP, has 2 players to deal with.
They also flash for Palace for that spot as they're jumping out. Everything's well supported. Oh, that's unfortunate for G2.
Sucks to suck.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Not that Brolin can see anything, but
just did a really good job of causing that panic, ultimately.
Convinced Heavy God to use all his bullets. That's all he really needs to do. This is turning out to be one of the weaker G2 performances, man. We've seen some promising results for them recently.
A new look. The round after getting all of the mid control for absolutely free and kind of like sitting there for a second not knowing what to do. Instantly afterwards, we've got MOUZ going for a boost behind the smoke. You know, you think you've just earned the space to run outside of Connector as a CT. Next thing you know, Torzy's on you like a hawk. Although, ladder peek into Torzy is going to blindside him, so the blind killing the blind. And Heavy God coming out with Mattis. All right, little mid-aggression. When it's there for free, no, nothing really comes of it, but Brolin's double kill, not half bad. If only bomb possession was there for Jimmy.
Yeah.
But he's got a minute to work this clutch, and I will give Jimmy a minute of my time any day of the week.
I think Hunter hears a footstep, backs up from this, knows Jimmy's on the prowl. Will this be pre-aimed is the question, and honestly, it's possible. Oh boy. Spray control. And the damage, it doesn't really matter. Sun Pius has an AWP. Uh-oh. Awkward. Okay, he hits the shot. No problem here. It was almost a problem.
G2 on the scoreboard.
At the very least. One player alive this time.
And off the 4v5.
It's a new looking mid for MOUZ, but it is what G2 have been looking for in the sort of mid-round on mid control. And that's a lot of presence on Cat, pushing in from Connector, trying to reclaim it. This is what they've been looking for.
That's that water bottle again.
What about it?
It's the one that everybody's got now.
That everyone's got that you don't have.
Well, you know,
specifically.
Could get it if
You're the only one. I actually have one.
Could get it if I wanted it.
So, I know people.
Ooh. Never mind, I thought he got a kill through smoke, but that was Mattis coming off the Cat attack. Gave G2 something to fight for in middle. A way to benefit from an aggression. Now, convert it.
Got a classic MOUZ round, actually. ARAM crawl, fast lurk from Exertion as well. Coming up from Connector behind him.
Yep, back's turned on stairs. Mulbs is already dead. A-site prime for the taking. MOUZ didn't waste a moment coming back at it. I mean, we saw these different looks, that boost inside of top middle last round, but then they just slammed themselves back into that A-site. And they will get another round win, so it is indeed the one-off from G2.
The one thing I've always loved about the way Xerxon thinks about the game, like early from NXT days, is he's always mentioned, like, emotionally what kind of call makes sense as opposed to just, like, tactically. And, like, here, like, he's really been one to define what a momentum call is. And I think that it kind of perfectly encapsulates it, where you're looking at G2, who barely got away with that one round. Now let's make sure that they forget that even ever happened. Like, quickly into the next, here's a confidence play. Here's a classic play as well with taking over connect control, but it's also one they haven't used before.
It just wipes that moment of reprieve from G2's mind.
Yeah.
Right back into the meat grinder you go. Oh, you felt good for half a second?
We can all feel it. It actually has that effect.
Yep. This flash also gets dodged by Brolin, so Heavy got blasted. Matt's been very frustrated today. I haven't really seen that side of him.
Really? I feel like he always looks frustrated.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Sometimes even when he wins a round.
He's kind of got RBF, so maybe that's it.
Yeah.
But this time it's in the hands, you know? It's boiling over.
That's true.
Stern upper lip. Not a fun day to be G2 by the feel of things. That little comeback on Ancient maybe was when they were having their most fun, but playing from such a deficit kind of sucks the enjoyment out of the game. MOUZ are having a blast.
Yeah, I'd be too.
6-1 on the lead. Money is okay. You know, this half isn't entirely finished. G2 win this one. Don't get slammed in the follow-up. Still something to stand on. MOUZ in front of the 2 frag grenades, chipped down to 64 regardless. And again, MOUZ just slicing into the mid play, trying to come up from underpass. MOUZ will find Brolin off the trajectory of the util, puts a burst through smoke. Another frag for MOUZ. I feel like he's been hit by 4 of them.
Down 34 from 5 HEs, I think, actually.
All while Sunpius sits on this angle. Him versus Torzy off the op.
Chipped down, but he's the one who gets a kill here, so. That whole early portion of the round here for MOUZ is suboptimal. Push from Mattis as well. This is good use of the map now for G2. It's not just mid control. I feel like Mattis in this spot is good at getting to. What do you think?
All 3. Good call, but good on him.
I mean, saying 3 was brave. You know, you got to give yourself some credit.
Xerxin trying to take it back from the other side of the site, and Hunter does get into play. You know, he's been kind of muted all the way back there on the B site. Spinks doesn't like the chance of pushing out. Rain in the forecast. Now phase play tomorrow. And so Mattis pushing into the into the palace. Ends up working out, takes the soul out of MOUZ here for round 8. And Spinks will go ahead and save that AWP for Torzy.
It's marginally annoying that they don't get this kill. It's majority deaths for G2. Even though they pick up the round, that's good. Spinks saving an op's actually quite nice. You mentioned before this round started, the money's it's okay.
Yeah.
Like, to be able to buy again, but I don't think they would have had this off if not for saving it.
No. There's no guarantee that MOUZ just slammed this, 10-2.
Yeah.
Cyclone wants in.
It did feel like MOUZ were going to go B 10 times this half. They started out with those couple of B hits.
Yeah.
Kind of gone away from it now. To be honest, totally fine. I liked a lot of the A stuff they were doing. I think they've been a nightmare for G2, to be honest. So they have options right now. I think they'd be pretty hard to read if you're G2. I'm actually quite surprised G2, like Hunter played the B site by himself that last round, had Heavy God close A ramp, had Mattis pushed into Palace, and they were right about the late A play. So I think they really had to trust his read there, and they were right.
Good nade for Torzy to have to deal with. That's MOUZ chucking it out through the window.
That's what we're seeing way more of lately.
Yeah, those dunk underpass nades.
Yeah. Last round, we were seeing 5 nades from underpass, top mid, on cat, into connector.
I just can't help but remember that blitz triple nade onto Major.
Yeah, I feel it's just instantly become a trend since then.
It's a good angle.
Torzy down to 30. Always say about operas, it's like you can do a lot of damage, but it's not going to change how they play too much. Oh, they got by to cat. Bombs though, not bombs in front of connector, so Xerxin can go ladder, that's it.
But would that ladder fight open up a chance to kill MOUZ?
It supports Spinks on a push if he wants to get into the window.
So it's basically 2 players window, 2 inside con. Climb up.
Easy for him to do that.
Like you said, unless he's dead, still capable with that op. And he's going to try to find an angle from the opposite side of connector. Sunpius sees the grenades. He knows there's one behind the wooden panel, but a missed chance. That could end up being key. We go 20 seconds left. Bomb dropped on stairs. Man advantage sure for MOUZ, and all these bodies about to try to pile drive into this site with only 10 seconds to the clock.
So nice from Jimmy.
All they've got left is
missed.
Picket. No kill here for Sunpius to stop bomb, and so it is a slow, constricting squeeze out of MOUZ.
I mean, Jimmy wins this round.
7 rounds.
It was very scary for him to get out of Palace, knowing CT was in jeopardy, but he had to kill that guy who was a heavy god on Tetris, and he did it. If he didn't find that frag, they wouldn't be able to cross the site at all. So very nicely done from Jimmy. It's a moment where, as a lurker, like, it's so important you stay alive, but it's in this moment equally important you get the kill. And wow, what a shot from Spinks to top it off. It's frustrating for G2, but also it's like, damn impressive that the way that MOUZ are able to pull off these splits.
It's why we put their Mirage on just another level. Have for so long, and it feels like we continue to. Map after map.
Sure, G2 almost want to get this round over with. Hoping for a lucky 5-7 opener. I think that's what you're looking for. The players that they've got can pull off an eco. They're going to clasp their hands for it, I think, but MOUZ have the utility advantage. They are coming to the wrong site. Ops here on A ramp, too.
Really trying to get that defense to lean forward on A.
See about the mollies. That's what we got to watch for.
And see if Sunpius can stay swinging. Doesn't move a muscle. I mean, dominated.
Yeah, no one came ramping. They were waiting to get one kill ramp so they could push, and no one came, ever.
Oh, it's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough. Just absolutely melted. No resistance for MOUZ as they come up through the top of the stairs.
Man, if not for that comeback, the cosmetic comeback in the first half.
This is a stomp of a series.
Yeah, it's a stomp. It's a mess for G2. It's a masterclass for MOUZ. Unfortunately, it can't be like that now because they made too many mistakes as they let G2 get back into the game. But look what we're watching right now. I mean, this is systematic. This is sort of disheartening, I feel like, if you're Hunter. You're like, damn, like, I've really got to step it up as a caller if we're going to figure out how to beat teams like this right now.
I don't like to use that word because it just really undermines a team as if they don't belong in the same server, but it's G2 kind of lost in terms of finding a solution to all this. It just looks lost.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, MOUZ are a shining example of a team that's been criticized for not having player quality, and yet now is in conversation with any, like, called the superstar slayer at some point.
Yep.
So if you play great CS, you can do it. Suddenly your individuals start to look great. I think that's what the trend you notice, you know?
Yeah. Turns out having a good team as a basis elevates everybody across the squad. And not every day. Some moments there are still pieces of MOUZ that kind of fall back to their floor. And that's when you restart the conversation about superstars and how you have that one pillar you can always lean on. But when the system is working as well as it is right now versus G2, everybody looks like a god. Fun fact, Sunpius has only died 4 times this map. Yeah, figure that one out. Mobs one and done, because again, this pressure from down at the bottom of mid looks good. We do get an answer. Sunpius off of the cap peak with the FAMAS.
That's one aspect of the map where they've been amazing.
My God, it's a man advantage for G2, but does a man advantage mean a round win? Yes, sir, indeed. 3 players still stand on this one. So again, there's moments where there's no fights in middle for G2 to get into. There's moments where they go to those fights and get completely melted, but this is one of the examples where the cap push pays off.
Yeah, and then again, that's like one timing and one area of the map they feel confident in, they can win their duels. MOUZ, I feel like just in an effort to change it up or running into these fights, a couple of times now, but it's a little too late to get excited about this CT side right now. G2, one chance to get a fourth, and already, just a very small chance at an entire comeback if we'll get there. For now, they've just got to put this round up and put one foot in front of the other. I'm sure they're going to get some inspirited words from Saw in halftime.
Well, another MOUZ mid approach. Great flash from Sun Pius.
Oh.
Gives MOUZ a chance to shine in the final round of the CT half.
That was the whole strat. They were about to do it, so now they've got to cancel, think of something new.
It's like a bit too little too late, but starting to slot into the mid timings. Brolin's kind of dirty with this one, especially as Spinx is going to have players distracted. Brolin gets the jump on Heavy God, but the second connector player escapes. He winds up killing the player under balcony. Khan is held for the time being.
Underpass crawl here for Hunter.
Nice, Jimmy. Comes out, ramp, finds timing. Sun Pius caught in the open, trying to be the hero of that A play. And Hunter, in all too many moments, ends up being this late arrival.
Oh, he did.
No way. From the sidelines, we get that final killing blow. And it is indeed a MOUZ 9-round T-side to set G2 up for a lower bracket run.
I think minus Magisk plus Koyosuke is a no-brainer. Instead of Mages, it's young blood and amazing firepower.
I'm not sure if it was needed that much for them. I think Magisk was a good option.
I don't think he's been playing his best, and I think that Koyosuke is just an amazing prodigy.
Koyosuke showed in the first tournament that he has the potential to be a really good player.
It's going to be quite tough for them at the beginning. You're dealing with a star, a star, a star. It's tough for the rest.
Honestly, Koyosuke is all aggressive players, so you need do some balance between this.
The problem is TeSeS just switch on the anchor position, so it's a new thing for him.
I think TeSeS has always been doing a good job, but I'm not sure if he's the anchor that they really need. I don't think they have that anchor presence like Magisk had before.
Obviously, Nico had to give up some of his role, which is a big hit on him. Who knows, maybe he will become the best in his role as well.
You have to figure it out on your own. You cannot take a template of another team or phase 2018. It doesn't work like that. You need to slowly figure out.
Every player have the pressure, but he showed at the first tournament he makes silence a lot of people.
The moment they got Koyosuke and everybody expected them to fucking win everything, so I think it's also tough on the players to handle the pressure.
He finished 1.4 rating, so I think that he's a crazy talent.
On paper, it sounds like a very good change. We will have to see if it actually works out.
With Koyosuke's firepower, you only get better from this point, in my opinion.
MOUZ would have been the talk of the town tonight had Ancient been as big a blowout as it could have been, because this first half was par for the course for
Yeah, it was a series of eagles here for MOUZ as they flew around the map on T side, taking every duel they wanted. All the tempos were working out in their favor. A site, B site, you name it. I mean,
it's both the sites.
It's a bit of Ancient, and they do it on a T side. They really showed their range here.
Yeah, but T-side Mirage and MOUZ goes together hand in hand.
Yeah, like cheese and MOUZ.
Chance to climb into the window. Sunpius gonna catch Spinks off.
Peekaboo.
See ya. And he can hang out here on his perch.
Still want to split A. Oh, dangerous games being played, and it actually works out.
Roland gets into the cover as Jimmy finds his headshot. Mattis arrival through Palace.
Oh, the bomb.
No, Jimmy goes down, but does cut bomb off that window. Zertian climbs up and can't manage the Berettas. Okay. So sure enough.
See what I mean? He gets the kill, and he still looks like kind of pissed about it.
He's got that, it's that parsed lip.
Yeah.
It's like he's ready to say something mean at any moment.
I missed 6 bullets.
Oh, I'm a piece of shit.
Tabernac.
But he's honestly coming into his own. So good presence from Palace.
Well, the
pays
best
off.
round he's ever played was on Mirage. Remember that round? He was like walking up through on the side of triple, looking back at Cat, getting the 4K.
Oh, yeah.
Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I think it was versus Spirit.
Uh-huh. Sure.
I made up the team.
It's my job to co-sign whatever you say. More or less. Just don't lose to the Force, because then MOUZ are on the runway to victory. More so on the runway to London. Crossfire for MP9s. A tempting cat challenge being set up here. Second connector player is not going to escape while Mulbs is on the hunt. And a deagle for Jimmy versus 3 players, one of which climbing up into the window in the form of Hunter. What's he going to do? Go try to compromise Ticket? They can take their time. Heavy God's already just slipped the net out towards Tetris. And Hunter's got this wraparound into the A site. A free kill
Knife him.
Sitting in front of him.
Oh, wow, he turns around. Okay.
And the Mattis nade ends it. G2 are starting the T side with a little style.
Yeah, they're sliding on in. Not too bad.
Water's warm.
Now, you know, we got that weird listen-in where it was like, MOUZ they seem deeply upset a little bit. You know, like on, this is not the first game this has happened type of moment.
Guys, we're not listening. We sat there for 15 seconds.
Listen to your teammates. Have some comms.
I think it's also partly because they just hold themselves to such a higher standard
it's also
nowadays.
Cycrone's job, I'll say.
Okay.
You know, it can't all be Torji.
Sure.
I know Cycrone's a chill guy, but you kind of want an unbiased third party to be like, in general, guys, keep the energy up. Right?
I think it's also Brolin's job.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bodies falling from the heavens as MOUZ get absolutely shredded in the 15th round, but you can't expect too much because they had so little to work with. It's really the next round that matters and will set a tone for what could be left of Mirage. Feels like too much of an ask to truly let G2 back into the game, but they made us believe for a little while on Ancient. So why not now?
Well, clean anti-ecos. That's how you start comebacks. That's what we've been given at the very least. Well, this push should bear fruit, to be honest. There's no need to play anyone ticket. They can really heavily lean over towards the B site. Bombs up here unawares. Time's ticking down, not in their favor. They're going to start getting pieces of utility thrown at them over time and wonder why the CTs are so prepared.
Oh, Spinks. Oh man, this guy's mobile.
Yeah, he won't stop running.
MOUZ is gonna hunt him down. Jimmy burning into the open. Torzi on the ankles. Multiple kills for him, and he's gonna challenge out through market, of course. He knows there's just one left on this site, and he's got them all. Torzi with the triple kill. MOUZ right back to winning ways.
Wow, Torzi to the top, baby. Nice round out of him. Nice round out of that push. And unfortunately for G2, they did something that must have been obvious, or this random gamble on the A ramp push just worked out too well. Came in early, didn't see anybody eventually. What are you gonna do? G2 actually have a good split, good timing on the split. Molly on the upper balk guy as well, so like a chance to actually kill 2 anchors with just 1 kill. If not for that A ramp push, MOUZ are probably unprepared for that.
Zertian stuck behind the bottom mid-fire.
It's an underpass player coming here.
What?
The
Mattis?
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Okay, he's playing the turn from the flash. Didn't even look at this. I don't know why.
Hunter's gonna get the walk-up connector, trying to find timing on the jungle
Oh, he got
player.
spotted. He
No
didn't
scope.
look properly.
Dude, there's some, we'll call it rough around the edges.
Yeah, it's frayed.
Freya?
It's speared.
Heavy God's been waiting and waiting, and it looks like Brolin's gonna step up to the challenge, but he's coming to clear this hard. Shut down though, and in the off chance there was another.
Then I started blasting.
Just let it rip. Always better just in case. Defense down a man.
They're coming. They're all coming here though.
They're giving Chorzy another chance to multi-kill. Gets
got
all
away.
the way
Oh.
into Palace, dude.
How?
You can't let him escape like that.
How'd he get here?
Now you've got 30 seconds. You're gonna have to cross his line. He does at least let them know where he is, because they had just fully lost track of him. And you could dodge him, but at some point, Jimmy's gonna get into the action around the smoke, sitting duck in MOUZ, and Sunpai is pinched between the 2 that are left. Oh, but Torzi!
What a nightmare, man.
Back-to-back triple kills, critical holds on site, and he knows that's stylish too.
That was so stylish. I love that. I mean, the confidence to go
Sunpai
up the ladder, on the balcony, into Palace with the op after that first kill. Opping over into Tetris from under balc. Everything about that was brave. Everything about it was smooth. And to be honest, he had the teammates to do it. He trusted his team to come in and help him right at that time. And they were there. They were over in ticket, ready to play. If he was all alone doing that, it maybe would, wouldn't work. He wouldn't get more than 1 kill. But my goodness, what a day he's had.
This was crazy. He's just checking
He
out
was
the
just window
selection of
shopping.
rugs, you know?
Yeah. Oh, this is really, I don't know what you call this. He could have killed Torzi.
Yeah.
That would have been the problem solved.
Instead,
it's crazy that he's here.
Yep.
Amazing.
Torji had no business being left in that round, and look how far he gets with it.
Because the risk he takes is that no one is coming Palace. If anybody came Palace, he just gets shot in the back.
Des called at the start of the day, wanting something from Zertian on Mirage. Yesterday they mentioned Torzi, or maybe not yesterday, but in their opening game, wanting him to kind of take over the server, and we're getting that tonight at least.
Yeah, he wasn't Spinks is probably the best player on Ancient, but he was definitely those Spinks and then Brolin and then him. But
which I think is what
kills, but raw impact, dude, he was up there.
It's kind of the rotating door of impact that MOUZ have been able to tap into as they've led themselves to the top of the CS echelons.
Yeah, and Impact's been doing well recently.
Yep. Yeah, he's on the recovery.
Yeah,
there was a time he was a monster. Oh, speaking of monsters, locked in the apartments with him, he forces Heavy God's hand into the team kill, gets 2 frags himself.
Gosh, that's got to be the worst way to lose a round.
And G2 end up looking like chumps.
Team kill and a double spray down.
Uh-huh.
And
Jimmy
5v2, just like that, eh?
Jimmy spitting bars. He's led himself towards mid, keeping eyes on this walkout from Sun Pius. Totally disjointed are the last two players of G2.
He saw him.
Yeah, but he's playing with his food. Triple kill for Jimmy. I'll give him the fourth. He set that team kill up on his own. And so another individual moment from a different individual. It's a mighty MOUZ momentum that unfortunately G2's T side doesn't look like it's going to break down anytime soon.
And it's the guy in the back to get the first kill.
Yep.
It's a potential trade as well. It's just all very unlucky. And great timing from Jimmy to get that aim and line up.
Holy shit, bro. Guys, I'm moving like a fucking snake. I'm everywhere.
He said him moving like a snake.
Yeah, just a snake. little sneak of snake.
He brings the energy, man. He really does. It's awesome.
Slithering. Having a good time, which is really what it's all about. Just having a good time with the boys as you destroy the contenders of G2. Six map and match points for MOUZ. Really doing in the second half of play what they weren't able to accomplish immediately back on Ancient. Because again, if they just stomped on that Ancient finish, that could have genuinely been a 13-1. You know, you win pistol. Even without pistol, could have been a 13-4.
Could have been a 13-0.
But they let them back in. Happy to see MOUZ tap back into that level of domination. I'm sure G2 aren't. But what we need is a very confident MOUZ moving into London if they're going to swing at a wounded Vitality. Right now, it's Torzi bested by a creepy crawling hunter. If Torzi's the snake, Hunter's the mongoose. Spinks off catwalk, bit labored. Maybe this game's got legs still. Xerxin off ticket is going to send that bomb back into bottom middle.
It's going to go underpass,
Yes,
so there's
sir.
a little bit of time before it gets planted. The op in an interesting spot. Hunter with the camouflage, waiting for them in the market, has it all cut off.
Find this one, extend play a bit longer. You know, it was once...
Oh.
Uh-oh.
He's going to walk away from that.
And you know they're going to try.
Surely don't miss this.
Uh-oh. Xerxin's got that opening.
That's a kill in maybe the round and maybe the map all at the same time. Brolin, does he clear it? No, he doesn't.
So the game is on for Xerxin. Feels like they've got enough of a lead and enough money to swing for this. But the op, too tantalizing a save. And so
giving him a chance.
G2 will extend play ever so slightly longer. That's on Hunter climbing up through the window with a 2K this round. Gets the ball rolling.
Bias wants this op.
Of course he does. He lives for it. Xerxin's gonna make sure he gets to hang on, but if he peeks out, which would be crazy, so he won't do it. The first of 6 survived by G2. And God looks so sad.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that, you know, you can win a round here and there, but when have you had control?
You haven't.
When's the last time you've had control of your fate in this series? That's the question.
And you're not going to have it at the start of this one either.
Just like
yeah, it's another one-off moment where G2 have a slight bit of hope.
Shot.
And that hope's going to fuel Malbs on the attack out through ramps. Spinks in between both sides of the attack. Palace player a bit late, but at least Heavy God trades before that turns to the multi-frag. And a missed shot this time from Torzi on a 1 health. What more can you really ask of him to do? Fire is going to burn him to a crisp as Heavy God gets his second.
Heavy God when the game's
over?
Yeah, when the game's over. That's the best player in the world, honestly. A nice one from Mattis as well. Okay, I mean, a couple close moments there up on balcony, not clearing it. Very big risk. Could have easily got multied and lost it as well. So opening kill, extra damage, and then it's Malbs' hard clear underneath the bricks with a specific entry pathing. That's the reason they win this. So I want to give him some credit. That's beautiful. Heavy God when the game's over. It's legend.
Now you earn a trip to the funhouse. 157 on Jimmy. Full-blown B stack out of MOUZ. Just 5 friends hanging out, cracking some cold ones.
This is the stack that never works. I would love to, I just want to see more rounds go to B, you know, in situations like this, just test it.
This is the stack that never works.
Bob's going connector.
But MOUZ, keep on playing it. Nobody comes their way.
I'll say even if it doesn't work, it's still worth it to just get killed.
Yeah, try.
But
where would you prefer to stack?
No, I mean, I don't think it's actually a bad idea. You can't. Thing is, even if one stack's better than the other, you can't do one stack in Counter-Strike. You got to come up with other ideas. There's a best spot on every site. You know, there's the best flash to use on every attack. But by the nature of the game, without variety, it doesn't matter. You'll keep losing. All right, here they come.
Just evading that off for a second. And Hunter's got himself 2 kills. 5-7 finds 1. They're halfway through the 6 rounds that could have sent them to the lower bracket. Shades of Ancient yet again.
Yeah, it has been, it's kind of boring because it feels like the conclusion is already drawn. You just don't know when it's going to happen. And even though G2 are this close, it's like playing from behind.
Yeah.
Since last map into now. 3 rounds. I mean, they could make this close and make it into overtime. And if they do, maybe they'll crack a smile. See if they can get there.
They just haven't had fun all match. Oh, woo! Lucky to be alive. Down at the bottom of middle is Torzi. Op shot whizzes by. Brolin buys time. It's a 1 and done and a challenge here from bench. Mattis full white as he goes into that duel. Both players escape. And a nice charge forward here from G2. I'm liking the tenacity that they came into the A site with. Hunter ends up finding that lineup. Xerxin taking fire damage. They know damn well he is inbound. Jimmy right there behind him. They go for the clear. They kill Jimmy first. Do they write off this garbage play? Not that it's garbage, but Xerxin from on top of the can gets into the action. And he'll just use that as an invite to leave. Drops the smoke, grabs the smoke. Hey,
that's pretty solid.
Double digits, G2.
Yeah. That was with Brolin's spot going unchecked as well. It's nice they get that 1-for-1 trade. They send Mobs out. He has to just pick. You know, as the entry, you have some agency. You're picking where you think the CTs are going to play from. He's looking the left side. Brolin sort of gets into sandwich sneakily, crawls under it as they're walking up the ramp. So very sneaky spot, and yet they still survive this. A very nice trade for Mattis.
You know, I think one of the reasons that the mood has felt so low on G2's side of things until, you know, we get this deep into the game, because we also saw smirks and smiles happening on Ancient, but that was after they came back from an 11-1 half to make the game closer. Here again, second map, you go down 9-3 in the first 12. G2 will be left thinking, like, why did we have to make this so hard on ourselves? A bit of a better first half on either map, and we've got ourselves a game. And I'm not trying to write them off yet, but it just felt like even themselves and their reactions hasn't been instilled with confidence.
True.
Let's see it. Another attempt to take over the A site. Xerxin slides out from default. No immediate trade. Heavy God goes down. It's a double kill from inside sight on a round where there's less to work with.
Yeah, it's a little scary.
Don't lose like this. Mattis is thinking of going over top of the ticket. Now that he's jumped, he can't try that a second time. This is shades of Mobs walking through a smoke back on Ancient. Sunpaya starts the 2 versus 4. It's a late wrap in through Palace. Hunter's gonna be exposed to it unless he stays crouched low. Maybe Jimmy won't find that headshot. Hunter thinking about Palace. Yeah, he finds him as he comes out. They've been able to even this out.
Got spotted.
Hunter into a critical clutch, takes tag damage. They'll jump on it, but there's no kit. I don't see a kit. They jump on. They seem happy about it. They'll stick this one for the win. It is another gut-wrenching decision, I think. Just when the confidence starts to be built back up, you get a move out of Mattis that I don't think you can justify, especially after you miss the first jump up. You give audio over, 2 players sitting on that smoke. G2 work their way into the later parts of both maps, but come up with nothing. And not to take it away, folks, 3rd team booking their spots in London. Congratulations, MOUZ.
Yeah, a rough way for the comeback, or potential comeback, to be halted for G2. But either way, MOUZ now added to that list of teams making it to the Blast Open playoffs in London. A must win, if we're being honest, Dupree, considering how much runway they had in both first halves of both of these maps, and considering the caliber of team that MOUZ truly is.
For sure, I mean, congrats to mousesports for making the playoffs, but I'm still left with a feeling that mousesports is just still having issues closing out the games when they actually have the greatest lead. It's at a point where obviously they need to try and get these comfortable wins on the board, but it just seems to be struggling. And on the other side, I think it's also a clear picture that we want to see more of G2. G2 left me with an impression that they do have what it takes to play good Counter-Strike, specifically one side of the halves. But we just need more data on them to actually have like the clear picture of where they are right now.
It sucks that really both of these comebacks were just stopped in their tracks by what I would consider a critical error by riflers who were actually doing otherwise pretty well. Like Mobs on the first map, just going for that push at the elbow smoke, even though he had a really good map. And then Matisse, very sharp up until that moment, suddenly just kind of loses what's really actually happening in the big picture.
Yeah, obviously G2 will get another shot at redemption as they do fall into that lower bracket. Either way, maybe we should end on some highs for the side of MOUZ. Shout out to Torzi in some of those last few moments. He was really very hyped up, both in terms of what he was delivering in the server, but we had a couple of mic'd up moments where he was absolutely screaming like a little girl.
He was screaming like a man, Freya, like a man. Okay, I love that he's the spirit of this team. I love that he's the emotion of this team. I mean, he really popped off towards the end of that one. Like the multiple plays, one at Market, the one at Palace. I mean, he really actually put a stamp on it.
100%. We do have Xertion to join us for a few winning words. And first of all, congratulations on making it to the playoffs in London. Correct me if I'm wrong, Xertion, but have you played in London before?
I don't think I've played in London before, no.
And how are you feeling about the prospect of making it to another playoffs with MOUZ?
Feels like the usual at this point, but we never underappreciate it. I think it's always nice to not choke or to have a bad result, like a terrible result, let's call it. So yeah, we're happy about it.
Xertion, I want to ask you a serious question because, I mean, we've seen your season so far in the first half of the year. We've seen what you guys have done thus far. It feels like it's always so close, but not quite there. How do you and MOUZ get to be champions of a tournament like this?
Well, I think that in some way we are still a bit far from being champions, to be honest. It's been many finals we have lost. We've also not been close in many of them, so it's the reality at the moment. I think that we are a great team, but we lack in those big moments a bit. I think, to be honest, it's a lot about individually maturing a bit. I think that we have some immaturity in our gameplay sometimes, and that's something we have to work on. So I think we are a bit far, actually, from actually being champions. Of course, we always believe we can win, but I think that we don't have what it takes yet to actually lift the trophy, in my opinion.
Xertion, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm starting to get a feeling of that you guys are having struggles closing out games when you have really big leads. And I think tonight was a great showcase of that, where you have a massive lead on Ancient, but also on Mirage, and you actually seem to struggle to actually just close it out, let's just say like 13-4 or 3. What do you think is going through your head? Is it because of your your incompetence in terms of not being consistent enough, or what do you think is the issue that you cannot close out these games more comfortably?
Well, I think it's a combination of what you said, but I think it's also being overconfident a bit. Some teams gain from it. I think that we don't. Sometimes we make some really stupid mistakes and overpeaks, and I think we just give up a lot of our entries back, obviously myself included, and I think that we really need to improve in that if we want to win, because I think the top teams are super good at bringing back like 4v5s. Also, we are good at it. All the top teams are good at it. So we basically cannot manage to throw those in important games. And other than that, today, I feel like on Ancient, it was just a bit due to the T side. We are not that good on T side at the moment. It's the truth. We have a lot to work on in there. And I think that was a key reason why on Ancient it was a bit tough for us to close it out.
Thank you so much for your time, as always, Xertion. Congratulations once again. Looking forward to seeing you guys playing for the first time in London.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, another well-deserved victory for MOUZ there. I like what he was alluding to, though, being pretty candid with some of the issues. You know, T-side, it's been kind of evident that sometimes they have a hard time getting some momentum and closing those rounds out.
This is the third MOUZ player that I've heard in a span of 2 weeks saying that they have issues in terms of their firepower and their consistency, and it has to be, and it clearly is something that they've been talking about because that is their issue. And I'm still left with a feeling that I don't know how they're going to fix it. He talks about the immaturity, but there's a long way for them to go still.
Well, either way, MOUZ do book themselves a tickets to London, and you guys can also be doing the same at home, and there's still tickets up for grabs for the Blast Open London going down next weekend. But we also need to find out who else from Group B will be joining them between Furia and Spirit.
This is London!
What's the scariest thing about facing Team Spirit?
I know, I mean, like, every time is a tough game against them, but I know we are capable of winning against them. I think if you have a good call today, if you have a good, like, individual game, if everyone play well, I think we can win against them, and I know it will be tough, but it's the game. So yeah, let's see how it will be game. Counter-Strike is like amazing sometimes. So yeah, let's see.
I mean, you made it pretty close the last time you faced them back at PGL.CEST. Is there anything you learned from that? Anything that you feel like you need to be doing differently today to make sure you take the win this time?
Yeah, I think that time that we lost for them, we need to have like more calm in situations. So I think we need to play better in the situations right now and win clutch, you know, it's very important. And yeah, I think this is the more important thing for us today, like win clutch, win situations, and I think we're gonna win if we win the situations, you know.
It's been a few months since you faced Furia back at PGL.CEST. What do you think of how they've grown since your last match versus them?
I don't know, to be honest. Like, probably they become much better because it was debut for Molodov when we played against them at the PGL.CEST, and that's it. I think the only match that I watched where they were participating, it was like I am Logan and Falcons against Furia, and it's the only match I watched.
MOUZ claim a spot in the London playoffs, and now it is time to find out who else from Group B will be joining them. And if we're being real, Spirit, of course, are the firm favourites, having taken that #1 spot off of Vitality. But it isn't so easy to be counting Furia out right now, Maui. Sure, they are the heavy underdogs, but it's been so impressive what they have achieved since turning into international waters.
There's been a couple slip-ups at a few of the tournaments, but we're going to forget those because the peak of what they've shown has been a team that can really push the elite rosters in the world right now. They have the star power to go toe-to-toe with them. If you put best player versus best player with almost anybody in the world, you would say that they have a puncher's chance. So it's just about putting all the pieces together at the same time, which has been surprisingly something that has come along rather smoothly for a Furia team that made the leap to being an English-speaking international roster.
I'm very curious to see how they're going to handle the Donk show, because what Donk has shown not only last year but also this year, and also the last game that we got to watch, you know, he put up a 2.0 rating, if not more. He's uncontrollable if you allow him to it, and if you don't allow yourself to control Donk in a way by putting him in the worst position, then you will have a very hard time. And I don't see Furia having the tools or at least the right tools to actually do that, to make them have a more comfortable situation. And it requires Furia to, in my opinion, in terms of win conditions, they need to have Furia play their A game, if not A+, if not S game. I think it's a matter of how they can control the game and also put themselves in a situation where you can have Yikin to have this proactivity, create the space, but also have Moldoy playing on all cylinders.
I think also Queserado in that mix, right? We want to see the prime Queserado get back to business, surely.
Of course. I mean, Queserado has had such a great resurgence as an individual. As Furia is playing better, he's playing better. When the rounds open up more, because someone like Yakindar is finding success in the early round, Queserado has done such an incredible job at closing rounds. When he has a hero AK in his hands, you can expect that he's able, if he's called upon, to find the openers, to find the closers. And so to see him in tip-top form again is giving a lot of Furia fans tons of hope regarding what the real ceiling is, because this guy was always really good. He was rock steady, but sometimes if they're putting him in unwinnable situations, like a 1v4, what more can he really do? But when it's winnable, when it's a 1 versus 2, now we see actually how he can change the tide of a game.
Now, there's a phrase that I'm a big fan of, and it is kill your darlings. And that is what Fallen has had to do in 2025. It's, you know, despite loving something, it's having to go away from that for the better of everybody else. And as much as it is heartbreaking to see him having to throw the AWPer in another direction, it's paid off so much. How do you rate his rifling ability now that we see Moldoy picking up the big green?
I mean, Falling is still rocking an 97 rating, which is let's just put it, it's a little bit under average, but I still think that where Fallen comes from being an AWPer throughout his entire career, now putting himself as an anchor, that is pretty damn good. I mean, I think we can all agree that what Fallen has done by giving up the AWP to actually allow Moldoy to put himself in those situations has just spread something to the team. And I know that Fallen is maybe not considered like a top-tier anchor or anything, but he still gets the job done. I still think we occasionally see Fallen picking up the AWP, do some good stuff. He definitely still has it. And at the same time, as a rifle, I still think he puts up a very fair effort.
I'm honestly pretty impressed by it. I mean, a lot of the rifling IGLs right now are putting up ratings well beneath 0.9. Like, yeah. I feel like I look at 7 of the top 10 teams, and most of them have IGLs who are kind of in the doldrums, like 0.85 ratings and things like that. But Fallen, surprisingly, I don't think the eye test is always crazy. Like, he's not popping off with multi-kills, but he's getting the kills that he's supposed to. And I can't tell you how many times I've seen IGL riflers that just whiff a kill or get one that's like slightly favored for them, or they miss those kinds of ones.
He's gonna have to be popping off if he wants any hope in hell of taking down Spirit and taking down what I think we can probably say is the best player in the world right now. Would you agree, Maui?
To me, Donk is the best player in the world. Whether he's the greatest player of 2025 is a slightly different question, has different criteria that factors into that. So for me, yes, I mean, Donk should single-handedly be able to get 6 rounds on the T side himself here once they switch over to that half. So it's really just, can Spirit get him 7 on their first half?
And can we get to that third map, which would be Overpass if it is so required? Mirage and Nuke up first. Let's see who else is going to be making it to London.
It's a hell of a challenge for Furia ahead, with Donk hitting as hard as he has been. You know, rumors swirling around Team Spirit doesn't seem to be slowing them down all too much. The EWC hiccup was made up for, I think, in just their first outing here in Copenhagen, soon to be London, for one of these teams.
Donk was so incredible to watch last series. I liked that. We saw that Fallen said he's happy to play Team Spirit. He said it's a nice test for our team right now. They're looking great. It is going to be fun to watch this game. They said if we play our best, we believe we can win. We believe we can beat Team Spirit. I know Fallen infamously during the Astralis era was known for just spending every day studying Astralis. I can only help but feel like he's done the same thing with Donk specifically and Spirit. So let's see what Furia can show us, because that's kind of what we've got to go off of here.
Aggression.
Spirit to win on paper. Furia, can they fight back?
Sway hiding, sitting in the back of A site. Oh, it's ugly. Goes down with nothing. And Shiro burned out of the jungle. There's a lot of bodies still inside window. Yakindar better be oh, dude, Donk hits him with the electric slide.
I was just leaving, excuse me.
Met by that. Over the, dude, Donk is getting kills.
Instant.
Okay, it's we're right back. You're watching Spirit again. You're watching Donk. Welcome back.
The problem with Donk demos, doesn't prepare you for the actual player.
Smoke on top of bomb. We've got a kit on Chopper. So 5-second defuse. Nothing they're going to do about it. Oh, it's so gross.
You got every kill in the round.
So gross, dude. Donk, triple kill. His teammates try to get a bit more damage in. He doesn't even crack a smirk because for him, it's all business.
Won that round by himself. He got every kill in that retake. In it.
I just want to see it from his POV because the first one's like sliding through murder hole.
Okay, see you later.
This next one's over his teammate's head.
Okay.
And then he's just looking for his next target. He'll sign up for any fight that comes his way. But it's the buy really there that also works out perfectly. So good on Spirit to have the tools for the job. Having the tools for the job was a big conversation on the desk about whether or not Furia could go toe-to-toe. And, you know, yesterday when we talked about, like, Furia going up against Legacy, going up against these aggressive sorts of teams, the Brazilian ability to kind of handle that sort of pressure that comes out of aggro teams, maybe, just maybe, that is a part of the repertoire that Fallen can utilize to best Spirit tonight. But you are effectively going to have to shut down Donk. And there's a very short list of teams who have ever done it, even temporarily. So time to see.
Yeah, game planning around it can sometimes be impossible. Team Spirit as a team obviously have more than just him too. Like even Shiro to Molodoy, you know, it's like they got to match up on player quality on so much. And now they're chasing Ghost. One kill down. 4T's roaming. They have mid control at least. I like the overfill spot that Zontix is playing with a 5v4. Donk, actually,
comes back. Oh, catches the lineup.
Dude, they thought he left.
Yeah, ambitious move there by Zwei to try to get it off the ladder, especially when the A-site really relies on him standing tall.
This nade?
Oof, comes back at it, finishes what Donk started. Time expires. Molodoy saves. Team Spirit converts.
Yeah, a little messy. Donk did something crazy right there, and I don't know if it was just a mispassage of information. He ran away, but it didn't seem like a purposeful bait.
Yeah.
It seemed like he was actually committing to leave for B, so maybe Furia threw a nade. That had him think it was no longer going to be A, but I think it's because the time was coming down low that it kind of worked out in his favor, though. Like, I feel like they believed that he was leaving 100%, and we're here to look at other things.
I think that's why you see Yakindar in the background pulling out his grenade. K-Serrado loses the duel, leaves Yakindar as a sitting duck.
To be honest, they could have banked it, though, you know? They
True.
just...
that happens often, though.
Yeah.
You see people die with a nade out, and you can always bank them. Ooh, Molodoy using that one saved AK to get off to a strong start here early in round 3. Chopper stuck with a fight against K-Serrado, forces him out of the apartments. Ambitious Chopper to give K-Serrado the cover of the underpass wood wall. Now Zontix hears them stomping towards his site. He's gonna drop his util. Nade doesn't do any damage. And they don't come charging through that just yet. They've got so much time to work. Yakindar, because he was in connector, was probably calling them back as if he had more space than he did. And sure enough, if you give time to Donk, he is going to hunt somebody down.
It was a massive clue that they had of where to go next. So now they'll still go A, this time with one less player. But Core still here. AK still on Molodoy. One smoke left. That can be huge. Could very easily be a retake situation with Donk rotating B. Wait, they're not covering that at all.
No way. It's got to be picked back up. Now the nade.
Oh,
it kills Molodoy.
The trajectory on the bounce.
One nade too many, maybe burning him down to 24. It's going to give the M4 over. Trying to get him. That's ambitious, Donk. That opens it up for K-Serrado to swing. Yeah, imagine. Zontix switching to a knife for what reason? Okay. Oh, still gets a kill.
Imagine Donk being ambitious.
Really? When? He just doesn't believe in cover like other people do.
Shiro played this so unbelievably well.
Yes. And it still wasn't enough.
Because he's jumping off. His nade trajectory is just so perfect.
Yoink. Nicely done, though. That's that one saved AK from Molodoy. Gets out ramp, finds an opening. We rock the boat back and forth. And an early win for Furia puts Spirit's economy in shambles.
But Donk has an M4. Genuinely, like...
Yes?
What literally changes with the odds? Okay, B might be the solution. However, Zontix, he's here from beneath. P250 to support.
Quesarota funding his. Dies out to the P250. Market challenge. Donk on the scene, but down for the count. Scout lets them know where he is. Zwei working his way through the bricks. Soon to be exposed. And not enough to really justify going for this one. Furia making this game interesting early.
That's pretty sweet. And avoid the M4, at least the most difficult route through. If they went to go A or in the middle, giving Donk lots of peeks. I think that's what I was most concerned for with Furia. So B split, nice and decisive. No gun to grab unless they go through market there for Zwei. Oh, wow. I was actually wondering how he died.
Let's let Shiro get crazy. Three players to cross top middle. Starting to try to cheat ahead of any potential B commitment. Donk gets that deagle over there. The top mid presence has Spirit thinking this one's supposed to end B.
I love a scout in this spot. You think about the headshot angles there on bench. Even if they're crossing over to Delpan into closet, you have a lot of spots where you can come and re-aggress, but
it's the right stack.
They pushed him back, yeah.
So far, we're at a minute. There's still time for Fallen to
no, they're coming B.
Steer this ship, but oh, insta headshot.
Oh, they're gonna commit now is the question. They've set everybody up.
Yuri hits the ground. Chopper comes through with 90 damage on his pistol. Shiro loses his line. Now Zontix still hiding up in the site. Yeah, they know better now. They're gonna make the move, and Zwei went for the push around through T-spawn. He'll find nothing.
They did a good job of like showing bomb and throwing that smoke coming up close, so it sells the fake. No CTs will come over.
Bomb has been planted.
Gonna have a back turned on Cat. Zwei is awkwardly between everybody.
Molodoy, can he get this?
Zwei should kill Molodoy in a second. Ooh, but he got into the ladder room, so never mind. Now he's found a little sanctuary. A piece of heaven to hang on to. Looks scary for a second, but good on Fallen to get out of there. And like you said, putting that smoke in the front of the site, really keeping Spirit convinced that they were going to follow through. Now you guard that op, make sure Shiro doesn't get an upgrade. Molodoy finding freebies, and Zwei actually never comes to get him out of there, just waiting in bottom middle for a chance to strike. Donk also has not shot a bullet, I don't think. So I think right now Furia have done a good job of avoiding him, right? Hitting that B site when he was still able to hold on to the one M4.
Yeah, it's a good day to go B, I think, for sure.
It's probably the best way to beat Spirit is to somehow avoid Donk. You've got to be careful because he's so mobile, but he does still have starting positions.
Yeah, we know he's going to be on connector, he's going to be in jungle, he's going to be on stairs, and he relies on his teammates to lock down B and Cat very, very much. He's not going to be switching with them, so if they want to go for that plan, it could work. I would guess this is one of Zontix's favorite spots too, though. Him off of Cat on CT side. Very, very good. Hard to trick in this position. A lot of searching happening here for Furia. As time goes on, though, there isn't much in the way of utility. Zontix's only kit on this round. Not exactly signs of opulence here for Team Spirit. I think the worst thing that they could do right now is make this a really late walkout and gives Spirit a chance to walk around and just find pickoffs unanswered. Still within the realm of the exact, but look at the spot that Shiro gets in. Perfect to stop connector.
Not to mention Palace currently burning, so no easy way in. You give Donk the first duel, he'll win it. Ops waited for a chance to strike. Yuri's still a threat from Palace, now dropped by Zwei. Crossover to the jungle denied. Every piece of Team Spirit's positioning comes together for that one. Donk on the first fight towards stairs. Shiro gets his angle once the smoke fades, and on top of that, Zwei holds back Palace. That is just shut down piece by piece.
That's where they got the reads too. It's a full commitment. I mean, Shiro could have been there on ticket, kind of taking shots into connector still would have been nice. But you know when he gets over here that you have just like a perfect fight. It's one of the most unfair fights for a connector player. And Op in that spot, and Op's going under balcony today. That's something that's been pretty special. I think a sign of confidence from the players who are going there. So Furia, it feels like, took about 15 seconds too long. And the novelty of that A site hit actually wore off when just before that they had a util advantage. They had a good amount of map control. They were in a spot where they could have given it a real try, but they'll have to come up with something new. Spirit have made some money off of that.
I think if there's an example in previous rounds of going to the right location and seeing the difference that, you know, Spirit's firepower can deliver, you just tiptoed your way into the bear cave. Donk and Shiro, deadly duo inside that A site, and right now they set up for mid duels more than anything. With utility, trying to pop right at that moment that Furia were approaching from underpass and top mid. And that kind of scares Furia for a second. They disengage, pull back into the cover just in case there's a follow through there from Spirit. There wasn't. So reposition into more default spots. And a bit of a gift given to Furia as they do ultimately walk forward safely.
See if it's a key shot missed or not. Got this preset lean towards the B site at the moment. Bomb going up here. I think they had probably a mini heart attack seeing that op on window, nearly getting a kill, but they've avoided that tragedy. Now Shiro sits and waits for them on a second try. It's not the most powerful position to be in opping. What I like from Shiro, though, is the full commitments on the site. He could have been in the window.
Nice.
Oh,
not even a leg shot, right?
Yeah.
Flicks up just high enough. You've got him anchoring Pete. Nobody getting in for free.
It's a cut above.
Oh, to the head as well.
Going down. Julie, end him.
Just perfect on the adjustments.
Wow. Surgical. Damn. What a finisher.
Adjusted. Wow. Easy one. Quote unquote easy. Wide swings fast. Adjustment.
Yeah.
And this.
Oh. That one shot alone is enough for praise.
Whoa, man. What a sequence there for Shiro. Well, he's dead. Life comes at you fast. Molodoy's Deagle right between the eyes. Honestly, a chance at Furia to just overwhelm the A site. Zwei's nade well placed. Donk here sees players flying. Molodoy, a triple Deagle round!
And the op upgrade.
Unbelievable!
It can just suddenly be his story to tell. He's got CT control. CTs aren't even gonna... They aren't in a spot to go for a retake right now. Molodoy's just won this round.
Okay.
Feels like dog style, to be honest.
We're going star to star.
Yeah, he's 9-3 himself. They're coming in, though.
Wow, talk about taking the shine off Shiro. Molodoy 4K. 3 Desert Eagle headshots.
Come on now, Chopper's right here.
into the AWP for his 11th kill on the map and an ace. The last time they met was when Molodoi was just being put into the team. Well, he shows them he's slotted into a new comfort zone. Single-handedly keeping this game tied. Talk about stealing the show after Shiro's sequence.
Yeah, that's disgusting. For the shot. Oh, man. Kid's going for Rookie of the Year. The competition is thick this year. Remember when, who was it? Who was it? Where it was like, it was someone in ZywOO's year or something where there was just no chance. But I felt
like Malbs last year.
It was Malbs. It was Malbs. Yeah, that's what it was.
Malbs like, are you kidding?
Yeah. And you have Kyosuke, and then you have, in this case, Molodoi.
Yeah, there's some years where you just don't really have that like break. Like, not to take anything away from him, but like when Nertz won Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
Like,
old ass.
You don't think of Nertz as a Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
Just even though he technically has that award in his cabinet, you know.
Yeah. I mean, Malbs also, the joke was he's been playing for 5 years.
Yeah. But this is another one of those moments where it's like, okay, we do get, and again, you got to be a real phenom to get into the class of a ZywOO or a Donk Rookie of the Year. But it's still a very impressive award to gain.
Definitely. Yeah, and this year will be a
real one.
Particularly prestigious, yeah.
But here we go. Shiro, give it another
right
chance.
Place, right time.
Gonna reposition to the empty pillar. Every time they approach this B site, Shiro puts his name into the kill feed. Supported by Zontix, but this time Molodoi's got the answer back. Player down beneath window, plus Chopper. Dude, last time Molodoi didn't get a chance to get the answer, but he is now 12-4. Top of the scoreboard in this server and about to put Furia into a lead off the back of that 4K 1 round prior. Did Zway's push just take this back, though?
It's a question. I don't know, actually. Fallen with the way that he...
What?
Zway just shot at nothing. Okay. His finger got a little heavy there. It might have been for the best. I think, you know...
Hey, you get the nades out of him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just wanted to burn some util.
Damn, he's a genius.
What did he shoot at? What scared him?
These mouse clicks are getting too light, you know?
Tripping out, man.
Yeah, thought they're going to walk out underpass. So it looks like they're going to go re-exec into a B split versus Donk. That's always fun. Donk has an op, so let's see.
Oh, the timing on the peak there is
that helps out a lot.
Donk gonna show Molodoi that maybe it's easy. Molodoi's gonna have to go for the pop.
No!
Oh, Donk's chance! Molodoi dead! What are we watching?
Oh my god, it's a blessed op today. Beautiful round from Donk.
What? These 3 rounds back to back to back.
I always love to poke fun at Donk that the one thing he doesn't do
is op.
And of course he can do that too.
He hears us singing Molodoi's praise and then he gives us this sequence.
That might be the 1 in 20,000 time that you actually need to no scope because of this.
Watch this.
Crazy.
They're like, wait, he can op? Fireworks tonight.
Yeah, this is like Broke versus Makaze all over again. How lucky are we?
Incredibly. Both these teams bringing the heat to try to get that spot in London.
And fair play, Molodoi was great in their last series, even though he was sick. So was Donk.
Yep. It's never going to be easy versus Spirit. Stars are coming together, but they can't afford another round where A-Site falls to Pistols. And that's exactly what's happening.
To be honest, Way is struggling like crazy. He's not having a good time anchoring.
Oh, and Chopper gets burned away from this fight. Yakindar's going to chase him. It's Yakindar after all. Burning himself down to 29. Shiro, Zontix, both towards Ticket, just looking for an escape. The pendulum swings. 4 rounds, non-consecutive round wins. And both times for Furia, it's coming through by just sheer A aggression. Look at the health, though. Obviously, Furia battered on the approach. but getting battered doesn't matter. If you walk away with the wins and you're this close to getting to the finish of this T-side. Tied game again at 5.
Had a big-time anchoring problem, actually. And I'm not talking about Zontix either. Playing Sandwich versus Pistols. It's supposed to be an ADR fest.
Come on, buddy, let him fly.
Ah, they soiled my plans.
Ah. That was Yukindar's first kill.
Oh, damn.
7-1. Nice challenge, Quesarado. But Donk tries to support, and that attempt is enough to get the trade frag through smoke. Bomb down towards T-spawn, so there is no immediate action Furia can take if they find another opening.
They are going to just keep trying to walk out, though.
It's one thing to walk out with bomb, another to just take it to Chopper.
Oh, just miss straight up.
Yeah, big commitment here. Chopper falls back to empty pillar. Fallen finds one in middle. Fallen besting Donk and then getting the Zwei kill is huge. Yuri can grab the bomb, run all the way through apartments. Because Furia's got mid control, there's no threat in apps at all. Chopper gets popped. And Furia will find consecutive round wins off a Fallen multi-kill in middle that really just makes this all the easier. So Shiro just stuck here, counting sheep.
Yeah, so it's kind of an off-meta round. Just a double walkout, no bomb available. Seeing what's going on, Chopper not ready for it. Even though shots getting missed here from Yukinder. He's not having the best day. He still makes the space, which is actually the most important part of his job, no matter how he gets it. So, well, lots of B plays. Shiro has been over there very often trying to help out, and he's been literally doing the best job possible. In fact, it's Shiro and Donk's rotations that have actually kept Spirit in this game. If not for each and every one of them.
Yep.
Like, the anchors have just been failing here.
Both sides.
Spirit.
Yeah, both sides.
Terrorists win.
He did survive, for the record. There was still pressure in Palace at the end of that one, but he did survive with the op. I don't think Zway's having fun.
Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't that doesn't look very fun.
We're not watching, don't worry. That was a real moment.
Does have to figure it out, though, to be honest.
Dude, you're no mercy.
Keeping it real here. He's, yeah. I've been a fan, trust me.
Yeah.
He's got to figure out the anchoring.
It's gonna be sent in. Dies first. Can Donk trade out? Everybody's sitting on the other side of this for Furia, barring Yuri up in Palace. We've had some crazy pop-off moments so far this half, but a 7-5 T-side for Furia, certainly enough to work with once they swap. Donk just pinned against this wall. We'll see how much of a distraction Chopper can serve up with the 5-7 behind him. Here's all that utility raining over. Chopper goes down with nothing. Donk jumps on the first duel that comes his way. Fallen over Donk yet again. And Zontix doesn't really have a lot to deal with. Just this MP9, what can he dish out? Kills the bomb carrier first. Quesarado on the swing for the trade.
At least we get to watch him go for it.
Hand forced, flames behind him, safety for a second, but Quesarado and his killer instinct posts a multi-kill of his own as the Brazilian squad do indeed take 7 on this T side. So he's gone.
He's gone.
hi there. This is Pot Noodle Instant Recall, and boy, do we have a treat now. I'm joined by Zway, one of the hot prospect new faces inside of Team Spirit. Do you like pot noodles? Have you ever had these? I'm ready to make them, bro. I'm gonna make me and you one. I'm gonna put a clip on this computer. We're gonna watch it, and then I'm gonna ask you some questions while we wait for these to cook.
B-side lost. Insani empty-handed, 27 frag haul. Breno's been doing everything he can for the boys, and he keeps going. Soda's safe. Are they doing it? Is there a way back in? Nico's gone. Only matches. I can't believe it. MIBR on the defuse, and we need another.
I'm gonna get the noodles on, okay? And as soon as these go on, that's when the questions begin, okay? What was the score in the clip?
18-17.
What player advantage did the Falcons have?
It was 5v3.
Yeah, 5v3. They had a 2-player advantage. Do you remember who died first?
TESS.
Yeah, oh bro, you're crushing this. What MIBR players were alive in the 3v5?
Brenzan, Seifi, and the third day player is Lukosi.
Yeah, oh dude, you're on a roll, holy. What stage of the major was this clip?
Second.
Second stage, nailed it. How did this game end? Do you remember the score?
I think MIBR won 20-20.
Oh my god, you're really nailing this, bro. Undefeated. Who was top fragging for MIBR?
It's either Insani or Brenzan, I guess.
It is Insani. He finished with 31 kills. He kind of did great. Who bottom fragged in this game?
Lukosi.
Nico. Yeah. Not suspected, bro. Not the obvious choice. I know. I should have made that clearer, man. I feel bad. I've ruined your flawless run. Who got cut from either team after this major?
Magus.
Yeah, Magus for Falcons. Who got removed from MIBR?
Lukosi.
Yes, dude, he's on a roll. The final one is just for a bit of fun. Have you ever lost a 5v3 on B-site Inferno ever in your life?
Maybe on Faceit, but in competitive, I don't think so.
No, it feels like a hard round to lose, doesn't it? You got all but one correct, Sway, man. Congrats, that's really huge. I'm gonna put a fork in this, and I'm gonna put mine in my mouth. I'm ready to go. This has been Pot Noodle Instant Recall, and I'm chewing because it's that good.
Stars are shining, but maybe less so on the team you'd anticipate. Furia making a real swing at this challenge over Spirit, and while, you know, Donk and Shiro have done their jobs, it's the extremities of the map right now that failed them on that CT side.
Unfortunately, they look for an anchor upgrade for Magix. Magix in a lot of maps would have done a better job than Zway has. Question is he going to get better? But, you know, the longer and more games we see from him, the more demanding I think we can be of him. And to be honest, that was like very subpar. Like he was probably like a main reason right there that they didn't get more rounds. You have Donk and Shiro playing like completely out of their mind their entire half, and they end up losing. That should not be possible with the player quality that they have. When you're talking about them versus Yakinder and Molodoy, and they're in A+ form, you got to look at the other players on the team. So, yeah, they kind of failed right there.
You know who didn't fail?
Molodoy.
That Desert Eagle crack into the A bomb site, not once, but a couple of times those pistols just swarmed into the site. But Molodoy's, I mean, that's the kind of inspiring individual level that is the core reason that we've been talking about Furia in such high regard so far in 2025. He continues to just blow my mind. And I think it's because, personally, again, I was so ready to just write it off the moment this roster move happened. I'll never be able to make it up to Furia how quickly I thought this was going to fail. And he truly is just a beast. Because that Desert Eagle tore through the site, barely any assistance. Go back to YouTube, rewatch it time and time again as we wait for this tech pause to solve itself and get into the second half. 7-5 T-side for Furia. And they'll swap over to the defense right about now. Close.
It was going.
13 kills to Shiro, 13 kills to Donk, and you're trailing by 2. Two pairs of Berettas for Furia. Insta-gush, of course.
Oh, but Molodoy keeps going. 1 HP for Yuri, still alive in Ticket.
No palace control because of Molodoy. Trying to test Donk's metal. Bomb has been able to cross over. Zontix has got it. He's gonna plant.
Didn't clear that.
No way. A little bit late here is Chopper. Yakindar still just sitting on top of the stairs. Meanwhile, everybody for Furia collecting kills. Eventually, there's an answer here for Spirit. Takes them a long time to get anything in this pistol. Donk is gonna double down on it. Still knows that Molodoy is up in Palace, but Molodoy blows his head off, and Chopper gets exposed on the cross. Now, at least he knows where both CTs are at, but knowing where they are and killing them, 2 different challenges. And the dual Berettas from both sides take him down to 4 points of health.
Yeah, good luck with this swing.
Chopper coming late through that smoke is the reason that Yakindar gets away with denying the bomb plant. That's why they've got to try to answer, and they don't. Huge opportunity now for Furia to kick off the second half of this map.
What can you say, Molodoy? Like, how can you get all these kills and be... Okay, this is also a huge mistake from Zontix. Looks at stairs, doesn't fully clear it. Yakindar is just there. He would have died if he went out a little bit farther. Dong tried to reply, but right now, yeah, Molodoy is actually maybe the single biggest force on the server, period. Stays active in Palace the entire time. Like, could have just taken a nap up there after he got his kills and, like, said, I'm gonna peek in later, maybe make this round harder. No, he kept on peeking. And he didn't die.
Nothing for Donk's Desert Eagle. Furia coming to this one with M-Force to make sure they keep a huge gap between them and Spirit. And finally, we get a Zway frag. I say unleash the MP9s. Zway goes down just the one. 9-5 lead for Furia. Looking like a solid unit with a real star at the front of it.
It's madness, the kind of value that Molodoy's created so far this game, so far this event, to be honest. You know, Fallen believes there's a way they can beat Spirit. It's the first person that comes into his mind. I'm sure it's Molodoy. Chopper's Way and Zontix have, in total, 1 more kill than Shiro right now. It's quite a top-heavy scoreboard. And I guess it's pretty similar over on Furia.
Yeah, it's just been star potential realized this evening. Trying to undermine those stars by whittling away the back line.
Difference is because the first half was all the T-side impact. There were a lot of saves from Spirit, so just like less kills to go around. Now that we switch over, we'll see maybe if the extremities are as locked down for Furia. I have a feeling they'll be a little bit more so. I mean, this is looking like a pretty healthy A split, to be honest.
Yuri in for a tough time, but Chopper gets traded out by Donk. Serrato's gonna go for the swing. Excuse me, Yakindar. Molodoy, same attempt, but you give Donk individual duels like that, he just racks up the frags. Bomb plant for free, and a dink on Donk.
Wow, if he didn't die.
As he is on for the ace, he'll come up 1 kill short.
Dude, how did he get 4 frags like that?
I'd love to see the Fallen Donk head-to-head, because hilariously, I feel like Fallen's actually beating him. Not in the total kill count, but the head-to-head. Fallen's been putting them down a time or two. This one gets closed out. 2 survivors for Team Spirit, but very much an A split that met 0 resistance.
Yeah, there was Yuri on stairs. That was the only player there. And they kind of had a game plan to have Chopper come through. If he died, Donk has a trade. This one's pretty expected. He wins 1 duel, but then getting another. He's such low HP. Oh no, he's still on 92 actually.
Yeah, this is where he gets dinked.
Wow.
K-Serrato, the only one to really hit him hard.
Such a beast, man.
So there we go, another Donk moment. Another round won by an individual. It's coupled with a nice setup and a smooth sailing into that A site. This time, change target. Molodoy under pressure. Donk trying to lock in on him. Chopper opens up. Molodoy down to the van, naded out by Zwei. Back site, it's fallen and fallen alone. And still, it's a team kill in the middle of that to at least keep it a little closer. But this is a post plant with both Donk and Shiro alive. This should not be anywhere near the realm of possibility for Team Furia.
Yeah.
For the Furia team.
For Team Furia, for sure.
For Furia.
I like it.
It always feels weird when you
throw
team
yeah,
in there.
They're all team.
It's like if I say, you know, Team MOUZ.
Yeah. No.
Just wrong.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Sports MOUZ.
FaZe Clan team.
FaZe team.
You. I don't like that.
BB Clan.
Terrorists win.
Tempo on that round was pretty suffocating.
Yeah, that's a cool call. I mean, like the way that the actual fact is, Donk got all the way around Caprix. Furia didn't even know about that part of it, and yet they were still going to lose the round. It's the B side, the B entry players through apps got all the kills. Molodoy missed his first shot, and unfortunately, it's the kind of game where, you know, you'll really notice because, again, their scoreboard's just as top heavy. Two-round game. This one's for the money. I think K-Serrato gets spotted. Oh, Hawks. Yeah, big time. Oh.
AK gets out of there at least, and the Team Molly's going to slow them down no matter what. Gotta wait a second. Gives time for Molodoy to run over, but the other rifle is in Yuri's hands, so that's a threat towards A.
It's crazy that Donk could just visualize that it's like that info was just given to him, and that he wasn't even the guy who saw it.
But he's like a supercomputer.
That's right.
He's like AI. You just feed it information, and then it takes over your life.
They should name an AI after Donk, an LLM. Be Donk. Donkey. They always give them stupid names, you know, so.
It's fair. Who you calling stupid?
Donkey.
It's a crawl through middle with no problems so far.
Yeah, they're playing low vision here.
But you do give time for that second rifle to throw itself into the B bomb site. Now, Yakindar would love a set of Kevlar. Aim punch is a problem he'll have to deal with, but oh, it doesn't matter. He just takes Donk's head clean off, and then on top of it, 60 damage on Zwei from a USP.
Still go plant A and have window control, so it's...
All's good. But it's rifles, and so an economy being held on to here by Furia. A little challenge off Cat as well. Molodoy's out of there. I mean, this is not a bad save at all for Furia.
Yeah.
Came in with 2 rifles, walk away with 3.
Can afford to lose this one. They were saving anyway.
You take it.
Yeah, but see how scared you got when Donk died?
Yeah.
Even though they have all the map control.
Honestly.
It's real.
Soothing.
And now it will be time for Molodoy's teammates to come through a bit here as they switch over. So we definitely, I picked on Zwei a lot in that first half, I think. And to be fair to Molodoy, he's literally putting on the same performance as Donk right now. Operation Stop the Bleeding. Yeah, I mean, look at the map again. Last round's that A split. Yuri on stairs alone. Right now, it's Moldoy in B opping. He was up here before, but very alone. Not playing ladder, only playing rotate without mid control too. It's kind of a crazy setup, and they could just continue forward off of this.
Kills Donk though.
I mean,
great start. Second shot's easy.
All right.
No trade potential on either of these frags just yet.
They still have...
alone!
Ace by himself.
Barely any support. Quesarado comes over to the market window, but he has effectively taken perfect duels to shave off a player with not even a chance at a trade in any of those 3 shots.
And he matches Donk's kills with this round. 3 riflers down. Beautiful stuff out of Moldoy.
Dude, round winning.
I mean, I'm not doubting him this game, but wow, he had no help at all.
Nothing.
There was not a ladder room player, no mid control, no window player, no one in market, no one on site with him, no one pushed B apps, nothing. No one even flashed to help him.
Nothing. Just 3 duels that he takes on his terms.
Versus an entire Spirit exec. Like the perfect time to try it.
And he never even looked uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I always love when a player like Moldoy comes through because it's like, it feels like his processing time is so much faster than others.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes with especially lesser experienced players, you get a couple rookies where you see those awkward rounds where they get stuck between 2 decisions. But I mean, indecision gets you killed in Counter-Strike more than anything else, it feels like. That and bad aim.
That and bad aim, I was just thinking, yeah.
But when he makes a move, it's with full confidence that it is the right decision. And in a sequence of events like this, dead on.
Yeah, he knows when he gets a second kill, they're losing steam on the exec. Swapping through his teammates, knowing that the round's 80% done because he's dead. Oh boy. Oh, Spirit.
Double digits secured.
Someone's getting a free ride to a win this game. Both teams.
Yep. Thing is, Moldoy is dying less, which means he's present more. Feels like Quesarado's going to catch Zontix off guard. We wait for the underpass nades to come through. Chopper down on 40 damage or health.
Looks like Zontix is trying to figure out when he can poke ticket.
Yeah.
Would like just peek out for a second.
But that's when Quesarado's going to shoot him in the back of the head.
Yeah.
Especially with Moldoy stomping around on site. I mean, that's just a bit of an invitation for Zontix, but he's good at this kind of move.
Support first, but they're tying up a lot here. If Quesarado waits long enough, it's going to get dangerous. Moldoy, oh, he got spotted. And now the A side attacks can come forward. Moldoy's his support. Quesarado's got to move. They don't know about Yuri.
True. But Yakindar slicing through the murder hole. It's going to finish off what was left of Chopper. And Donk goes down with nothing again. Round 18 and 19, Moldoy kills Donk. It's one thing for them to both pop off individually. It's another when Moldoy is effectively canceling out Donk each and every round. Because now the stars are smashing into one another. Moldoy is immovable, unkillable.
10 seconds. Shiro has to die or run away.
Unstoppable right now. Is this Furia?
Oh,
star.
No way. He can't stay here? No, surely not.
I mean, he hasn't shot at least, so...
Oh, true.
Maybe they don't come looking.
Oh, after time, brother.
Oh, boy. Moldoy. Because in the first half, you know, you had both Donk and Molodoy doing their thing on separate parts of the maps at time.
You know what? It was a crazy spot for Molodoy to stand up because Zontix just showed that he was threatening from Palace. They were going to go for the A split. So he did take a risk doing that. It wasn't a massive risk. His connector was still smoked and everything, but Donk was assuming I have time to fight jungle first before I have to worry about that threat again. But I guess Molodoy also had the Yuri A ramp. Oh, he's past the Molly. He didn't get to take a damage.
So alone, though. Nice headshot on Quesarado. Fallen versus Donk. I feel like this head-to-head's been even. Chopper's just going to waste no moment. Here comes Molodoy in the heat of the battle. Into the cover. Looking for seconds. Support inbound. And everybody's afraid of him for a second, but Donk will get one pushed over. Yakindar from the arch side, trying to whittle down multiple players. And on the fade back through smoke, he strikes. Zontix trades Yuri to the clutch, and he knows this player's bench, but you just can't stop him. Triple dig from Donk.
Oh, that's the deny map point here as Donk somehow with nothing gets these kills. He barely lipped out in front of this Molotov, didn't take a tick of damage. I thought he went for the harder fight, going to kill Get Right, took him down, made sure Fallen couldn't get that frag. And that was that. Off an eco. Ooh, that sucks for Furia.
Well, well, well. I mean, listen, that T side out of Furia had multiple rounds like this kind of a buy sprinkled in thanks to Molodoy.
Yep.
Feels like if Spirit are gonna win, they're gonna need some of those as well.
Yeah.
Here is one.
Yeah, that's true. It was everybody except for Molodoy, again, that was struggling, and this time even he can only get one kill.
Wow.
Damn.
Clicking heads, man.
(23-9) versus 23-15.
It's unbelievable.
Opper, Rifler here, 2-round game.
What a treat.
What happened to Shiro? He was insane in that first half too.
Yep. No, that's
he's
definitely
just chilling
cooled
for
off.
now. But I don't know if he's had an op for a while, actually.
There's a short list of players that can get into a server alongside Donk and take over the position of the best player of the 10.
Yeah, it's
right now,
literally-
Molodoy is doing it.
It's literally hard to say. Like, who's actually better this game? It's probably Molodoy individually, right?
I think so.
I think he has actually less help considering the rounds Shiro put up. Oh, but he dies too.
Well.
He's fallible. And now Furia are actually in danger.
Considering Zwei had 8 kills before that one, huge for him to drop Molodoy. It's the equivalent of Fallen killing Donk.
Or Heavy God at the end of games.
Damn, man. Kick him while he's down. And advantage Spirit. No mid resistance as well. Donk and Chopper trying to join forces, carving this path into the B split. Zontix, Shiro, Zwei, all up in apps. One of them tagged, so that's why Zwei takes the op from Shiro. We said that Shiro hasn't had a chance to shine without the op, and he's barely had it. Fallen takes the op off Molodoy and delivers.
Oh, okay.
Bodies drop down from the apartments, but it's just into his hands. Fallen gets a chance to shine. Molodoy is the better opper, but Fallen still got it. And with Zwei catching his second kill of the round, time expires. Furia still win this one.
Oh, they couldn't figure out how to go for the punch. That's, I mean, it's literally emulating everything Molodoy did. It's almost as if Fallen has had a career using that weapon. Beautiful stuff.
Almost.
He still got it. I know there's going to be a voice comm to come out of that.
Let him tap back into it.
That was great. That was great. And it's Donk to go down first. I hate that it's Donk to be peeking first in this spot, but he has a lot of ground to cover coming up Cat.
I'd say especially alone as Cat player, because there's 3 guys in apartments, so you lose one of the players in apps, you've still got 2 behind it, but Cat goes down, all eyes on apartments, and that just fell apart. Made Fallen's continuous defense all the easier. Look at the buy that they have to try and stop Furia from winning Mirage. And this isn't one of those games where Donk looks like a mortal and you squeeze a victory out by the skin of your teeth. This is Molodoy looking like the best player in the server. And you can argue in the details, but just the fact that anybody can step up to that argument,
yeah, even to be on par right now,
deserves to be praised. Yakindar in from window. Zway's Tech-9 rattles off. Now they're going to know it is indeed this lesser buy. And Molodoi will wait for anybody to step into this crosshair. Usually, once you do, you're dead. That's been the story of Molodoi tonight. But Connector does fall. Molodoi dropped down to half health, has to fade away. Bit of space offered over to Spirit. They may have lesser weapons, but they've pulled it off with a Donk Deagle in the past. Zontic Shiro dead, Sway follows suit. And so Furia able to just keep control of Bomb for now, but Donk is still alive, still with 100 health, still with at least Chopper to work with. Molodoi low, Op climbing on top of Ticket, and Donk looking for a thread to pull on. But as he reloads, the angle gets taken, and Molodoi drops him at least one more time. Chopper late to the party, quarter of his health. Furia, in that pre-game interview with Yuri, said it may be a tough battle, but we believe we can do it. And they do, on their map pick of Mirage. Star versus Star, Furia come out on top.
If you believe you truly can do anything. You know, sometimes we like to get super analytical. We like to get into the nitty-gritty of Counter-Strike. But this map, we just have to celebrate the spectacular CS that was put on show. It's rare that we get maps like this, and this was just such a treat to witness, Dupree.
Wow, just wow. That game delivered in so many aspects. That was high-octane Counter-Strike on steroids from so many of the players. We had so many individual players, so many good decision-making, and it was just a treat to die. I think this is the best I have seen Furia look ever since they've gone international.
They had such great game planning, but my God, the individuals really carried that one. It felt like so many of the players, the name brand players that we want to see pop off, had the pop-off moments, the multi-fragging capabilities from Molodoi, Queserado, Donk, dare I even say it, Fallen. Unk still got it.
Yeah, he was brilliant.
It's been an incredible map. Let's dive into some of those individual moments, because these late night games, they really do be hitting. Queserado, pretty much immediately, round number 3 gets away with that, with murder in this round.
Round 3 is an example of how not to play these type of rounds. We do see Molodoi actually getting Sway onto the A-bomb side, and then we have a little bit of a questionable decision-making here from Chopper. He actually, at this point, has already been spotted. Gets taken out by Queserado, which now allows Spirit to regroup back to the A-bomb side, playing the number. Shiro is stuck inside CT. Actually does get a double kill on this one, but he just leaves himself in a position where he cannot retreat, he cannot get anywhere else. He actually gets dropping down here. And from this get-go of the moment, we still think that Donk has a saying. He gets taken down as well. And at this point, Spirit simply just loses the advantage that just built up for them.
I'm not going to lie. I feel like that round kind of epitomized a lot of the Spirit defense, where the anchors kind of grief them. I mean, honestly, the anchors kind of grief them in this game. Zwei and Chopper both did not live up to what they needed to do on either of those bomb sites. And so much of the Furia offense was centered around really not doing all that much in middle, basically just leaving Yakindar half the time, and then just going for these big site hits. And that's where Zwei and Chopper were not able to find anything.
And that was like simply an appetizer of some of the mental moments that we would foresee going down, because in kind of the mid portion of this first half, just so back and forth with so many individual heroics coming out.
Ladies and gentlemen, buckle up, because you're in for a treat. 3 rounds in a row, starting off with round 7. We do have a masterclass from Shiro. Onto the B bomb side. It's a bomb side we know that is notorious for being hard to hit. We do see Shiro getting off with a massive kill by getting the first guy, gets the second. The decision making of not peeking window, go back to the original position, gets someone, and then hits a nasty flick onto Molodoi to wrap up a 4K. And then you're thinking, well, that was really good. But then the round after, we do see that Molodoi has something to say about that. A force buy from Furia coming into this one, and not steal, putting himself in a position, gets the AWP, and now he finds himself in a winnable situation. He clinches the round back, and you're thinking, this is probably it. But then we have another round coming back at them. This time around, we do see the fact that we once again are in the B bomb, so we do see Molodoi getting some really nice opening. That was very nice. And then we see Donk yielding an AWP that has not notorious, gets the second one here, and we know that he has to get this frag to actually clinch the round. No scopes him, finishes off the round, and we just see that Donk can actually also play AWP.
I felt like there were 4 people that could op in that game. Honestly, we had Fallen, Molodoi, Donk, and Shiro. bro. They all had highlight moments. It was really incredible. I couldn't honestly understand how they got that much mileage out of it. That no scope that Donk got though, that was just it was do or die right there.
That's the insane part, because if you wouldn't hit that no scope, then they probably would have lost
just
around.
run over the bomb
That's
site.
what I mean, right?
Yeah.
So the fact that is that he actually decides to almost try and kill a bomb, but then realizes there's a guy running from him, no scope flicks him, and then finishes off the round. You know, that is a very hard thing to do.
Doesn't matter if he has a rifle, if he has an AWP, or MOUZ, if he has a deagle, and you've already called it GG, maybe?
I mean, it really felt like when he was able to pop off with the deagle that it would have been enough to actually get them over the line. But honestly, I mean, this is where I thought he got the kill on Fallen on the bomb side actually, but this is a round where it felt like Spirit were gonna right the ship with this round, that they with Donk's entries on the deagle, that they were gonna actually break through this Furia defense. And even though we know the untimely result of Spirit as they fall in this one, like once again, just this game was so jam-packed full of highlights, and these kinds of rounds and the frequency with which Donk puts them together is why I have him today as the best player in the world.
The amount of impact that he just puts in rounds where you don't expect anything out of him is just insane. And this is not the first time I see Donk having a deagle in B-apps and just completely wrecks open the B-bomb side and then puts his team in a favorable situation. It's actually insane that he consistently just puts this one out there. And, you know, Furia, they almost had it back. We did see them all. They almost got out there, actually saved today, but that was just not the case.
Yeah, it's almost heartbreaking when you look at the one-man Donk show that it ultimately was for Spirit. As you said, you know, the anchor players not exactly fulfilling their role to the most efficient degree. We had some moments from Shiro early on, kind of cooled off in the later stages of things. We know that Donk is a known quantity, but the fact that Molodoy was same amount of kills they ended out with, just a smidgen more in terms of those openers as well, that is insane from such a new player to actually be, you know, questioning whether Donk was the best player in the server on this given map.
Furia struck gold when they got Molodoy. I mean, that was a move that I don't think many people saw on their radar whatsoever. I don't even know if statistically he was the highest rated Opper in Tier 2. I think more people were talking about Grix, actually, if you would just want to go based off of the stats prior to their pickups. But Molodoy has been such a revelation for them in regards to just jump-starting them. Like, he sent an electrical surge through this team that is just pervasive. His ability to get opening picks with the op, to re-peek so effectively with it. Like, I honestly don't know if I see a single Opper in Tier 1 right now, and I'm including m0NESY in this, that re-peaks better than Molodoy. He's so clean with it every single time. I'm seeing him scoped, swinging into an angle. Like, he doesn't go, and the greatest thing about it, Dupree, is that with the eye test, I get m0NESY flicks faster, but I actually think Molodoy hits more of his shots.
Yeah, I agree, and I don't think there's any debate here. I think that Molodoy was by far the best player in the server on this specific map. I think his impact was just skyrocketing, and one of, if not the reason that they managed to clinch this one up. And it's just so impressive to see that he does it. And we did have that conversation in the green one saying that he's probably in a contention of now of being a top 5 Opera in the world. Yeah. There's a few big names in front of him for sure right now, but with what he's showing, the level that he's consistently bringing into the server, then as you just mentioned, they simply struck gold.
And as you prefaced, Dupree, this was one of the vital win conditions for Furia to be potentially making a dent in this series. They kind of hit all of the ones that you put in the ether.
I think they got 3 out of 4. The first one being that we needed them to win their own map pick. We needed to see Molodoy play his A game, and we also needed Furia as a team to be playing A, if not S tier. The only thing that probably went missing a little bit was Yekindar, but I'm still going to cut him some slack. I still think that he was instrumental in getting that space that allowed his team to win the games.
The game plan.
That's what I mean. The game plan was
there. It was
there.
sacrificing him.
And that's, you know, that's also a thing in Counter-Strike. You don't always have to win by getting a number. Sometimes you also just be the distraction running through, making sure that you draw so much crosshair somewhere else. And I think Yekindar did that multiple times as well.
Well, Furia now just one map away from qualifying for London. But this battle doesn't get any easier as it's Spirit's map pick of Nuke awaiting on the other side of the short break. be jumping for joy after that map victory, but hopefully not getting too ahead of themselves, is because they do need to win at least one more map to be guaranteeing themselves a spot in the playoffs. That's going to be coming down to Nuke. That is the pick of Spirit coming into this series. So I'm curious how that leaves our, markets when we're looking over at novashots.io, because I've had a look, Maui, and the markets seem to be heavily favoring Spirit. Is it time to be getting in on FURIA?
11.9? Are you kidding me? Versus 1.8? That's a joke. We're all in.
The man has spoken.
There we go.
Daddy needs some new shoes.
That's very confident. I like that.
Yeah.
I'm a man of all ins, so.
Exactly.
Well, either way, you guys can get involved in the action at home. Totally free to play. If you sign up, you get a few credits to be playing around with over on novashots.io. Either way, though, you've gone all in on FURIA. Is that realistic when we're looking at Nuke? We do have Overpass awaiting as a third. Do we get there?
It's a tough ask, actually. With the form that FURIA has shown on map 1 already, with a strict game plan of how they wanted to play this series out, or that map out, I find that this is now actually turning on its head. I thought Spirit were definitely the favorites going into it, but with Moldoy firing like that, with K-Serrato chiming in as consistently as he does, it's really just up to some of the supporting cast members to make sure that they hold on for dear life. Like, this is where I'm worried about Fallen as a rifler, actually. It's probably the map that I have had the most concern for him on, because I've seen him playing oftentimes ramp on this one, and I don't know if I really like it. He's really actually kind of sometimes sacked some rounds for them, and unless Moldoy goes over and helps him, I feel like that might just be a vacant area on the map.
I'm very on board with Spirit picking Nuke. I think it actually makes total sense. Specifically also thinking when FURIA played against Legacy, we did see a lot of rounds that they fumbled, but also put them in, like, you just see that the communication was not really working in their tension. And I just feel that FURIA, the wins they have against the teams they've beaten on Nuke is not like, I think they had like 13-11 win against Astralis, that they played Lin Vision as well.
Yeah.
It's not like teams that you kind of fear on Nuke. Maybe Astralis a little bit, that is one of their maps, but I like that Spirit decided to go for that. And I think there's a case we're going to see a third one.
Yeah, I was just looking at the results for the side of FURIA. They haven't beaten a team inside of the top 10 like ever on this map, so it's going to be a tall task, but they are starting on the CT side. Does that give them any easier room to kind of get some momentum, get some confidence going into that second half?
I think they need to take a page from Legacy's book. The reason Legacy was so dominant in the loss that FURIA just faced is because Legacy was just, they want to push a door, they want to push outside, they want to push hut. I feel like FURIA can actually play with that kind of style, not leaving Fallen on an island by himself. Just make sure that everybody's continuing to be active, because Spirit really usually just have the singular focal point on this map. Like, they throw the outside smokes, Donk gets into position to try to take some space, and then they try to see if he gets kills, can we work off of that? If they can just take something back as he tries to do that, maybe they can, 1, avoid him, or 2, just create their own win condition.
Well, either way, it is time to dive into the second map of this series and see if Spirit can equalize things. It's their choice of Nuke.
FURIA trying to create a win condition. I mean, this is one of those moments where, yes, okay, they haven't beaten a top 10 team inside on Nuke, but you also are feeling very inspired off that last map. This is one of those moments where I would personally love to see Yuri and K-Serrato tap back into that carry potential we've seen from them in the past. I mean, just get that going, and then maybe that could be the X factor on Nuke. But I also do believe we're going to overpass.
Maybe. I think it's possible FURIA win for the recent form reason. I mean, when we talk about Donk, we know that he's going to play well both maps in a row, 3 maps in a row, 1 year in a row, 2 years in a row. Moldoy, though, like, he will do 2 maps in a series, almost every single series. He'll be outstanding. Like, he is kind of a phenom right now. If he does 2 maps in a row, like we just saw on Mirage, I think that is actually a case enough. Because that puts so much pressure on the underperforming players from Spirit that there was just not enough Donk to go around.
Ooh, here we go. Big push instantly into this upper hold. You are burning to a crisp, my friend, and still Moldoy gets one. Had no business recovering that moment. Yuri backside's got support from heaven. We've got event players still back there, and Zwei trades back critically to Fallen. K-Serrato's almost dead. Yuri, you gotta find it.
Bomb's gonna go around event.
Wrapping all the way back around, but
wait, he's still fighting? Oh,
all in vain? No, he'll head downstairs. What a wild sequence of events.
Works out fine enough. Zwei, let's see if he even gets challenged before he can leave, or if that's a possible.
Huh?
What the world? He's just not gonna go for it. Versus, 18 and 56 health. Really?
I think this is one of those situations.
Come on.
Right, hear him out. This is one of those situations where the new economy change. Yeah, new economy change changes everything.
No, don't care.
That changes everything. That's money denied across the board for Spirit. Deny that money. One less CT killed.
K-Serrato would get extra money.
Terrorists win.
Oh yeah, right. The hell am I talking about?
It's to encourage the retake.
Yeah, no, you're right.
You almost gaslit me so hard
Almost,
right there.
right?
So what's your argument then? How do you justify that? You need more money?
I take back everything I say. K-Serrato's a punk. That's true. They're yeah, CT Tisa, yeah, okay. Carried the
His
scene.
whole team was like, go get us some money.
Yeah. And he said, yeah, I've got Kevlar. $5-7 push into the ramp though. No.
Uh-oh.
No. The pinch into lobby. Fallen's 5-7 connects to the next one. Donk, though, that's the solution, right? Donk's the solution to all of your problems.
Did Yuri go up ladder from...
I think so. Somehow managed to get up top, but now how do you get back down?
And where is K-Serrato is what they're wondering.
Can we switch back to Yuri? What's his MP9 called? Let's get out of here. Get us out of here, Chev.
Yeah, let's get out of here, Chef.
Chev, let's get out of here.
Let's get out of here. They don't know how to get out of here, actually.
No, they're just
Spirit
stuck.
don't know how to get out.
No. Stuck inside the trophy room, but eventually you gotta go, and when you do leave, that's fine. No resistance. K-Serrato back towards CT spawn, where
No. K-Serrato's coming around.
No, he's gotta go save. He's gotta go save again. Now he's got Kevlar and a FAMAS. It's more likely of a save this time.
Okay, so they're slowly going to be going lower with K-Serrato slowly right behind them. In a timing where they're probably not leaving anyone behind. Does Donk turn around? No, he doesn't.
K-Serrato can't make noise. Ooh, stomps though.
He actually isn't hurt though.
Really? Gets the drop on Donk. Down to 9 health. Chopper, if there was ever a round for you to win.
4 and 9 health here.
Right here, buddy.
K-Serrato.
1 bullet per player.
Whoa.
First one's easy, but he's only got 3 bullets left. It's enough. Woohoo! Chopper cleans up those last 2 kills.
Ooh, no problem.
And it's nice and easy, never problematic, not even close kind of conversion.
Yeah, a little scary with the push. Good push there for Furia.
Is it hot in here?
Yeah.
1 player left alive. Great crunch from Furia.
Very crunchy.
Had Shiro
Really don't know how they survived this at all, actually.
Auto shotty on Fallen. They like how close they've kept these rounds. They're trying to keep this pressure on Spirit early. But I mean, that could just start to pave a road to a scary place for Furia. When has this ever gone wrong? Nice first one. But Shiro steps in between the buckshot. And with that ramp control taken by Spirit, nervous about this drop.
I don't know if someone has gotten lower somehow. I guess they didn't have full vision outside.
Yeah.
And there is a lower hit coming into play. Damn, the peak looked great there from Molodoy.
Yeah, but Donk.
Very acute readiness there for Donk.
Kindar making the most of the moment, making sure that Donk doesn't get away any further than that.
This bomb is so slowly coming into lower. The CTs actually have a chance
of what?
Moseying on over. Like, they don't have control side, vent, or decon either. The CTs just don't know it. Yeah, they're sitting upper. And now it's a 3-on-2.
Great time to save.
There is no kit.
3 solid rifles to be held on to. Looking for damage by the looks of it.
No, actually, yeah, they've got everything covered right now. Wait a second.
No time for this, and Shiro makes sure that
there's no.
You're all gonna die. You literally can't win. Now the bomb's gonna kill you, K-Serrato. Hate to break it to you, you're toast.
But you know what? At least he went for it.
True.
Terrorists win.
That's why he saved on the pistol.
Yeah, makes up for it now. 3-0 start, Team Spirit. And wow, this is Groundhog Day. Another auto shotty for Fallen. I suppose with Mirage in your back pocket, you can get real crazy here on Nuke. If you're gonna lose...
Now he was worried about Fallen rifling on the map,
okay, sure.
He's like, what do you want from me? I can't op, I can't rifle.
Get that auto shotty going while Kindar finds another fast move over top of main by Donk. You got a player playing the CT vent, and Yuri on the backside with the FAMAS. Not to mention Heaven's support, but K-Serrato double kill, kicked it off nice enough. We go 2v2 with Molodoy half health.
Oh, and here it comes. Father Fallen with the noob tube.
They're wary of him. But it betrays him.
82 damage. What?
Yeah, that thing, it giveth, it taketh, and Molodoy denied. 4-0 start. Let's buy another shotgun.
You know, the auto shotgun is great at ramp. The only where it's a problem is when you have to retake.
Yeah.
But when he got over to HUD, I think that's probably one of the best guns he could have.
Sure.
He could have just one shot and then been very hard to swing into trade. So, I mean, I think it very much has its place on Nuke.
Nice double by K-Serrato. Really had the hopes high, but while Donk's alive, so are Spirit's chances. Oh, he goes to the MP9 this time. He's given up, Mohan.
Okay. Still soloing the ramp.
And still just Furia, 5 rounds into this game, haven't actually had a real buy. So little util.
Yeah, it's actually kind of wild to come into a CT round, no util. It's been pretty expensive here for Spirit, so I think they're treating it like a force, but yeah, no util.
Fallen stuck in. We'll find the one.
Free ramp might actually be tricky.
Yep. Kindar's not been here before, so he does a great job of dodging the front.
5 damage.
Just can't snap it over. Zontix with the kill, and
low rotation's already in from both.
K-Serrato and Yuri, this is the players I want to see shine.
There's no Donk around to stop him. This is actually
sitting duck.
What?
I don't understand.
Excuse me? What kind of plant is that?
Now the bomb is down in the middle of the site. We got 50 seconds.
He didn't have control or decon or anyone watching anything.
Donks, though, here to save it. He's got you locked into the corner. Donk versus K-Serrato. Aim at a maximum. Playing with him in the backside, and K-Serrato comes out on top. A triple for K-Serrato. Shiro, what were you thinking?
What happened right there? I mean, they at best didn't have information, sure. But like...
Oh, I understand. K-Serrato's decision to save in the pistol led Spirit here in the 5th round to think that the save call would have been made already. It's the only solution.
Oh, it's conditioning.
That's what that was. Conditioning from the pistol, because they really wrote off the threat of anybody being downstairs, and I don't understand why. And the auto shotty's back.
The auto shotty is back.
This is a crazy start to this second half.
I'll be honest, though, he's not great with it. I really don't mind the gun. I've seen some good plays from people using it in ramp especially, but yeah, Fallen might need to, like, akimbo those to get a kill.
There we go.
Take the shot. Oh.
He will. The Kindar pops up, ends him. Zontix Tech 9 trade frag back. Players floating outer in front of red. Molodoy's timing. Molodoy's not looking like the god he was on Mirage. They'll trickle into him, but the trades have been so effective coming out of Spirit at the moment. Yuri, good timing on his peak. It just feels like there's all these individual moments happening every single round. This hasn't felt like 6 different rounds. It's felt like one continuation of aim duels.
I agree. It's the same thing with Mirage, man. It's because, yeah, it's because there's like the peaks of the individuals are outshining all the team play moments.
But in Molodoy's absence, it's been Queserado to crank it up to 9 kills so far.
Yeah, definitely.
Give the kid a little runway. Because of the economy, honestly, you haven't seen Molodoy on an op yet, and that may end up being problematic. Oof, good kill from Yuri down beneath with the FAMAS. Donk, op clutch. First one's found, but at half his health. That's another auto-shotty half-health situation for Fallen.
ADR's through the roof. And this Donk
Time
op
expires.
is now just a save, yeah. Is that pretty solid here for Furia?
Counter-terrorists win. Yuri stamping his name on that backside of A. Furia squeeze a second round out of this one. I can't believe that their decision to just keep buying over and over has actually worked out 2 rounds in a row now. They've made the most of it.
Yeah, they have made the most of it. It is surprising. I think they've been consistently tempted by knowing Spirit's money kind of low as well. And now they actually got to that point, so the op is the main threat here.
Yep, now things
no
could
other
boom.
buy, yeah.
This is that moment that Furia were trying to squeeze out of Spirit. It takes them, I think, a little longer than they would have liked.
If they're to 2-0 the series, it's going to be off of a round like this. They don't blow it.
Now go ahead and keep Spirit on 4 for the rest of this T side. That's the plan. Op's been found. This Queserado just prods the smoke and prods the smoke. But Donk's got a deagle, which means Furia could still have problems. Yakindar just made a fast step, right?
Yeah, Yakindar got away with not having a good map last map when his form has been very strong recently as well. All right, the double up. Let's see if they shoot the jump across and Shiro can get a kill. That's what he's looking for. But they have 2 to catch this.
And Zwei added to the back. Flash in the middle of it. A little awkward, but they get the line established. Shiro a bit late to the party here. Taken down to the teens. No escape. Fallen a P2000 versus Zwei. I don't think he'll clear this.
No one's going to clear this.
He didn't know about the second player yet. Gets the knife in the final half second. Dude, what is this game? What is this?
That's pretty worth for Zwei. That's a lot more money you would have gotten from just a Glock kill. Also, it wasn't guaranteed. That flash looked incredibly awkward considering his teammate was playing Turnpike.
Yeah.
And, you know, were they flashing the swing in front of it? But when it landed, it perfectly blinded Shiro. And the 2 Glocks jumped out that were just meant to be the bait. It couldn't have gone better. Yeah, just frustrating for Shiro.
Now you've got Molodoy on his ob. I know what this says. Nice one. And...
Fuck.
That's money for Zwei. They need it. Dwindling utility here for Spirit.
What? That?
I'm calling Gaben.
That looked like fine.
I don't understand, man.
That looks fine.
We're in the Twilight Zone tonight, and Yakindar is having his best round yet. Good multi-kill outside. I mean, again, you said he's got away with having a bad map back on Mirage. He's been getting one kill here and there throughout this first one.
Yeah.
You know, a loud step has almost cost him. There's been like some slight criticizable adjustments, but he's making them and maintaining 4v3.
They're following all the T's right now.
I'm so happy Queserado's having a good game.
I know, because we didn't really talk about him either. He was just okay.
He also got away with it back on Mirage.
Yeah. The Molodoy carry was actually generational last map. Like, in the face of Shiro and Donk's performance.
Yes.
Oh my God, like.
Now this little foray from Spirit down into the lower site. Zontix versus Fallen.
It was actually like what Makaze was doing for Na'Vi, except he actually won the whole map.
And the perfect position for Yuri to just putt this one in.
Oh. This one melts away.
We were worried about Fallen's rifling, but he survived that challenge against Zontix by 11 HP. Looks to leave. Just pistol teasing Shiro. Ooh, Shiro kills the supply. Yo! While he's fallen!
But there's no chance, right? Okay.
He tries as if there is.
expects to just die. Wow,
My
the fastest drink of
God,
it.
bro.
Almost knocked out all his teeth right there. That was so quick and
7
accurate.
seconds left. I thought there was a world where he swings that double
Okay,
door.
this is
goes-
good.
That,
Excuse me?
I mean,
That shot was 10 out of 10, actually. Am I crazy?
9.5, I guess. These are sick.
Shots 5-3. What is that,
What
bro?
does that
It's
make
playing
no
Fruit
sense?
Ninja.
Ooh. Wow. Man, they really forced their way. Round after round after round, buying MP9s and auto shotguns until they broke Spirit, grabbed away an op, and have now used that.
There's an old saying in Counter-Strike, if you don't buy, you can't win.
Makes sense. Molodoy dropping Shiro as they chase him down lower. But they don't chase all the way in, because Donk also finds some bit of footing by, ooh, the hell window. Headshot.
Damn, had to be a headshot.
M4 grabbed off that. Not to mention, everybody's got, he's recovering a little on the ladder, and now
Show him the bomb.
Zontix just trying to tease him. Yakindar comes out from secret. Chopper gets a pistol. It just won't stop. The nonsense won't stop.
This is so confusing.
I'm right on the edge.
Yeah? Are
Of
you
my
gonna lose
sanity.
your mind? Okay.
Right on the edge. Like I might jump.
My brain broke after the Brokey 1v3s yesterday. Molodoy back of the site, looking for that perfect setup once again.
His barrel will show, no?
We'll have to take a peek.
Okay, here we go.
It's gonna be.
I think his barrel shows.
Yeah, but they have to scale a little bit. Oh, there it is.
He sees him.
And he's got help this time.
Chopper on top of him with the Tech 9. Gonna go for the plant and cover. Nobody double doors. Chopper's got a clutch attempt with an op in hand.
Chopper with the op,
Okay.
maybe 1-on-2.
All right, we've seen Donk pick it up. And he nails Yuri, but Quesarado and Yuri joined at the hips.
Yeah.
Like the Salamanca brothers.
Yeah, Salamanca twins. That's
Come flying out from that smoke. Go ahead and finish this one off. So Furia's winning ways just won't stop. That is 5 consecutive rounds. I think we can get the in-game chat one more time, please, production. That's in-game chat for Donk, please. Thank you.
A first timeout's going to be called. And, you know, this is Furia slightly winning, but actually the real worrying part here for Spirit is in this meta that's getting a little CT-sided, it's Nuke that stood out as a T-sided map right now, and they're kind of struggling.
Hee That was after the Deagle shot.
Okay.
Acting cute in-game, being very serious on the webcam.
Yeah.
There is trouble afoot for Spirit. I think it's taken 10 rounds to get to a full buy for both teams. Everybody's got nades, everybody's got real guns.
True.
It's been
kind of fun like
a
that.
hell of a journey to get here. Thank you all for riding along with us.
Our first real round is what you're saying?
Yes. 10 rounds into play. But it still feels like something's gonna go crazy.
See if Yakinder can keep getting these pickoffs. He's been doing a great job.
Yeah, constantly at the very least getting one, but ooh, spotted on the fallback through garage. That's gonna draw attention. And he finds Sway, sent over top around the corner. And then Quesarado to challenge out main.
There he goes, man. Yakinder, amazing.
Double kill, much needed.
Man.
Yakindar and Quesarado, like you said, kind of got away with doing a little back on Mirage. This time they are stepping up. I said I wanted Quesarado and Yuri. We're getting Quesarado and Yakinder. And so far it's enough, but Shiro, missed his chance at getting the scope up, and now he's a sitting duck for Molodoy. Zontix 1v3.
Oh, they're just baiting him back and forth.
With 7 health, I don't think so.
Ooh, so frustrating the way they're playing this. Beautiful
Nice
stuff.
shots.
Nice clip off. And Yakinder, is he safe now?
Playing with it. Zontix
damage.
Okay. Okay, 4 bullets left. He's got the visualization. Oh, headshots galore. All 3.
The 1-on-3. Oh, man. Yikinder thought he could just take that duel. Wrong, buddy. After all that effort, all of those good moves.
The shenanigans just don't stop. Wow. Man.
Coulda. Maybe he didn't feel like he could have escaped because he was in the back of Unbreakable there in the open, but okay. Well, that's your first real full buy, folks.
And the only one you're going to get to see this half, perhaps.
Because Furia are going to keep forcing.
It's a sea of promises. Oh, Quesarado.
That's uncomfortable.
Uh-oh. Jumps the gun on that one. Was the best gun Furia had to work with.
Molly does nothing.
It burns the floor. Yuri slides up behind it. Gonna try to keep that squeaky pressure on the lobby play. Fallen hasn't really gotten into this just yet.
Man, it's getting really cramped in the lobby. They haven't fully dealt with this push yet. It's quite dangerous.
Just waiting to try to add to the antics.
Yeah, turning back towards ramp. This has got to be the best move to make. Fallen hasn't had the best time, no matter what gun he's used. A 5-7 kill there.
Donk gonna charge down ramp. Deletes Yikinder.
Okay.
And Molodoy's left on 1/5 of his starting health with a knife down and lower versus 5. This may not have been the cleanest.
They have to force next round. They've literally bought every round, eh?
Yes, sir. Every round.
And he saves.
I don't recall a single Furia save. They bought and bought and bought until they finally broke through. So all the rounds they were... What?
Oh, yeah. No.
Except
They've
for,
only saved it
hilariously, except for Quesarado saving in the pistol. we go from one extreme to the next. Fallen saw that and went, okay, no more saves. That's enough.
And that's not even a save. That's not even a save. They bought that round.
Yeah.
Yeah. Weird how there's two kinds. Okay.
Right?
Here's the force down. This is my kind of CS, baby.
I'll
say
say
every round.
It's not textbook, but this has been a very entertaining half for better or for worse on Furia's side. Zontix quickly to the Quesarado kill. I mean, Furia may be getting a bit predictable with these aggressions into lobby, but Yuri doesn't get caught climbing up over top. Zontix versus Molodoy. Backs up into the 5-7. It's like, how the hell did you get up there? And that's a gun to be grabbed away. So they'll take over Garage, they'll play their outer hand, Spirit have options, but Furia now have one more gun.
Yeah, it's a little bit tense here for Spirit because they don't have that lurk that they can connect to for 2 choke points, whether they're going upstairs or downstairs. Group it up at Heaven could definitely be a sound choice. I think Yuri's putting himself in a spot. They're actually fortifying for this exact attack. As soon as they're deep enough to clear Fallen, that's Yuri's time to go. He can pop up from the box. Let's see if they try to...
Oh, double nade.
Oh, that's beautiful.
See ya. Molodoy's Deagle, good headshot, but doesn't feel like it's enough unless he comes up with another. They're keeping the pressure on him, which means he's being given slightly more of a chance. Unfortunately, unable to get himself an additional kill, so Yikinder forced to play the 1v3, and it's gonna feel nigh impossible to get off this ladder, especially with still 2 players up top, but he'll try, and it goes exactly how you'd expect. Closed out, as it is a 7-5 T-side for Spirit, which looked desperate at one point.
Oh, Kaique. I'm not feeling too well. At least, was I good to you? Yeah, you were. You were. Do you think I was a good leader? I prefer art, to be honest. Work of art, you said? Yeah, work of art. Gabriel, you're a symbol for Brazil, CS. Without you, there is no me, there is no SK, there is no luminosity. Oh, man. That takes me back. Gabriel, you are so much more than all those who came before you. You played with fire in your heart and tricks in your sleeve. The whole world knew to listen when Fallen and his help were in the clutch. Then it was all worth it. I'd give anything to have you back, my friend.
What the hell is this?
Bro, you just died, bro.
No. It wasn't me. That was bad falling.
Bad fallen, really?
Yeah, and I'm good falling.
Okay.
I left to a friend, I came back as a prophet. I went far and beyond.
Alright.
I saw everything. Now I know what I need to do to win next major.
Please tell me.
First, we need a better upper.
Okay. Who?
I got a Molotov.
Molotov? Motoboy? Who is this guy?
Calm down, wait. I also revived the top 10 rifle in the world.
Cold Zero, let's go.
You wish, kid. Yekindar.
Oh boy, Bad Fallen, please come back.
While Donk continues to tear it up, Molodoy has kind of taken it down a notch. But in his absence, we get a good hope for Furia, and that's Quesarado and Yakinder doing enough to get Furia into this game.
Yeah.
At the tail end, we get that 3-round streak out of Spirit. That does really change the tempo and the tone of the first half. They win the first 4, they win the last 3. But for a moment there, it really did feel like Furia had grabbed this game with both hands. So we'll see now. T-side in front of Furia, overpass in the wings if we do need to get there. When it comes to booking a ticket to London, we'll play all night long if we have to.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Spirit have signed up for now after losing the first map. I still don't think this game's a guarantee. Furia, I think, did okay to get the 5 rounds that they did. And again, we're going to go back to the test of anchors here. That's what I'm kind of concerned about for Spirit.
Ooh, Donk comes through the main smoke. Single kill, that's it. They already killed Sway on hut door, so Chopper's sitting up top, catches him off guard, but he leaves it on the table. It's gonna take this Shiro lobby flank. He's stomping his way around. He's been found out, but he still just thrusts himself at the site. There's a player behind him. He seems to be aware of the threat, chasing down the guys in front of him. The lineup's right there.
Oh, they've messed that up big time. Shiro's here to catch this failure. Quesarado, top performer right now for Furia. And basically a 1v1. Quesarado, it's not a fake plant. Bomb goes down.
He's still thinking single.
Oh, here's
He's
the
thinking
moment.
single.
Oh, he actually backed up perfectly for that.
Good positioning for Quesarado. Health advantage here for Shiro. Let those Berettas rip.
Ooh.
1v3 for Shiro in a pistol. The A defenders left a lot to be desired, and he makes up for it all.
Yeah, they blew that so badly. That's unfortunately, like, the way that they approached that, there should have been no chance for Shiro. They could have grouped up and all exited down the vent, and instead decided to fight him in the hut after he was exposed. So awkward. You know, it's Shiro in a clutch, by the way.
Yeah.
And there's an op. Straight off of that pistol.
And Furia Force. Eats the flash, full blind. Chopper and K-Serrado couldn't see Jack. Yekindar comes out to help. Sway this time's got the multi-kill. But so did Yekindar. Oh, no scope for Shiro, misses this chance to strike down main. Sway is thriving at the moment, but the drive-by from K-Serrado comes through. We go back to another K-Serrado clutch, this time versus Zontix, who's already starting to make his way down towards B.
Wait, no, literally, but...
Huge read.
Yes,
Huge read here
massive.
from Zontix. K-Serrado's gonna give himself cover at least. Good thing he does, or he'd be a dead man. And the Zontix
he didn't hit anything.
And he uses the whole mag. K-Serrado's got the drop on him now, and he gets it. Won't lose this one. Back-to-back clutches, comes out on top and prays to God. But it's him. It's him. All him. Well done, K-Serrado.
Oh boy.
Punishing Zontix for spraying the entire mag.
Yeah, full mag, and just thought he had it pinpointed. And then he was just a dead man walking after that happened. So Clutch immediately going back in Furia's direction. The thing is, K-Serrado, he didn't, even though he ran downstairs and was going to commit to the site that Zontix had already pre-rotated to, he was careful.
Fast push. Keeping that tempo up. Zway's let him know that he's back here and popped by K-Serrado. K-Serrado is stepping into this opportunity.
Yeah, big time.
Molodoy's the one that gave them this chance to close the series 2-0 by just winning Mirage damn near single-handedly.
That smoke's a little awkward.
K-Serrado continues to just tear heads off. Now the rest of his squad's gonna have to finish this versus the top performing players of Spirit if Spirit try their hand at this retake. It's Shiro from main, Donk from heaven, utility trickling out from heaven, and the main player gets shut out of it, so that's gonna force Donk to retreat. He's gonna have to let this one go, swallow the ego, let it slide. Furia a one-round game as they are setting a hell of a precedent with the aggression out of the gate on this T side.
Yeah, and I mean, the A site, like, I think it's like when we saw them going B on Mirage, like, they're trying to take advantage of what's kind of the weakness at the moment for Spirit. They're avoiding Donk, which seems to be the game plan. And you can have Donk with his very clean scoreline, knowing he's capable of stopping a lot of different rounds from happening. But if he's outside and they can smoke him out or avoid him, and this is going to be an issue for Spirit. It's not an issue within one round. It was an issue for the whole map of Mirage.
Nice! Nice fucking sick, Acerato. Fucking sick, man. Nice. Let's go. God bless, bro. Nice.
Nice, guys. Let's go. Got the game in your hands now. Let's go.
It's an international lineup, but it's because K-Serrado, we needed a better team for him. That's the whole reason this happened. It ended up being that Molodoy and Yekindar have stolen the show in the last couple of months, but he's the one who's attracted the talent. At the end of the day, he's meant to be a quality player to the level of Rops, not to the level of ZywOo, not to the level of even Molodoy in this case. But now he has that core around him where he can get all the kills and it actually translates to a lot more impact.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Bomb dropped. AK grabbed.
So much value dropped with that one bullet.
And now a second rifle. Donk back A site. K-Serrado killing players all around him. Sway doubles back in to help out Donk. And now they're going to double down inside hut. Yekindar on the recovery with Fallen. Zontix may have slipped back site, but he's got nothing to work with. Again, Furia forced to take an aggressive stance. Look at the health that gets them through that hut push.
I mean, fair play here to Zway. He's getting kills.
Smoke on Chopper, pop by Fallen. Big chance there for Spirit as they put both the guns on top of Bomb. A real 5-7 pop-off moment as the Bomb and the AK exchange hands.
Yeah. And also, this is Chopper and Zway who have to work together. Zway is getting kills, but together they're still failing on the site. Like, it's not like they're overwhelming the attack. Also, this round, okay, not that much to work with, but we're in a position now. Furia haven't used any timeouts. Spirit have used 2. Spirit are down a map. Spirit are tied here on Nuke. No, Furia have not proven they can take down a team as good as Spirit on a map like Nuke yet, but it's still a map they want to play.
All tied up. With map 1 secured. 5 rounds from London are Furia. Yakinder's job made that much more difficult by hitting that early damage. He'll be happy he gets to play a role in the rest of this round. Everybody grouping up for this outer cross. Haven't really seen Furia head downstairs just yet, and they managed to get over unscathed. That deep peak is what sent Yakinder down to 18 health. Nothing's hit the mark just yet, and Chopper ahead of this push down lower, of course.
Yeah, they left Donk in the dark a little bit here. Chopper just gonna preemptively rotate, not knowing exactly what could be coming his way. Bomb on the back of Fallen, or excuse me, on the back of...
Yeah, he threw it back
5th,
one.
Yeah.
Lets the trade potential player hold the bomb. Fallen getting closer to Chopper.
Position to exit.
Yeah, they crouch down beneath the angle. Oh, but the third player just comes stomping. All this walking, and Yakinder just cranks it to a 10.
It's awkward because Chopper can't jump up now.
He turns around to the single door, and he'll find a dink on Fallen. Zontic's looking for an angle into the site. Donk very quickly down behind. Door closed in his face.
Oh.
Insta-kill from Fallen.
And the trade back somehow.
Low health be damned. Zontix emerges into the open, caught by Yuri in the corner, and Sway Pop. 3 stand. Furia taking this into the lead.
That's right, here on T side. Very strong round coming downstairs. The way that they conjured this up, taking over secret control, avoiding donk spams, no AG damage. This is where it gets a little bit nervous for Furia. They actually can win now. They've shown a couple of different rounds. It's here in the second half. The moments are close, but to be honest, all of the walking allowed them to get to the point where as soon as they turn the corner and get down into decon, Chopper can no longer jump up the clock.
Right.
You know, he's looking for a kill and then to get away to a better position like that. Ooh. They stole that chance away from him.
Donk on a Deagle outer. Oh, wow.
Goodness.
While he's falling onto main. Not while he's standing still top silo. While he's falling mid-air onto main.
Filthy.
And yet Molodoy quickly puts him down in response. Donk is dead, and so sometimes so are Spirit.
It's like, you know, we get Donk 2 maps in a row. We knew that was going to happen. Molodoy, good enough, but more of a team this time around. The supporting cast is just the, unfortunately, the tiring conversation around Spirit. And if they're going to come back into this game, something's got to give. Especially right now. I mean, even though they've only got some 5-7s, it's scary for Furia. Time's not on their side. The right call, the right stack could turn this on its head, but actually I think the call is perfect here for Furia. Looking to take it back upstairs. Zway's the only one here. He's been solid on the pistols, but he's alone.
Now inside of a smoke, we'll have no line on the crossover. This could get wild, though. He starts rattling off the 5-7. A second player adds himself. Maybe a distraction from Heaven on the ladder. Queserado, that was awkward, but still comes out on top okay. No damage done by Zway. A second player takes Zway's place behind Vent in Chopper. But it's a man disadvantage. Not a single real gun here for Spirit. And Chopper, to take a chance, emerges with the P250 kill. It turns the heads away from Heaven. They keep a good eye on it. And Furia will continue to tiptoe their way to victory lane. Ever since the pistol win on the CT side, Spirit have yet to win a second round in this half.
Queserado 20-8 with those 2 kills. Nice to be able to talk about him. So, all right.
Okay. Bad. That was bad falling.
Heavy hands, he says. So just okay.
What is happening?
I don't know what's happening. I mean,
The rounds were getting too normal.
I mean, he's like getting a team kill right now.
The rounds
they just
were getting
had
too
a
normal.
successful. I mean, that was expensive. That kill was very expensive.
Oh my god.
Dog
Just when
said
things
nice
felt
job.
normal. Just when things looked textbook. Molly in front. Ooh, Shiro offering up half his health for that one peek. And it comes up with nothing. Zontix is floating around here, and that's gonna cost him.
Nice kill.
Yakinder is also stepping it up alongside K-Serrato.
There's no one lower. That was a full commitment from Zontix. He took a risk there.
K-Serrato's got the vent rotate cut off, and Chopper's announcing it, not to mention Donk behind him. K-Serrato doesn't get it immediately. Donk is here to duel with him, back turned over with K-Serrato dead.
But they know there's 3 CTs now, over by the vent.
Somebody's gotta step it up.
Are they gonna go back to ramp is the question. Fallen is backing it up at the moment. Sway is gonna be retaking from here. There is a world where Spirit can win this round. They've got to act soon. Look at Yakinder, he's on the side of the bomb site, but Moladoy releases the pressure, opens up a spot for him now. Now they shouldn't commit to this at all. They need to get away.
Donk's gonna try to punish exits, but that's all he's allowed to get. It's not a moment where Donk is let off the leash. 2 players to save for Spirit. Still, the all-elusive second round for the CT side.
That was a little unavoidable, so it's been expensive. Some kills and deaths could be avoided.
What a game.
They'll take the round, though. That's for sure. $11-8. They win this round, they might do the deed, Connor. Shiro had an incredible first half on Mirage, but like, someone just got a good volume of kills here, but not feeling the same level of stardom that he showed us. And it is CT Nuke. All right, let's see if Donk can get some spam damage in. They've been very good about getting across unscathed. They'll actually manage it again entirely. No pressure whatsoever. Chopper, last time he was down here, was just a liability. Did they exchange glances? Are they going for the double swing? Is that what's happening? Moladoy coming over. They're threatening the heaven wrap.
Donk trying to duel, but nobody really committing to it. Just kind of keeping him distraught.
Oh, through Unbreakable.
Beautiful.
With the nade. It had to be with the nade.
Comes together perfectly. They both tease him. They both get damage in on him.
No other rotations downstairs. Just Chopper, Farmus, no nades.
Stuck along this back wall, no help is coming for you. All of Furia swing into him, and he only finds that one. Again, no assistance, no resistance.
They're already just thinking about saving for the next round. Donk goes down. Chopper couldn't multi. That's it here for Spirit. Series point now for Furia. What a T-side. The HE and op shot combo on Donk.
Dude.
Beautiful.
Neutered. And just the fact that nobody gave him a kill. You know, when it comes to Donk, it's a matter of millimeters.
I don't know what's more impressive, how they've countered him or how his scoreline still looks impressive on both maps.
You know, we've seen very rarely, but we have seen Donk just shut down, right? Effectively countered fully. But it's not him being shut down. It's still Furia just winning around Donk's success. And maybe we blame the periphery, the other players on Spirit that aren't bringing it to the table tonight. but I think it's better to just praise Furia for what it is. A huge Molodoi performance that nearly put Donk in the shadows.
And a great team performance, too. I mean, Yukinder's kills on that CT side. Ball has made some good calls here. You might 2-0 Spirit with an auto shotgun.
Nades into the A site, Zwei holds on. Fallen with a helping hand in Queserado's death. Yukinder a bit late into the kill feed. It cost them 2.
Coming to Zontix now.
Gonna try to test this.
Oh, wait, he's in hell, actually.
Yep, open space. And as he steps ever closer, there's a lot of players here. There is still a chance at this. As Yukinder thinks about swinging round into hell, lets Shiro loudly drop, and he sees this as an opening.
He's going up to heaven, though. Wait, what's gonna happen?
Yukinder's slipping the net.
He's not by.
Yukinder's back behind them. It's a good thing Shiro pushes off site or he's a dead man. Fallen gets found, but they still don't know about Yukinder. Inside of hut, pistol out. Molodoi reopens the other side of this map, but the bomb was dropped in the Fallen death. So who goes back to get this?
They have time. Yukinder knows that Donk is around here. When will he take the peek? What timing will he look for? Will Donk be able to adjust?
No,
if not, he's dead.
He doesn't expect it. He never would know that Yukinder's up top. But it would have to be a snapshot upwards for Donk. Yukinder right there on the brink. He's gonna try to couple it with Molodoi. Stuck in his Donk. And then that ladder tear out can be taken. But now the player's on site. Chopper, this falls on you. Hands busy in the back of the site. Chopper stops the plant. 7 seconds. Yukinder's gotta find him. He will. Swoops down, grabs bomb. Bomb planted. Donk's not going to be able to cross over in time. Yukinder's got a chance. And as he swings out, it's denial. Another round needed at the very least, but this one comes down to the wire.
Some heroes don't wear capes. Donk denies this, allows Spirit to continue playing. 3 rounds to bring it to overtime. A clutch locked up. It's not often you see him in 1v1s. But today is necessary. Oh my God. What a flick up from Shiro. Crazy position for Donk to find himself in. Could have died if Yukinder was holding the right side of the box when they came out to peek him. "12 health. Furia looking for their best nuke win so far. That round, Spirit barely win. They had a successful upper hold. That was a mid-round out of desperation. They stayed coordinated the whole time. And once again, Spirit can only pull it off because of one man.
Oh, of all the kills, of all the moments.
That's one way to soften up upper.
There is something poetic about the way Queserado has come into the second map of this series off the back of Molodoi's Mirage performance.
Never forget that ammo is free. That pressure in these dead moments of the round. It's at 40 seconds. They're now very lucky to have gotten that kill. Decisions will have to be made soon. There's no over-rotation from Spirit downstairs, but there's no one actually coming to help Zwei upper either. It's a little late to be outside.
Man.
They gotta start moving, to be honest, or they're gonna lose anyway. Donk's downstairs.
Second molly's a little bit late because it wasn't dropped properly. Donk ready to hit from the behind. He slides out, drops the yacht, pops a second, bomb down. Perfect sweep in from Spirit. Furia fighting tooth and nail, but Donk thrives in the chaos. Comes up that ladder at the perfect moment. Double digits secured here for Spirit as well.
Dude, I thought he was out of the fight. There he was, right there at the bottom of vent, ready to go to help out Zwei. They got that one kill off of spam, and then until 40 seconds weren't ready to make a move. Furia might have been a little shook right there.
And that's with a gift of an opening kill that round. Unable to realize it into the win. Last bullet on the spray hits his target. This slide up from Donk is perfection. And that was that question you raised about being outside. Was it a little too late? An additional player coming out squeaky stops that vent push. But because Op is watching Heaven and the other player's trying to take sight, Donk finds that perfect pocket when it was a little under-occupied from Furia. They come through with less tools than what they've had in previous rounds. But a trio of AK-47s for Furia, all their money on the line right here, round 23.
It's going to be very hard for them to put pressure on the map without lurking, actually. If they could try to do this, this is the one smoke that they've got. It'll assist.
Okay.
Oh, Yekindra gets the kill on Donk.
Dead. This isn't just the kill to Chopper, that is Donk dead. Zway backside finds one. A world of pressure coming his way. It's his chance to shine, and a double's all he's got. But a teammate also up from Heaven, in with the nade impact. K-Serrato lower, and a Galil in the backside finds that perfect bank. You take what you can get. Shiro saving the day, and Fallen in the final moment dies to the 5 HP of Zontix. That is the margin that keeps Spirit in this.
Oh my god. Single-digit HP on the last two players in the last couple of rounds.
And think about that nade.
Wow.
That's what takes Zontix even lower, and still he survives.
Did half of his HP halfway up the ladder. It's a nice moment here for Shiro with that shot and the 5-7 kill as well. And now it gets real exciting.
Money's very low.
Yeah, it's terrible. This
From
is
triple AK to quadruple Tech 9, but more utility in this round. So a stark contrast to the setup of the last one. Emphasis on utility, different type of round.
3 rounds are trying to set up the exact same place. Wade dies again.
The one Galil tracks down Chopper. No way! In the hands of K-Serrato, that one weapon thrives. Bomb to be planted on the corner of sight. Dawn can't get into the action just yet. Nade. It comes back down. Another one with Zontix.
Oh!
Drop to 47. Still, Shiro comes out with the wall bang, and he is just hunting here from Heaven. And they're trying to avoid him at all costs. K-Serrato on the M4 down beneath, didn't get the chance to kill Shiro. Tech 9 into the kill feed, man advantage. Furia on the brink, and Shiro just keeps this pressure on. Nobody wants to show themselves to him. Donk is out of this round until this moment. A slide out through, and a 4th kill needed, but no time. Fallen and Co. will book their place in London.
Haha, they've done it. They did it through all the pressure. Yekindra thought with those 2 kills and they couldn't lock it up, maybe that was their only chance.
6 events since adding Molodoy, their 4th playoff berth.
Furia, stunning Spirit tonight. Full bias here. That was one of the favorite maps I've witnessed throughout the entirety of the Blast Open. It's my favorite series, in fact, and a well-deserved spot for Furia at the playoffs of London. We talked about it in the green room, guys. First map was purely down to some of those incredible individual plays. We still got those on map number 2, but some great team play as well.
Fallen had so many answers. He had so many ideas. There were so many different iterations of outside smokes, of plays towards inner. I felt like they were reaching so deep in their bag to get it over the line, and they needed every single trick because Spirit were fighting so damn hard to keep themselves in it. The multi-kill from Zway on the A bomb site late on that hit, the way that they were able to always battle back, like Donk surviving with 5 HP, Zontix surviving with 5 HP, but I'm so glad Fury got it over the line because they really had so many good ways to get into those rounds.
This game deserved to be in an arena, let's just be honest. This is the craziest online game that I've probably witnessed in a long time. This was great, and it was so awesome to see Fury have such a deep playbook. It was great to see the numbers of DSC came with the pacing, then the swap up to hitting the A-bombs consistently. Oh my god, there were so many good things. We were so hyped about this one.
Yeah.
This felt so good. And I mean, if you're Fury right now, to get that over the finish line, beating Spirit 2-0, that's a big scalp.
And to do so much of the legwork on the T side of things as well, Maui, when we look at Nuke and say, normally, you know, it's more favored on that CT side. Not that FURIA didn't put up a valiant effort on there. It was just a case of Spirit getting, you know, some of those rounds over the line. Super impressive from FURIA.
And you could say that they could have probably closed it out a handful of rounds sooner if Donk didn't get that kill onto Yakindar on the back silo. I mean, if Zontix didn't survive with 5 HP, as the nade, by the way, bounced up, down onto him when he's on the ladder. I don't even think any of that was planned. I mean, no, it was seriously such a spectacle here. You can tell that FURIA have really been in the lab when it comes to the T side of this map. I didn't really even have this as a map for them, but the way they played against Legacy yesterday, it really felt like they were just shell-shocked. Like any CT aggression was going to get the better of them. But I think that FURIA, if they're allowed the time and space and respect to set up, they have so many different strategies, and Spirit were left guessing a lot of that time.
So much good stuff coming out of them, and I think just we did talk about that the Mirage is more about the individuals, but sure the pacing also on the T side of their in terms of the team. But they still had so many kills where we were thinking he's not going to get it, and he decided to swing, and so many kills just went their way.
We do have Yakinda on the line for a few incredible winning words. I'm sure, first of all, congratulations. That was just an insane series. What's going through your head right now?
Yeah, honestly, I was. It's been a while since we played the top tier opposition, and especially I'm playing Facets every day, and sometimes I play against Donk, and he's smashing me. So I'm happy. I'm happy to win today. But yeah, I'm happy about everybody did a great job. Molodo is sick. He's having insane fever, and he performed like this today. I'm super proud of him. Fallen with the great T-side calls on both on Mirage and on Nuke. Yeah, I'm just happy. I'm satisfied with everybody in the team, and super happy.
I'm curious, Yakindar. I mean, at the end of that T side, you guys had so many different iterations, ways of changing it up against them. I mean, you guys went for fakes outside into then A execs. Like, how much of that was pre-planned, like calls that were from spawn, or was Fallen actually just dictating it and doing those switch ups on the fly?
Yeah, I think we usually have an idea of what we can run on how we can play or how we can keep up the momentum, but usually that's something that happens during the first part of the half. So in this game we knew that we're going to play a little bit of a secret game, and that we're going to be forcing them to respect lower a little bit, but everything else is on the fly from Fallen, and yeah.
You looked way stronger in this game compared to the game you did have against Legacy. What changed, and did you have a talk about what was actually going through Legacy game, or what was actually the bigger picture of this game?
I think it's just well, against Legacy, Molodoy was his peak fever game, and it was very, very hard to play. I feel like he sometimes didn't know what to do because his head was getting clouded and whatever. I feel like everybody today came in sharp and came in mentally strong, especially Molodoy. If even before the game started, he was already in a great mood, and I could see that he's gonna have a great game.
In terms of moving forward to those playoffs in London, Yakinda, what's the goal for the team as you head towards that top 6?
Is it top 6? So we reach top 6?
Yeah, at the very minimum. You'll play MOUZ, I believe, to see if you make it to the semifinals or quarterfinals.
Yeah, I mean, the goal hasn't changed really. Like before Cologne, after the major, we decided that we need more reps on the arena games. We need more. We have unexperienced, for example, Molodoy. We have players who have not played in the arenas for a long time. We have a player who's been 1 year in a slump, who's coming only back. So we want to just play as many arena games as possible, and that's our mindset for this tournament.
Does it give you confidence that you take down such a big scalp in Spirit that maybe you could get a trophy in your cabinet?
I mean, we hope so. Yeah, I feel like Spirit is definitely one of the best in the world, and maybe even best right now. So of course it feels amazing, but it's online, you know. Online is always different.
Well, let's see how it plays out. Yakinda, either way, massive congratulations. You gave us one of the best series that we've seen so far here at the Blast Open, so very much looking forward to seeing you guys in the arena.
Thank you.
Celebrations, jubilations all round for the Furia camp. Fallen giving us a little bit of a dance party as well.
Oh, I love that. I can't believe, I mean, that answer from Yakindar that he just wants to play more arena games and the goal is to just get as many reps in an arena. It's like, damn, I don't know if that's the kind of brazenness that I love from Yakindar. It's almost like setting your sights to, yeah, we just want to play more arenas, really. Like, when I hear that like that, without the context, it's like, man, you guys are doing everything to try to get Molodoy to those stages. So because if Molodoy can play like he did today in an arena consistently, then that top 5 Opera conversation is going to really, really heat up for him.
Totally. I mean, what we saw today was out of this world, I think, and also if he's actually feeling sick, that's also very great on top of that. I think if FURIA can showcase that type of team play they showed today, specifically on Nuke, and then combine that with how great they looked as individuals, I think there is a case they can go very far in this tournament.
100%. It's so amazing when we look at all the narratives that kind of surround Furia, right? Like, obviously, we've talked about an incredible rookie year for Molodoy, making it to just playoff after playoff, stage after stage, trying to get that experience, but just having Fallen back in the conversation. Let me be a Counter-Strike romantic for a little bit, because just a player that's had so much impact across the world for Counter-Strike, and now being back on a team where he's having to give up his primary performer role, and yet he's still calling spectacularly. I love this, and I hope to see Furia go far.
The fact that Yakindar talked about how a lot of those calls towards the tail end was just Fallen mid-rounding was, I mean, that's why he's a top tier IGL.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, the fragging has only lightly dropped off for him in the switch from op to rifle. I hope that says more about how nice his rifling has been and not how bad his offing was before it. But the T-side calling was never a problem for Furia, even when they were in that downturn before they had to make the move to drop Skulls and Cello to get Yakindar and Molodoy. The T-side was the best aspect of that team. But with how Molodoy has just hit the ground running, he's completely changed the face of their defenses, and they still retain that great mid-rounding ability that Fallen had the entire time.
I think there's so many players in the Furia camp now that's a force to be reckoned with. You know, I think Yakindar has a great upspring. Molodoy, again, showing world class. I think obviously K-Serrado, we cannot not mention K-Serrado. He's also been fantastic last game, but also this one. It's just, you know, it's good to see that they now combine as a force can be a dangerous one. Like, people actually start fearing Furia in some sense. You know, it's not just this old Furia team where you can just put yourself like, it's just Furia. Nowadays, they're actually playing great. They just showed that against Spirit. Probably the best team in the world right now if we're going to look in that direction. So for them to take this kind of one, make it into the playoffs is just great. And that is exactly what they want to do to move forward.
I just hope and pray that we not only get to see that Molodoy turning up to the stage, but we also get to see this K-Serrado as well, because it's just so beautiful. Like, we had so many points where it was, you know, him and Donks alive and around, and it's a battle of the aim. I'm so hoping that we get to see that on a big stage.
Raw aimers, even if he wasn't a top 20 player, he has been a top 10 aimer. I mean, his first bullet accuracy is so exceptional. The spray control, transfers, all of that. I mean, mechanically, I've never doubted K-Serrado at all. It's almost just that in the Furia slumps, or I couldn't tell if Yakindar was talking about that player slump, if that was necessarily.
I think he did
K-Serrado.
No, I think he did
himself.
Yeah, I thought he was talking about himself.
So. Okay, either way you take it, I mean, both of them are playing at a great level, and K-Serrado, again, like, it's just about getting him into a situation that's good enough that it's winnable, and that's what now this Furia has finally done for him. Fallen and Yakindar, Molodoy, they all can open rounds. Yuri's kind of more that second middle guy, but when K-Serrado's in a late round, I don't have more faith in him than I do at many other people.
What an incredible crescendo today at number 4 of online play. Let's recap exactly what else was going down today as we go back to our first game of the day. That was where Team Liquid kept their heads above water, I guess, Maui.
That's a way to put it. Didn't Pimp guarantee that this was going to be a clean affair? Think again, Pimp. It's never clean when it's different, okay? Yeah, say sayonara to the 2-0 possibility. There were moments where Imperial at this tournament showed a little bit of life. I mean, it's a new roster that they're working with here, so we'll see how they progress throughout the rest of the season. But yes, Liquid, they survived the battle and move forward.
Second game of the day, we did have FlyQuest taking on the likes of Legacy, and in my books now, I'm starting to see cracks and being a little bit disappointed in the likes of Legacy. A team that I expected more of, specifically where they performed at the major, and I think they should be taking on teams like FlyQuest in this way. Unfortunately, that was not the case. FlyQuest 2-1.
And then in the third match of the day, we had MOUZ dispatching of G2, and as Pimp would say, it's a cosmopolitan, cosmetology, cosmetic comeback. It was a cosmetic comeback for both of those maps for G2, as MOUZ were able to get it over the line.
Well, that does leave G2 in a bit of a sticky situation as we do look forward to the matches and the bracket at that, because now they've got to take the long route if they hope to make it to the London playoffs. They've got to be taking down FlyQuest. That's going to be our latest game tomorrow. But then they've got to win another one, and I imagine that's probably going to be Spirit besting Liquid. So if, you know, my bracket maths is correct, maybe we'll get a G2 Spirit matchup, which is looking pretty ugly if you're anybody in the lower bracket.
I think anyone in that lower bracket is now, you know, feeling down because they have to go up the likes of Spirit. And it's not funny. It's always not funny when they consider best team in the world actually drops the game and actually falls into lower bracket, because people will probably have faced FURIA in a more likely setup, but now they do find themselves against Spirit, which is going to be very tough.
How many times did you do that to people back in the Australia days? How many dreams have you crushed, Dupree?
It has happened a couple of times where we fumbled, and then we went to go up against a team and they're thinking, oh shit, not again.
Let's take a look at what is on the cards for tomorrow. Of course, I kind of preface those Group B matchups going down. We've also got Fnatic versus Gamer Legion, M80 versus Na'Vi. Can M80 do it? The hope of North America and Germany combined. Is that enough to take down Na'Vi, Maui?
Can they win a map? Let's start there.
Okay, that's the task. Jesus Christ, I don't want to be an NA fan.
Let's see if they can win one. I asked for one, M80.
Just one map.
Show me one.
Then you win in Maui's book, and that's...
Let's see progress.
That's all that matters.
I'll see progress. They already retired Electronic. They already benched him, I mean. They already benched Electronic. That's already a goal accomplished for this tournament.
That is a win in a lot of people's books, I guess. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining me for day number 4 of the Blast Open. 2 more days to decide the final 2 spots to be heading through to the Blast London playoffs.
If you're coming at me though, better take aim, no free throw.